Welcome to the Circuit de Catalunya-Barcelona. We are here to start a whole new season, a whole new name, Le Mans Classic Series. And I'm delighted, as Bruce Jones, to be joined by Andrew Marriott in the commentary box. We have an array of events through today and tomorrow. We've got 5 races today, 2 qualifying sessions, an amazing Formula 1 demo with quite a staggering collection of cars. And then tomorrow we've got 8 races and another Formula 1 demo. It's a really fine atmosphere here.
Absolutely, Bruce, and the sun is shining here. We're just about 25 kilometres from the centre of Barcelona. And of course, this is the track that's seen all that Formula 1 success, all that Formula 1 testing. Lewis Hamilton, of course, dominating here from, 2017 to 2021. He won the Spanish Grand Prix 5 straight times. But today and tomorrow, we're contemplating the past of racing, the wonderful classic golden past of motor racing with sports cars. We said we've got the great Formula 1 parade and a couple of really rare cars that I haven't seen for a long time. But some terrific cars with Le Mans histories, particularly sports prototypes. We've got a Porsche 917 here, by the icon of Le Mans really as a car. And we've got some great drivers too. We've got the 5 times Le Mans winner, Emmanuel Pirot, racing in a Porsche. We'll see that race in a little while. The Porsche 2-litre Cup. He says it's like driving a Formula 4 with a roof over the top. So we've got him, we've got Jan Magnussen, another guy with a great history, of course, in Formula 1. And at the moment, we've got a qualifying session going on, and Jan Magnussen is actually fastest in that, and a new car that he hasn't raced before, Bruce.
Yeah, always great to see drivers getting in cars they haven't done before. But look at the scene here. Blue skies. 12 months ago when the series visited, it was raining, it was wet. But everyone's loving this Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya in the bright sunshine in spring. It's perfect. And it's the perfect launch pad for the 2026 season. As I said, now the Le Mans Classic Series. It was a series that effectively started by Peter Auto back in 2004. And it has gone from strength to strength, and it's great to see the greats of the past reunited with their cars. Emilio de Villota back with McLaren. He raced in the late 70s, but what an array. How do you like your cars? Sports cars from the 60s, the 70s, Le Mans cars, and some fantastic historic feel around the circuit. Beautiful old catering vehicles there, a real buzz in the paddock. But as I said, this is the launch pad. This is the first of 10 meetings around the globe this year. We're here in Barcelona, and in May we move to Spa Classic, then we go to one of our favourite circuits, Dijon-Plenois, in June. The Mans Classic, which has more cars than you can possibly dream of. We're absolutely excited about that. The first weekend in July. Then the 10,000 Tour, still in France, but moving down to Circuit Port-Ricard. And Estoril Classics in September. Then we go to Imola in Italy in early October, then Qatar for the delayed 1812, where we support the World Endurance Championship. I just want to point out that not all of the championships within this series go to all of the rounds. There's always a sort of moving feast, and for that one in particular, it's only the cars from the classic endurance racing classes that go, and then the finale, but just for the 60s endurance races. HSR, Historic Racing, Daytona Classic 24 hours.
Yeah, they're taking one of their races there to Daytona. I covered that meeting last year, and it's a lot of fun, obviously, around the Speed Bowl there. So there's some wonderful pictures we just saw coming up, and getting ready for our first race of this 2-day meeting here. And just reminding you that this meeting is called the Espíritu de Montjuïc, and you may or may not know what that means, but that was a famous race circuit for the Spanish Grand Prix up in the Montjuic Park there, and famous for all kinds of different reasons, including one huge accident actually.
Well, 2 really. There was one in 1969 with Jochen Rindt.
Yeah, there was. Yeah.
But it is an amazing place. Whenever you visit, Barcelona is such a fantastic city, but you literally hardly have to go far. You can get there on the metro to the park, walk around it. That'll put some heat in the back of the cars, but brilliant circuit.
I went to the old circuit. I covered some races at Montjuic Park, including the Spanish Grand Prix, where they had the big accident. And I went up there year before last, and as you say, go on a subway system. And no trace of the circuit at all. I couldn't find any trace of the circuit. I did find a wonderful museum, an art gallery for Miro. Miro, yes. So that was a nice thing to go around. But here we are. We're getting ready for this, the safety car, the BMW safety car. All the marshals in not in the UK in orange, but in yellow here. And this huge history of motor racing in Spain. I haven't had that many successful drivers, but of course, Fernando Alonso, of course. I mean, there have been various drivers who've raced in Formula One, but Fernando is the big one, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. But if we only look at motor racing through the Formula One prism, that's what you'd see. But so much success, the Junqueras, the Alex Leroy, all the people who did all the sports car races as well. And we're celebrating sports cars, principally with this series. And we're kicking off with the Gentleman Challenge, sports cars from the 1950s and 60s. Yes. But yet, you look in the background, the car's still coming in for the previous session. A fantastic late 1970s Zack Speed Capri ex-Harold Ertl car brought in at the last minute. And then look behind, a little Lola 2-litre sports car, super pretty, very famous car.
Yeah, that's a Chris Graff car that he won the European 2-litre sports car series in.
That's 1973, I guess that was, something like that.
Yeah, Tony Sinclair in that. So the Gentleman Challenge is open to all cars that participated in the endurance races of the 50s and the 60s. Respect and fair play are the key words for these gentleman drivers. The grid is one of the few occasions where iconic GTs and prototypes from the golden age of the many brands can be seen back on the track. I'm reading from the programme now, you should probably gather. But what this is mainly about is listers. And on the first 3 positions on the grid are 3 listers, and they all have different bodies.
Well, that's great, and that absolutely emphasises how it was in the 1950s, chopping and changing. But one thing we need to do is, we've been talking in the commentary box, me, Bruce Jones, and Andrew Marriott, but let's head down to the pit lane, because Vincent Franssen is going to be doing the entire season down there, working very hard. And this is only the second year of streaming. This year it's going to be entirely in English, but Vincent is going to help out. And we're heading down to hear the first interview of the day with Vincent.
Good morning, Andrew. Good morning. It's a real pleasure to be with you here in Barcelona. I'll let you the commentary box, of course, and I'm here in the pits. And if we compare with the weather of last year, this was the good decision. Sunny here, very exciting. Around me, you will find many kinds of cars, with touring cars, GT cars, sports cars from the 50s, now with the Gentleman Challenge, as you said, 60s, 17s, 80s, 19s, and the beginning of the 2000 years with the LMPs. It will be absolutely great. I will be here to make some interviews during the race, of course, so that you can know everything about this race, and also to speak a little bit French. Il y avait des commentaires en français dans ces lives de cette Le Mans Classic Series l'année dernière. Il n'y en a plus. On est effectivement avec un commentaire international, comme on l'appelle, uniquement en anglais, mais j'aurai le plaisir de réaliser quelques interviews en français également, notamment avec les nombreux pilotes francophones qui présentent et qui participent à cette Le Mans Classic Series. Ça va être assez sympa. Autour de moi, vous allez retrouver des pilotes professionnels. On en a quelques-uns ici, mais beaucoup de propriétaires passionnés qu'on appelle des gentleman drivers, avec des voitures qui racontent une histoire, l'histoire du sport automobile. Ce sera fait que commencer. It's just Andrew and Bruce, the start of the weekend.
Vincent, thank you very much indeed. So merci. And what I love in the background of that shot now, we're looking at the hills here around Montmelo where the circuit was. And when the circuit opened about 36, 37 years ago.
Oh, I think a bit longer than that now, Bruce, actually.
Is it not 18? No.
Yeah.
89, okay, 11, 20, 37, I was about right. Yeah. But anyhow, rolling hills just to the north of Barcelona. Obviously, there's been a lot of industrial development and a new road system being installed, but actually the circuit being updated all the time. There's a massive tower that's been put up in the last few years, and if you get up, a huge viewing terrace that looks over that infield straight that drops down from turn 9 to the tight overtaking point at turn 10. But right now, I'm loving the fact as the safety car goes out, we're seeing heat days, and Vincent pointed out a year ago, the rain was epic here, and it didn't make things quite as fun as this year, that's for sure.
So we're seeing the BMW leading away, the 3 different bodies of that's the flat iron in the middle, the Costa and the Nobly listers, and then there's a couple of Porsche 904s, but there's a guy in this series that's got a Austin Healey, and he is really quick, and he mixes his with potentially much faster cars. Lots of Porsches. Here is the Healey, the red, second of the red cars, going a bit Lotus 11 or is it a 15? They look very similar going through your picture. And then the very rare Chris Lawrence bodied aluminium Morgan SLR, which was specially bodied for Le Mans. But that's a lovely Porsche.
Well, those Porsche 904 Carrera GTSs just look super, super right. You know, the weird thing, I had a model of one of those as a child, and I appreciated its lines even as I was pushing it around the floor in my playroom. But something completely different. We know the shape of Jaguar E-Type. Look at that big thing behind. That's the Allard J2. That is all about massive grunt. And I tell you, there's probably not a braver driver on the grid than anybody who's driving an Allard. But those who can conquer them, they deserve a double shot of coffee.
Yeah. So I'm sure in a moment we'll have the grid, but we can tell you that a regular winner in the series last year, and a regular winner all over the world almost, who races every weekend, Nigel Green. So he has put that car, that Lister, an original car, there's quite a lot of recreations and continuity car of those Listers, built originally in 58 and 59, but that John has actually got two of those. He's got one Nobly and one Costin, and I think it's in the Costin today, and that's the original. The other one is one that's been built in Britain a few years ago. But, those cars also came with two different engines. So they came with Jaguar engines, sort of engine you have in an E-Type, well, the famous Jaguar E-Type 1 Le Mans, or with a big Chevy engine, American Chevy engine. There are a couple of Chevys, and you can hear the difference very clearly when you go by.
Well, this is one of the things I absolutely love about historic racing. So many different engine modes, so many different ways of trying to achieve speed. But so this is the Costin, the more aerodynamic shaped Lister, and you can see how the early days for aerodynamics in many ways, and then the flat iron, which is a one-off. And then in behind the Chevrolet engined Lister Nobly. If you look at it, it is effectively a little more Nobly. And then in behind the pale green, I didn't actually spot that in the paddock. That's Mr. John of B has hopped on board one of the many cars at his command.
Yes, Mr. John of B, with Jean-Remy Guettard, who's got a huge international business in carbon and composites, although the business started with sort of gas canisters and stuff for caravans, but it's a massive business. There's somewhat an enigmatic character, Mr. John of B, who doesn't speak any English. In my poor French I tried to speak to, didn't get very much from him. I asked Vincent, he said, no, Mr. John of B is a man of few words, but he's a man of many cars, and two of them here are fantastic Matras Formula One cars. They'll be in the demonstration, and he owns both those. He owns lots of leisure. I think he owns about 30 to 40 different race cars. So it's wonderful you've got enthusiasts like that. But he's a good racer, lots of experience. So that's the flat iron. That's James Thorpe. He's part of the management group at Goodwood, and obviously Goodwood members meeting coming up soon. You're going to be there, Bruce?
Certainly am. But you know, this is what I love, because this is the second year of live streaming from the Peter Auto Group. The Le Mans Classic Series, with its new name this year, the overriding thing for all the championships within the 10 different racing grids, if you will. But the fact is that the fans of Goodwood will be watching this event live, and likewise the fans of these events will watch Goodwood live. That's how it goes, and it's an absolute golden time for historic racing, because it just offers something entirely different. Look at that shot as they come down from turn 13 to 14, every single shape and size of car you can imagine. And then look at the glorious
TVR.
A little TVR, the Ashworth car, but coming around turn 14, it's all eyes on the lights on the top of the grid, and we've got actually a really good grid of cars, so the lights, 5 of them, red at the top. Any moment it's going to be a burst of sound, and is it going to be the Spires car on 88, or is it going to be the flat iron alongside as we go green? Look clean and tidy. The last few cars, the little Porsche 356 is just coming through the corner, but from pole position into the lead of the race, and the Chevrolet engine Lister making a massive charge with last year's winner, Luc-Jean Verin.
And he's the biscuit king, one of France. It's John is in the car at the moment, and he'll hand over to Nigel. Nigel's got a blue crash helmet with yellow stars around it, modelled. He's a great fan of Ronnie Peterson and Hans Stuck, and he's got a combination of their original helmets.
It's good.
So we'll be able to see Nigel in that car pretty soon.
Well, I got quite wrong there. I thought that the grunt of the Chevrolet would make Luc-Pierre Vercain go up into second place. He didn't. He's back in third. So still in grid order. James Thorpe, Jonathan Mitchell actually kicking off in the flat iron. But locking up behind. One of the Carrera GTSs very, very nearly went round. It's very easy to run a little bit too deep into turn 4, waiting. You can see how he scattered the pack, because everyone else behind had to back off. The first dozen, about half dozen cars through into turn 5, but it's the one with the red, white, blue stripe up the middle that got it a little bit wrong. Number 904 sorting itself out there, and that was the Koenig brothers car.
Verquois is the defending champion.
Indeed.
He won this race last year.
Indeed. In fact, just to let you know, he won the first race. He didn't win the second race.
No.
That was it went to Guillermo Fierro in a Maserati Tipo 61 birdcage.
That's a beautiful car, but not
stunning. No, but look, here we are, spring sunshine, the very end of March. Last year it was absolutely bucketing with rain and super windy. So the car's in the Gentleman Challenge. It's a 45-minute race, and they are cracking on. And it's just great to see, neat and tidy. I'm just so relieved that Porsche Carrera, when it got a little bit sideways, well, actually, no, a little bit, very, very sideways.
Hairy, was it?
Was recovered, but certainly that separated the first, I think, about 8 cars from the pack, because they're now turning down into turn 10, out of turn 10. That's the corner at the bottom of this long infield straight, and the rest of the field are just feeding their way through. And there's one straggler right at the back, I think, may have had a spin. It's only going up the slope towards turn 9 just now.
There's lots of different classes in this. There's about 6 different classes, and we won't go all through that, but it's based on age and the type of car and so on. So the guys are like Austin Healey, he'll be leading his category. We also should mention there is a mandatory pit stop in this race, and new rules for this year.
Pay attention at home.
Yeah, well, there is a grid of penalties depending on the driver's, well, whether he owns the car, doesn't own the car, how old he is, whether it's a FIA silver. There won't be many, I don't think it's, I wonder if Green Source is silver. He might be, but so it's possible that Green Source will have to stay longer in the pits, but there is a new clause for this year where the winner of the race then has to make a longer pit stop next time out.
And it's got the most fantastic name. It's the Burden of Glory.
Burden of Glory. I have never heard that before, but it is cracking, isn't it?
Yeah, the next race, again, at a slightly sliding scale, according to the length of that race, if you win, it's an extra 15 seconds at pit stop. Second in this race, 10 seconds extra. Third, 5, etc. But then if you go in the longer races, now this... it's a puncture, right rear puncture for Mr. John of B. So remember, at the start of the race, he was running in about 5th place. But don't know if he ran wide, picked something up. You never know how a puncture can come. But it's still listed as 1st, 2nd and 3rd. But now, John Spears is coming under increased pressure because Jonathan Mitchell, we normally see him in a Jaguar E-Type weaving his magic. But right now...
And seen him in GT, this new sort of heritage GT category. He was winning some of those races last year. So his driver will hand the car over to James Thorpe. I believe James owns that flat iron Lister. But look at the different, basically the same chassis, but completely different shape. I think this one, originally Brian Lister, who had his workshops up in Cambridge, they had Bristol engines in these, and this is more the shape. The Bristol cars were more or less that flat iron shape. But certainly, John Mitchell is a very good player. I think he works in the City of London, but he's a great pedaler. And Verquois 3rd, and then in 4th place, we've got a guy who's also won these races in the past, and that's Dr. Fatemi. He's a surgeon, a Max Vac surgeon in Germany, and
as you speak, I have a slight intake of breath because he was about to be removed from the race because Carlos de Quesada in the red Porsche 904 behind got very twitchy. He wanted to do some braking and it wasn't happening. His red 904 was snapping one way, and I thought we were going to have a pair of billiard balls hitting each other, but well saved. But leading that Porsche 904 Carrera battle is still Afshin Fatemi, but I'm not sure for how long, because up the slope comes the move for 4th place. It looks it was a case of trying to resist Quicksilver, hold Mercury back. That's Carlos de Quesada up into 4th place, and now he's going to see what he can do about the much more powerful Listers.
So this group of 5 was broken away. He had a look down the inside, did Afshin Fatemi. Normally he races to Giro.
Indeed.
And he will be back with the car next time out.
Yeah, this is one of the glories that a lot of these drivers have quite a few cars, and they may pick them according to which of their cars they think is more suitable for the particular circuit. And here, 14 turns, so you don't have much in a straight line here, apart from the main straight. And a bit of a move for the lead, and Jonathan Mitchell has been shaping up John Spears, and the blue and white number 88 has gone back. The Costin has gone back behind the flat tire. But look at this scrap behind. This is what I love historic racing. You can just see the cars cars. You can see the drivers working their tyres. Look how narrow those tyres are. And all along in the background, we've got another Lister, and that's Bram Bontrop, and he's going to start to close in. He started driving that last year. The Dutchman works with, alongside the Hearts with their racing, and he's getting better and better, that's for sure.
He is, because first we saw him racing a Mustang and winning in that Mustang, but he's in the shipping business. There are lots of interesting jobs that these people have, because some of them obviously have to make quite a lot of money to pay for this racing. It's getting more and more expensive. Some of the engines are over 100,000 euros for some of these cars, just the engine alone.
Yeah, the standard of preparation as well. We were walking around the paddock yesterday and again this morning, just absolutely admiring it. There's, in the background of the shot is the dark green Lister with Bram Bontrop in, and then behind, look at Lotus 11. They always... Oh, dear. Car number 22. Just talk about a Lotus.
John Pascal Carrel in his Lotus 11 with a 1500cc Climax engine in it, Coventry Climax engine. But I believe the flat iron was driven a couple of times by the great World Champion Jim Clark.
Yeah, for the Border Reivers team.
Yes.
Also, everyone thinks that when they think of Scottish racing, they tend to go straight to the Great Ecuria Cos, but I always was a massive fan latterly, because it all ended before I came to be. At the Border Reivers, fantastic part of the world. It's where Jim Clark was absolutely his happiest as a farmer.
He was a border farmer.
He really was.
Reivers means raiders.
Indeed.
Yes.
That wall didn't hold everyone back.
Yeah, so basically the racing team came out of Scotland to beat up the English in racing tracks like Goodwood. Well, look at this. Carlos de Crusader, who owns Allegra Motorsport, they do run in the IMSA series as well with Porsches. He really pushes hard.
I think Jonathan Mitchell's going to be looking at his mirrors going, I'm quite glad I'm clear of that scrap behind me. De Quesada nails that third place, and that's not good enough for him. He wants to go up past John Spears. Bear in mind, much more grunt from the Jaguar, but the younger Porsche in behind is more nimble, and we've seen that really short wheelbase, how Carlos de Quesada is having to, even in a straight line, flashing yellow lights, and this was quite a late entry. Marc Julie, he's got two Porsche 356s in this race, but that one has had a little rotation. But again, really clear messaging to the drivers as they went down that infield straight. Bright yellow board. There will be waved yellow flags as well. That flashing light for all the drivers sitting at the side of the track, but they would have seen it. However, what happens on the restart? Okay, you're clear of the yellow flag zone, pedal to the metal. This is a chance right here and now for last year's winners Luc Pierre-Vircan to use the grunts of his Chevrolet engine Lister. Didn't manage to get the move, and that's the drop now out of turn 13 to down the slope to turn 14. Thank goodness we don't use that little funny chicane they inserted a handful of for about a decade. We've got that wonderful downhill sweep, and there is the exit. Look how the sixth place car, Bram Bontrop, has closed up hand over fist, and the best of the Lotus is tucked in behind, which is Serge Kriknoff, Swiss racer. He may yet get a chance.
And he's pretty quick, So there's Marc Julie, his wife also races a similar car. So Mitchell, Spears, De Quesada, Vercoing, Fatemi, Bontrop. Actually, one car I thought might be a bit further up is Fred Wakeman in his Cooper Jaguar, which I think it's won the sports car race they have at the Monaco Historic Grand Prix. All Formula 1 races except they have one sports car race. Of course, there was once a sports car Monaco Grand Prix. Indeed. So it celebrates that. And I think Fred's won that.
I'm just going to tidy up things. That wasn't Marc Julie who spun that. He is in the other Porsche 356. I think he's two-timing. He's going to be. We've talked about the pit stop. I think that's Eric Degon who's in that, but he's got it going again. That's good news. But now, gosh, suddenly we're good to see Mr. John B's Porsche's out there. He's in this group. He's obviously come in and replaced the punctured tyres. So ignore that pale green car, pretty as it is, because the Porsche 904 that counts is the red one at the moment, being driven brilliantly by Carlos de Quesada in third place. Jonathan Mitchell leading by 2.5 seconds, so nice and tidy after 4 laps.
Bontra's got the fastest lap, and let's look at the replay on the start.
It's going to be the flat iron alongside. Well, that was a very tidy start by John Spears, and in behind you, at that point you thought those three listers are going away. The one in fourth place may be able to go with them. And you have to look a long way back for that red 904 GTS. It was down in about 10th place, but for Carlos de Quesada, since then he's just kept on coming. We will get to a point in the race where we are going to have the top cars starting to catch the tail end of the pack. But looking at that opening lap of the race, apart from this lockup,
they
that's
did
how
hit
the
each other.
puncture came. We didn't see that at the time. We saw the locked up 904 GTS, which was the pale, which was was the silver one with the red, white and blue stripe on it, and then unfortunately had a few retirements. But good that the pale green one that got hit, got that right rear puncture, Mr. John B, back in the race. Frustrating, but apart from that, it was very, very clean. Normally, if you have problems, you have it between the first and second corners, that right into the left, but people much more gentlemanly in this form of racing. Don't forget, it is called the Gentleman Challenge, but it's a massive challenge. Look how tight it is, and now we're getting Vercan, the dark Lister Nobly, is regaining a position, or is he? Carlos de Quesada, the red 904, trying to hang on, but first back to fifth, still covered by about 2 seconds.
Pretty sure these Porsches, as we go back to racing, are recreations by a company called Beck in California. So there probably are some originals there, but there are, and that happens a lot. And they're absolutely to the same plans, the same spec, but they have been built more recently.
Yeah, but one of the glories when you see these cars, you know, when the hinge bodywork comes up, you see the engines nice and clear. You can sort of even understand the mechanics. It's fairly. Now, another manoeuvre coming up. This is Ashin Fatemi trying to get up the inside. They're kind of sort of losing ground a little bit in that dark, the black Lister Nobly. And again, in the twistier parts of the circuit, you expect the newer, shorter wheelbase, more nimble cars like the 904 Carrera GTSs to have an advantage. And the drivers of those are using that advantage. We get to that infield straight when you go up the crest at turn 9. They're just getting there now, and then down the slope and all improved. Now we have a couple coming down. That's
another Lister
car, isn't it? That's that's started by his teammate Richard Hudson.
Yes, Stuart Moore is better known for racing vintage Bentleys, and his whole family going back 3 generations. And but having fun with this Lister, I think that's got a Chevy in it, hasn't it?
That's got a Chevy, and the one behind the Jacques Sandos car has got a Jaguar engine. They're running down in 15th position, but that's the whole point. Actually, it's great to race against a car that's very, very similar to yours. You know, and then you can see the different points around the circuit where the Chevy has some more fun punch, and other points where the horsepower of the Jaguar is good use. Talking about the Allard, here it comes, the only one with cycle wings in this race, and you have to sit up high, and you get very warm indeed. There's a lot of engine up in front of your feet.
Yeah, it's an interesting man who built those cars, Sidney Allard, because he also built the first dragsters in Britain, and his son Alan continued the racing.
But like so many companies when they started building cars, it was almost like a hobby. So they were building those just off Clapham Common in the south of London. Lola Cars, they started in a garage in Bromley, an outer suburb of London. Lotus, they started in North London under the railway arches. And of course they then had to move out. But Lister fairly, they didn't do that. They were based up in Cambridge, a bit more space to sort of get their elbows out. Good to see that little MGB having a go. Benjamin on ground right in behind, and again, talk about different ways of delivering your power. But you get to the corner, these two now, they're going to maybe both outbrake themselves. That's down into turn 10.
There's a French preparation company, they call themselves, it might be Belgian, Classic Garage, so they just specialise in sort of 60s British cars. They prepare a lot of minis as well. So Jonathan Mitchell, though, is pulling away. He's 4.5 seconds. He is driving solo. De Quesada, who is from Tampa, is he driving solo? So there was quite a lot of late changes.
No, I think he was with Catesby Jones.
He's with Catesby Jones,
Yeah, and Jonathan Mitchell is showing with James Thorpe. It's just on our screen we only have the name of the driver on board. Now an overtaking loop. We talked about the MGB. Well, having swept past the Lister through the final corner, the Lister Chevrolet, you'd have expected him to have to drop back, and so it was. The Chevrolet horses got their ears pinned back and headed off down past the pits in the start-finish straight. So Benjamin Andran will just have to keep doing it all over again and see if he can make a move and make it stick.
So Fred Wakeman Cooper Jag is down in 8th place, but he'll hand over to the preparer of the car, very well-known classic racer, Patrick Blakeney Edwards, probably best known for racing Fraser Nashes. This is all a bit different, but
100%. But I mean, almost the older the car with Patrick, the more flamboyant he becomes in it. And also, a lot of the cars, the Fraser Nashes, they were tiny things, so you could see a lot more of the driver doing what they had to do.
Just saw the complete rundown, and one car that didn't start, the Hicker Bitch Serini Griffer, that was crashed, unfortunately, in practice and got a lot of bodywork. Had that been in the race, it would have been up amongst the top dozen.
Yeah, definitely. It would have been about 10th and upwards. So, Jonathan Mitchell, car number 6. There it is, the Lister Flat Iron. A car started in 1955, sort of changed after an accident. And again, look, you can see how he's working that car beautifully, finding a flow through those first couple of corners. The right into the left, then you've got this long rising right-hander up to turn 3. and then a vaguely rising run. You'll see him coming in the background of the shot. That's the exit of turn 3. Jonathan at the top of the shot. He's got that glorious little Alfa Romeo down in front of him. He'll gobble that one up, but up into turn 4 they go. This is where we had the lock-up on the opening lap, where Mr. John B was assaulted by a sister 904 Carrera GTS. And again, just watching the swing of the tail of the car. So it's all about balance and weighting the car. Now we start going downhill. This is turn 5, wonderful drop. In behind, they are falling away. John Spears is, what's he now? He's 4.5 seconds, still back in second place. He's had to deal with the battle. He seems, for the moment, to have got the better of Carlos de Quesada in that red Porsche that's tucked in behind. But
because this circuit is characterising, you could see it just at the top of the picture, long straight here. That straight's over a kilometre long, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It is. And famously, the Formula 1 teams used to come here when you could do lots of testing. Let's have a little replay. That's not the angle you want from Bram Bontra. Did he outbrake himself down into turn 1? I think the answer is yes, he did. But now, thank goodness, there is a gravel track beyond, but at least it's a bit of tarmac. So, in the early days when they put that gravel track, cars would go in, you'd almost have to stop the race because they'd be pretty much dead ahead of the drivers at the end. We talked about how long the straight is, and it's also not level. You have a slight rise to the start-finish line. It really does fall quite markedly if you're doing a track walk down to the first corner. And it was famous, not in the mornings, but in the afternoon, the wind would often pick up and be head on to the drivers. And if a driver gets their braking point, and that's because they're against the wind, then the wind drops. Suddenly thinking that you're going too deep into the corner. But hey, it's all about experience.
Going really well is the TVR Grand Tourer, by the way. But it's got MGB engine in, basically, has it?
Yeah, back then, just trying to see where they're placed. Just outside.
14th. I mean,
14th. That is good.
Run. Yeah.
But again, look at this. We're looking at a field of cars with sports racers and GT cars, effectively. So the sports racers are the sleek ones with the open tops, by and large. And some of them got, the Marc Julie car back out of the pits, or maybe now with Marc on board, because he took it over maybe from Eric Degon, who was a fairly late addition to the programme. But this is a feature of the Le Mans Classic Series. Not all the drivers can do all of the 10 rounds or all of the rounds of their particular category through the year. So sometimes you see someone who's become a good friend in the paddock quite fancies having a go in that particular car, filling in for them. So we do have a sort of rotating a richness of drivers, but keeps us on our toes.
There is a championship, because running through all this, and you do get bonus points for turning up. So if you don't come, you lose a lot more points than just not points you might have scored in a race. So loyalty is given a bonus, which is no bad thing. So Mitchell who leads from John Spears, who has plugged the gap back to 3.5 from Carlos de Quesada, another couple of seconds back. Then the biscuit man Vercois, and Mr. John B, as we said, he lost 3 laps. Getting that puncture fit.
From his point of view, frustrating. He has other races, other cars for this weekend, but he came out with the leaders, so at least got to play with them, because he should have been in that grouping pretty much.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think maybe what we saw is that Carlos de Quesada, that red 904 GTS, in the background of the shot, in third place. I think he maybe took quite a lot out of his tyres in that initial charge, because certainly we saw him getting sideways and twitching when he was trying to brake as late as possible on that downhill approach to the first corner on about lap 3, and since then he managed to weave his way from 5th to 4th to 3rd, was challenging for 2nd, and now he's a couple of seconds back behind Christian Dumoulin's beautiful Ferrari. I don't say that about every Ferrari, but that one I most notably do.
Predominantly the cars in this are British, and there's one that we haven't mentioned, and that's a little Mini Marcos. Jem Marsh built. And did it start the Mini Marcos?
I can't see it on the timing screen. I fear it.
It was on the entry list.
Yeah, no, it is.
It is. It's going okay. 13th.
Couldn't see it on the timing screen. I didn't think
too far up.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's got a Mini Cooper 1275 Mini Cooper engine in it with a rather unusually shaped carbon fiberglass body. And,
it's short and it's slightly stout and it's got a cam tail.
But they did race those at Le Mans.
They did. I mean, that's the beauty when you look back through photographs of racing in period. You realise that some of the cars at Le Mans didn't even really look like racing cars. You had the sort of Thermex thermal. What was it called? The thermal of index of thermal
Index of thermal efficiency. It was called.
Too complicated for me. But it was about the smaller cars with a perceived performance.
They started with the index of performance.
Yes.
And I can't really, that was complicated. The index of thermal efficiency took into account how much fuel they used in the race. And I remember Lotus Elite used to win it and upset the French with their Alpines, who thought they should win it, but sometimes Lotus Elites beat them. And we will see some Lotus Elites racing this weekend. Very advanced design by Lotus founder Colin Chapman, of course. So Jonathan Mitchell, John Spears, now I call him a philanthropist really, but he's a man that made a lot of money in the City of London. He's closing up, and there's 2 seconds in chance. In his 70s,
Yeah.
He has been very well trained by Nigel Greensall, but he, and he's just recently bought a March Formula 1 car which he likes. They've been testing that. We ran it a little bit last year.
Just looking at Dr. Afshin Fatemi there, about a lap ago, I thought I saw a little bit of smoke coming out the back of his car. He's then just slightly outbraked himself there as well.
He's sliding.
He's sliding a lot. I don't mind sliding, but he just looked a little bit out of sorts. So maybe the Carreras, now cars coming to make their pit stops, just seeing the Ferrari 275 GTB peeling off Carlos de Miguel. And for some, Jonathan Mitchell, I think, will stay out as long as he possibly can. But certainly that last lap, John Spears took a couple of seconds out of him. I'm just double-checking that sometimes you think a gap's come down and that particular car is coming to the pits.
Yeah.
Car 17, that's last year's winner, down the start straight, going past that rather lovely cream-coloured Jaguar E-Type we saw early in the race. We saw a while back, we saw Bram Bontrup go too far into the first corner. He has been chipping away. He's up in 4th place, and he's been trying to recover some of the many seconds he had to hand away by going up the escape road. But don't forget, this race is 45 minutes all. We've got 10 laps on the board. Jonathan Mitchell leading by 2.1 seconds. Remember, it went out to 5 and a bit. There were some yellow flag areas, and sometimes you get to clear them and the car chasing doesn't for a bit, or vice versa. But right now, Jonathan Mitchell looking neat and tidy. There he goes.
So we're only 12 minutes in, so there's plenty of time yet.
Yeah, no, in fact, I think we're
22 minutes
22
in.
minutes in.
Sorry.
Just do some maths.
So I was looking at the wrong side of the screen,
That's the time of day.
It's the time of day.
We'll alternate those through. But anyhow, for all these drivers, they must just be thinking back to how it was. The start of this week, there was a suggestion there was going to be rain, but 12 months ago there was nothing but rain. So right now, what a great way to launch the Le Mans Classic Series for 2026. Bright spring sunshine, plenty of space to go. So now, the gap, just double checking it, it's 2.9 seconds going down. And we're going to head down the first of our interviews with Vincent Franssen. And it's Carlos de Quesada who started. And he, remember, got up to 3rd place in that red Porsche. Down to Vincent.
For the first part of the day, first time of the day in the pits with this guy, Carlos de Quesada, coming from the United States of America. Carlos, how was it on the track?
It was hot out there. The track really came after a couple of laps, and just trying to keep the car from sliding around too much. But it handled great. The track is awesome. I love Barcelona. So
it was a nice first part of the race for you. You think an overall podium is possible?
I'm sorry?
You think an overall podium is possible for you?
You never know. We'll try. It's they're old cars, so anything could happen. But as long as the car stays together, we'll be right there.
Thank you very much. Carlos de Quesada avec cette Porsche numéro 194. Excellent. Première partie de course, naturellement. Il a cédé le volant à son équipier américain, Catesby Jones maintenant. Alors, même si c'est difficile de savoir ce qui va se passer dans la deuxième partie de l'épreuve, objectif certainement podium général pour cette voiture.
Excellent work, Vincent. Thank you very much. So great to have it in English and then French. But you can see the sort of quiet satisfaction there, couldn't you?
Absolutely.
Carlos de Quesada. But also sort of the relief. Right, the race can carry on. I've done my bit, but it was interesting what he said, how it took several laps for the track to come in, or more to the point, his tyres to get in. But anyhow, those cars are so nimble. But you can see you've absolutely got to be on top of them. This is the sister car, if you will, one of the fellow Carreras. And that is Dr. Afshin Fatemi. But he's not going to be changing to a teammate. He's one of many drivers who do this event solo.
Yes. So obviously the positions will change around. Some will have made pit stops, some who won't. I suspect the car that's leading now, John Spears, will be in to hand over to Nigel. Nigel is probably going to be the quickest man out there then. I suspect. It'll be interesting to watch his pit time, because Bontrup still has the fastest lap at 2:07.9. 1.775.
Catesby Jones, we look at him, he's off the track now. He locked up going into turn 5, which is where you should be just putting it to the outside the corner, then dropping down the slope. And his hands were crossing on the steering wheel. He looked as though he got it right, but at that point he was then on the painted lines outside the circuit, so it was sort of second save. But anyhow, so the message to him, it would have been a barked message from Carlos de Quesada when he evacuated the car, but it's for the driver to get that feel through the seat of the pants through what they're feeling coming back from the steering wheel. A little bit of over-adjusting steering going past that 275 GTB. This, I think, will probably be James Thorpe who has gone aboard. Yeah, it is. The flat iron, there it is. Just wait for that to fire up.
And there was a minimum time you can stay in the pit, so they can't just come in and rush out. They have to, I think the window, it's a 2-minute stop. Need to check that.
You know, it's super sensible. Lots of motor racing covers that, you know, including contemporary racing. To have a minimum pit stop time, it means you don't need as many mechanics in your pit crew, which saves money. It makes the pit lane a safer place. And if it's the same for everyone, but what you will get, doesn't matter if it's a contemporary championship or a historic championship, whenever there's a minimum time, someone at some point will go out too soon.
Yes.
And pick up a penalty that absolutely wrecks their hopes.
Last year at Goodwood, at the Revival, someone they lost a big race by going out one second. I'm trying to remember who. I think it might have been Rob Huff in an E-Type.
He's here, we better go and find out.
Yeah, but so by just going out a second early, he lost the race because he got a 10-second penalty or something and won the race by 2 seconds or something to remember.
I mean, it sort of makes it interesting, but you sort of feel sad because the longer the race, the more embarrassing and frustrating it must be when one slip up. But we all know in motor racing, you're pushing to the very edge of the limit and just trying to work out where you can find a performance advantage. But you think how many laps you do where you're cutting a tenth of a second here, tenth of a second there, to get a second back on arrival and then to blow it in the pits. But right now, Jonathan Mitchell has got out of the number 6 Lister, the flat arm. We're looking at it now with James Thorpe weaving his way. Yeah, still that silver 904 Carrera GTS is smoking a little bit. This is Afshin Fassemi's car. I tell you what, it's about time to go back down and join Vincent because he's busy in the pits. And we're going to go down and hear the thoughts of the driver who got out of this Lister, Jonathan Mitchell, with Vincent.
Back in the pits with Jonathan Mitchell, leader of the race after the first part. Jonathan, you just told me it was excellent.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. The car was beautiful. Gearbox is going strong. Tyres, it's quite hot. These old tyres, not much grip, but it's beautiful.
Are the driving conditions on the track perfect also?
Perfect, yeah, very clear. No oil that I could find anyway.
Just one aim to win the race?
Yeah, hopefully. Let's see. James has a very competitive teammate to go up against in the Lister, so it'll be close. It'll be close.
He's happy, and maybe he will be the first winner of the day here in Barcelona.
Thank you, Vincent. Thank you, Jonathan. The beautiful framing of the shot there. We can see Nigel Greenstall's Lister in the background and pulling away. So that was a sort of a little bit of Hollywood for you there. Beautifully framed. But right now, driver we've got to look for is Bram Bontrup. He's in the pits, but he was going faster and faster. I think he set the fastest lap of the race. I'll double check that. But he's looking competitive. But remember, he lost a lot of time. And right now, every moment that James Thorpe swinging the tail around, because he's got to, because tucked in behind is Dr. Afshin Fatemi.
He's really making that 904 fly, isn't he? And he's not used to racing it, of course. He loves the Zero, one of only 2 that were built. And do you know what I'm noticing, Bruce, is I think this year, unlike last year, we've got automatic driver IDs, which is coming on the timing. The switch to Greensall came up immediately, so I think that they're running that. I think maybe off a transponder on the helmet.
Quite possibly, so.
But that makes our job a little easier. We don't have to recognise crash helmets, do we?
So Nigel Greenstall leading the race. There is James Thorpe. He's out in 3rd place, and he's got Afshin Fatemi all over his tail. The little silver Porsche still smoking away, but that means Nigel Greenstall leading the race. Last year's first race winner, Luc-Pierre Verquin, is about 3 seconds behind Greenstall, maybe slightly less. Greenstall only just came out of the pit, so in fact down to the first corner, having pitted a lap earlier. Luc-Pierre Verquin will close in. But the story of the race is this car, number 6, that's just going out of our shop with a little silver Porsche behind it. Can it get back to the front? Jonathan Mitchell took it there. He started second, went into the lead of the race, pulled clear, and it was quite a battle in behind. But right now, James Thorpe settling down. He's a lap into his stint, got the feel out of the tyres, and let's see how high he can go. But he's got very, very difficult target to chase in Nigel Greenstall.
Well, this might be a classic series, Bruce, but we've got the Al Kamel timing, which gives us 3 splits, just the same as Formula 1. And so we can see how they progress during a lap.
Plenty of space in the circuit here, you know, a modern circuit. I know I said it's nearly 40 years old, but this is the moment to talk about swapping hands left to right. Okay, got it under control. No, you haven't. The tail wants to come around. The track is turning left. You're not. Now you're on the painted stuff. So Casey Jones, I think, won't need any strong coffee after that because he's chock full. Now, there we are. The blue and yellow helmet of Nigel Greensall took the lead of the race. Literally as he came out after the pit stop. So really good opening stint from John Spires there. Longer pit stop for the Lister Flatiron. Now, we've talked about driver gradings as well, length of pit stops, so that would probably the extra time there that costs them that lead.
Nigel just races every weekend, goes testing and tests almost every day. He's in a racing car almost every day of his life.
And an aeroplane.
And the other day, at the end of last year, he hadn't got a weekend, so he went and did a rally in Madeira, the classic rally with an Escort Mark II in Madeira. I think he was second in his class. He didn't actually win that because he usually wins most of what he does.
Well, I think
he loves it. And,
he's got the fever.
Yeah,
absolutely. But it's interesting. A lot of these drivers, of course, car owners, they often need a teammate, but it's normally someone who started driver coaching, and not everyone responds to driver coaching. But Nigel's clearly got the tools to get the best out of John Spires. He's going faster and faster.
But he's probably got 10 or 15 regular clients he coaches, you know. But John Spires is the number one guy, and that's the guy who wins the most races, right? I must go back to his website because it changes almost every week, the number of races he's won, but it's absolutely massive.
Okay, fantastic shot of that infield straight with that very smart dining suite on the bridge across it. I mean, that is something that's gone up in the last couple of years. Didn't come here in 2025, but certainly there's an experience. There's a really good buzz in the paddock here. Opening race of the Le Mans Classic Series, season 4, 2026. Historic stalls. I found myself a most fantastic magazine about Montjuic Park and all the racing here until it stopped 50 years ago last year. But you know, there's a lot to find, something for everyone. And I must say, the opening race of the day of the season hasn't upset me one little bit. It's been absolutely fantastic because we've got some really great racing up and down the field. There's some cracking runs as well. Just going to keep an eye on the progress of Pat Blakeney-Edwards. He's got to find 30 seconds, half a minute. He's not going to be able to do that in 12 minutes to catch the next car up the line, which is Serge Krittenoff's Lotus at Devon. So it looks as though the car that started by Fred Wakeman, finished by Pat Blakeney-Edwards, will probably remain in 8th place. Now, car number 110, just looking at that, that's the Dr. Afshin Fatemi Porsche 904 Carrera GTS. It seems to sort of break and smoke a little bit under when it's backed off going into corners, but his lap pace is perfectly good, but he's not got the pace to catch James Thorpe. There's James going just out of shot into turn 4, then the silver Porsche. Looking back to 5th place, here comes Bram Bontrup in the background. And Catesby Jones, remember this little red Carrera GTS? Carlos de Quesada got it up to 3rd place. Catesby had that moment where he lost a lot of time but didn't lose the rear end of that. That's vital. So I guess he's probably settling in now, and I'm sure if I look at his lap pace it will be picking up. But again, a lot of these historic races jump from car to car, and you have to remember which one they're in and how it breaks 5 laps into its tyres versus how it breaks when you're 10 laps.
I don't know how they do it, particularly with Nigel. I mean, in Formula 1 cars from 30 years ago. Had a lot of success in Formula 1 cars in the past, in sort of historic series, won the championship with the Tyrrell, remember. But how he remembers how and a feel of all these different things in a modern LMP3 car one day and next day he's in this car or testing something else. It's extraordinary, really.
I mean, the very top drivers, or some of them, have this incredible sort of muscle memory. They get in, and it's all there. They don't even have to look. And actually, if you look in some of the cars from the 50s and 60s that we have here, there's not too much to look at on board. But you look at the later ones we have, the Group C cars, there's a lot of switchgear. And then you factor that in. If you're racing, say, in the Le Mans Classic, in the races under cover of darkness, and something goes wrong, where's the switch? Where's the toggle?
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
So you do have to sit in and really be very clear, talk through it, but after a while it should become second nature. But when you need it most, that's when you need that mind memory that goes, it's there.
And also I noticed Nigel has now done the fastest lap of the race, so he's down in a 2:05, and Burkhardt is second, we've got 4 listers in the top 5. And I said, these listers were very successful in British sports car races back in the 50s and early 60s, but never really had much success at Le Mans.
No, I know. It's funny how some Marcos didn't, but cars are much more fragile. And here is the little mini Marcos.
Yes, and a bit of smoke coming out of the back of that as well.
Same shape as a sort of ladybird, really, to me.
Yes.
But again, background of the shot, he's got one of the Porsche 356s up in front, which is the Julie car, the little TVR in front of that as well. But look at this. It's a mini underneath, sort of, if a bit.
Yeah.
Quite a corgi model of one of those. You can remove the wheels.
I mean, this is the mini Marcos, but there were larger Marcoses, which the early ones tended to be have chassis made of wood, marine plywood. And quite a lot of famous drivers, including Le Mans winner Jackie Oliver, started in a Marcos, and Jackie Stewart as well.
Yeah, Jackie Stewart as well.
I didn't start it, but
but I went to a fantastic display at a Scottish castle about 3 or 4 years ago, and Jackie had sort of the cars of his racing career there.
Yeah.
If you have a contemporary racing driver, it would just be single-seaters that get scaled up or going into GTs. But he raced the sort of cars, some of which you didn't think got raced. But you have to understand that in the 1950s, sort of all shapes and sizes, but largely small cars were what were raced back then. Here's the Allard. Plenty of grunt. Normally Cadillac engine. Front grille looks a little bit out of kilter. But see, you're sort of sitting on that one rather than really in it. So it really is a very different experience. But look at that long snout. You think about the dynamics of that car. Straight line, fantastic. Cornering, that's where you need to be totally on top of it.
And wire wheels, of course.
Of course. So 4 seconds is the gap between Nigel Greensall leading the race. The Allard we were just looking at is somewhat further down the order. In 19th place, Michel Grosvilliers at the wheel. If you're fans of Porsche 356s, we had just the one racing last year, but it's great to have 2 at this opening round.
So we're down into the last 7 minutes of this race with Nigel Greensall with a 4.2 second lead over Vercois, and pulling away from him, I think, with James Thorpe in the car started by Jonathan Mitchell in 3rd place.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're sort of where we expected to be, because Nigel Greensall's car was on pole by 1 1/3 seconds ahead of the James Thorpe, Jonathan Mitchell flat iron. And here comes Nigel Greensall out of turn 4. Background of shot, you're looking for the second place car. There it is on the left hand side of the screen, the black, or is it very deep green? I can't quite tell. The Lister Knobbly, that's the one with the Chevrolet engine. Down the slope it goes. One of the 2 MGBs in this race, tucked in behind the Porsche 356. So as we said, you've got the sports cars and you've got sort of the more road going cars in behind. You've got the prototypes like these, and they still look fantastic.
The best road going cars in 9th place, and that's Vincent Cole in the Healey 3000 Mark II from 1965, and he always drives that very well indeed.
Yeah, he does. He was very, very tidy. I was looking at him going down into the first corner on the opening lap. He was gaining places but not taking risks.
Yeah.
You know, how much you choose to bite off. But our race leader, Nigel Greensall, car number 88, the Lister Costin. This is the one with the Jaguar engine, low, sleek, aerodynamic, in a day when not all the cars were particularly, but it looks to me like something out of my science fiction annuals back in the 60s. It's sort of how you imagined the future, even though that then was the past, but you know what I mean.
Costin being Frank Costin, an aerodynamicist whose brother Mike, of course, started the famous Cosworth engine business, and Frank worked for quite a lot of different companies doing the aerodynamics. And remember the Costin Nathan cars were also made of wood, actually, and so worked a lot with Lotus with Colin Chapman.
Yeah, and he didn't just stop at cars either, did he? He loved boats and planes and many other things to design. Just a restless mind of genius. But clearly this shape goes very well, but you've got to be able to balance these cars. And look at the length of the overhang at the rear, past those rear wheels. Very few racing cars have that much bodywork in behind, but that was for the aerodynamics in the straight line. Because a lot of cars, it was incredible. You think how can a car be unstable in a straight line? But all it needed was a Mulsanne straight at Le Mans for people to work out that, right up to 30 years later, that cars could actually just get airborne if they got too much air under them or whatever. But that longer tail gave it that aerodynamic stability.
Yeah. Nigel's wife Nikki, who I'm sure will be in the pits on the stopwatches, she posts a lot of pictures of his racing. If you go on to his social media, there's an MGB stop. You'll see all Nigel's many races and many tests and lots of nice pictures. Nick is actually a disc jockey, even works in America sometimes.
Right, okay.
So 26 car.
Yeah, we've just had George Royce pulling off just at the pit exit.
That's Jacques Sandos, a Swiss driver, with another. That's a 1960 Lister Jaguar with the more knobbly body as it's got there. That's why, because he spun it and
importantly didn't hit anything. So that was coming up the hill out of turn 7. Then you've got the right-hand kink at turn 8, but he was still, the car was unbalanced. So remember, we saw him having that really good little scrap down the middle order with Richard Hudson earlier in the race, but not to be this time around.
I'll get it turned around and restart it.
But again, a bit of space to get it wrong here. Spent last weekend commentating on a Nürburgring long-distance race around the Nordschleife, and you're off the track, you're into the fence pretty much, so very different.
With Max Verstappen taking part.
By the most fantastic BMW M3 Touring. Actually, it was an M4 GT3 underneath, but with that bodywork on top, and that attracted so many fans. A racing estate car. We've seen it across the years, but great to have that on board.
Yes. So, Lister 1, 2, 3. The Cambridge-based firm.
Again, we're coming down the start of this race. In behind that Allard, you could see 2 cars back was Nigel Greensall, and then quite a few cars between him and the number 6 Lister Flatiron as they go down into the first turn. Is there someone that's been in there that's causing them all to slow? But there's not much left on the clock. Under 3 minutes remain, so I really think that whatever James Thorpe does and Luc-Pierre Vercain, they will not be able to catch Nigel Greensall. That traffic, in the latter stage of a race, particularly a race like this, 45 minutes, you will catch the tail enders. Have they seen you? That is always the question. So our race leader just out of shot. Second place just turning through there, and third place not far behind. So James Thorpe might yet get third place. He's number 6, the Lister Flatiron. He's catching the black Luc-Pierre Vercain's knobbly up in front of him. The knobbly middle of your shot, there it is. Black is catching the sit up and beg Allard, and the next car behind him, and the car behind that, Ashton Fatemi. That is second, third, and fourth, covered by about a second. This could yet change. Where will the traffic fall? Who will take too much of a risk going by? So move made past the Allied Vercain down into turn 6, and then up the slope they come. But all along, Nigel Greensall has got clear. He's got 2 cars between him and the best of the rest. 3 cars actually now.
Yeah, the Lister company, of course, had a second coming. Those of you who are much too young to remember these Listers racing in the 50s and 60s think, no, surely I saw Listers at Le Mans. Later than that, the Lister Storms. That was another iteration of the company. And that was the whole fun operation of those Lister Storms.
It certainly was. One of our colleagues, Peter Snowden, was among the racing rank. Bobby Verdon Rowe, it's Al, and they were Julian Bailey. They were quick. Jeff Kenny Atchison had a huge accident in the Lister. I think it ended his career. Not that he just decided he wasn't going to race anybody. Kenny was an ex-Formula 1 driver and great sports car driver. The Lister Storms. Lawrence Pierce was the man behind that. A man, a character, and he made it all happen, and certainly it's great. But this is motor racing through history. You have chapters where things work, chapters where things fall away again.
Well, the great thing was it still had Jaguar engines, of course, different to this. But
right, what's on the clock? Nigel Greensall crosses the line, 4.3 seconds clear of the group. Did that change at all? 3.9. Bit of traffic, ebb and flow, but up into second. Luc Vercain still in second place, but he's actually done very well because James Thorpe lost out in all of that traffic and has fallen back quite a bit further down the order. He's now being pressed by Bram Bontrup.
And then Fatemi and Jones in the 2 Porsches. Fatemi's pulled away from Casey Jones now, but Fatemi will win the second main class. So it's lots of subdivisions, but that would be I suppose, under 2 litres, won't it? Shown on your screen as green. Yeah,
entirely so. So top 4 cars, bit of a theme. Lister, and Lister, but each one is different. But the Flatiron has now lost third place and fallen to 4th because James Thorpe has lost out to Bram Bontrup. Bram is 6 seconds down the overall lead. He lost more than that when he ran off at the opening corner on about lap 3 or 4. So I fancied he's going to have the pace, and he caught that. Remember, the lead quartet got away. He was 5th. He was a long way back. The next lap, he was half the distance behind. The next lap, he was on their tail.
I don't think he's raced that car before. I think it's a new acquisition, so he's certainly coming to terms with it. I think he's going to be a big player in this series for the rest of the season.
You think so? And suddenly, Afshin Fatemi has had a go at getting past James Thorpe down that infield straight, down the descent down to turn 10. We've reached the end of 45 minutes, so the driver of the number 88, the blue Lister costume with the white stripes, tucked in, putting another lap on the E-Type that tries very hard to keep out of his way. Down the slope they come. But Nigel Greensole has got this one pretty much in the bag. Turn 13, turn 14, down the slope they go, and then he will have the rise along the start-finish straight to the finish line. And the first win of the bag, yet another win for Nigel Greensole. John Spears did the hard yards in the early part of the race. And the first winner of the 2026 Le Mans Classic Series is this man, and you can see both arms in the air. happy Nigel Greensole. Second place in the end, last year's first race winner Luc Pierre Vequin, and third place Bram Bontrup gets it. Afshin Fatemi, the best of the Porsche 904 Carreras, is in fourth place, all but wins his class.
Nigel's celebrating in fine style there, waving, clapping in the air, and he's been winning races for over 30 years. Just extraordinary career.
Yeah, so that was a wonderful way to start the day. A few drivers will have learned. A lot of them are driving cars they haven't driven before, and getting a feel for them. And again, maybe their experience here was only last year when it was very wet the whole time. This is a track, and it's about 17 degrees air temperature. It's lovely getting used to these cars, their tyres in this temperature. But there we are, the Gentleman Challenge. Got our show on the road for 2026 here in the Le Mans Classic Series. And Nigel Greensole, I don't think we have to tell you, even if he's got his helmet on, he's got a big smile on his face.
Yeah. If Vincent gets to talk to him, and I think he will, must ask Nigel how many wins it is now. But it's in the hundreds, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely so.
And he'll know, because he knows these numbers.
He will. And just to reiterate, this is the first of two races. For this category, the Gentleman Challenge, they'll be racing first thing tomorrow. But let's head down to Vincent Franssen, because he's quick, and he's already caught up with one part of the winning team. He's got John Spears. As Nigel Greensole brings their car in, he's so happy. But let's catch up with Vincent.
We catch the first winner of the season here for Peter Roto and the Le Mans Classic Series, Mr. John Spears. John, that's a good way to start the season.
It certainly is, and it's my first race of this track too, so I had a unfortunate day yesterday with an incident that damaged another car, but this has been a great day today. Car running fantastically.
And Nigel seems once again to be a perfect driver and teammate.
Yeah, you couldn't hope for someone better to have on your side.
Voilà, un week-end, quelques mots en français, un week-end qui avait commencé de manière un peu agitée pour John Spears, victime d'un incident hier. C'était sa toute première course, celui-ci sur le circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Ça s'est bien passé aujourd'hui, bien évidemment. Nigel Greensole, qui est un excellent équipier, a fait le reste du job. Et on a là les premiers vainqueurs de cette saison 2026.
Strange fact, he was a very successful croquet player. I think he even played for England.
Yes, he did. He revealed that to us at Dijon-Prenois last year. We try and get a few drivers to come and join us in the commentary booth to get their perspective. Not to do the race commentary. We talked about all sorts of things. But, I remember we both looked at each other and we said, God, I didn't know that. And for those that don't know what croquet is, it's a game where you hit balls under arches, through hoops.
It's very, very English. Or British, shall I say. I did notice an old American car in the pit lane just then. Quick shot, and there was a magnificent display. And this is not a motor race, this is a big event. There's lots of things happening. There's an old biplane in the paddock, because apparently what the joint promoter of this with our French group, Spanish group who work with them, they also, I think, promote an air show or something. So that's why there is a Dodgems track in the paddock. There's a bit of a Dodgems out there, wasn't there? Well,
not too bad.
But there's lots of things to see. But the parade of American, there's those cut down Model T Fords, the big engines in them. We'll probably see what they call
Deuce Coupes.
Deuce Coupes, there's 3 or 4 of those.
Hot rods, you've got classic American cars. No, it's a really good atmosphere, and I think everyone's happy in this spring sunshine. Lots of stalls. I've sadly walked past them and parted with some cash, but that's
for a wonderful book that you didn't know existed.
No, greatly excited. We'll have different things that get us fired up. But again, it's lovely going from country to country. I remember last year there was a great big sort of shopping area also at Dijon-Prenois, and obviously at the Le Mans Classic. Oh my God, you don't know where to look. But Again, it's always nice to go to a country that's not your own and find a different host of books, models, whatever. But what a great start, the Gentleman Challenge, and they get to do it all over again. But I tell you what, the racing comes thick and fast. We are going race after race. Formula 1 demo at lunchtime, just to let you know when that would be.
Yeah, that's going to be sensational.
Don't pop away, but if you do...
So usually these Formula 1 demonstrations, there's lots of DFV-powered cars, and they're marvellous. But here we're going to have the scream of one of the greatest sounds in all of motor racing, the Matra V12s. They had them in Le Mans sports cars, they had them in these Formula 1 cars, and they sound some shrillest, purest sound you could ever hear.
Sound is such an important element in motor racing, and it's only really when you get to the track that it stands out. But that was a really great way to start the day. Just, I said lunchtime is when we have the Formula 1 demo. It's actually between 3:40 and 3:55 this afternoon, and tomorrow between 10 to 3 and 5 past, but plenty of time. But there, our winning crew.
There's Nigel.
Nigel Greensall, blue helmet still on, with a big smile underneath. John Spears will be delighted with what happened. Good to see the sportsmanship. Luc Bier-Vequin in the background congratulating him. They will get to do it all over again. But that was a really good start, not just to this race meeting, but to the season. And nice clean racing, huge variety of historic cars.
Yeah, that car prepared by CKL, Keith Lucas, down in Sussex. And they know a lot about these Istas and Jaguars. And
it's great to have that expert advice, not only just from Nigel to John, but from the manufacturers and the people who know these cars, because all of them have a little quirk, and you don't just get in and get the best out of them. But that's enough of now. Let's look back shortly to the highlights of the race that got us underway here at Barcelona in 2026.
So coming up next, Group C, a smaller field, but some fantastic cars that raced at Le Mans in the early 1990s. We've got a silk-cut Jaguar XJR 12 there, actually on pole position. We've got Porsche 962s. We've got the stunningly fast Nissan R90K. That car will go well, and a few little Group C2 cars, which have the DFV engines in as well. So be interested to see the reigning champion in this category, Olivier Galland, has switched from the Nissan he used last year to this Jaguar, and nearly all these cars actually are run by British teams, although actually the second place one, I noticed Franz Conrad down there running that car. A very famous German team owner, raced at Le Mans many, many times himself. And actually, strangely, did race for Jaguar at one stage, although everybody thought of him as a Porsche man.
He did. And what I loved when we were looking at the cars yesterday, someone shouted my name. I was looking at some touring cars at the time. Raymond Durand, driver, manager, journalist. I've known him for 30 plus years, but get this, he said, brought the right jacket today. Didn't know Olivier Gallon would be here with the silk cut Jaguar, but he pulled a jacket that he had when he put Firmin Valeth with the Jaguar team in 1989. Yes. Still fits in beautifully, but it's great to have retro clothing that had a reason, lost its fashion, lost its form, but now it's back in. And good to see Raymond, people who are deeply involved in the sport. And he was talking about the early days when he, as a teenager, and his friends used to catch the first metro possible to get to Montjuic, to go get to the circuit before the security guards got there.
They didn't have to pay.
And each year they managed to get the security guards there earlier to fumble them. But, this historic passion for racing in Spain, that's why so many people in the paddock have just been having a really good day. It doesn't matter what age you are, seeing a car from an earlier age where you can get to have a look at it. And now, as I say, we've got better viewing. There's a great big balcony over the top of the pit lane. You can look down at the start. In the background of the shot, behind the big green tree, the newly leafed, you can see a red element, and that's this incredible building that's high up above the straight down from turn 9 to turn 10. A dining room, there's a viewing platform. That is an amazing place to watch from, because any time the drivers come at the top of the hill at turn 9, the cars are loose and they're waiting to get the power on. Then you've got the overtaking possibly down into turn 10. So I can't wait to go up there this evening and take a look down and see what you can see.
Well, I was very pleased to see the XJR12 because it wasn't on the entry list, and he decided to switch to this at the last minute. Louis actually, they're in the cosmetics business, their family, but he works out of Dubai. And before he left, just before everything kicked off over there, but he's been testing and so on. But about 4 years ago at the Le Mans Classic, there was about 6 or 7 silk cut Jaguars, and now people think that they are expensive to run. And last year we hardly saw one at all, so it's great to have this, and that sounds great as well.
Yeah, I think it's also a lot of these drivers are in the fortunate position to have access to lots of cars, and they like a bit of variety too. But you're quite right; it does somehow become a little bit cyclical. But to me, it's not just seeing you can continually look at pictures of cars, but it's when you get them back and hear them go out the pit, you go, I've forgotten that engine note, or you look at up close and you've forgotten a detail in the car. And actually, with those Nissan R90s, the ones that he didn't bring, they kept evolving.
Yeah.
They were hyper fast. Of course, was that incredible lap by Marc Blundell to put one on pole in 1989 at Le Mans by just over 6 seconds. In his ear, there was a message over the radio saying, okay, back the engine off, because it was ramped up to 1,200 horsepower, but he decided not to be disturbed, pulled out his radio lead and completed the lap.
227 miles an hour he did on the... Now, cars have gone faster than that, but it was a mega lap at the time.
I think they worked out it was actually faster than that by about 10 miles an hour. There was something I read about that they weren't sure, because they calibrated what it should have been if he was still at 1,200 horse. But either way, it would have been an absolute rocket.
So we had 2 or 3 of these Nissans last year. In fact, James Thorpe, who we saw in that race, he was racing one last year, but we just got the one, which I believe is the car that actually set that Le Mans pole. I believe it is the same car. And Richard Mines is racing that. Richard Mines, not a guy out of the shipping industry, who has some absolutely brilliant cars from Godalming in Surrey.
And Rob Huff sharing with him, touring car racer extraordinaire.
Rob Huff is sharing with him and had never driven it until yesterday. No, he drove it on Thursday at the test day.
Cut him some slack.
In it. Multi-world touring car champion Rob Huff started his career racing in MGBs.
And kept it going all along. Alongside his touring car career. Just noticing that we're missing our car from the outside the front row. The black Havoline livery Porsche 962C is not sitting in front of that red, white and blue Nissan that we've just been talking about. Alongside that, in third place, is the Richard Lloyd Racing, the pink. You don't get many pink racing cars, but that was super fast in period. That
was a Japanese sponsor that determined that. And that is an interesting car because it doesn't have a Porsche chassis. Some people decide to make the Porsche chassis was not carbon fibre, and Richard Lloyd Racing produced their own chassis and then put all the Porsche bits on it. And Nigel Stroud, I think, designed that chassis, who had previously designed the Le Mans winning Mazda chassis.
Right, I was rather stupidly looking at. Should have been looking at a combined classification for qualifying. So let's just go around. Yeah, it should still be Klaus Abelin alongside Olivier Gallon.
Yeah, that's another interesting Porsche that doesn't have an original chassis. That's a Dauer chassis, another carbon fibre one, and then you got in third place, Philip Kadori from Hong Kong, who is the CEO of the Peninsula Hotel Group. Quite a young man because his family started that group, and he's a champion in another category last year. But he goes really well. He sort of started his career in a Ferrari.
Yeah, and then got a lot of different cars. He's raced his 80 Cobras really well. Another car missing from the grid, and it had a lot of smoky arrivals on pitch yesterday. Unfortunately, it's Mr. John Abee's Peugeot 905. Sorry, that's why I was just being quiet for a second. I was shuffling through. It came in and was smoky. I then walked up the pit lane from pit out towards pit in to take a look, and the next time it came in, there were a lot of people running in quickly with fire extinguishers. And so that's a non-starter. Maybe, well, let's hope we can see it again later in the season, because that was a car that right at the end of Group C in that final season, it was on another planet and was extraordinary. Group C was this revered period. That's why we're celebrating it now. It came to an end, and it was a tiny field of cars at Magny-Cours. I was there at the final round.
Yes.
But then you look to where we are now in the World Sports Car, in the World Endurance Championship, and we're back to the sort of strongest days of Group C, and I would say with more manufacturer involvement on an ever higher plane than we've ever had before. Absolutely. It is quite magnificent, and just in time for that 100th celebration at Le Mans a couple of years ago, and with Ferrari coming in, it was like a fairy tale. Came in for the big one, and they got themselves back on top step of the podium for the first time since 1965.
Bottom of your picture, the car 1, 2, 4. That's go to the Jaguar there. There's Olivier. It's got the word. It's got Olivier on the back of his crash. I can't quite see it there.
Again, we talk about all the switch gear in the cockpit there.
It's still very analogue, isn't it, these cars, they?
Yeah, Silk Cut, I mean, they came in when Jaguar, Tom Walkinshaw got Jaguar sort of back on the map, and suddenly at Le Mans, I mean, it gets always had a lot of British fans coming down, but it was
rear deck's going off the car.
Okay, I thought there was a little bit of instruction of just what to press, but maybe
see the engine. Look at that magnificent V12. There's the boys from Scott Sport. Aaron Scott is here, who runs that team. Whole family involved in motor racing. His dad's a well-known race director. And the deck's gone back, so they were obviously just checking something very quickly indeed.
Okay, just going down to fifth place on the grid. It's white with black, orange, and red stripes. That's a great little car. That's the Tiger, Jack Fabi's car, which he's sharing with Jan Magnussen. They sometimes share, sometimes don't. Alongside is the Argo that you just mentioned. So those are C2. That was the secondary category of sports car racing at the time, but. A lot of manufacturers, it was great C2 because they sold quite a lot of cars, which is the whole aim for a lot of the manufacturers. Tiger, Argo, Spice, they were the main
Spice in particular sold a lot of cars.
And they raced also in the IMSA series in North America, often with very different engines to the ones they'd race in Europe. You have a lot of Buick engines, Chevrolet engines, and so on and so forth. Not so many of the Ford engines we'd have our side of the pond here in Europe. But look, for people of a certain age, these cars have a very, very special place in their heart. Group C, people were sad when it was over, but you know what? The writing was on the wall. The fields weren't big. Talking big, though, take the oldest car in the field here, 1985 March. Huge, monstrous thing. We talk about how mechanics can be quite simple. Not mechanics themselves, the mechanicals on the car. You went down and spotted a turbocharger on the back about the size of a watermelon.
It looks as if it come off a truck, massive, with a Buick. That's got a Buick V6 engine. That car, and they had a lot of success in IMSA. People might remember the one that was sponsored by something called Creepy Crawley. Creepy Crawley was
on Daytona, didn't it? Sarah
van der Merwe, a great South African all-rounder, also a good rally driver.
And Creepy Crawley was a swimming pool cleaning device, wasn't it?
Absolutely was, yes. It went along the bottom and sort of... Creepy Crawley.
So that March, we're looking at their car number 21 is Buick-powered, not Porsche-powered, because at some point in its career...
Yes, well, because they don't have different, but it's definitely got a Buick in it. George Kabab is the driver of that. He's been around, been racing in French GT forever, and
So, second race of the opening day here at Barcelona. Opening day of racing. It's actually the second day of a 3-day meeting. And Group C, 45 minutes of play coming up. And 45 minutes again tomorrow. So let's hope the cars that aren't in this one that have had mishaps. So I don't know what's happened to the Klaus Abel and Havilland Porsche. That should have been the outside the front row. Hopefully it's something that's fixable.
Maybe Vincent can find out. If he can find Franz Conrad, I'm sure he'll get an update. But cars seem to be running fine yesterday. There's that Japanese pink sponsor. There's the famous Nissan. That car's running 24. A lot of Nissans are on 23. Your 2-3 is Nissan.
Oh, yes.
That is a favourite number. But I think Lola developed that chassis, and I think RML, Ray Mallett's organisation, then developed it.
Yeah, I mean, that's often the hidden way when a manufacturer wants to come in racing. They need to get the racing people to do the underpinnings, and Lola obviously excellent at that. So that's the starting kit, waiting for the cars to come on the start-finish straight, and then when they're all in a straight line in 2x2 formation, then it's the discretion of the race starter, the race director, as to when to extinguish the lights, to turn them from red to green. Last car is the March coming around the corner in the background with that large, huge red rear wing. But it's a Jaguar on pole position, tucked in behind the RLL Porsche and the Nissan, red, white and blue on the right-hand side of our screen. It's a long hold. There's a bit of a heat haze. We'll take that over the rain and wind of last year. Nice, tidy start. From head on, it's always quite difficult to tell who's got the hammer down, but certainly Olivier Gallon is in a massive hurry. The second place Porsche of the RLR car is neat and tidy into second place. Third place is a Nissan. Jack Fabi, Jan Magnussen, the little Tiger number 70 going into the first corner in fourth place overall.
Yeah, Jack Fabi's a younger driver, 26 from Chesham, and won the Clio Cup when he was 16 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, but he's raced in Brick Car and MP3 and Pragas.
And I tell you what, if you've ever watched a Clio Cup race, the cars come at you from all angles. It's fantastic racing, but you don't look at your lap chart at the end of the penultimate lap and think that'll do for the end of the race. The positions are never stop changing until that checkered flag has fallen. So really, really good place. If you can race in that, you're going to learn a lot. If you can win a championship in that, you've done really, really well. So Group C racing, it was a fantastic period through the 80s into the early 90s. Then sadly it dwindled. There wasn't enough support anymore. The sport was changing its shape, but sports car racing of that period is still super, super popular. And whenever you're in a paddock, say at the Le Mans Classic or any of these Le Mans Classic Series events, it's like bees to a honeypot. Everyone comes to look at these cars. Yeah,
Fabi made a good start. Look, he's up in fourth place with the leading C2 car.
Yeah, decent start from the Argo as well. That way gained up to fifth place, Marco Fumagalli. But right now the story is Olivier Gallon pulling away. He's 1.3 seconds clear of Philippe Cadori. And then there's a gap, a huge gap, 6, 7, 8 seconds back to the Nissan of Richard Mines. Jack Fabi tucked in behind, leading C2 class car. The Argo, second in C2, is tucked in behind in fifth place.
And the sole spice in this, and that's the car shown in sixth place. That's driven by two Argentine guys, Alessandro Chawan and Facundo Chawan. They're sharing that.
Well, they're having a good little scrap. Look how tight they are. Fourth, fifth and sixth. Almost nose to tail. Tucked in behind a much bigger hammer to sort of use to wield is the C1 class car. That's the March Buick, as you pointed out, of Georges Cabin. Unfortunately, in the pits, or not having started the race, Klaus Abelland's 0-0 Havilland Porsche 9623 and Hervé Bourdin, who is down to drive 105, which is the ADA, the car built out towards Heathrow, west of London.
Yeah, a guy called Chris Crawford.
Chris Crawford and Ian Harrow, they were the people.
I think they only built 3 of those cars. It was just 3 of them. Whereas Spice was probably 100.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And Tigers as well. And so one of the great things about this, a lot of these cars are running their Le Mans liveries in period. Some of them even have the Le Mans sticker on, you know.
I love that.
And
actually, just going back to ADA, I went in my early days in Autosport. I went to ADA with my editor at the time, Quentin Spurring, one lunchtime. I was drawn by the sports cars they were building, but in the background I was far more drawn to some Formula One cars, still with the rondelles on the door where they'd been left in Argentina. They'd raced in the Argentinian Grand Prix, but these were cars,
YPF on it.
Yeah, YPF, and it was, you know, cars like you know, cars from the early 70s stuck away there.
Yeah, YPF was a fuel company.
Wow, the first two are so far clear, and right now, Philippe Cadore is almost close enough to get a toe off Olivier Gallon. There's a second between them. The Jaguar ahead of the Porsche. Then next in line should be the Nissan.
Little flick of flames out of the exhaust of the Porsche on either side. Look great.
They do look great, these cars. But again, you know, the amazing thing, we're looking at a 962 Porsche, slightly different is the Richard Lloyd racing one, but it was the liveries at the time. You know how livery can change the shape of the car, and that was one of the joys when Porsche, really, the 956 and latterly the car that followed, the 962, when they were filling the front 20 positions on the grid pretty much at the Mans. Everyone looked different. And then in came Jaguar with that really, really crisp, dark purple, very small green stripe and white on its flanks with silk cut. And that was a really good thing. Oh, big twitch there from Philippe Cadore. Again, trying to get the power down slightly too early. You want it down as soon as you can as you get over the curbing at turn 5. Right, this is a C2 battle. It's Tiger leading Argo. Argo starting to make a move with Marco Fumagalli going down the inside and in behind, being watched intently by Alejandro Chawan, but nice tidy move, and well done to Jack Fabi. There's no point swinging across. You've got to just try and get it back later in the race, but again, that's what it's about. We talked about the length of the start-finish straight here. It's very, very long indeed, and at that point you've got to fancy your chances. If you've got a bit of a toe, still more flame coming out the back on the overrun from our race-leading Jaguar XJ12. But actually, I sense in this lap, suddenly Philippe Cadore has fallen back a little bit. He was 1.1 seconds down, across the finish line 1.5 seconds down. It looks like he's now, maybe Olivier Gallon is just getting more confident with the Jaguar, because, that is opening out. Yeah.
Well, he has raced his car. He's raced his car at Goodwood, actually, and at the Le Mans Classic. Headlights ablaze.
Actually, if you attention to detail, if you look at the headlights on the chasing pink and white Porsche, they're slightly different. The more rounded shape. That's Richard Mines' car.
Damage the rear wing. He's going to have to go into the pit, sadly.
Okay, so what we tend to see there, that's getting it wrong at turn 6 when you're starting to go up the hill. 7 and 8 follow very, very closely. And if you get it wrong at 7, which is the hardest, it's so hard to balance it.
Did you see Cadore just locked up there, locked the fronts? Puff of smoke from the tyres. Don't think it will have flat spotted them. It wasn't. It was just a quick puff. I got a sneaking suspicion that that's the car Damon Hill raced at the Mans. I think Damon Hill only did one at Mans.
I think you're right. We can ask him on Tuesday night when we get to see him. Yeah. So car number 88.
Well, there's they stop right on the apex, so this could bring the safety car out. Look at that.
So he's come back across the track. From turn 7 to turn 8. I have that Philippe Cadore car down as ex-Lato, Reuter and Weaver, but I think the sister car had Damon on board.
Yeah, I think you're right,
Yes, it's funny how some drivers, they get a chance to go into Le Mans. There was still a chance for drivers in Formula 1 thereabouts, but then it changed. And don't forget, there was that famous press conference, I think it was the Austrian Grand Prix a handful of years ago, and Nico Hülkenberg had taken time out to go and do Le Mans, which was unusual at the time for Porsche, win Le Mans.
With Nick Tandy.
With Nick Tandy. And he arrived at the press conference, on the Thursday at the Grand Prix. They have sort of 3, 4, 5 drivers up there, and he just walked up and put the Le Mans winning trophy on the table and went, "Hey guys, what did you get up to last weekend?" Maximum class, Nico Hülkenberg.
They're still there now with Audi in Formula 1. Yellow flags waving everywhere.
Yeah, but what this has done, though, is got Philippe Cadore right onto the tail of our race leader. Now Jack Fabi's going to be trying to fight back.
He was really trying hard there, Jack Fabi. So they're still at racing speed till they come round to the yellows.
Well, the best lap in the race has been set. The fastest lap of the race has been set by Philippe Cadore, but 0.05 of a second faster than the best that Olivier Gallon has managed in the race-leading Jaguar. So it's Jaguar from Porsche from Argo. Don't get to say that many times. No, a C2 car and an Argo into third place overall. But it's ahead of Jack Fabi, but that's one that could swing either way. So safety car leading the field around. So that giant margin, the first two cars, the Jaguar and the pink Porsche, that's all evaporating. Look, coming up into third place now, onto their tail. So first few cars, as it should be, behind the safety car. 2 from the C1 class, the Jaguar, that is ahead of that number 88 Porsche. In other words, Olivier Gallon from Philippe Cadore. But then the Argo from C2, Marco Fumagalli, Jack Fabi in the little Tiger in behind him. They're third and fourth. And Spice, another car from the C2 class, except this is one with, is Alejandro Chawan. He's in 5th overall. Georges Capin in his march should be able to catch up, and Richard Mines stopped. So we started the race with 7 runners, having lost the Peugeot and Klaus Abelen's Porsche. Now we've lost another one, which is the only Nissan in the race, and it's going no further after that spin. So we talked to Rob Huff. He might as well sit down in the paddock. He's not going to go in the second part of the race. But we do it all again tomorrow, so there will be a chance. And quite often the start driver in race 1 will be the the second driver in race 2 to shift it around. But there's the safety car. There's the rescue truck. Quick work from the marshals, I must say, to get there. Mind you, it's not the first car to have gone off between turns 7 and 8, so there's a gap on the wall. Let's take a look at a replay of the start. Super tidy start there from pole position. Olivier Gallon got an absolute blast away, and Richard Myers didn't really get it hooked up in the Nissan. But you know what? Sometimes you don't want to push too hard. These cars, just remember, are getting on towards, some of them are getting on towards 37, 38 years old, so a little bit of caution required. The C2 cars having a good little scrap with a Tiger, an Argo, a Spice. Absolutely it was in period, but driven very well. They were staying as close as they could to the first 2 cars, but it became harder because here's a great overtaking manoeuvre for the C2 lead, and Marco Fumagalli going down the inside into turn 1.
Yeah, the Argo was accompanied with a Swiss guy who was based in Britain called Joe Marquardt, designed that car with a lot of help from Nick Jordan, famous mechanics that are still around to this day. And we can go down to Vincent, who has got somebody on the pits. And Vincent, what have you got for us? Probably a very interesting interview again. So go down to the pits with Vincent.
To start the day, I told you that we have many gentlemen drivers here, but also international champions and a former world champion, touring car world champion, Rob Huff. Rob, you are not in this race here with the Group C racing, but in many others. What's your interest for those historic racing?
Well, I actually am in this race. Who owns the Nissan has had a bit of a bump. I'm not entirely sure what's happened, but yeah, I mean, for me, historic racing has always been a huge part of my life. It's where I started racing before I got into touring cars and GT cars. So yeah, to come and race the first weekend of Peter Auto here in Barcelona with the Group C cars, with the Jaguar E-Type, it's just great fun. It's great racing. You know, these cars, they're so well prepared. They're so fast. The racing's just so intense. The cars are moving around all the time. It's just a real joy to be here.
The fact to switch from one car to another, totally different, Jag and Group C racing, is it difficult or not?
Yeah, it can be, especially in the braking zones. You know, you go from a Group C car, you're doing 300 kilometers an hour down to turn 1, you're braking around the 150 marker. If you try and do that in an E-Type, you'll struggle for sure. You're doing about 80 kilometers an hour slower, and you brake around the 200. So you definitely have to engage the brain and think about what you're doing. It's just, to be able to do that, to be able to have the opportunity to do that, it's wonderful.
This guy is a happy man this weekend, Rob Huff.
Thank you very much, Vincent. So, yeah, I mean, Rob is always happy, but actually at his happiest with historic racing machinery. And almost, we see him year out at the Goodwood events. It's great he's doing more of these, because I think when he has a weekend free, that's what he wants to do.
He'll be very disappointed not to get into that Nissan, because it was quite a beast. It was, for him, one of the fastest cars ever driven. Just going back to Argo, just checking the history, I mentioned Joe Marquardt and Nick Jordan. They built single-seaters as well, built some Formula 3s and Atlantics, but they were mainly known for the sports cars we see here. And, the best-known guy, really, who raced one was a guy called Jim Downing, who invented the neck brace system that the hand system. But they built about 30 of these cars over the period of from 1983 through to 1991.
Yeah, but in fact, I was sort of very aware before they started building the sports cars, they're single-seaters, because people like Roberto Guerrero, David Sears, they were all in Thierry Tassin.
Yep. I mean, Joe Marquardt was a very good designer. Yeah. And, but nice to see, there you are, the 124 car.
And one of the things I always sort of hope for when you get these fields assembled is you don't only have the cars that ever featured at the front. You want the ones that were in the field as well, because I like the diversity.
This particular car was raced by the son of the founder of Morgan Cars, Charles Morgan. He was a good peddler. and I raced it in America. And I see when it raced at Le Mans, you see it says on it Speedy, which is the right sort of sponsor, isn't it, for a racing car? Speedy was sort of like the Halfords sort of France. So everybody's still weaving around, keeping the temperature up in their tyres. We've got a couple of tyre manufacturers here. We've got Nova, which was Avon, and Nova's Avon backwards, of course. Recently went into new management. They've been very enthusiastic about sponsoring this series. And I saw a big Goodyear truck there as well in the paddock. And I think some of the later endurance cars we'll see are running on Michelin's as well.
It's big business, you know. A lot of these manufacturers have different ownership than they had in period, but a lot of them actually thought, well, we'll never need those again. Those bucks, the shaping, but with historic racing growing and growing, you know, it's great tyres are being revived, because if you've got a car that's great but has no tyres that suit it, well, you can't really race it, can you? But certainly the market is there.
In the UK, after the British Grand Prix, most of the big high attendance race meetings are historics. Obviously, you've got two Goodwoods on the racetrack, and then of course you've got the big Silverstone. Well, the Silverstone one's split into two now. You've got the Carfest bit, and then you've got going back to the Silverstone historic, and coming up end of April, I think there's a Donington meeting. I think I've done the pit lane and commentated there. You're doing it
first
this year,
weekend
Bruce.
in May. But no, it's great. In all countries, it's growing and growing. And the great thing is that the more cars that are brought out, the more other ones that are encouraged to come out and play. Because, you know, once you get a really competitive grid, you've got to be on it.
Yeah. The fans love the variety. We've talked about the sounds. We haven't talked about the smells yet, but you get the smell of the old Castrol R fuel and different shapes. For me, one of the problems currently with modern motor racing, everything looks the same. Even in the WEC, most of the cars look pretty similar. It's because computer says this is how a car should look, and computer is right. In the old days, 5 different brains thought 5 different ways that something might work. But now it's all funneled down by what the CAD CAM says.
Yeah, and I mean, just when we were standing looking at those Matra V12s, the MS120s, the Formula One cars from the early 1970s that are coming out, even within a season, you could see the difference between one car and the other, because there was a constant evolution. We were talking last night, as we left the track, about how Formula One teams used to be really small. We were talking about Howden Ganley.
Yes.
And when he worked at McLaren, they didn't even have a proper... Literally at the end of the runways at Heathrow Airport in London, they only had about 8 people there. 6 were Kiwis. And they all would go, oh, what do we need? Oh, could you just fabricate that for the rear wing for the next meeting? Right.
Here we go.
Back to racing we go. We've still got 28 minutes remaining in this 45-minute race, but the Nissan that went round on Richard Mines has been cleared up, but the drivers can't go until the lights are green, and so they are. So Jaguar Olivier Galland will lead away. Second place, Philippe Kaddouri, the pink and whites. Richard Lloyd racing. Porsche trying to get a toe down the straight. It is a long straight, but you've got to be bold. They would have lost tyre temperature during that run behind the safety car, but not making a move, but sort of issuing a little bit of a warning of possible intent there. Philippe Kaddouri right in behind Olivier Galland, still in third place, still the Argo of Marco Fumagalli leading C2.
So we might not have many cars. We've got good battles for the C2 lead, and we've got great battle at the front here. I did feel that Kaddouri was having a little sniff around the outside, but I think that was a bit of an extravagant move, really. It wasn't going to work, and he realised that.
We saw a few twitchy moments from Philippe Kaddouri in the pink and white number 88 Porsche in the first part of the race, and just going into turn 4, that it was getting a little bit loose on him, that Porsche. At the moment, the Jaguar seems to be able to attack, and look already how it is doing precisely that. Olivier Galland opening out a lead.
A little bit of smoke from the area of the right rear wheel. Let's have a look.
On the Jaguar?
Yes, on the Jaguar. And see that flame flicking out there? That's been going all through the race, and I'm not sure what it is.
Okay.
I don't like. I mean, there's exhaust flash, but that's something else.
Well, bear in mind
that worries me.
Yeah, that worries me as well, because bear in mind on the grid they took the engine cover off to look at something. There being a slight concern, it may be an entirely different matter. As you point out, the bit we're just looking at as the car started turning, that's the overrun. That's not the issue. It's lower down.
It's in the middle, and let's see now. Look, flame flicking all the time. This is a normally aspirated car. It's not
massive. I think there's been a problem for Philippe Cadore. He's not in shot.
No, where is he? He's
not in shot. Okay, he should have been there. So the car that was third is into second, and the season. Well,
he's had a spin.
He's had a spin. Okay, right. What's he got left? He's got time of plenty to come in. 26 minutes, but he's lost half a lap.
Excitement then. Yes, he lost. Well,
not that much.
He lost 16 seconds, didn't he? Because he's 17 seconds down now.
Good maths. Okay, this will give us a chance to see the performance of a C1 car in Group C, this type of car, versus the smaller, less powerful C2 cars. He's got another C1 car in front of him, which is Georges Caban's March. That will be his next one. Then he's got those three classical makes from C2. The Argo going out of shot, the Tiger, and then the Spice. They're his targets.
You mentioned Howden Ganley, of course, with Tim Checker, he was part of Tiger. Some people think it's Tiger, but it's definitely Tiger, because Howden told me.
Well, there we go. Tiger, absolutely. Tiga was a company that made table tennis bats, if you must know.
I didn't know that.
Hang around with me, you'll learn nothing of any importance.
It's all good stuff. So, George Caban, with his March with the big Buick engines, up to 5th place, so he'll be pleased with that. Rexona spot ship.
Okay, what was Rexona?
It was something you put in your bath to make you smell nice.
Yeah, it was soap of some sort. So, great shots, but the car at the back of the pack, about to make an overtaking manoeuvre. Cadore.
And huge, great flames out of the back of the Buick engine. Listerine as well, we know what that was. They went on to sponsor the British Touring Car Championship.
Yeah. Mouthwash, for those yes, it's going through the bathroom shelf at the moment, I think. I always thought that Spice looks great.
I think that was a car that was run by PC Automotive originally.
I have it down as an ex-Spice Belm Pierre de Soisy Spice that won C2 in 1988.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah.
Right, cars coming into the pits, not because the race is over, because it's time they want to serve their pit stop. It's a pit stop race, 45-minute race. We had that slight hiatus with the safety car running around while Richard Bynes' Nissan R90CK was scooped up at turn 7. And right now, the driver's staying out of the track in the ex-Richard Clear March.
So basically the only car that was going to change drivers here was Richard Bynes going to Rob Huff. There's Cadore.
Well, we should have Jack Fabi handing over to Jan Magnussen as well. It's listed on the timing sheets that they shared it in qualifying.
Yes, okay, so
possible. Look out for that. I don't think the flying Dane would miss a chance.
No. Speaking to this morning, his son Kevin raced in Formula 1, of course, just moved a few doors down on the same road, so they go training every morning together now, which is nice, a nice bonding exercise. But he's got a new 2-litre Lola we're going to see in the sports prototype category later, and that's absolutely flying in that. It's a car that hasn't raced for probably 30 years. Ex-Guy Edwards, Barclays.
Barclays International. All right, here's our race leader coming in. So he did one further lap than his rivals, but he was sitting on what should have been probably a 3-second advantage, but then suddenly the car that was chasing him, Philippe Cadore, went for a spin. So all the time in the world. So that's a car Olivier Gallon does not need to rush its pit stop whatsoever, so he can afford to actually, have a sip of coffee, frankly. Jack Fabi pushing on now up into second place in the Tiger, coming around that final corner. And then this shows you the rise on the start-finish straight. There we are, Jaguar XJR12. For a lot of people, one of their favourite cars ever.
Yeah.
Made for purpose. Looks great. Olivier Gallon, bottle of water on board for him, because it's actually a pretty warm spring day. 17 degrees, rising to 18, but it's dry. And that's a whole lot better than this meeting had 12 months ago when it was wet and windy. And certainly the racing a whole lot better accordingly this time around.
Right now, I think we've only got one car out on the actual circuit, which is Jack Fabi, of course. He gets to lead the race. Yeah, I don't say they've got the names of the original drivers on the top of the roof there.
Yeah, I love that when they leave the original. Sometimes they add their own name in slightly smaller letters beneath.
Yeah.
Right, the Argo comes out, the RLR Porsche, remember in the background, car number 88, that was the one that was delayed.
Yeah, but
got ahead of the Spice in the pit stop sequence.
But Jaguar is still there. But
the Jaguar obviously came in a lap
He came in a lap later, didn't he? And a pit stop is more than a lap, isn't it?
Yeah, fastest lap in the race thus far, 1 minute 42.4 by Philip Kaddouri. That's in the number 88 Porsche. That was the one that went for a spin. Fastest lap by our Jaguar, Olivier Galland. Oh, again, we're talking 500 for the second. Yeah. They were both set very, very early on. I think it was actually lap 2.
Yeah, Kaddouri's got some work to do, hasn't he? Be interested to see if he can get back to second place. I suspect he might.
What's left on the clock? 21 minutes. Definitely think he could.
He's got the fastest lap, just a tad quicker than Galland.
But right now that matters really for nothing, because what he wants to do is at least get his way back up to second place. Right, he's around the back part of the circuit, but Olivier Galland has decided, right, I can get to the end of the pit lane and still be just above the minimum pit stop time, and he should come out onto a clear start finish straight, because only now is Philip Kaddouri turning at the end of the infield straight through turn 10 into 11. He's climbing up the bank in the background of the car that stayed out longest. Jack Fabi comes in, we think, to hand over to Jan Magnussen. So the Tiger in, but most importantly the Jaguar out of the pits, came in from the lead, back out into the lead. And up into effective third place overall now is that pink and white Porsche. And he's got the Argo running a little bit wide out of the final corner, has all the grunt, he'll go past on the start finish straight. So Philip Kaddouri back into second place overall.
So one person was on the entry list and was very successful in this category last year, was the Porsche 962, which I think was one of the original factory cars. Ivan Vercoutre, who had Ralph Callender's driving with him, and he basically the man to beat in this novice. I'm not sure why that didn't make it. I'm sure it will come out later in the year.
Yeah, just remember, for a lot of these people, these are not full-time racing drivers, the vast majority. They do have businesses to run, families to heed, and maybe, you know, their liberty isn't there for every weekend of the year to go racing.
Well, Ivan runs the Luxembourg State Fund.
Ivan Vercoutre?
Yeah, that's what he does. Sovereign Fund.
Sovereign Fund, yeah. Again, another twitch. We saw this early in the race from Kaddouri in the pink and white 962C. Out of turn 5, he's desperate to get on the power to go down the hill, but the car, you know, the tyre's just not quite offering him the grip he wants. He has to back off the power a little bit, then go on it.
You saw him race in his early days in the Ferrari Challenge, I think, didn't you, Bruce?
I mainly saw him in historics, actually. He came in and was always very quick, but you know, there were moments. But he's getting faster and faster, and it's about consistency, and also he hops from one machine to another. So we heard from Rob Huff talking about the difference in braking points and so on and so forth between different cars. So he's doing a lot of that as well. He's racing a Ferrari here later.
And then Bruce, he hops into a helicopter because he's a certified helicopter pilot. As you do.
You just wonder how people have all the time to gain these skills, don't you? Still looks great.
I love the faired-in rear.
I agree.
It really worked. That obviously took a little bit extra time at pit stops, and some of the later ones they didn't go that route, did they?
No, but you wind it back to the late 50s, and quite a lot of cars had faired-in wheels, didn't they? I mean, remember, it nearly cost Aston Martin their first victory at Le Mans, didn't it? 1959, when everything that could have gone wrong in previous years did go wrong. This year, that time around, it went right, but then they had the problem with the wheel covers. But anyhow, thank goodness they're there, for Carroll Shelby, Roy Salvatore, and particularly for Aston Martin's David Brown, the man who owned the company. Finally could he put on a smart suit to welcome the winners home.
A man who went from building tractors to building fine sports cars just as Lamborghini did.
Yeah, exactly so. But I remember Carroll Shelby told me once, he said he noticed that when it looked as though victory was coming their way, he noticed that David Brown had gone to change into a very smart summer suit so he could be there in shot. And then when they arrived back by the pits, he got David Brown dropped into the car, and he chortled away because he knew he was sitting in a patch of oil in the car in his smart suit.
I've never heard that
That's
story.
very Carroll Shelby, isn't it?
Yeah.
The great Texan.
Yeah, he was a chicken farmer originally, wasn't he? Or something funny like that. Yeah. So here we are, Galland, going well in the Jaguar, sounding absolutely glorious on those V12 engines, and the worry we had about that flicker of flame from the back seemed to have disappeared. Like when it came into the pits, I couldn't see it, and when it went out, I couldn't see it. So I just wonder what that was about.
Yeah, I don't know. Right, the Spice still going very nicely indeed.
You're right.
Fourth place overall. Charwan.
Sorry to
go on.
Talk over you. Right, Magnussen is in the car.
Okay, so right.
I thought Fabian was going to drive on his own, but not so. So interesting to see what Jan can do.
Okay, this is the big Buick engine March, absolute hammer. The 85G was much more successful stateside than it was in Europe. But again, most of these manufacturers, particularly March, started in single-seaters. And boy, did they start with a bang in Formula One in 1970, when they pretty shortly they almost occupying the front few rows of the grid. But their business was to sell cars. And when they decided they'd add sports cars as well as single-seaters, it did give them a bit more sort of bang for the buck as they earned their money.
So Jan Magnussen, I will see the car in a minute, from Roskilde in Denmark, and remember he came over and dominated Formula 3. I've forgotten how many races it was.
16, something like, or 13 out of 16, or 16 out of 22.
Like that, dominated it.
With Paul Stewart racing, Jackie Stewart mentoring him, and
took him into Formula 1. He admits now it was too early. He wasn't mature enough, not for the driving, because obviously we've got teenagers winning Formula 1 races at the moment, but mentally he wasn't strong enough to cope with all the pressures of it.
Right.
That's what happened to Kadori.
So he went around exactly the same corner, but a bit further down the slope than Richard Mines did in his Nissan.
Managed to sort it out though.
But hold on, he was all on his own at that point.
Yeah.
Did he have a second spin? Because remember, he should have come round at the end of the lap that had been released from behind the safety car within a second or two of Olivier Gallon's Jaguar. Then I just noticed there was a massive gap, quickly looked at the circuit map to try and see his little dots moving around the outside, and it wasn't there. But that one looks like he did it all on his own, unless the Jaguar had just left the shop when he rotated between turns 6 and 7, but or 7 and 8, effectively. It's 7 when you turn left.
I think he may have had a problem on this lap because his sector time
okay, well that would equate, because he'd worked his way back onto his own into second place.
So do we think that's a second spin?
I think so.
Yeah, I think it is, because he dropped 10 seconds on this lap. So that's not the spin. That's a post-pit stop spin.
Yeah, because I was convinced if we'd seen the pre-pit stop one, or the pre-pit stop, but after the safety car, we would have had the Jaguar just going out of shot when it went around. So.
Yeah, so just going back to Jan Magnussen, but then of course he forged this fantastic career in America with the Chevy Corvette team. So there are those flames again.
Yeah.
And that's the flash from the exhaust. So
the lap pace isn't dropping off.
No, it's not. I must ask Aaron Scott what that's about.
Yeah, because if the team was concerned, they'll be watching the screens in the monitors in the garage, seeing these moving pictures. If they thought, oh, hold on, he may not know his car's on fire, I don't think they're concerned, because I'm fairly sure it's... you think the testing they do in these cars, but it's unusual to see a car going around with a flame when it's not.
Yeah, you kind of think it might be some oil leak from the gearbox or something, and the mist of the oil is igniting. That's a mystery to me.
Right, lap pace, it's just neat and tidy, sitting on a nearly 30-second margin over Philippe Kadori, but 2 spins for Philippe Kadori. We're fairly convinced now, but Olivier Gallon, nothing to be concerned about. The thing about Kadori, though, he was close at the early stage of the race. Then on the restart up behind the safety car, he was still close, but each time on the... we saw him having a couple of twitchy moments out of turn 5, wanted to get the power down as the track drops away down the hillside, but... certainly the Jaguars looked super well balanced. Right, 28 seconds is the interval. What's left on the clock? 12 minutes and 40 seconds precisely. He's not recording.
With this Richard Lloyd racing car, Richard Lloyd was a great team manager as well. He was involved in the Audi programs as well, and a lot of Porsche. I had the Canon sponsorship, of course, for a number of years. But not only is the chassis different, also the bodywork lines. They did a revised body line for it.
Well, I was saying, take a look. The headlights are in a different casing, more rounded than the normal ones. The rear end of the bodywork's a bit different too. But again, everybody else is, the vast majority of the grid are racing Porsche 962. You're a competitor. What do you do? Do something different.
Yeah, and of course, one of our friends, well-known man about motor racing and cars generally, Peter Stevens, designed the bodywork and interiors of lots of different cars, very much in demand even to this day. He was very much involved with that team. that's a friend of Richard's and Zana. Saw Pete the other day actually.
And also, one thing I only discovered in recent years was that his uncle was a certain Dennis Jenkins.
Absolutely,
who used to travel around
Europe,
know that. Yeah. Won the 1955 Mille Miglia, one of the most famous motorsporting events in Europe, just because they averaged 100 miles an hour over 1,000 miles on twisty mountain roads in the centre of...
I just wrote an article for Motorsport magazine, ghosted actually, for Michael T, the former son of the proprietor. And the story was that the famous Jenks wrote a report. He won the race, and then he wrote perhaps the best race report ever of that race. And according to something Motorsport had, he posted it back, and this proved to be untrue. And in fact, Michael T had brought it back from Monaco. He didn't write the report till he got to Monaco because he hadn't debriefed with Sterling, because Sterling had rushed off to Stuttgart to thank all the Mercedes people, so he had debriefed. So they debriefed in Monaco, and in a hotel room they set up two chairs next to each other, and they went through how much time they lost here and there. And at one stage, Jakes had to get out of the car and run round it and look at where, in theory, the rear tyre would have been, because the Ferrari Baglioni that passed him, his tyre exploded, so they were checking theirs. And Michael T had to, who's in his 90s now, a wonderful man, he had to time this, and all this was written down in a book by Sterling. You know, it's just typical, isn't it? But anyway, I've written a story in Motorsport magazine. I think it's a current edition, although I think there's another one just right.
Well, you've been briefed, but that was what it was all about, briefing in those days.
Yeah.
Right, let's just focus on what we still have in front of us. We still have Olivier Gallon leading in his Jaguar. Philippe Gadori's worked his way back from rotating to get up into second place, leading C2, as he has been since early in the race after that overtaking manoeuvre down into the first corner. The blue, red and white Speedy Argo with Marco Fumagalli at the wheel, but giving chase Alejandro Chawan in the Spice, but he's about 10 seconds further back. Now, trying to catch the rest of them is Jan Magnussen, but he's 30 seconds
Jan
further
Magnussen,
back
that would have kept in the pits longer, because Jan Magnussen's still a gold.
Got it.
And so there's a penalty for the more, because this is a series for enthusiasts, and the gentleman we mentioned. So if professional drivers come in, they tend to get penalised by longer pit stops. What's it said at gold over 50?
Doesn't it? Just says from 40, so 20 seconds longer.
Yes, so he will have been. That's where that time has gone.
But the clock counts down under 10 minutes, under 9 minutes to go. Nobody's going to catch Olivier Gallon. Philippe Gadori is some distance back after those moments, 26 seconds back. Tidy looking Spice. Again, absolutely love these original liveries on the cars, as they were when they were brand spanking new, the late 80s at Le Mans. C2 is an exciting category. It took a while to get going, but the manufacturers, as we said, like Argo, like Tiger, like Spice, worked out this was their bread and butter.
Yeah, Spice was a man called Gordon Spice, who was a huge character, but raced in Formula 5000, was pretty close to the speed of Formula 1, raced a lot in sports cars, also big name in touring cars at the time in Caprice, and ran a chain of what I think in those days we call speed shops. So you could go, it's where you could go and buy the stickers to put on your car, or all sorts of paraphernalia.
Gordon Spice Automotive, wasn't it? And he was such a character. He'd get out of the car and where's my rum, wasn't it? You know, and he'd sit down and start telling stories.
He did like his rum.
But then, you know what I love? You look at the scale of that car. It's small, it's nimble, and it's aerodynamic. You think
it's got a Formula 1 engine.
Yeah.
So there's a nice shot. Great camera work here. Stop go, boys.
Yeah, boys and girls doing a fantastic job. Great to have, cameras. And again, a shot like that, looking down over turns 1 and 2, you can see how hard the drivers have to get to the right-hand side. Bear in mind, if you outbrake yourself, because you come down that super long straight, all you've got is the straight ahead. Yeah. But again, you can see the best drivers just finding a balance. They've just come off the brakes as they're turning in. And then the track rises up through turn 3 in the background of the shot, up to turn 4. This is a fairly simple part of the track, but turn 4 is a 180-degree turn to the right, and then very soon after that you have to get over to the right-hand side of the track from the driver's point of view. One of the trickiest corners, turn 5, here it is, down the slope. Philippe Gadori much more circumspect there. Turn 6 is this little kink. We've seen a few cars getting loose in between. And then the track compresses into turn 7. Here we are now. This is a corner where 2 cars, including this pink and white RLR Porsche, have had rotations. Richard Mines was the first to do that, and that took him out of the race. Up the hill to turn 9, top of the hill, one of the best corners on the circuit. If you get a good run over that blind brow, you can carry more speed onto that infield straight than if you're a little bit circumspect. And then the heavy braking into turn 10.
Bruce, I have to say that the guys from Argentina, I think both, they may be a pair of brothers, I'm not certain of that, but they're going really well, aren't they? I'm not aware of them before. I don't think we've seen them this year.
No, I think they did right towards the end of last year. It might be at Paul Ricard. I certainly know their names, but I'm impressed. Because again, if you don't know a driver, you don't know necessarily what they've raced before. But to adapt to a sort of car like this is very different from a lot of other racing machinery, and they've been super, super tidy.
Yeah.
I like the fact that the car in the 2-litre Cup, Porsche 1965 Porsche 911s, it's all in silver, but they've just got the little blue, white and blue band across the top front of the nose, the Argentinian flag. I'm a big fan of cars carrying the national flag if they can, and lovely little touch there. So 5.5 minutes remain, and the lead just under 30 seconds now from Olivier Gallon. Philippe Kaddouri, after his travails early in the race, works his way very quickly back towards the front of the field, got up into second place, but it's going to be a mountain too hard to climb. Even without the spin or spins, he was going to struggle to keep up with Olivier Gallon. Gave it a really good shot, but maybe tomorrow, with the knowledge of what he's gained today, the race tomorrow is about 2 or 3 hours, about 2.5 hours earlier, so track conditions will be a bit cooler. And it's amazing the difference a sort of drop of 4 or 5 degrees of track temperature can make to your car's handling.
Now, just looking at the splits coming up on our screen, and Kaddouri is taking time out of the Jaguar, but obviously Jaguar doesn't need to hurry anymore. He can probably up the pace, but the fastest lap has gone to Kaddouri, but then a bit untidy, unfortunately, with a couple of spins that we've mentioned. Gallant now with a 30-second lead over Kaddouri, and then Fulangali in the 1-2-4 with that Argo.
Got about 11 seconds margin, 10-second margin over Alejandro Chawan. We've been talking about the Spice driver, but this, the speedy 1-2-4, the Argo with the Elf sponsorship on its tail end of the car. Obviously, a lot of people would pick up French sponsorship just for Le Mans. But that one, obviously, speedy for long. In fact, I'm not sure I was aware of them before they appeared on the Argo, but they were around for years after that as well.
Yes.
And why not? Because the huge crowds that attend them more. If you're sponsoring, you want your name on it.
And even but at the Le Mans Classic, again, massive crowds. That's a wonderful event, but hundreds of different car clubs. You see some great cars just at the car park, which you do a good one as well, then.
Yeah, I know. I think even here, just looking at people on the infield this morning, getting up close to all the cars in the paddock, because they're just in sort of tented areas and then great shopping arcade. But it's just, I love seeing the generations of families coming, 2-3 generations together, all getting something different out of it, and just an education. But it's colours, it's shapes. And then when the engine's far up, there's always a moment, don't you find, you're walking through the paddock and then suddenly one group of cars gets ready to come out. It makes people sort of jump out of the way.
It does.
Feel excited. It runs up through the skirt.
Actually, when we came in this morning, just as we came in, we did a bit of a jump, didn't we? Because there was a group of cars just coming into the assembly area. It's basically just down below the commentary position here.
Yeah, anyone jumps when you've got a Lola T70 firing into life, and that was one at the front of the queue. So
there's about 7 of them.
Right, so it's Jan Magnussen there, just ahead of the race leader, so there'll be a lap between them. Jan running off that longer pit stop. Remember, if we take 20 seconds off his time, he'd be the car he took over from Jack Fabi. That would be right in the C2 battle, but that longer pit stops hurt them. Jan, he knows how to use his mirrors. He can see the Jaguar approaching, knows it has more performance, but he doesn't want to lose too much time. Breaking into turn 4, snaking around. He's got to see what he can do to close the gap to the next car up the track, which is the Alejandro Chawan Spice. But unfortunately for him, there's about 25 seconds between them, so that's just professional pride, really. And also the other element, if you're racing a car, it's actually probably a bit safer to go at 100% than it is to back it off to 85 or something. Just in terms of concentration, same in almost any sport, frankly. Right, so we have this lap and one further lap by my mathematics, because halfway around this lap, running down towards 10, is Olivier Gallon. There's still 1 minute and 45 seconds on the clock. So he'll be able to come over the start-finish line, go for one further lap, and then the checkered flag should greet him. And I think it's almost beyond doubt that it will be him, because he's sitting on a margin of best part of 30 seconds, half a minute. Now, what's going on? Spice on outside of track, March on inside the track, and he gets past. Tidy overtaking manoeuvre there. So Georges Caban just ceding a little bit of track position in the March there.
Alessandra's raced quite a bit in the States. I've just been checking his CV, Bruce, and he's actually raced some historic Formula 1 cars.
Oh, okay.
Yes. He raced in the Porsche GT3 Cup in America, which is a pretty competitive series.
Maybe that's where I've come across his name as well. You know, when you think of the number of drivers you get across the course of a historic racing season, then you add in doing something like the Le Mans 24 Hours with 64 cars, 3 drivers apiece, etc., etc.
Has raced on Blancpain Endurance Series at Silverstone years ago in a Writer engineering one.
Lamborghini. Okay,
yeah, so that's probably it. But anyway,
it could be,
he has got quite a long history in racing and showing his skill here, leading the.
I don't second in C2.
Yeah,
still he's at the Spice.
I wonder why on our screen the 111 is highlighted.
Because it's. I can't tell you. No. Anyhow, we don't need to highlight anything to do with the race leading car, because Olivier Gallon in that Jaguar XJR12 he knows that the clock has reached 45 minutes, so he'll be the first car on the lead lap to come round and see the checkered flag, and he should be half a minute clear of Philippe Cadori. And there'll be a case of ifs and buts and maybes. Could Philippe have kept up with the Jaguar? The Jaguar has looked so well balanced throughout this race, so clearly set up beautifully the circuit, making its tyres work very nicely indeed, but with just one further corner to come down the slope out of turn 13 to turn 14 goes Olivier Gallon through with the silk cut livery on his Jaguar. He was entered in the Nissan, decided he wanted a bit of variety, entered the XJR12 instead, and about to put another lap, but won't get a chance to do that on the March, and the checkered flag will greet him. In the background of the shot is Jan Magnussen, but he's in C2 and he's a lap down and will be heading for 5th place overall, but no doubting that it's the Jaguar for Olivier Gallon winning. Second place is about to go to the Porsche, the 962C, the Richard Lloyd racing car. Philippe Cadori, 1 corner to go. He will sweep through, and he'll be a little bit sad that he had his moments, but I think he knows he's going to have to raise his game just a little bit more to take on the Jaguar tomorrow when they kick off proceedings at just after 9 in the morning. Yeah, great to see these cars again. Hopefully a couple of them being refit. Well, I'm sure Richard Mine's car will be sorted out, because I think the damage just to the rear wing stay, wasn't it? Yeah, and hopefully the ADA from the C2 class can come and play, and most certainly the Peugeot 905 Evo, but I'm not crossing my fingers on that one, because I don't know. We need to go down to the paddock this evening when we're released from our commentary booth and see what the story is. You know, in our heart of hearts, we'd like to be running around the paddock now talking to people, but we're in the commentary box. We've got a full day of racing that's going to take us all the way through until I think it's just after 6:30. What am I talking about? Nonsense. It's 7:30 this evening. We end with a 2-hour race for the 60s endurance race for the 60s cars. So that's GTs and sports cars from the 60s. 2 hours, that's the big one for them. But right now, the checkered flag being waved to the car coming across in 3rd place, the C2 class winner. That's Marco Fumagalli, driven a beautiful race in that Argo. 4th place, here is Alejandro Chawan. We've been talking about him. And he's 2nd in C2, 4th overall in his Spice. So the car that's 5th has already been lapped, and that's Jan Magnussen. So all the finishes on the lead lap are through, completed, and they go racing again tomorrow. So Group C had the first of its 2 45-minute races, and certainly conducted very neatly and tidily, but it all belongs to Olivier Gallon. Started from pole position. We were slightly concerned that there was inspection of his car on the grid. Was there a problem? It turns out there was not. And then with a moment or two for Philippe Cadori in the chasing Porsche number 88 going across your screen, that ended up in 2nd place. It could have been closer, but you've got to keep it pointing in the dead ahead, which he managed to do. We'll have the highlights of this in just a moment. We may get an interview, hopefully we will, and then we're going to move on to a very exciting race indeed
endurance racing legends. Actually, it's one of the shorter races, just going to be 40 seconds. So there is Galan, and being congratulated by the Scott Sport team.
And you finished ahead of Kadori by 7/10. Oh.
Did you hear that? Yeah. Just been told, because I suddenly got Philip Kadori listed at the top of our time charts. There, if you look, and it says he won by 4.4 seconds.
Well, it's showing now.
And you're not allowed to work on the car.
And we beat him by 7/10?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. From the horse's mouth in the nicest way possible.
What happened there? He's not leaving me alone. Yeah. Il me dit push. Je dis mais ils sont loin derrière, c'est bon. Non, pousse. Prenez pas. Ils ont mis 30 secondes de pénalité pour mécanique avant le départ.
J'ai pas compris ce que
Penalty for working on the car on the grid.
What's that? What is it?
Well, they're working on the car, so it must be when they took the engine cover off.
Yes, it must have been that. Wow.
Vous voulez
Voilà l'arrivée de cette épreuve ici avec le vainqueur Olivier Galland. Finish of the race with the winner of this race, Olivier. Olivier, there was a question. Il y avait une question de pénalité apparemment. Qu'est-ce que vous en savez?
J'en savais rien du tout. Je m'en doutais un peu parce que il me demandait d'accélérer parce qu'à un moment quand j'ai vu qu'il y avait personne derrière, j'ai un peu levé le pied et il m'a dit non, il faut que tu roules en 44. À un moment j'ai essayé de rouler en 44 et même dans le dernier tour il m'a dit Olivier il faut que tu accélères encore plus sur ce dernier tour. Je me disais putain qu'il me laisse tranquille un peu, je suis fatigué, j'en peux plus. Et apparemment on gagne de 7 dixièmes je crois ou 3 dixièmes, enfin donc ouais super.
Super, alors cette Jaguar, cette fameuse Jaguar XJR12, très belle auto.
Fantastique et j'adore cette voiture, c'est la première voiture avec laquelle j'ai roulé en groupe C. Et l'histoire de cette voiture est fantastique, moi je la trouve très très belle, le bruit est incroyable, donc bon, ça fait toujours plaisir de la rouler, et surtout quand il fait beau comme ça.
Winner of this race with a very, very small gap after 2 penalties, Mr. Olivier Galland.
2 penalties.
Thank you very much indeed from Vincent Franssen straight in. So, yeah, it's never over until it's over, isn't there? With not 1 but 2 penalties. They weren't relayed to us, but anyhow, it was explained beautifully by the crew down there. And but to be told push when you've not had anyone in your rear view mirrors must be very, very confusing. But let us look back to the first of the 2 Group C races here at Barcelona this weekend. And it started with a Jaguar on pole.
On the finish line of this Group C race with a former Formula 1 driver, Mr. Jan Magnussen. Jan, you are considered as a gold driver here. As a gold driver, we know that he's fast, but it's not necessarily an advantage.
No, well, A little bit, but the penalties that we get to try and even the field out makes it super difficult. Well, it's still fantastic to be here and drive these fantastic cars, but we need to find a lot to overcome the penalty that we get, because I get 20 seconds for being gold, but old, and my teammate gets 25 seconds because he's silver and in his 30s. So that's 45 seconds we need to find over Marco, who we are best case only half a second faster. So we need to find a lot more to beat him. But still great to be here, fun to be part of it. I wish that they can grow the Group C field a bit to get some more cars. Fantastic era from motorsport, and I love to see these cars.
Congratulations Yann. C'était pas nécessairement facile pour Yann Magnussen ici à la fin de cette épreuve. Il est pilote Gold, son équipier est Silver. Ça veut dire qu'ils doivent s'arrêter 20 et 25 secondes de plus que les autres au moment du pit stop. Et lorsqu'ils repartent, il faut faire full attaque bien évidemment. Et il nous disait, il nous a manqué un petit quelque chose pour aller gagner la catégorie C2. Mais ces voitures sont définitivement fantastiques.
Very good explanation from Jan Magnussen, I thought, but also some very nice words too. So. Terrific bloke.
He is. He's a racer's racer, which is I think how we like our people in the cars who would just be as happy as we would be walking around a paddock, looking at cars, admiring cars, and who didn't only focus on their own racing career. I think he's had that ability to stand back and look for the stuff. And a lot of those cars, of course, he was rising up as a single-seater drivers, but focusing on his F3, trying to get to Formula One when Group C was going out to play.
That car and the two Lolas he's racing, all owned by a chap who's here this weekend, who's a South African American, well, American-based South African, and he just likes to keep in the background.
Yeah, well, I think it's just fantastic. I mean, we gain from the diversity of the cars we get to see through people digging them out, and a lot of these cars get put away because they're deemed, there's no longer a championship for them or whatever, and but then the pendulum swings, and suddenly with series like the Le Mans Classic series, it gives them a place to go and race and be reunited with cars they competed against back in period. So next car's out on the track is going to be the Endurance Racing Legends 1. We've got two different grids for Endurance Racing Legends, and these ones, they're GT and prototypes from the 1900s and the first decade, effectively the 2000s of the 21st century. So we're talking cars like Lola B2K40s, Panos Roadster, Dome S101, of course that ran for Racing for Holland for a long time, Car 99, looking at that on screen, something completely different, and 996 in the race as well, going down the hill, which the Porsche 996, Marcus Palsler, was due to be sharing that with Chris Harris, but I think only Marcus is here for this weekend. So, but we've got Cannibals, that's not a good
Cannibal,
thing.
yes. These are the most modern cars that are racing this weekend here. And on pole position is David Hart from Holland in a Pescarolo from a 2020-year-old racing car with a Judd V10 engine in the back. It also sounds absolutely marvellous. And these cars, Pescarolo, Henri Pescarolo, the great Formula One winner, then built his own cars. At one stage, he was the only person to really challenge Audi, and he gave Audi a pretty good run for their money on occasion.
Well, he did, and I mean, the worst thing about motor racing results is you sometimes forget that someone had a problem in the 22nd hour. You sort of discount them, but they played their role in that whole thing at Le Mans. When you're chasing, you go into the night, you go through the night, you come out the other side, and you're still in the reckoning, and then something goes awry. So disappointing. But I do absolutely love those Pescarolos. You can see on the pit wall side is the Hart family car. David and Olivier will show that white with the blue and absolutely sort of acid green livery. PlayStation writing on the side. That was a car that really got to push very, very hard indeed at Le Mans.
There's a reason for the green. When Matra, the aerospace company that moved into motor racing, and we talked about the Matra V12 Formula 1 cars a little earlier, but they started in Formula 3, and their car was so much more sophisticated than anything they were racing against. It had three drivers, Jean-Pierre Beltoise, Jean-Pierre Jousseau, and Henri Pescarolo, and they wanted to be able to see which car was which from the pits. And so Beltoise had blue markings, Jousseau had orange markings, Henri Pescarolo, they decided on the green, and he's kept that famous green up ever since.
Yeah, no,
you go to Le Mans and you still see people with a Pescarola green on them, you know.
And it does stand out. You know, often cars at Le Mans, if you have a livery that's got that contrast of something very bright against something white or something very dark, it stands out. But obviously you've still got the metallic blue, which would have been on the bodywork for those Matras back in Formula 3 and Formula 2 days. But yeah, that's on pole position. Alongside Mike Newton with the MG EX264. So much success in the LMP2 class for Mike, sharing a lot of the year, sharing with Tommy Erdos, also Warren Hughes as well. Car built for them by Lola, and it won Le Mans P2 class in 2006, 8th overall, and then Andy Wallace joined it that year. So Mike, absolute stalwart. And of course, you love people having diverse careers. How did Mike make his money?
He had business that makes surveillance cameras.
There we are.
Yeah.
And many other things.
But that was the main business, the surveillance cameras. They're in shopping centres and all sorts of stuff. He's a wonderful enthusiast. And here he is, racing the car that he raced very successfully 20 years ago. A great story.
It is. You know, keep it on, and it still looks super crisp. Yeah. Car prepared by Ray Mallock Limited, RML, as we know.
I think he was director. He owned a bit of RML at one stage, did Mike. And as a gentleman driver, he was one of the fastest. Now, his main driver, well, you mentioned Andy was with Tommy Erdos, Brazilian driver, was his main man. Mike could get pretty close to Tommy on occasion.
Yeah, I get to commentate from time to time with Tommy. He's still one of the nicest people you meet in motor racing. Works a lot with McLaren now, but given half a chance, he's at circuits around the world doing track days on his motorbikes with long-standing friend Tim Harvey, British touring car champion quite a handful of years ago. They really just love it all. Right, going down through the grid, third place, Peter Wolf. Not Peter and the Wolf. It's Lola, bright yellow, third on the grid. And alongside, we talk of, well, you don't normally get a couple of Pilbeams together, but we've got fourth and fifth positions. Pierre Bruno sharing with Mark Rostand. They've shared for decades in sports cars together.
Absolutely.
And then the identity of the duo in the next car is reversed. It's Mark Rostand and Pierre Bruno. So they're sharing two cars and swapping over at some point in the middle of the race. That will take a little bit of orchestration. 1 minute until we get the cars going out around the circuit.
It will take synchronisation, won't it?
It will indeed.
Lots of people have done it before.
Yeah, let's just hope their cars are at the same point in the pit lane. Of course, they will be. And the blue car with the orange and yellow topping on it was something I didn't really get sight of until last year. The Kyler. Something very different. Now, Mark Juli's driver, it's a Swiss driver. We saw him already out in his Porsche 356. This is a car that was based on a Chevron, the B71, entered in the Daytona 24 Hours for 4 years, 1995 to 1998, but you're not used to see it this side of the pond, and it's just lovely to have something different.
Never achieved diddly squat, but at least it was there. And there's another variant that we talked about, the Chevrolet Cannibal, which was the front engine car that raced in the IMSA series back in 1998. Surely I have never seen it before, and it's run by the same outfit, a French outfit called G Sport. It's driven by also a couple of drivers I'm not aware of, Edouard Dugump and Jean-Marc Bachelier. Pardon for my pronunciation. But be interested to see that car. I think it'll make a big rumbling sound. I mean, it's a bit like an early day Panos.
The format should be very similar, but I just noticed in my notes that I've assembled before coming here, I just said the round-nosed Cannibal was not a thing of beauty. Here it comes into shot in the background. It looks so-so from the front, a little bit bulbous, and then I sort of look at the thing, they sort of ran out of money as they went towards the tail of the car, but it's something different. It's got that great big Chevy V8, will make a massive rumble. And just refers to my previous comments, I love seeing things I haven't seen before. I love seeing things that didn't necessarily appear at the front of the field. Therefore, we've got the Kyler just coming into shot now behind the second of the two Pilbeams. There it is, blue with the orange and yellow top. And then, hold on, there's a Porsche. Is that got in the wrong race? A GT class car, but it's Marcus Paltner in a 996 bi-turbo GT2R from 2003. So he'll be going about his racing rather differently. And the Finn has been racing Porsches for decades.
I think he had a factory contract for a while, didn't he?
I think he possibly did.
Yeah.
But, I don't know when he last raced in Finland, but so, there isn't so much racing, and he's been raced a long time, based in Belgium, actually, if I recall rightly. But what we have here, though, is the diversity of a Pescarolo, which seems like the thoroughbred in this field, on pole by only 0.8 of a second. So that was a good run from Mike Newton in his MG with the Lola underpinnings that he knows so well, though.
In Le Mans, that was in a different class, the 675 class, 675 being the kilograms that they're allowed to weigh, which led to LMP2. But MG, it was MG's final big stint at motor racing, wasn't it? At Le Mans for a couple of years.
Yeah,
they put a lot of money into it.
Yeah, they did push. They pushed at various points and had some tip-top drivers race on, likes of Mark Blundell, etc., etc. Then they tried a bit of touring car racing as well, but obviously ownership, etc., changed hands. But right, here we go. Cars need to be 2x2 when they come round, and we've got on the inside the Pescarolo with the white with the blue and bright green alongside the red, white and blue MG. Mike Newton at the wheel. Original driver, original car. In behind on the second row, Peter Wolf in his yellow Lola and the first of the two pill beams. They're both red, but the one that's in fourth place has got sort of fewer markings. We'll separate them accordingly like that. They're both, one's an MP93 and one is an MP84. But it's Pierre Bruno in fourth place on the grid, and the second car with the driver he's sharing with starting from fifth, but looks like it's going to be a nice clean start. 5 red lights, 40 minutes of race, not 45, 40 minutes race, and a tidy start from pole position. Looks like it was a fairly poor start from Mike Newton. No, he's got enough done. It was slightly deceptive, that front on, and a fairly similar shaped car of the Lola of Peter Wolf coming down into third place overall. And it looks like Kyler may be able to pick off one of the pill beams if he gets on the inside. Yes, he does, into turn 2. And Marcus Palsel are picking cars off left, right and centre in the Porsche. In the background, the bi-turbo, neat and tidy. It's a 996 model, but look at the advantage that David Hart has. He's handing over to Olivier Hart, his son, later in the race. But is Pescarolo way clear?
Yeah. Oliver, something like Oliver, makes him a bit British.
Why would he want that? But anyhow, when he's at the continent, he's Olivier.
He's a little bit quicker than Dad. Dad's a fantastic racing driver. He's a sort of warehousing king of Ironton. He's got lots of warehousing. But they have a lot of racing cars. They got a fleet of 20 or 30 superb racing cars, and they wonderful stalwarts for this series. They bring a lot of them out. We'll see them in the Cobras later, in 2 different Cobras, all kinds of different machinery they've got.
No, they really do.
Now,
we all have our individual wish lists, you go around, but they've got an awful lot of the ones that are on my wish list.
Yeah, a very nice Ferrari 512. And actually, David wanted to buy with this particular Ferrari, and he couldn't buy it, so he had a replica made. Exactly. They had the touring documents. And then he managed to buy the real one. But the real one he won't race because it's just too valuable.
Yeah, these things
it's
happen.
extraordinary that somebody can replicate, the Ferrari 512, just as that company down in Buxted in Sussex called Crossweight and Garner completely replicated pre-war Auto Union cars and Mercedes-Benz Grand Prix cars as well. So just magnificent engineering out there.
It is, and they did that the days before you had 3D scanning and all the other stuff that you can do to build replicas and get everything measured. They did it by eye and by cautious measurement tool, but wow. One who's not putting in cautious is David Hart. He is streaking clear in the Pescarolo. Let's take a look. Here comes an overtaking attempt. And this will be Mark Rosdown, former Formula 3000 driver, down the inside. The Kyler's got more grunt, but that was intent. He saw it coming through the final corner, turn 14, hunted the Kyler down the straight, which isn't easy when you've got less horsepower underneath the tail of your car. But his car is lighter and much more agile into the corner. Got the move done.
Bruno and Rosdown have never stopped racing these pill beams in 20 years. But I don't believe they've ever done what they're doing today, is running 2 of them and switching over halfway through. They've always just shared the one car in the past, as far as I know.
Yeah, well, definitely quite possibly. Mark Rosdown, I seem to recall when he was trying his best to rise a single seater that he was a Peugeot test driver.
Oh, was he?
For the road cars, anything to get the money together. But on the grid, he was always the one at the back without any money at all. But once he got into sports cars, people realised just how good he was, and he's probably had Got almost as many candles on his birthday cake as I do, so that puts him over 40. Not saying any more than that. Right, the car that sort of stands out for being different is Marcus Palsalin, that 996 bi-turbo, and he's now putting the pressure on the Kyla. The Kyla being driven on tiptoes by Mark Julie. He wasn't the driver running it last year, I don't seem to recall, but he's certainly getting accustomed to it. Now, the two Pilbeams together, and they are in the order they were on the grid. They were 4th and 5th on the grid, Pierre Bruno ahead of Marc Rostan, and so they remain. But maybe now Marc Rostan's got ahead of the car number 60, we can see in the background of the shot, the Kyla. Got a bit delayed trying to get past it. Maybe now he's going to attack his own teammate in the nicest way possible, that is. So, streaking clear, David Hart, 2.4 seconds clear at the end of the previous lap. Mike Newton seems to have settled down, has just set the fastest lap of the race by 0.6 of a second in the MG EX264 that he knows so well. We've seen this in quite a few races. It's not necessarily the driver who pulls clear in the first couple of laps who is going to be the fastest overall.
What we haven't mentioned is a second MG in this as well, one that's about 3 years earlier, Nigel Stark. I think the car might be new to him. It's probably an ex Newton car anyway, that one.
Nell Stark, French racer, one of two cars for Bailey, Blundell, McGarrity. You know, I said you had big names. Ran in the top 10 for the first 2 hours at Le Mans, 2002. Alternator problems, fought back into the P2 lead until retiring at 7:30 in the morning. That cruel time. You made your mechanics work through the night as the late team entrant
Nell Stark,
as Hugh Chamberlain used to say, if you're going to retire, do it before nightfall.
Yes,
you haven't worked your crew through the night for nothing. Now, definitely, side by side, but also the lead battle is closing in because Peter Wolf is in third place, he's catching Mike Newton. In second place, he's catching race leader David Hart. So, the changing of the order. Marc Rostan has now moved ahead of the sister car of Pierre Bruno's. That's the swap, 99 now ahead of 20. That's the top 5. In 6th place, behind them is Mark Julie. Now let's have a look at the replay. Neat and tidy, the slightly different body shape of Marc Rostan's slightly earlier car. His car, the MP91, with a sort of more domed front end on it. That's from 2004. The sister car, the MP93, is 2005, and so they put them back into chronological order with the older car in front. There we are. So, two Pilbeams in shot. You don't get to say that many times. They're running 4th and 5th overall, but David Hart is being hunted down. 2.5 seconds clear or thereabouts, but the next few laps could be quite critical in this.
So Pilbeam is a man called Mike Pilbeam, a BRM designer originally, and then set up his own racing car manufacturing unit. Been very successful with cars for hill climbs, but also built these sports cars, a lot of other stuff, a lot of consultancy. And his son still works in Formula One as a leading engineer, if I remember correctly.
Right, we were just talking of Hugh Chamberlain. Of course, the yellow Lola that's chasing along is an ex-Chamberlain Synergy car shared by Bob Berridge, Gareth Evans and Peter Owen. That was 2005 and 2006 at Le Mans, and I just wrote in my notes, without success, because I do remember that car and one of the other cars from the crew not getting very far around a lap in one qualifying session, which didn't impress Bob Berridge one little bit.
No, it wouldn't have done. It's quite a character, is Bob Berridge. Peter Owen, at one stage, owned one of those sort of all business class airlines out of a couple of planes that flew from Gatwick to New York. Short-lived it was. I did a bit of work for him and they promised me a free ticket, but unfortunately it went bust before I got to fly on this.
Always make promises you can't keep, I don't think. Right, first three, not covered by a lot of seconds. We're talking about Peter Wolf's car that was raced by Gareth Owen. He had that airline. That's about 2.5 seconds in the background of the shot. That's the yellow one, the one in the middle, white, red and blue. It's the X-Ray Mallock Limited car, RML car. Mike Newton, original driver, still on board that MG EX264. And the Pescarolo C60, David Hart are leading the way. The gap is under 2 seconds between first and second. Great little race, and we're not even at the halfway point. So David Hart does know he's got a sort of special shot for the end of the race. He's got his son Olivier to get in, and he is a very, very quick driver indeed. We've got many more cars in the come later in the year. I talked about Olivier Gallon, who we've just seen win the Group C race He is down at some point in the year to drive the Panos Rose, so that's that giant front-engined open-top car that we saw in the late 1990s. A Dome, as used to be raced by a Dome Judd S101. It's Jan Lammer's car, that will be coming out later in the year. Well, a Ascari is due to come out, a DBA, a Den Blad Avis, remember the Danish newspaper, they built their own car, and others are going to come and play later on, which is great news. In fact, in the pits was the Dome. We've had 2 Domes racing last year, but one of the Domes was here, and also the Creation, which was really a Reynard, I think. That was also in the pit, so I'm not sure the story of that. I didn't see anybody with them, but they had brought the cars. Yeah, well, I think some of the cars came down, they did some testing, but the drivers aren't ready to race them this year for time and other reasons. I think you're right. Right, David Hart seems to be responding a little bit because he's found 0.2 of a second back, got them in his pot ahead of Mike Newton. 2.1 seconds between them now, then another second further back to Peter Wolf. Any slip and the whole thing could change around. And Pierre Bruno just falling away slightly in the battle of the Pilbeams. There they are, 4th and 5th, running between turns 3 and 4. I think he is Neil Stark. I think it's a typo. Do you? Yes. There is a chap called Neil Stark that races. And, but this person, I have the nationality down as Nell. Nationality is Nell. French. Maybe. Nell Stark. Yeah. I don't know. It could be Neil. It could be. We'll try and find out, Got all season. I expect Mike Newton now to be, because I'm sure he would have taken an interest. We've had another of those Lola MGs running very strongly in this series as well in the past. Oh, big lock-up. Well, we talk about the Stark car, and there was a Stark choice there. Turn the corner, or go straight on into the gravel. Like that. We like to play with words. Yeah. So, David Hart pulling away. Not that much, actually. He's doing well. Peter Wolf in that ex-Chamberlain Lola that Bruce was just mentioning. Having a nice run in 3rd place. So it's unusual to have a field with 2 cars with sort of that lime green livery. So the Pescarello on pole position. This is the MG of the Stark car. One of the 2 works cars back in period. Hot Wheels sponsorship at some point on the flanks of that one. And it was very, very competitive in period. But certainly his tyres won't be quite so competitive now, having locked up into turn number 4. Didn't go into the gravel, though. That's the good news on that front. The 2 Pilbeams still circulating together, looking great in their red. There was a period where lots of cars in this class, particularly French and Italian entered ones at Le Mans, all seemed to be pale yellow, and they were in the garages toward pit exit, and pale yellow always used to show up sort of very oily fingerprints, but the level of presentation of cars has just gone through the roof. Because certainly some of the runners you didn't even think they'd get in the race, because every time they came in they were leaking or whatever, but by the time it got to this age of cars, things were really starting to tidy up at Le Mans. And cars, at that stage it was still an endurance race, and now we sort of joke about it, but we're not really joking. It is almost a 24-hour sprint, because the strength of cars, the mechanical reliability is on another planet to how it was, 30, 40, 50 years ago. And certainly it is an extraordinary event. I mean, tactics are harder now because you've got smaller margins of difference between the teams, and it really is astonishing. Now the Cannibal gets lapped. I'm just going to have a little look at the best lap for the Cannibal. It's a 1:59.4, so it's 17 seconds slower than the fastest car. You'd expect it to be a lot slower, but again, it's a driver getting used to something completely different, and so Bekele just getting a feel for it, because it would be a car that could bite, because whatever the setup might be, it's got such a lot of grunt from its Chevrolet engine in the tail, in the nose. But Mike, at least keeping David Hart honest. Well, he was. But now he's dropped back. Now he's dropped back a bit, hasn't he? He got down to 1.9 seconds, went to 2.1, then it was 3.5, and now 4.5. So maybe David just feeling more comfortable, or maybe Mike has done something to his tyres, because he's got to respond, because he is being pushed very hard now. Peter Wolf in that bright yellow number 39 Lola. It's generally about a second or so down. But the last 2 laps have been, much, much more impressive from David Hart. And that means when he comes in, if he does hand over to his son Olivier, if he's down on the list that he will, then that will be certainly a very tidy margin to hand over. One car we haven't talked about too much, it didn't get to start though, is Christophe Van Riet, because I was looking forward to seeing his car, the Reynard Chrysler.
Yes.
T2KQ.
And that was here.
It was here. I had a long look at it yesterday. Ex-Belloc Dalmas Manassi works car. Retired on lap 1. It's last run at the Mall, which is a little disappointing.
Yeah. Well, they called it Mopar. Is a Chrysler brand, isn't it? They called it something Mopar, if I remember rightly. They had the Chrysler engines in the car. It was a pretty rare beast, actually, because that Chrysler program was pretty short-lived.
Well, the start car looking, nicely balanced, great-looking car. The way the bodywork slopes away at the tail, that really low, flat rear wing, you sort of think, well, that's pretty good for your Monza setup, isn't it? But and again, at Le Mans, of course, how much resistance do you want down the Mulsanne straight versus how much handling do you want? But again, looks very, very crisp with that sort of dark gunmetal and the bright green livery.
Both those Lola MGs have AER engines in them, turbocharged engines from the Essex company. And when they're changing regulations, you notice one of the car has a single roll hoop, but the new car has 2.
That was for the riding mechanic, was it?
The riding mechanic, yes. It's because these sports prototypes had to have a seat for a ride, not a riding mechanic, but that's
to be sports cars.
To be sports cars, couldn't just have one seat in the middle.
Not a single seater with bodywork, even though they sort of look like that now.
Well, the worst, they do now, and the worst series like that for a while. The Can-Am series was like that, the latter Can-Am series, and they actually took full on 5,000 cars and just put all enveloping bodies on them. But there you see the 2 hoops, and indeed the 2 hoops of the Lola, which is behind.
Yes, Peter Wolf is able to get close. He's just under a second in arrears in that battle for second place, but I'd like him to get it closer and have a look and see if he just maybe could make a move. But this is a race, 40 minutes, not 45, as per the first couple of races of the day, but pit stop will be coming soon, and we've got 24 minutes remaining, so we're getting towards the halfway point. And for the drivers who are going to go solo, they can just decide when they want to come in, but for the others, decide, if you've got a co-driver, do I want to come in early? You'd think David Hart will hand over early because he knows his son Olivier's fast, but he's sitting on a lead of 5 seconds. Maybe he'll think, no, I'm enjoying it so much, that'll be fine, I will go on as long as I feel like it.
But the 2 French friends, Rosson and Bruno, they've got to time that perfectly, and I'm sure they'll be watching their pit boards.
Yeah, they're running around with a gap of about 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Bruno's fallen back. So from Mark Rostand's point of view, that gives him a few extra seconds to get out of the car. But because this is a minimum pit stop time, they should still have time to get out, go to the other car, get in. The mechanics will strap them in, but that should be fine if they're parked next to each other.
I don't know what changes will be made from 2004 through to 5. There would have been some updates.
Yeah, I was having a quick look. I can't tell you, actually. Work on that one tonight when I get back to the hotel. But it is looking just comfortable for David Hart, but not so comfortable for Mike Newton. He probably feels a second and a half. Actually, the last lap, he's gained best part of a second. He nearly 2 seconds clear of Peter Wolf's 3rd place Lola, and the Lola-based MG still circulating, still looking. Look at it now. We could be looking at a car for 20 years ago racing. It's the same driver, same car, same livery. Looks great.
Not quite sure what engine the Wolf car is.
I think I've got him down as having. Hold on, bear with. He's gone up.
A Judd or a Nissan?
I've got him down as an AER.
Oh really? Oh, maybe it is then. Hear it on the not sure what Mike is picking up that engine sound, but I think it may well be an AER.
Yeah, well, I've certainly gleaned that note from somewhere, so let's hope it's accurate.
Oh, it's a 4-cylinder.
Yeah.
highly targeted. Sometimes the engines will badge as masters in America. So the Keeler still circulating. The last car that Chevron built before it was sort of resurrected, I believe.
You know, the history of motorsport and the history of the automotive industry. But marques, constructors have failed, been revived. They don't always approve of all of them coming back. But there's no bloodline. But
this was a tragedy. A true tragedy.
No,
because Derek Bennett of Chevron fame built originally Clubman's cars, but then almost built a Formula 1. He did build a Formula 1 car in every race. But a lot of successful Formula 5000 cars, all these hundreds of sports cars which were so successful, died in a hang gliding accident. Well, he's a bit of an adventurer, a quiet manager, but just an intuitive engineer, got things right. Chevron B16, we'll see some racing a bit later. One of the finest looking racing cars, just beautiful lines.
Yeah, I mean, sports car racing has always been about trying to have the competitive car at the right time, and the rules change because often there aren't enough cars in the field, so they reinvent it, and there's a case of can you be the one that's going to hit the ground running. Certainly, at the moment, the kid is going to be coming under ever more pressure as that MG starts to close and close, trying to see how the gap has come down the last few laps, and in terms of their natural place, car number 60, the Keeler is the best part of 2 seconds slower per lap, according to their fastest laps, but it's not, you know, let's have a look. He's driving that very tidily. I like it.
Kind of looks a bit like a Riley and Scott, doesn't it?
Does.
Often we have Riley and Scotts in this, and we don't today, but I'm sure. And he comes into the pits to make his stop.
Again, drivers having to drop down when they get to the white line that marks the entrance to the pit lane, drop down to the to a maximum speed and not transgress. But most of these cars will be fitted with something that they can make sure they don't exceed the speed in the pit lane. Right, Peter Wolf comes in from third place, his yellow Lola, but Mike Newton continues for, well, at least one further lap, and our race lead still the blue, white and bright green PlayStation livery Pescarolo, a C60, David Hart on board. I wondered if he'd pit as soon as the pit window was open, but sitting on a margin of 5 seconds over this car, the MG EX264, he had the scope to decide whether he comes in and hands over quickly to Livier or stays out.
See those two white humps?
Yep.
The suspension bit going up and down in there. So here we are. It's a nice shot nice shot looking into the pits.
Incredibly foreshortening. It looks like the pit lane is only about 6 garages long, but trust us, if you walk up and down it, you know it's not like 40 garages long.
This is the pit stop we want to see, though.
Entirely so. This is car number 99. This is Mark Rostan, Pierre Bruno, his teammates. They were running about 5 seconds apart on the track, and driving from one will get out and get into the other, and vice versa. And in comes Rostan right now.
John Spears and Nigel Greensill have done that in the past in the two listers and swapped over halfway through.
So Mike Newton continues under the very swanky dining facilities over the infield straight, overlooking turn 10, and turns left and left again to go up the slope, and then starts turning right, and then comes back down the slope in the street through the final couple of corners, and just doing so, and going into the pits this time around. Yes, our race leader David Hart is doing that, so 17 3/4 minutes of this 40-minute race remain on the clock, and Mike Newton likewise comes in before the pit window closes upon them. And the gap between them looks like it come down from 5.5 seconds by a second or so on that lap. I could be wrong, but again, when you're looking at the cars sweeping through various parts of the circuit, it's harder to tell. The 996 Porsche came in with Marcus Paltula. We'll be going back out with Marcus Paltula, but we think there may be a fairly well-known driving journalist and TV personality, Chris Harris, showing later this year.
Just panning down the pit lane as you see 25 car coming in, and I just looked into the cockpit of Mike Newton, but then we had the other cars going out.
Well, the start car MG came in behind the Keeler and is going out in front, so that was a good little move from there, provided they stayed within
the pit window. Well, the pit in
minimum pit stop time.
The vector times.
You You can hear that Ford engine in the Kilo really rumbling away.
Yeah,
there.
you can. So presumably the Pilbeams they've swapped over.
They're listed as both still being in the pits on our timing screens, and the graphic on the left of the screen, Mike Newton likewise got a P against his name. Waiting a little bit. They wouldn't have needed those cooling fans last year in the rain here, but it's a warmish early spring day, and certainly every bit of heat that they can get out from the moving parts of that car is desirable to do so.
Yeah, boys from Front Row Racing going into business down there, and that is one of the Pilbeams.
That's Pierre Bruno, who's swapped from the one to the other. He's came in the MP93. He's going to go out in the MP81, which is from a year earlier. Sorry, MP91. 2005, getting the 2004 car, but expects his teammates who've gone out ahead of him because, in the background, the shot already the other Pilbeam that came in second, but the driver who could. His pit stop was going to end earlier because he came in earlier, and that's Mark Rostan.
I mean, the two have driven for so many years together. They must be very good friends, but I wonder how much needle there is. They probably, because they've driven so much together, that if one's a bit quicker than the other, they'll know anyway. So I think they're pretty well matched. Mark Rostan, I suppose, got a stronger career in a way, hasn't he?
Yeah, no, he has. But like so many drivers of the day, what was the thing that separated from trying to push to move up from Formula 3000 to the top Formula? Money. Yeah. When said and done, he was running not with one of the top teams at the time and almost on a race-by-race basis, which never is the strongest point which to go. Right, here we have... It might go, isn't that Pescarolo coming out into the lead? How come the Peter Owen... Sorry, not the Peter Owen, the... Peter Wolf car has just gone past into the lead. Again, it's down to the length of the pit stops according to the calibre and the ranking of the drivers. We're in a 40-minute race, and that means if you're silver, you're an extra 15 seconds. But hold on, if you're between 30 and 39, you're an extra 20 seconds, or less than 30, Olivier Hart, 25 seconds extra at pit stop. So the comeback starts now. There is Olivier. Pescarolo, number 17, and he's got 14 minutes to give chase and see where he gets to. But Mike Newton listed at the lead of this race, and Olivier Hart is in third place, but that won't be the case for long. He's going off after Peter Wolf. He will catch him in short order, trust me.
I must say Peter Wolf's going very well. He's not a guy that has had any outstanding results in this category, I don't think, in the past, but he's doing a nice job with that ex-Chamberlain Synergy car.
The Cannibal moves out of the way very nicely, and Peter Wolf goes past. Wait a second, here comes the Pescarolo in behind, and Olivier just at a point on the circuit, he could have stuck his nose up the inside, but it's better just to be a little bit cautious. Check the car in front. The driver of it has spotted you. Sweeping down through the final corner. There they go. So first, second, and third in shot together. Here we are, the white, blue, red MG, Mike Newton, that's our race leader. Second place, down by about 2 seconds on the nose, is Peter Wolf, the bright yellow Lola, and catching the pair of them is Olivier Hart. There he is, car number 17, the Pescarolo, the car that started from pole position.
So with a glorious sounding Judd V10, it's a great sound that engine makes. And it also did time as a Formula 1 engine for a while in the 3.5 litre day. The Judd engine has been expanded, but they go over 4 litres now, I think.
Yeah, it's got its own individual sound, which is great. Quite a hard engine, though. You know, it's made for purpose, and it doesn't sound so it's got anything spare for anything else. But now look, the Pescarolo getting closer and closer. This is the point you wouldn't want to be making a move. That's turn 6, turning into turn 7. This is tight. This is circuit part of the point on the circuit where several cars in the first 2 races have gone for a rotation. But the main move would be a better run through this corner, turn 9, top of the hill. Are you close enough to get a toe? Not quite sure that's the case this time around, so just stay close. And someone locked up, the MG really locked up there, but got it back together into turn 10 and didn't rotate. But the Pescarolo came on through and has moved up to second place.
Now a couple of back markers to be lapped. They're coming behind the Keeler that started life as a Chevron.
Yeah. No second invitation required, but unfortunately for Peter Wolf, he's the wrong side of that car coming to the start-finish straight. As long as the Keeler stays on one side of the circuit, that's okay. Not too much jinking required. And at the front of the shot, the MG, the one that locked up into turn 10, again, he was looking at the cars behind him. This time he's braked super early, and that has allowed Mike Newton, our race leader, to get through. And unfortunately for the Pescarolo of Olivier Hart, he hasn't before turn 1, hasn't before turn 2, and has to make the move before the next corner. Turn 3, the long right-hander. Before they got to the turning point, he was through into second place overall. Right, are we looking at a driver heading for victory in terms of Olivier Hart? I think we probably are, but Mike Newton is going to hang on as long as he possibly can.
Certainly is. And Bruce, you're saying turn 2, this circuit has never had any, and it had a few names for the corners, but they're all just sponsor names. There haven't been any single. They could have given it the names of famous Spanish drivers, something like that happens in the past, all sorts of things. And, you know, in Japan, we've even got the Spoon corner. Yeah, but we had a corner here called New Holland. We were talking about tractors earlier. Yeah. That's a tractor sponsor. But yes, I'm a big fan of corner names, but as long as they stay for a while. Yeah. There was one time I turned up the spot. There we are, look.
Frank as the overtaking manoeuvre, it was coming neat and tidy through turn 9, and Mike Newton saw that. He saw him approaching, saw him get past the chasing yellow Lola of Peter Wolf, and knew it was coming. And you know, Mike is a very bright man, and he wasn't going to try and block, because he wasn't going to be able to hold him off for 10 minutes, because Olivier Hart has the pace, the Pescarolo C60 has the pace, and combined, you know, the writing is on the wall. Down through turn 14 they sweep onto the start-finish straight, but beautifully. Just going back to the story about corner names, I turned up at Spa in the late 80s, early 90s. They changed all the names. They'd sort of sold them for sponsorship reasons, and I think some of the famous corners are things like Black and Gold. I thought, I can't say that. I can't write that. Well, the traditional corners, you don't want to rename your Eau Rouges, your Radion, or La Source, Les Cornes, corners like that. But here, they never really had them, for, as you say, for a long time. Mike Newton there, I was really impressed. He could have tried to make it difficult, but what's the point?
What's the point? And you said that, you know, he's a bright man. I think he won quite a few business awards and so on.
Right, it's a bit like the first part of the race, in that we've got Mike Newton as the meat in the sandwich, the jam in the sandwich, if you will, between the leading Pescarolo and the chasing yellow Lola. And I think he's got it all under control. However, does he? 9 minutes remain. And Peter Wolf seems more and more settled in that yellow Lola in the background. So, but I think he might be able to close up on Mike. I don't really think he will, but then he's got to find a way past.
So 2 pill beams, the drivers swapped, and now the gap is about 9 seconds between them. So we didn't actually see that swap. It obviously worked fine. They came in at the same time.
Yeah, well, they came in, but Rostan went out ahead.
Yeah,
and he was 4 and a bit seconds clear before the pit stop. He's doubled that since then, and will pull clear. I mean, I always expected him to be quicker than his teammate Pierre Bruno, but again, it's quite difficult to orchestrate 2 cars coming together, drivers swapping and racing out. But again, with that minimum pit stop time, it does make it easy without having to rush. The last thing you want to do is rush and not get a belt attached properly, or any other number of crimes during a pit stop.
Crimes, yes.
So the Kyler, Mila, just pressing on, but doesn't have an more nimble MG that just went out of the shot at the bottom of the bottom frame. The Lola base car. Up the start-finish straight they go. Isn't it great to see light glinting off the flanks of these cars? A bit of a heat haze when you get a long shot. So 12 months ago the weather was less than clement here, but for the opening round of the renamed Le Mans Classic Series for 2026, it is a golden start, I would suggest, in terms of race and track conditions.
Yeah, the Lola company, one of the biggest race car manufacturers in the world for many, many years. We'll see lots of Lola T70s run by Eric Broadley, originally down in Kent, and they moved up to Huntington.
Via Slough.
Yes, via
Slough. They went up, because they, of course, were chosen over Cooper and Lotus to develop a GT car that then became the Ford GT project. As someone pointed out, they didn't think the management of from Dearborn in Detroit from Ford would really fancy the little Bromley premises. Yes. So up to Slough to the west of London they went for much more space.
And then that company later changed ownership and has changed ownership again now. And Bruce, you know quite a bit about that situation.
Yeah, indeed. In 1997, Eric Broadley decided for the first time in their career, even though they went to Formula 1 in 1962, that was as a customer car.
And they were working with Honda, of course, building their chassis,
Yeah, and yeah, exactly. But again, it was working for other people, and unfortunately, it was a disastrous bit of timing. The car wasn't on the pace. It turned up at the Australian Grand Prix, and that was that. Vincenzo Sospiri and who was the other? Ricardo Rosset. Nothing doing, no chance for them, and that was the end. The doors closed. Then Martin Birain of the Peer Group, a property group, took it over and decided sports car racing was where they needed to go, and that's when they built cars like this. The MG we're looking at which is a Lola underneath, and the Lola that's giving chase. Le Mans was the target. And that went on until 2012, and then the company went under again. But they revived by Till Bechtolsheimer, a guy who likes to race cars in historics and in moderns. He was competing in the Sebring 12 Hours last weekend. And Lola, as a company, a constructor, are competing in Formula E. They're trying to go the new route, and there are many other arrows that are in their quiver at the moment. It's great to have the name back. Bear in mind, this is a company that in 1975 sold its 1,000th racing car. It was phenomenal, the most successful racing car constructor in the world at that time. And again, these little companies started from tiny, tiny acorns. So the idea of someone, and Eric Broadley, the founder, wasn't really a fully trained designer, but he was a very, very bright man with great ideas. So the rate at which companies like Lola, like Lotus, spread their wings so quickly, and we're doing multiple types of racing within a few years of starting. You know, start of 1962, we mentioned their arrival in Formula 1 with Red Parnell's team. They only built the first car in 1958.
Yes, they went for that for Formula 1, And actually, the very first sports racing car, a bit like the Lotus 11, a big rival, beautiful looking car, the Lola, it's called the Lola Mark 1. And they had other sort of strange dalliances into Formula 1, didn't they? I remember with Graham Hill, when Graham Hill started his own team, started with Lolas, and they had a great Formula 5000 car. A lot of successes with Formula 5000 on both sides of the Atlantic. So they built a lot of race cars, so it's great that Till is resurrecting that company. Quite late in the day, they had a very good wind tunnel built, which is still there now, and I think that was hived off as a separate company.
Yeah, but when you get the breakdown of a company, you know, many things change. Right, this isn't a change of position. That is actually second place, Mike Newton going through and putting one of the Pilbeams, that would be Pierre Bruno's car, behind him.
I suppose we've got a couple of laps left now as this Legends 1 category with these LMP2 cars. Great to see them. Hart, father and son have not put a foot wrong. They've now moved 11 seconds ahead of Mike Newton, who's also had an excellent run, and Mike still drives that car so well. And then we've had the fun of the two Pilbeams, and then we've had a very nice drive in this Lola from Peter Wolf, who's just going to go past the Pilbeam, looking to go one side, couldn't get by, just has to drop back behind. Sure, he'll pick him now, he's picked him off. Actually, the Pilbeam moves wide, knows that 39 yellow Lola is a lot faster.
Yeah, but that delay getting passed down into turn 10, just wanting to be sure, has just cemented, I would suggest, Mike Newton into second place. Still seeing actually the name at the top of the charts is D Hart, not O Hart, so maybe it is, but I think the helmet, I'm fairly sure.
I think the helmet's changed.
Olivier's helmet.
Yeah,
because it's a dark helmet.
I'm sure that is Olivier's helmet.
Yeah, the sky blue on the top of David's helmet, but you know, I suddenly thought, am I sitting far back from the screen to see the difference between D and an O? But while the cars are coming to the very end of the race, we're going to go down to join Vincent, because he's going to give us a pit lane for an interview. Let's find out the very latest with Vincent. Here we go.
Back in the pits with this guy. It's a former very good driver, Nicky Pastorelli, but now he's the responsible of Pastorelli Classic Cars, a team with many cars. Nicky, you are a driver, you are now a tuner. How does it occur?
It's something completely different, but on the same time also actually the same thing. All of the cars that we are preparing, I'm also testing myself before handing them to the client, so it's still fun for me.
I think that the workshop in Italy, yes, is it true?
Yeah, that's true. We are based in Maranello in Italy, where we prepare all the cars and bring them all over Europe for racing.
And in Maranello there are some Ferraris, of course.
Yeah, there are lots of Ferraris, but we don't only run Ferraris, so we bring some variety in Maranello.
let's speak about this Peterotto meeting. How many cars in your Pastorelli Classic Cars crew here?
This weekend we have 5 cars that we are running. Group C cars, LMP1 cars, GT2 cars, and an old GT car from the 80s. It's a big challenge for us, but we are very lucky because we have a big team, a lot of good people. They all know what to do, so that makes my life very easy.
And your people, how many people to manage this?
This weekend we are around 20 people.
20 people. And that's the team of the Hart father and son, David and Olivier. And Olivier, for me, is one of the best drivers here, of course. It's very good to have him here.
We're very lucky to have him here. He's very fast, but we are also very happy and lucky with David, because David is running for many years, and he doesn't like to hear this, but he is getting a little bit older, to say it like that, and he's still very fast. And to drive an LMP1 car at the speed that he is doing, it's very impressive.
If Olivier and David Hart win the race, it's also because they have a very, very strong team, Pastorelli Classic Cars.
And what we should explain is that Nicky Pastorelli is actually Dutch.
Yes.
And that's why he's running Dutch, but he obviously is of Italian heritage, and as we heard, he's running out of modern, so he's gone back to his family roots, really.
Well, it might be the final lap of the race. No, it is the final lap of the race, but I'm saying that withstanding is that Olivier Hart is doing what he knows. He's just pressing on as hard as he could, and his exit line in the Pescarellos, they came out of turn 9 to get onto that infield straight. He wasn't hanging around at all, and the advantage has gone out to the best part of 20 seconds ahead of Mike Newton. Mike had his battle with Peter Wolf, but Peter's fallen away the last 2 laps. You saw him getting slightly blocked down to turn 10 2 laps ago, just for that interview with Nicky Pastorelli. But Pastorelli's car, he runs this car, well, it'll be a win in the bag. Getting close to putting another lap on the Porsche 996 bi-turbo, as you might expect, but the checkered flag is waved there. That's the end of the Endurance Racing Legends 1 race. We've got a much bigger grid of cars for the second of those, for a different batch of cars, but the checkered flag is still waving. Mike Newton, he's been waved past there by, I think that was Mark Rostan actually getting through, or was it Pierre Bruno? They jumped from one Pilbeam to the other, but second place, the MG 264, and third place is the bright yellow Lola in the background of the shot. Peter Wolf gave it a good shot, but wasn't able to get up to see what he could do about tackling Mike Newton. So the car's pretty much coming home in grid order, but the Pescarolo, it was always going to pull clear. David Hart started it, Olivier Hart, his son, finished it, but in the end winning by 22 seconds over Mike Newton. So sizable margin, but just remember, one was an LMP1 car, and Mike Newton led home the P2 class in second place overall. But a neat and tidy run from the 2 Harts there in that number 17 Pescarolo. Second place, the MG EX264 of Mike Newton. Third place, Peter Wolf in the bright yellow Lola, and didn't get another lap put on it, but Marcus Palsson, the only GT class car in the race, here he comes down that infield straight for the last time. White with green and red flashes on it. That's the 996 bi-turbo GT2R to give it its full nomenclature. Marcus Palsson, the last driver to finish this race, but not last overall, because the Cannibal finished behind him. But there he is, winning the GT class in 8th place overall. And just to settle the battle of the Pilbeams, one started by Pierre Bruno, the other started by Mark Rostan. They served their pit stops, jumped from one car to the other, and it was always likely to be Mark Rostan winning that battle, in the end by about 9 and a bit seconds.
But ultimately, they both finished 4th and 5th.
You're being pedantic, but you're absolutely spot on, Andrew.
Yes. So hopefully we'll see. Might get an interview with Hart, both father and son. Would be nice, wouldn't it? So
certainly would.
We move on.
So as Mike Newton comes back, he's the P2 winner. He finished second overall, eventually 22 seconds down on the race-leading P1 class, the superior class of car, if you will, more highly ranked, more highly rated, and that was the Pescarolo C60, a car that never won Le Mans, but it gave a really good show. But that's over 20 years ago now. But look at it now, still looks supermodel. D80G on the nose, that's the David Hart group. And there is Nicky Pastorelli. Helps his charge, Olivier Hart, to get out another win in the bag. And from Olivier, we saw some amazing racing last year, most notably in the range. Remember in the night at Spa-Francorchamps?
Yeah.
Astonishing.
You had a little dabble into modern racing to the Spa 24 Hours last year, did it, with a British team. And he's got, look, the hearts around his crash helmet.
There's Mike Newton, P2 winner, second place overall, coming in. Systems check.
there just on the right under the MG badge. You see the names of the drivers who raced that car at Le Mans.
Greeting friends and family in the pit lane. Oh, he's got a big smile. There's
That's
Father David.
He's got out of his race suit already. So pretty smart. And let's go down to Vincent.
Thank you very much, Olivier Hart. We just made an interview on Niki Pastorelli. He was saying, okay, David and Olivier are very good drivers, and it's the first victory.
Yeah, it's the first victory of the season. Feels good, but yeah, it feels a bit empty. There are not a lot of cars, sadly, but I think Spa will be more competitive. But yeah, we see it as a test. It was good, and the car is running well, and we don't have any issues anymore. So yeah, I'm happy, and yeah, I think looking forward to the next races.
How is it to drive such a car, this Pescarolo from Le Mans? It's just something incredible.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's especially incredible with the new tires. But when it's a bit more degraded, the tires, then it's sliding a bit more. So it's a bit sketchy. But yeah, no, it's doable, and we won, so I'm happy.
Congratulations. That's the first one, and certainly not the last one of the weekend for him.
Well, you never know, Vincent, you never know, but certainly with his ability and the cars they have and the preparation, it's looking good. But that's the first of the two Endurance Racing Legends event races here on the Saturday. The Espíritu de Montjuïc race meeting. It's the first round of the Le Mans Classic Series for 2026, and we're delighted to see fans in the stands, many, many more in the paddock, but sunshine, blue skies, it really does help get the show underway.
It certainly does, Bruce. So what have we got coming up next?
Right, back down to Vincent.
Okay, with Mike Newton and at the finish of this race. Mike, so many years later, always the same car and the same pleasure.
Absolutely, it's a joy to be back in it. It always is. It's a pleasure to drive it again and a lot of fun. And yeah, this is the car that we were competing with in the period. So Peter has given me a definite run for my money today, and that was a great race.
How was the race? Is it difficult to drive or not?
It's going to be greasy today. Grip I felt was down, so I was struggling for grip in places. But overall, it was good. I mean, the condition was good, and yeah, and it's a super car to drive.
Complicated to try to beat, of course, Olivier, with this Pescarolo. It's a very strong car, very fast car.
Yeah, I was pleased to be almost in touch with it on occasion. So where we finished up, I was pleased with that.
Okay, Mr. Mike Newton, second of this race of Endurance Racing Legends 1.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Great to see he's wearing the original overalls as well. Yes. You can see he's competing in the Le Mans series and dedicated micro. That was his company band across the way.
Great they can get in them.
yeah, absolutely. But you know, racing keeps you trim. Not everybody, but you know, it does, and it's lovely. You know, it's like getting into an old glove or something. It just fits perfectly. But so Endurance Racing Legends 1, we got underway. We expected the Pescarolo to do well, and it certainly did that, but there was some fantastic racing from behind. Let's take a look.
Great GT race coming up, but let's have a look at the highlights of that LMP1 race.
Pescarolo on pole, MG on second, Lola in third, and that's how they ran down to the first corner. A pair of red pill beams in behind, being troubled and frequently and actually being interrupted by the cleaner coming through. That's the blue. The red and orange flashes on it, and then the one GT class car in the race, Marcus Palser and his Bi-Turbo 996. Mark Rostan started making the moves to pick off the Keeler, got past, but here's the lead battle. The P1 class, Pescarolo pulling clear, best of the rest, the MG with Mike Newton. And these drivers, Mark Rostan and Pierre Bruno, they were going to swap cars and change from one car to the other at the pit stop. Most other drivers, at the pit stop, they get out and have a cup of tea. Bit of a lock-up for the Stark MG, but that was rescued before going into the gravel. Avoided that at turn 4. But in behind, the Pescarolo was pulling ever further clear, while in its wake, there was a fantastic battle. Mike Newton in his MG and the similar Lola tucked in behind Peter Wolf. After the pit stops, Mark Rostan got into the sister Pilbeam and pulled out ahead of Pierre Bruno's car once that driver swap had happened. And they remained in that order. But all along, it was a question of who was going to pit where and when. And when the Pescarolo came back out, it wasn't in the lead. It had a much longer pit stop because of the driver ranking, most notably of the second driver, the son, Olivier Hart. But he made short order. Past Peter Wolf he went. And then it was a case of going off after Mike Newton, and he got them moved done as soon as he possibly could. It was always a question of Mike hanging on, but he would have to cede. And the Pescarolo got the job done down that infield straight into turn 10, and once he got clear, He pulled ever further clear to go on to win by 22 seconds. Different class of car. Mike Newton in the P2 class. He drove a cracking race to take second and win his class.
Yeah, we're used to seeing this Pescarolo in period and subsequently driven by Emanuele Collard. And Collard has raced in this series with a Pescarolo. It's a shame he wasn't in this race because there are quite a lot of that Pescarolo was originally in a Courage C60 for the chassis transition to the Pescarolo name, but Collard is the name we associate. Must have raced for Pescarolo in that series of cars for 7 or 8 years.
Yeah, absolutely so. Absolute gold standard, Manu Collard, anything he raced. But right now we're still with endurance racing legends, but you may have noticed we had one GT class car in the previous race, just the one, that was Marcus Palsler. In this one, we've got a whole grid of them. Ferraris and Porsches, wherever you choose to look. And it's going to be another cracker of a race, I'm sure. Much larger grid for this one, so it's going to be harder to be the person on the top spot. Philip Kaddouri, remember him? He was out in a Porsche 962C. He is on pole position, actually by 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, he won this championship last year.
Yeah,
in that same Ferrari, which is ex-Team Modena. It's a very good British-based team, actually.
Yeah, no, he did a really good job in qualifying to get that sort of margin. Yeah, his car was ex-Pierre Eric, who's actually competed in this race. Leo Mansell and Roman Rusinov when it was raced for Team Modena back in, 2010, long time ago now. Roman Rusinov is still racing. We've seen him last year. Yeah. Although actually he was racing on a pseudonym. And it was a beautiful line to that Ferrari. 430. No, absolutely so. Now, I did mention that it was Porsches and Ferraris. Quite remiss of me not to mention we've got Aston Martin on the front row.
Yes.
And one of the drivers has exactly the same name as the driver who's in that Lister Flatiron. Yes, people do chop and change cars. James Thorpe is coming back out and sharing with Phil Quaife. What a teammate to have.
Phil would be really quick in that car.
And you might recognise the names of the pair who are sharing the car third on the grid. David Hart and Olivier Hart, who just raced that Pescarolo C60.
But I think that's new to them, that car. That Evo.
I certainly think it is as well.
I don't remember them racing that F430 before.
And then another name to look out for. Ooh, I love some of the original liveries, the Felbermeyer cars. A couple of those at least in this race. That was the one race with Pete Chambers at the wheel.
Yeah, Pete's a long-time Porsche racer with a lot of success behind him. But also we've got an ex-factory Chevy Corvette racing here.
Yeah,
John Emberson owns that car. They've been doing a lot of testing with it. Nigel Greensall is his partner and coach, just as Nigel coaches John Spears. He also coaches Emberson, and you can just see it through the legs of people. The bright yellow CompuWare sponsorship, the cars that had those great battles with Aston Martin at Le Mans for the GT section of the race.
It was
terrific battles.
Phenomenal. So waiting for a few other cars to come in. Just to say, we talked about Ferraris and Porsches, mentioned the Aston Martin, the Chevrolet, but the best of the Porsches, going back to Mark from Stuttgart, is Mark Sumpter. Absolute star, but he's only fourth on the grid. We've got Ferrari, Aston Martin, Ferrari, that Porsche we mentioned, Chevrolet Corvette, another Porsche. So really nicely jumbled up. Also in the mix we've got a Toyota, the Toyota Supra it's often driven by both the Busch brothers, but it's just Mark Busch who'll be driving that.
Busch twins, in fact.
The twins indeed, twin Busch.
Yeah, twin Busch. We've got some rather racy. They're in the tyre balancing, but they make tyre balancing machines. But they've got some racy pictures on their race transporter. Here's this team modelling car, just so I remember it. Eric Family Winery, yes. Yeah, originally he's from Switzerland, but he does have a vineyard and a hotel and country club in California. Has been racing for so long, but still hugely successful. That's Ferrari.
That's Philip Kaddouri, our pole starter. And alongside, in the background, you can see the livery, the black through to yellow on the Aston Martin, car number 92, which is the James Thorpe Phil Quaife car, Aston Martin V8 Vantage GT2 2008 edition.
Yeah, that would have been a Pro Drive built car. A nice close up there. And we're just looking at the front of that Ferrari.
So the little transponder right on the grille there for
that's
timing. Drivers doing what drivers do. That's always making sure everything's as tight as they can, and then just as a nervous tick, tightening it a little bit more. So that's James Thorpe and Phil Quaife sharing that. Well, Mark Sumter, the top Porsche. You can see the white and red car with FAT on the side. That's
a car the guy that ran at Le Mans for many, but Jim McWhirter's team, isn't it?
Yeah, JMW Motorsport.
Yeah, and we did say that on the front of the car. And Tim Sugden, very much involved with that outfit.
He's been involved with lots of outfits, of course. Gruppa M racing with Porsche. Now we get to see the cars without too much around them. So look, Ferrari on the pole position alongside an Aston Martin, a second Ferrari. That's the one of the Hart family, David and Olivier. And then we go a little bit further back, car number 36. The names on the door, including Jesus Pereira. And Mark Sumter.
Paragon is a Porsche dealership just south of Tunbridge Wells, and I pass that dealership very regularly. It's not an official Porsche dealer, but they have a great range of second-hand Porsches, and a nice smart workshop as well. Mark has been racing for a long time.
Decades, absolute decades now. That's for sure. David Sarney, the second of the Porsches, the black one down at the bottom of the picture, alongside the Chevrolet Corvette, which John Emberson's showing with Nigel Greensall and James. By the way, for two driver lineups, it seems James Thorpe is starting the Aston Martin outside the front row. David Hart makes sense.
Yeah.
Actually, he was wearing his civvies a minute ago. He's wearing a little sheepskin jacket.
Yeah,
but maybe it was over his race suit. He should be starting the second of the Ferraris, number 130 on the second row. Mark Sumter, he's driving solo. John Emberson, he'll be starting the Corvette. We'll hand over to Nigel Greensall. David Sarney's driving solo in 6th. 7th place, Pierrette is solo. Next two driver cars, Stephen Edwards and Matt Neal. That's down in 12th. And that is Matt Neal who'll be kicking off in that one.
Yeah, Matt, of course, multi-touring car champion with Honda back 15 years ago. So now a hugely successful driver, and of course manufacturer of aftermarket wheels and things like that. And
started off in production saloons, didn't he? And then he moved up to the British Touring Car Championship. Huge amount of success. Endless scrapping with Jason Plato. And while Jason has now launched his own British Touring Car team for this year, I think Matt's got the better choice in some ways. Relaxing at great circuits around Europe, racing in the Porsche 2 Litre Cup class, and appearing in the Endurance Racing Legends too.
He's also been coaching the owner, and they get on well together. They were here all last season, and but we had two races with relatively small grids, but now we've got this. It should be absolutely. We've got 22 cars or so, haven't we, in this?
22, 23.
23, and
maybe one's not starting because. Oh yeah, I tell you what's not starting. The Tim Pappas, Jeroen Blekemolen.
Yeah, that didn't appear, did it?
No.
That would have been a car that could have won this.
Absolutely.
So the New York property developer Tim Pappas and a great Dutch driver, Jeroen Blekemolen, were with us.
Most of the season last year.
Yeah, nearly all the season. Well, there'll be reasons, of course.
Yeah, I would say probably business life and stuff, but that's a car that will always feature. It's one of the earlier cars, the 1999 model. It's the 993 GT2 Evo, and they have a lot of grunts.
Yeah.
They go about things differently from these more modern ones that are at the front of the grid. They were sort of, 8 or 9 years younger. Of course, there's progress. Of course, stuff changes. So
we've got cars here that are only 15 years old, particularly that Ferrari.
Yeah, so checking. I think everybody's in position, just checking down to final car on the grid. It's the Dafydd Richards sharing with Paul Phillips. That's another earlier car. That's a GT3 RS from 2001, but Paul Phillips is down to be starting one. It's black with a Welsh dragon on the nose, which I obviously approve of.
Last year, an F430 did win it, and it was Maxwell Lynn, Sean Lynn's son, and he won both the races, and didn't reappear in the series. But Mark Sumter was twice. He was second both races. And then Pierre Eret in the first race. There was two races last year. Pierre Eret was third in the Saturday race. Sunday race, it was David Sarney. I see Sarney and Eret actually starting next to each other.
Yeah.
I mean, Pierre Eret is in the Ferrari, which I think he probably raced Imperial, actually. He's probably hung on to it. Although we saw his name, of course, it's on the Montaña car, wasn't it? With Leo Mansell.
Yeah, no, but that was because he was driving that one Imperial, but I think he probably drove several. But
yeah, he probably did. And of course, before that, he drove a lot of Porsches.
So here we are, just getting ready for a 2x2 formation. 22 cars coming round to play for the first of the bashes for the endurance racing legends, and there's a real mix of cars at the front of the grid. The fact we've got a Ferrari from an Aston Martin, another Ferrari, a Porsche, a Corvette. That's what we love, diversity.
Yeah. So that very fast run into turn 1 from the start, just coming towards the start-finish line now. This popular track outside Barcelona.
Well, nicely in position. Of course, the car we've only mentioned once is the Toyota. It's down in about 10th place on the grid. In fact, in 10th place entirely. It's the right-hand side of the screen. It's white with red flashes. Will that make a blast down to the first corner? But Philip Kaddouri, he's already been out in the Group C Porsche. Now he's leading away from pole position. As the lights go for quite an early flick, he seems to have the advantage just over the Aston Martin of James Thorpe. But James has now got his nose in front, but he's on the outside line going to turn 1. And Mark Sumter up from 6th on the grid into 3rd. He's going to see what he can do. And he may be able to go up into 2nd place, but certainly the lead has been ceded as James Thorpe goes in front of Philip Kaddouri, and in behind the Corvette getting a little bit out-muscled. Then it's the Toyota going past. I expected a quick start from the Bush brothers, or the one on board, Mark Bush, and he's done precisely that, but it looked as though the Ferrari of Philip Kaddouri had got away best on the run down to the first corner, but certainly the Aston Martin put its nose in front, and James Thorpe has now got 2 choices, escaping or defending. He's gone for the former, escape.
Escape, yes. Well, nice clean start though, nobody locking up, no little incidents, although there was one then. I think there might have been just a bit of a touch. The white Ferrari then.
Yeah, and Steve Osborne's gained many places. The bright blue Porsche, the 2 blues of Felbermeyer Racing, that's gained about 3 or 4 positions, so he'll be pleased, no damage, and picked up position. He's gone up into 5th place, and actually that started, quite a bit further back down, so that was a very, very tidy run. And the white and red flashed Toyota is running in about 8th position, so gained, I think, 3 or 4 positions for him, but at the moment, pulling clear and rocketing away is James Thorpe. When you have a GT race, you don't expect anybody to have much of a margin in getting away, but that's been a really good start. Who knows? You go out to get the feel of the track in a Lister flat iron from 1955, and you've got the form when you're out in an Aston Martin from just a little bit later.
Yeah, we even got an Australian, David Harrison, is in this race, in the Sky Racing Porsche, the first of the Porsches that Johnny Mola really raced professionally, and I hadn't seen that car for about 20 years.
That is an astonishing opening lap, may I say.
It is.
3.4 seconds clear, having started 2nd, but clearly it hooked up as he went up through the gears and got on through. In behind, it's fairly neat, fairly tidy. One of the Felbermeyer livery cars. There it is, bottom of the shot, picking off another Ferrari. But the one that sort of lost out a little bit, well, actually 3 positions, was David Hart. So he started 3rd in hitting the 2nd of the 2 Ferraris. That's car number 130, and he's down in 6th place overall. Stephen Osborne went past him. David Sarney went past him. Mark Sumter went past him.
Yeah, James Thorpe, obviously. Driven a lot of cars. Seen him on the flat iron Lister. We've seen him in various different cars over the years, and the Nissan Group C cars, but certainly he got gelled with this Aston Martin, hasn't he? And as you say, into the lead now. It's 4.6 seconds fastest in sector 1 on the 2nd lap. He is really flying, so the Ferraris and Porsches got a lot to do to catch up with that Aston.
Yeah, they really do, because Philip Kaddouri in 2nd place, actually he's got a tidy margin, best part of 4 seconds over Mark Sumter. Looking back, the 2 blue coloured Porsche there just ahead of the red Ferrari, that's Steve Osborne. David Hart, not long ago, was in the Pescarolo C60, and now he's racing something different. He's been challenged as Pierrette in the white Ferrari has a look down into turn 10, and he too is being kept very much on his toes as well, because Erwin France in the 556 black Ferrari is tucked in behind him as well.
Yeah, he's got quite a different number of different cars in this series.
He's also got a very different car, because the other Ferraris are F430 GTCs from 2008. His is 5 years later. It's in the invitation class.
Yeah.
we like you, you can play with us, but you're not in our class. So his is a 458 Italia from 2013, so he should have some form of advantage.
It should be quite a bit quicker in theory. So he just great shot of all these cars coming towards us.
I'll tell you who has lost position. Top of the shot, 2 yellow cars. The yellow nose Corvette that started, as we said, really well placed in 5th, but John Emerson has fallen back to 12th position. And that means Nigel Greensall, not only is he going to have a longer pit stop, because Nigel will have a time penalty because of his success in so many racing series, but right now John Emerson's got to try and hang on in that Corvette, not lose any more position, not lose any more ground.
So it is Aston Martin from Ferrari from Porsche. Mark Sumter up there in 3rd place, a man from Paragon Porsche. Then Asani, who's been good in this, and then Osborne going well, a man who owns a salt works. He's molten salt, very famous salt producer from Essex.
There's that the yellow-nosed Corvette, sort of black rump on it, but falling away. So John Emerson doesn't want to squander any more time. He's got to just get comfortable. Car that's interrupting things, middle of the pack, the black Ferrari, the white stripes. That's the newer model. That's the 458 Italia, and that's in the invitation class. So in terms of track position, he is where he is, but it's he's interrupting the class of the others, and he wants to get past them. That car should be faster. He's got to get past David Hart, but David Hart doesn't want to go wide to let him through because he'll be pounced on by Pierre Eret.
That's quite a famous car that raced mainly in America with Townsend Bell. We remember Townsend Bell raced in Indy a lot, and Townsend Bell. I think they won their class in a big dispute at Daytona one year after a clash on the last lap. But that's a car that Townsend raced, and he raced it with a chap who owned it called Bill Sweedler.
Ah, yes, of course, of course. Right, well, Mark Sumter in 3rd place is leading his class. He's in the GT2A class, but the good thing for him, he's finally got breathing space, because he's way down on Philip Kadori, 7 seconds down, but he's got nearly 2 seconds. This is the battle behind. David Hart just been picked off with the 458 Italia car, with the ex-Bill Sweedler Townsend Bell car, has swept past. That shouldn't matter to him. Different class.
And Thorpe still pulling away, Bruce. He's opening the gap up with the Aston.
Yeah, no, absolutely so, but just double-checking everything. Okay, now what's happened? The black Ferrari has gained a position. That is the one that's running in a different class. Erwin France, he's managed to pick off David Hart. Pierre Eret has also picked off David Hart. And now David has got to look in his mirrors, because Mark Bush in the white and red flash Toyota Supra is in the background of the shot. So David's got to keep it cool and calm. And remember, he's got a very, very handy teammate, his own son, Olivier Hart, at the second part of the race.
Now remember, new rules this year. There's something called the Burden of Glory, which is a time handicap system. So if the Aston Martin wins this, the next time it comes out in this series, James Thorpe will have to be in the pits for 15 seconds longer. And actually, the Burden of Glory goes down to 3rd. So the second place car gets 10 seconds, and the 3rd place car gets 3 seconds. That's in a 45-minute race or under. When you go to the longer races, the length of time you are penalised in the pits is longer than that.
Yes, so many rules. The drivers are scratching their heads, teams are scratching their heads.
Certainly are.
And I think they'll learn to wear it through the course of the season. Right, Mark Sumter running in 3rd place goes out to the bottom of the shot, and Erwin France in the black nose Ferrari is picking off the black nose Porsche for 4th place overall. That's David Sarney, who's going to lose a position to the invitation class car. In the lead of the race, though, James Thorpe pulling ever further clear. Best part of 12 seconds clear, driving that Aston Martin advantage very, very nicely indeed. Smooth as can be. What a contrasting car. The Lister Flat Iron to this. Wow, what a jump.
That's all racing Astons these days have Mercedes engines, of course, but I think that's still an Aston engine, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, so David Sarney, as predicted, his black Porsche has been passed neatly and tidily by Erwin France, and that'll be handed over to Pierre-Alain France later on. So in a way that removes the fly from the ointment. Now it's all drivers running together. So the black Porsche coming up the hill, David Sarney There it is, car number. He always seems to run with 21. But the car that's just gaining place is the white Ferrari of Pierre Eret. He's just picked off Steve Osborne's ex-Felbermayr racing car. That's the two blue liveried Porsche in behind David Hart, trying not to lose any further ground, trying to get a place back perhaps, but also not lose another position. The next one line, locking up very slightly in the background is Mark Busch in the Toyota.
Haven't seen many of those Supras racing in Europe. They race quite a lot in America.
Yeah, it's funny, you know, some countries you get a helping hand from someone with a marketing budget, and I'm sure that would have happened in the States, but it's a great scrap, and this is the whole point of GT 3-star racing, and certainly very, very good indeed. Sweeping through the final corner, David Hart making a move on Steve Osborne's Porsche. Looks as though he will get that red Ferrari in front. Still trying to catch, of course, the white Ferrari, but the Pierre Eret, who went past him earlier, but no. Out of the slipstream, back into the slipstream goes David Hart, but he's on the inside. I think he'll make the move down into the first corner, but Steve Osborne brave on the outside, staying there, saying, don't take me off, but I'm not going to give it to you for nothing.
No, excellent, four-way battle here. Meanwhile, the Aston still romping away, James Thorpe. Still
romping, I think that's a full gallop at 14 seconds.
Yeah, it was still faster than anybody else on the sector times, you can see it. And anybody else moving up. The Australian was down in actually 18th place in the Skate. The Skate was an Australian, so sort of Australian funded car.
David Sarney coming under pressure. Pierre Eret's got the white Ferrari ahead of the black Porsche. Up the hill, Steve Osborne in his Felbermayr Porsche tucks in behind David Hart, looking up the inside into turn 9. Well, nice idea, but it could come to blows if he went for a move there. And in the background of the shot, the Toyota in all the way down, but in 9th place overall. But a slip from any one of these cars, you could gain 2 or 3 positions and likewise lose. And David Sarney now in that black Porsche is now starting to lose out. First the white Ferrari of Pierre Eret's gone past. Now he's been compromised. And Steve Osborne has been really right on it on this lap. Very stout in his defence down into the first corner of the lap to resist a charge from David Hart. David Hart now not quite close enough to David Sarney, but suddenly this group is very close together, is opening out a little bit from Vincent Franssen came through. He's already off almost over the horizon. There's the black and silver stripe Ferrari of David, the invitation class car, right onto the tail, but not quite in the slipstream of Mark Sumpter's Porsche. That's the battle for third.
Yeah, Thorpe pulled away some 16 seconds now. And Cadore still in second, and Sumpter. France in that Ferrari, newer car, much newer than all the cars around him, Ferrari. And the move up from the 430 to the next model was quite a big jump. I mean, it's considered a big improvement.
Yeah, no, it really was. And then
the 430 to the 458 was a Bricholotto basically engineering those cars.
Yeah, and then later the 296 came through. There's always a big jump. They come about every, you get a model is launched, then you get an Evo version. Sometimes you get Evo 2, and then you get the next model. And often in this category of racing, it takes a season or so for people to become accustomed. But the real key for a lot of these cars, as our race leader gets into a bit of lapping already, is to have a car that the less experienced driver is comfortable with, can get close to the optimum of the car. And certainly you could build a car that is super fast, but only in the hands of pros, and that would defeat the whole object. Because once you're probably the person who's paying the bills doesn't feel he can get close to the pace, they might go do something else.
Seen down there in 15th place, I thought he might be a bit higher. The Belgian driver Mark Davis, who is a big classic historic racing car dealer with RMD Group, and I think he might be sharing that car with his son. He's racing quite a lot of cars. Yes, he is. Matthias Davis. So I'm not sure. So they're both named Davis, so we can't tell from this who started the car. But
you never think about that when they're doing the christening, do they?
No. And I know Mark's still faster than his son. He's been racing a lot. I've seen him winning races in Lola T70s in the States and all sorts of things. Terrific character.
Yeah, he's been doing some historic racing for probably getting on for 4 decades now.
Yeah, probably has. Yeah. And a lot of great cars have gone to his hands, Formula 1 cars and all sorts of stuff.
Well, Mark Sumpter's hanging on as you'd expect him to, really doing a great job, that extra ex-Labour competition car.
A little think about going through there, wasn't there, by the black Ferrari. In France.
Okay, is he going to dive between 4 and 5?
Yeah, he is now. He's going to do it this time.
But is Mark Sumpter going to let him? He has to. Okay, got the nose of the Ferrari in. In some ways, Mark can sort of relax now, and actually he probably end up being a little bit faster now. He's let it through. He's got a bit of a margin. Next car in line is Pierrette. Who's got the faster lap? Well, actually, I tell you what, in terms of fastest laps, Pierrette's best lap in what is the 5th place Ferrari is now is about 0.4 of a second, 0.5 of a second quicker than the best that Mark Sumpter's managed. Is the Australian Porsche you've been talking about, the Sky Racing one?
Yeah.
Put down at the tail of the field there. Now, has there been a push? Has there been a shove? Here is a replay, and in the background, David Harrison. The car 49 just sitting in front. That's Lars Rollner, who shares with Annette Rollner most of the time, but they got in close. But turn 10 is a corner where a vast majority of the overtaking happens. There or turn 1 are the main corners on the circuit. You've got that infield straight downhill into the left-hander. And there are many moves that come off and many that don't, but it's a very, very good place to try.
Very strange for me to see Mark Sumpter in that car, because it's always raced under the Paragon banner with 2 shades of blue. We were seeing years ago Mark winning the Porsche Cup in the UK, in cars of that colour. So when you drive past the dealership down there in Sussex, you see there's lots of Porsches there, but you always see a couple of racing cars just in the window, or the showroom window.
I like being able to see cars that normally go racing to be in shop windows, and I remember I used to make my parents take a detour so I could go past Hexagon Racing in North London to see what was in the window then.
They've still got some terrific stuff in the window at Hexagon now in East Finchley these days, although the workshop is up in Muswell Hill. Actually, the Hexagon workshop, where they ran the Brabham Formula 1 cars out of, had a long history of different people. Costin Nathan cars were built there. Ian Walker Racing was there originally. This property has just always been home to the cars.
Right, a few changes of position.
And by the by, it's almost opposite the pub where the Kings started. 4th Street, Muswell.
Right, so down the slope, you can note the white Ferrari Pierrette is ahead of Mark Sumpter's white and red Porsche, and then Steve Osborne comes in. It's the last few laps have been a little bit slower for Mark Sumpter, because he was ahead of this group by about 2 or 3 seconds. It looked comfortable. David Hart fighting with David Sarney. So a few cars, including Sarney, suddenly losing a little bit of ground. Last few laps not so good for the Porsches. James Thorpe, though, country mile clear, 22 seconds clear in his Aston Martin. That's car number 92. Our pole starter, Philip Kadori, and bear in mind, he was on pole by 0.8 of a second. You thought he might carry that advantage into the race. Mark Sumpter into the pits, David Hart into the pits. The invitation class Ferrari carries on for Erwin France. Then comes Pierrette, then the blue with yellow flashes. That's the Felbermeyer car of Stephen Osborne. The white and red flash Toyota in the background. That's a lap down. That was the Paul Phillips Daffy car at the tail of the field. This is the Hart family car they're coming towards. And so we just saw this Pescarolo win the previous race. The Endurance Racing Legends won for the prototypes, but in the GT class car, father and son David Hart do it the race in the same order. David starts, Olivier hops on board to finish, again adjusting the seat, slightly shorter than his father, so he has the seat brought forward, radio clipped in, and those pesky seat belts put into position.
So I think Corb will come in within the next couple of laps. He was on the halfway through. Now obviously he's not handing over.
Well, I do have Phil Quaife down listening to the second part of the race.
Yeah, I was just wondering, when I said it, I was wondering.
But believe nothing. Assume nothing.
Actually, this group who run this have got a fairly relaxed view to people making changes quite late, which really suits racers that do change their mind and like to do different things, different circumstances. Sometimes you get, well, you can't change the driver, and it's 2 weeks before, you know.
Yeah, no, and also some drivers, quite simply, they go, I'm not sure I like this car in the rain or inclement conditions. Yeah. The co-driver does the whole thing, but that's fine. Okay, so tight positioning there, tell you what, it looks so. Steve Osborne and Pierre, they changed positions. Steve in the lap before coming into that turn by a Porsche just moved up into effective 4th place overall. Of course, this order will be shuffled a little bit. People like Matt Neal have risen up the order to 7th overall because they haven't served their pit stop. But the pit stop window isn't a long one in a race like this, so we'll have to have everyone making their pit stop soon. But James Thorpe, what an astonishing run from him in that Aston Martin. At the 8 Vantage GT2, super quick.
Yeah, I do hope we can hear from him afterwards. I said he's part of the Goodwood Management Group, one of the senior guys there, running the whole estate and everything that's involved, because the horse race course and the hill climb and the racetrack.
And other events, I've never been to one of them, which sounds fantastic. It's called Good Wolf. It's a dog show. I'm not sure my dog is well enough behaved for that.
Good Wolf. Good Wolf, bad wolf.
Down boy. Right, so Mark Sumter in and out of the pits in that number 36 Slaber competition Porsche. Good and comfortable one on the track. I'm slightly concerned he just seemed to lose a few positions for the pit stop. I might have been slightly losing conditions.
It's an unusual car for them to run that Toyota, because otherwise they've got a Porsche 925.
Two Porsche 925.
Yeah,
the Bush brothers, pushing on. Right. Car number 115 is not in the same race. Effectively, it's a lot further down. That's the Devis family car. It is in the same race, I tell you what. It's, of course, it's in the same race.
Same race.
Ex-Marcel Fassler car shared with Joel Comathius a long while ago. F430 GTC Evo, to give it its full name, was a real hit when it hit the ground. And suddenly, the number of Ferraris racing just seemed to multiply. And
Joel Comathius, his father, was one of the best ever sidecar racers.
Enzo. No, what's his name?
It'll come to me in a minute.
Yeah, it hasn't reached me, but
And in the days when at a major, what would now be a MotoGP event, you had a three-wheel sidecar race on the programme.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you look at those devices, everyone's always thought sidecar. The person on the outboard bit just completely bonkers, but those vehicles got lower and lower. Effectively, an engine with the two fat tyres.
It was a three-wheel Formula 3 car, really, in the end, the LCRs.
Yeah.
Well, there is got Hawaiian Tropic on the front. Hawaiian Tropic.
Well, that's the car that Matt Neal started. Stephen Edwards and he's coaching. Look at that in concentrating weight and for the signal. He'll be going out. The taller figure of Matt will be somewhere in the background, but that throws up the order quite nicely. This is the Steve Osborne car coming back out. He isn't down to have a teammate, so the advantage you have if you did the first part of the race is great. You go back in the second, you know the conditions, but the car that's harrying him is the David Hart car that's now in the hands of son Olivier. So Olivier was in the previous race and had pretty much an idea of the heat of the track, but there's only one way you're going around, Mr. Osborne. It's putting around the outside. But Olivier's never been shy to that, so he makes that move. But Osborne's still there as they get into turn number 4. Not quite there enough, though.
No, defended well, but in the end, more pace with the Ferrari. So he moves up. The Hawaiian Tropic, the sun cream, basically, that always used Le Mans. They used to have the bikini-clad girls. I mean, these days you wouldn't do that at Le Mans, but they used to drape themselves over various cars. The guy who ran it always did last-minute deals, and sort of sponsorship deal at the very last minute. People sort of hurriedly put the stickers on.
Yeah, I think that the agent walked around and thought those cars haven't got many stickers. There's a big flag for us to put it on. So
I think you can still buy it.
Right, here's the exit invitation class car that we're going to change from Erwin France to, presuming Pierre-Alain France will come over to take over, but as yet no driver getting out. Maybe that's one's decided to go back to the world of solo.
Well, the door is open, and it didn't look as if it was going to change drivers. Here is the Aston, because he's got a massive lead now, and he does peel off into the pits.
Yeah, giving his teammate, but by the time the minimum pit stop time has been served, Phil Quaife will get about 13 minutes in this race, 13, 14 minutes. Mark Sumter's car, there's no driver change, down into the first corner he goes. Next car in line, it should be Mark Bush, who's just coming out of the pits, but he's going to be passed by David Sarney, the black Porsche.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to get past, and who's gaining both of them? Olivier Hart, perchance, around the outside he goes. James Thorpe will get out, he has every reason to be ready to breathe a little more heavily, but great run.
Out he comes. Hopefully Vincent to get in there. Motor Historics running that car. Oh, pushes Crash over to get in. Yeah, Phil Quave's had a lot of success. Family, of course, well known for their gearboxes, transmission systems. Phil looked as if he was going to be, he was very competitive in Formula 3 for a while, wasn't he? Carved out a nice career in both historic and GT racing.
Again, you know, the whole role of driver coaches has been something that's been extraordinary, and for quite a while he was working out in the Middle East as well, doing the Dubai 24 hours, coaching whole families of drivers to come out and play.
His dad Mike did build his own GT car, it's a four-wheel drive, if you remember.
Yeah, and they put their expertise in rallying as well, didn't they?
All sorts of stuff, yeah. Good British company.
But yet so many of these companies, it doesn't matter if they're Britain, France, Germany, Italy, they're tucked away on small industrial estates.
Yes.
And often you don't really know, you have no idea what's happening behind those doors, but it's sort of global.
Well, I mentioned earlier Crossweight and Gardner in Buxted, in East Sussex. You drive past that, you wouldn't have any idea that they're building complete Grand Prix cars and complete new Jaguar type engines and Coventry Climax engines. Well, I did hear that they are actually moving out of there onto a modern building too, but there's no sign or anything on the main road where it is. You drive past it, you wouldn't notice that.
Well, sometimes there's good reason for that. But often the ones that are the most pure engineering companies, it's never crossed their mind. No. They're busy focusing on what they're doing next. So the car that led the first part of the race very, very well indeed, James Thorpe, brought the Aston Martin. He stayed out as long as he possibly could, pretty much. Yeah. And so waiting for that to come back in the lead, but it was over 25 seconds. It was stretched slightly more because some of the others behind him pitted early, and he got out to 36 seconds. But I don't think he really needs to look in his mirrors too much as he comes out the pits. He'll have a quick glance to see if anybody is going to be a lap down. But right now, Phil Quave could just settle in and continue through to the finish, surely.
Yeah, it's unusual. JMW always ran in the yellow colour scheme, didn't they? But they always ran Ferraris, and then they came up with this Aston Martin. Obviously, they thought it'd be more competitive, and it's certainly competitive here. That there's no doubt. So, just we haven't seen on the timing screen when it's switched to Phil Quave, but surely it did because we saw James Thorpe climbing out, and I suspect that Vincent will be down there in a minute to get his words of wisdom after a stellar drive, actually, in that car, which surprised us all.
Well, it really did.
Yeah, we didn't see that car in this series last year, so quite a lot of these people, the Cadoris and the Francis and the Sumpters, Stephen Osborne, we're used to see. So, indeed, we are going down there to the pits to find out the thoughts of the driver who led the race from the very start. Let's go down now to Vincent.
Back in the pits with this race, the endurance racing legends too, and one car particularly, the 556. It's a car from the invitation class, Pierre à la France, and we will do it in French. Pierre à la France, la voiture est en catégorie invitée. Pourquoi est-ce que cette Ferrari est en invité?
Parce que c'est une Ferrari 458 GTD, c'est-à-dire GT Daytona. C'est l'équivalent de GT3, mais dans la version américaine, où il supprime un certain nombre d'assistances au pilotage, comme l'ABS, le traction control, et en plus de ça, l'aérodynamique est beaucoup plus simple que sur les 458 GT3 standards.
Alors, après un ravant, c'est moins efficace, mais quand on voit un classement, on se dit qu'Erwin et vous faites du bon travail quand même.
Bah, c'est surtout Erwin qui fait du bon travail, parce que moi j'accuse quand même un peu le poids des ans, et maintenant je suis plus de taille à rivaliser avec lui.
It's just one of the many stories of the father and a son in racing by Peter Rotto.
Okay, well, my apologies, because I thought we were going down to the man who just climbed out of the lead. Maybe Vincent can find him. Sometimes these people duck suddenly into the back of the pit. So,
yeah, they do, and also sometimes they might be pitting at the other end of the pit lane.
Yeah.
It looks short in the foreshortened shot, but it's a long old way. So that was Pierre-Alain France, who's now on board, but Alain France who got out. So father and son, delighted to be doing that. As he pointed out, his car's got many tricks the others don't, like traction control.
Yeah, and confirming the car that was raced in Daytona and so on. So, anyway, there it is, the 556, straight in the black with these silver markings.
Okay, so just looking down the order, it's 18 seconds between James Thorpe, who started on the outside the front row. Still not saying Phil Quaife, but we're fairly sure we saw the driver change. But anyhow, the Aston Martin. And then the pole-sitting Ferrari, I thought was going to possibly get into the lead and stay there, but that was without the pace of the Aston Martin. Philippe Cadori started first, dropped to second almost immediately, is still second. He's got a huge margin over the France family black and silver Ferrari, the one with Revo written on the door we just saw, which now actually has moved ahead of Philippe Cadori. Let's wait and see. Has Philip had a problem? Look at your tracker map. Just looking. Oh, people are having to slow down. Someone's had a spin. That's the number 37. That's Gilles Boyer. Waved yellow flag, safety car. And also, let's take a look. Going slowly on the start-finish straight. Look in the background of the shot. Is everyone having a spin? Has he pulled off to stop? And got going again, I think. But hold on, okay, so he's moving slowly. He's on the pit exit now, but clearly he's got a problem. Can't see if all the wheels are in alignment, but he's running slowly. But anyhow, well, a bit of a mystery, but I want to know where Philippe Cadori is, because his name has suddenly...
Stop, it says stop on it, yeah.
Stop, there he is.
Yeah.
Where did he pull off? So bear in mind, I just pointed out, after the pit stops, he was 18 seconds down with a race-leading Aston Martin. But in turn, well clear of the best of the rest, which was the France family 458 Italia Ferrari. But there is a course vehicle on the circuit, looking up to pick up the race leader. There is the race leader, that's the Aston Martin, the ex-JMW Motorsport car, yellow and black and a country mile clear.
And Nigel Greenstall's in the Corvette now, and certainly moving up the field in it, in the C6, the former Le Mans car from the factory team, and of course prepared by the famous Pratt & Miller organisation.
Right, and still trying to work out where the Phil Cadori red Ferrari is. Somewhere between sector 1 and sector 2. It's
we can't see a stop car coming on our tracker map.
No, so sector 1 ends at turn 6, and it's the tricky uphill section 7 and 8 we've seen cars go for a spin, but sector 2 goes all the way through to 2 corners from the end, just before he gets to turn 13, which is where you turn right and start the drop through to the sweep into the final corner. There it is. There is gravel. There's a red Ferrari. There is number 48. That's the Team Modena car that started on pole position and has had a rotation. But the gravel trap has done what it needs to do. But is that at the bottom of turn 7? I think it quite well could be. Or again, could it be in the gravel down at turn 10?
Cadori, champion of this category last year, has thrown it into the gravel, I'm afraid. We said he's fast, but he is a bit wild, as we saw earlier on in the Group C race.
So again, long start-finish straight. That so many a shot for Grand Prix and things. Who's going to lead in that famous battle between Ayrton Senna and Nigel Mansell, striking sparks off each other as they came down wheel to wheel all those years ago when this circuit was brand new.
With the backdrop of those mountains, of course, behind. It's a good setting here. Yellow flag still waving. The safety car is there, lights flashing.
What we need to check should just be in front of the Aston Martin. Still looking for the Aston Martin though, unless we have two safety cars.
The leader.
Right, he wants the other cars to go on by, waving his hands, go on through. I want you through, out of the way. The Stephen Edwards car is the one at the back of that pack. Behind the Bush car, it's another one of the Bush family cars. It's the one with the yellow-blue flashes over the whites. As they go down, they see the SC light boards flashing, the waved yellow flags, nice and crystal clear as the intention. Bit of confusion there about the wave by, but what we need to see is the Aston Martin at the front of the field behind the safety car. What we also need to see is whether Philippe Cadori's car has been removed from the gravel as yet, or is in the process of being having that done to it.
Yeah, well, we're closing down the last 6 minutes now, Bruce, so hopefully we'll get back for a sort of final dash. But the Aston currently showing with a major lead of best part a minute over the more recent Ferrari, the only 4, 5, 6 in the race, with the France father and son outfit, and the Hart father and son in their Ferrari in third, Mark Sumter in fourth. There's some fans enjoying the sunshine.
What a difference it makes. Many circuits in Northern Europe at this time of year, you don't know what you're going to get down here in the Iberian Peninsula. You think you're a little bit more sure, but 12 months ago, unfortunately, we got the wrong end of the stick. We got all the wind and the rain. But right now, we'll take this sunny weather. But if you're a Porsche fan, well, it's all lined up. And now we do have the safety car in front of our race-leading Aston Martin. And of course, for the driver on board, whether it's Phil Quaife or James Thorpe, but we think it should be Phil Quaife, their margin of advantage will be honed down to nothing,
yes,
and then we'll have the run through to the end of the race. 5.5 minutes remain, still the best of the rest, some distance off behind them, and really according to the charts it should be the black and silver Ferrari that's coming into the background of the shot. There it is, two cars between, an ex-Felbermeyer Porsche, and I think it's the Paul Phillips Daffith Richards Porsche, the black one in the background, that will need to be passed when we go racing again. So, as we wait for the sort of restart, let's have another look back at the start. And here we go. So, Philip Kaddouri, the red Ferrari, number 48, on left-hand side of the screen, on pole position. At that point, Mark Sumter sweeping through the white and red Porsche in behind. The Hart family, second red Ferrari, doing nicely in the background, but sweeping around the outside into the lead of the race. Thank you very much, said the lone Aston Martin driver, James Thorpe, and took the lead and hasn't looked back since.
But it wasn't that the Aston really surged into the lead. It didn't, did it? Or the Ferraris were all over the back of it, and then suddenly, halfway through the lap, he was pulling away.
No, he really did. And in behind, people keeping it nose to tail, using a slipstream. But there we are, just pulling ever further clear at the front of the field. But right now, all that advantage gained has been taken away entirely. Number 77 Porsche is a lap down. That's the Pete Chambers car. And so in Aston Martin crew will be going, okay, we've got other cars that are a lap or so down. The next car in line that counts is the black Ferrari that's fourth. 1, 2, go behind the black Porsche. There is the invitation class car of the France family, car number 556, and then behind it should be David Hart. There he is, the red Ferrari, the black with the Italian stripe over the roof. You can see it in the middle of that group of cars. He's got a back marker behind him, and then he's got Mark Sumter. Mark Sumter may yet recover something from this race. The Devis family Ferrari in the pit lane, going nowhere. It's up on the jacks.
Yes, it is. Pierre Iretta, I noticed, also has retired, and the 84 with a new driver to the series, the Scotsman with an Italian name, so that's Giancarlo Romano. He was down to drive with Seb Perez originally. Seb, of course, is hugely quick. I didn't see any sign of Seb here.
Well, his name is still on the timing sheets from qualifying. Right, one person I'm looking to make moves, but the time is counting against all of them, is Nigel Greensword. He's listed as 8th. He's got a few cars between that are a lap down. He's the one in the Corvette. John Emberson started. It went into a little bit of lost quite a lot of positions during his stint, but so you always expect Nigel to be making attack. But the worst thing for Nigel is the fact there are only 3 minutes left on the clock, and we're waiting for the restart. The safety car is pulled clear, and now you can hear the planting of the throttle, and that's the Aston Martin Vantage giving its V8 a real bit of rumble, and that's exactly the prerogative of the car that's leading the race, the driver leading the race, sweeping through the final corner. Bear in mind the next 2 cars behind him are a lap in arrears. They are not counting in this battle. It's the black Ferrari that's 4th in the line of the cars that's now popping out to see what it can do. And in behind, Olivier Hart, the red Ferrari with the black roof and the Italian flag strap over the top, is the one on the hunt. Is he going to get up into second place? Just won a race. Oh, a bit of bodywork flying loose. Maybe a bit of contact at the start for the straight, just behind Mark Sumter. He's in 4th place, looking for 3rd.
Nigel Greensword made up 1 place. It's down, look, there he is in the yellow and black Corvette. Goes almost off the track as he tries to get past that blue Porsche.
Well, did he get round the corner?
I don't
Steve
know.
Osborne pushed it very wide.
Yeah, he did. He's still wide.
He's still off the track, so all the places he's gained, he's lost all over. His tyres have been absolutely filthy. It's worth a try. Didn't work for him. But look, the Aston Martin now out front, but more importantly, the France family Ferrari's been overtaken by Olivier Hart. That's up into second overall. Mark Sumter trying to do his best behind him.
Nigel diving down the inside there, but he's not going to get through, is he?
He passed all of those cars,
I know.
And he's got to do it all over again.
There's a big traffic jam going on there. Going to have another go now, see if he can get inside them.
He lost 4 places in that because he was fighting against the two blue Felbermeyer car of Steve Osborne, got alongside but was very much on the outside, just couldn't turn in, got on the dust, and that was that.
And of course you've got a few of the back markers mixed in with this group, that makes it even more difficult. But see if how many is he going to pick off, do you think, before it? We've got 2 laps, probably this
lap or one more.
Well, yes, this lap or one more, and it picks off another one.
Yeah,
and a Ferrari goes into the gravel.
Not just any Ferrari,
it's
Olivier Hart from second place. Well, he's on his holidays in the gravel trap there, so that means suddenly Mark Sumter will go up into third place. Where will Olivier Hart rejoin? Just in front of Nigel Greensall, so suddenly he's down in about bottom end of the top 10. Race led still by the Aston Martin going on to the final lap. It's the James Thorpe car that he started it, being chased down by the Ferrari, being pushed back to third place. He's now in second. Mark Sumter coming down the hill, the white and red Porsche, into third place overall, and the best of the rest. Well, in fact, they've all had a major shuffle. It should have been Mark Bush in the Toyota Supra.
Well, he's come out of this well, hasn't he?
He has. As the battle was coming to him, he was able, it sorted itself behind him.
He's up to 4th place.
And the Ferrari of the France family is now right on the tail of the Aston Martin at the front of the field. This is the car that was best part of 26 seconds clear before the pit stops, before what happened afterwards. And for David Hart, he would be watching on and go, Olivier, no, I encourage you to be a racer. You tried, got into second place, but you went wide.
Very rarely makes a mistake. There's the Felbermeyer car down the inside of the Ferrari. But I suspect that Erwin France, the son, is quite a bit faster than the dad, because this is really a later generation car than all the rest around him, and thus in the invitation class. But he's going to have a poke at that Ferrari, that Aston Martin, isn't he? He's going down the inside now, can't get his braking done, can't rotate. He managed to rotate the car well through there. Look at that, side by side, and he takes the lead. Wow, the France family car. So Dad did a good job to set it up. Then it all came to them because of the safety car, which eroded all the marvellous lead that the Aston Martin had, and now I think they're going to have to be content with second place.
Well, gosh, that's extraordinary. There can't be many races when you get that far clear. 25, 26 seconds.
And the checkered flag falls, Cruz. And well, they'll be devastated, won't they, having led all the way.
Side by side, Olivier Hart has fought his way back around the final corner, has gone past Mark Sumter to take third place. The Bush family Toyota in the background is being passed potentially by Greensall Chevrolet. What a lot was happening there. But for Olivier Hart, never say die. Got up to second place, stuck in the gravel in the background of your shot. A lap later, he's passed everybody he lost ground to. Wow.
And he just managed to keep it going in the gravel, and that was partly skill and probably partly luck. But Nigel got boxed in, didn't he, in that, as it went to green, and couldn't get by. I think he would have been up there in a couple of places higher if he hadn't been boxed in like that. But what extraordinary end to the race, with that Aston Martin having to, well, just take that second place.
Well, a lot to chew over there, and always the confusion when you've got a car in an invitation class. It's not the same category as these, but in terms of the regular runners within the categories, you have to say the Aston Martin coulda, shoulda, had actually nothing to do with them, didn't win this race. They did everything they could have done, and clearly the rivals are going to be looking at that car going, oh, the ante has risen somewhat.
I know,
for this
can we
season.
run a 4.58 then in this?
Yeah, well, the 4.58, just looking at the pace of the Vantage as well. You know, we talked in the run-up, it was F430 Ferraris against varieties of 996 and 997 Porsches, with a few others. Obviously, the Corvette was going to be competitive. We thought the Aston Martin would be competitive, but not show the sort of pace that it did.
No.
And Mark Sumter came home in fourth place overall, but it could have been third. Olivier Hart just was extraordinary to get past, but that was racing. And it was about having an element of caution as well thrown into that mix, because it was very, very busy indeed.
Well, the Aston Martin GBRS9 was raced at the same time as the F430 Ferraris, And as I said, the 458 was a later, it was racing once, 5-6 years later. So you're not really comparing apples with.
No, you're not at all. But that was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, that's the whole point of it, isn't it?
But for Philip Kaddouri, you know, this all hinged on him. Eventually, ending up in the gravel, being pushing hard. Others went into the gravel, but somehow got out. But unfortunately, his car was facing the wrong way, and that led to full course yellow. It led to yellow flags, then safety car. And it took a while for the safety car at the front to get to the front of the field. And you know, the complexion of the race, if they'd managed to pick up the safety car, the Aston Martin race leader earlier, it probably would have gone on to victory there. But it
probably would.
It brought everyone onto its tail and reduced the time he had to sort of fight and settle it out.
And of course, if Kaddouri had not spun off, then the Aston would have definitely been the winner. Well, there it is. Let's see. Auto Historics team guys go over.
So there's the invitation class car that right at the end moved into the lead courtesy of that safety car period, taking away a 26 second margin of advantage that the Aston Martin car number 92 had in hand. We heard from Montfrance, and the younger is climbing out, and that's I'm sure a very satisfied driver who well, I expected to do well. We had some great racing, but suddenly here I am for Equipe Europe with victory in the bag here at Barcelona, the opening day of 2 of racing. So maybe it was Olivier who started the race and David who finished, or did David do the whole thing? It's still said
isn't that? I think that's James Thorpe, isn't it?
Oh yeah, sorry, and from a overall, you're quite right. Okay, sorry, I just saw a glance of the eyes there, doesn't like him at all. Yeah, that's James Thorpe. So Phil Quave never got on board.
No.
As you expected.
It's up to him to overtake you. He claims it's my fault. Huh? He claims it's my fault.
Well, we're going to go down with Vincent because we're going to hear from the driver of 92. His name is James Thorpe, and only now is he trying to understand what happened down in that race. So Vincent, we will be over to you as soon as you are ready. But plenty to talk about there after that opening round.
Congratulations, James Thorpe, the winner of the race. First of all, James Thorpe, it was a last lap win or second place because the other car is an invitation class car, of course. How was it?
Yeah, fantastic. I was lucky. Well, he had the long safety car and then everybody bunched up behind me. So, yeah, it's exciting at the end.
Exciting at the end. I saw that you had a chat with Olivier Hart. What was the problem with Olivier?
He spun behind me. He says it's my fault, but I don't know, maybe it is. Usually it's my fault.
Okay, that's the occasion to speak about the way to drive in historic racing. There is respect between the drivers.
Always, yeah. We all like each other in the paddock. It's a very nice club we have here.
Happy with this place?
Very.
There, James Thorpe, winner of this race after this wonderful battle with a car from the invitation class. We will remember you.
So just to clarify, the rules say that in the invitation class you can't be the winner. Although you're the winner on the road, you're not actually the winner. Yeah. And I've seen that before. And you know, that's fair enough, I suppose. But it's pretty confusing for the fans, I think.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it gives you a chance to compare the different sorts of cars. Here's the Hart family car that clearly Olivier Hart was pressing very, very hard at the end. So plenty of conversation. But we're going to go down to another interview because the France family, we talk about their invitation class Ferrari. And for the France family, I think they're very happy indeed. Pierre-Alain, we heard from, and we're going to hear now from Vincent with Urban France.
Dans la pit lane ici avec celui qui s'est imposé finalement dans le dernier tour de la course. It was his last lap win for Erwin France with a class from the invitation class, a car from the invitation class. Erwin, c'était comment ce dernier tour?
Ah, c'était chaud, c'était chaud. Je savais pas si j'allais pouvoir le faire. Franchement, il était loin. J'ai vu Olivier qui a essayé le tour d'avant. Bon, Olivier, je pouvais pas le suivre, franchement. Mais j'ai eu de la chance, ils se sont un peu accrochés. Et le dernier tour, j'ai dit bon, j'y vais, je donne tout, on verra bien. Et il fait une petite erreur dans le dernier secteur. J'arrive à le reprendre et je le passe dans les derniers virages dans le stadium. C'était super. Franchement, je me suis éclaté.
Alors pendant que vous étiez au volant, on a eu l'occasion d'interviewer votre paternel qui nous a expliqué que cette auto, elle n'est pas dans le classement parce que c'est une GTD, donc avantage, pas avantage.
Franchement, quand je me suis retrouvé derrière Olivier, pas si avantage que ça. La voiture, elle est franchement bien. Leur voiture est franchement bien, mais la nôtre est bien aussi. On n'a pas tous les avantages des GT3, donc on est vraiment un peu comme une configuration GT2. On n'a pas d'assistance, on n'a rien. On a juste les palettes qui nous aident un peu. Donc c'est pour ça qu'on est en invité. Et non, franchement, la voiture est bien, mais je pense qu'elle est au niveau des autres, quoi.
It was a wonderful last lap battle in this race.
Vincent, thank you very much indeed. Well done down there to catch up with the invitation and outright winner. That was Erwin France sharing with Father Pierre Alain, and then James Thorpe feeling a little not too sure what happened to that final corner, because certainly Olivier Hart felt that, the final corner of the lap before, that he was in with a shout and was going for victory, as Olivier would be tending to do, but we didn't see enough of it to tell you what was happening. But anyhow, I'm sure all will be fine. But I tell you what, we're going to take a look back at the highlights. Plenty happening for the endurance racing legends. Race number 2. At the start, it was a Ferrari on pole position and Aston Martin alongside. In behind, Porsche's in the mix. The Corvette as well, looking for glory. A Toyota GT2 as well. But Philip Kadori, we thought he'd got the job done on the run to the first corner. But somehow James Thorpe braked late, and later still, and went into the lead of the race. Mark Sumter, the white and red Porsche, up into third place. David Hart getting in quite close down there with Pierre Arrête. A little bit of bodywork coming off with the rub with the white Ferrari. And John Emberson trying his best to keep that Corvette in the mix as well. There's some great racing down towards turn 10 at the end of the infield straight, and some cars with very famous liveries from 15-20 years ago duking it out down into that double left-hander and up front. That's pressure for Mark Sumter. And here's Erwin France in the closing stages of the race, sweeping through. That was the invitation class car. It's 5 or 6 years younger than some of them. Was going very well. But this is a moment right at the end. Steve Osborne on the inside of the blue Porsche, on the outside Olivier Hart. He ended up going wide, but he ended up going round up the order they went.
I can't understand why you might criticise James Thorpe.
No, me neither.
I mean, it wasn't anywhere near him.
So, towards the end of the race, the lone Toyota very much in the mix. Then we had the pit stops for a very late pit stop, but I thought I still saw a driver change in the Aston Martin.
Well, it definitely. He appeared to be taking his belts off. Maybe they did.
So maybe Phil Graves started the race and James Thorpe brought it through to the finish. There's the Bush family Toyota making moves, but here was a move we didn't want to see. That was Olivier Hart ending up deep in the gravel, and he came back just in front of Nigel Greensall chasing in. And here is the move, the final lap of the race, the Aston Martin, James Thorpe on board, and he couldn't resist the 458 Ferrari. That's an invitation class car. It takes victory, but the overall victory effectively goes to the Aston Martin. What a race it was. Plenty to look at.
Well, there's that famous shot again. Now I think we've got a couple of qualifying sessions coming up, and then we'll have one last race. That's
no, you've got ahead of yourself.
Oh, have I got ahead of myself by one race?
Formula One demo.
Oh, Formula One demo, yes.
Because we've got 5 races today. We've just ticked off 4. We've had the Gentleman Challenge, the Group C Racing, Endurance Racing Legends 1, and Endurance Racing Legends 2.
How can I forget this Formula One demo?
You've been super excited all day about it.
I know.
And then we've got 2 qualifying sessions. We've got Heritage Touring cars, Heritage Touring Cup, I beg your pardon, and then the 2-litre Cup for Porsches. And then we end with 60s Endurance, a 2-hour flat into the
Enduro. Yes.
So the races have been 40 to 45 minutes. We've got a 15-minute section now for the Formula One demo. They'll come out on the track again tomorrow. Certainly some were in the pit garages, some were under a special awning with 3 cars that have been raced in period by a local hero, Emilio De Villota, who raced, first of all, the Lynn car, a very unusual, little-known Formula One car. He raced that in the Shell Sports Series in the UK. Then it was a car that had raced in the British Grand Prix the year before, John Nicholson at the wheel. Then we had the McLaren M23 that he took over from the McLaren team to run as a privateer. And then he took over when Ground Effects came in, a Lotus 78 that he raced in various championship races, but notably won the British Aurora F1 Championship.
Did. So the Shell Sports Series was the precursor to they call those cars Group 8 cars for some reason.
Yes, I know. Confused me as a child, still does now.
And it's very much driven by John Webb at Brands Hatch. The Aurora Series was very popular for a long time, and Emilio was certainly one of the stars of that.
No, absolutely was.
The Lynn car was built by a chap called Martin Slater, and on a very small budget. I think it just did a couple of Grand Prix. I say then. Well, it was moved on to Emilio, and then and Giuseppe Ricci, the famous British stroke Italian, but based in Italy, based in the States, team owner Ricci Competizione. He was managing Emilio at the time.
Yeah, and it was an opportunity for people who couldn't afford to go to their national Grand Prix circuits around the UK to see them. They'd have a foreign foray each year. I remember them going to Nogaro once in about 1978, 79, and people liked to see it. It was a mixture of Formula 1 and Formula 2 cars. And then, of course, this was a point in which Formula 1 became a little bit more expensive. Yeah. Ground effect made things expensive. But Emilio, you know, he really waved the flag for Spain for a very long time. And it was a long while after that. You had Adrian Campos. You had Sala racing as well, but it took until that superhero Fernando Alonso landed, and that has propelled.
And Marc Hordy Genet, of course.
But in terms
was a Ferrari tester, maybe still is on the Ferrari books. Yeah,
he's one of the few qualified accountants on their books as a test. He maybe did his education, the university education in the UK, and Hordy, race winner in Formula 3000, went off to race many other things after that. Yeah. But really, you know, for so long, Spain, you thought about motorcycle world champions. Yeah. And that's still the case now. But, I mean, for Fernando, he finally gave them. And when he first came to race here at Spanish Grand Prix at this circuit, he packed it like it had never been packed before. And, of course, we ended up with the second Grand Prix in Spain when they took one down to the Valencia street races as well. And, of course, this year we're going back to 2 as well, because there's going to be a race here and one up at the Madrid, a circuit being created just outside Madrid.
And all part of this match was, for a while, before this track was built, it raced at a couple of other different races right in the south of Spain at Jerez, and also, of course, at Jarama near Madrid. So, lots of race circuits. All kinds of race circuits in Spain. Yeah. Aragon, as it was.
Aragon, Guadix, of course, you've got Montjuic Park. You can walk around and pass it, but you've got Valencia, Ricardo Tormes circuit. You've got. I went to a Formula 3000 racing, which we're talking about, Jordi Genet. I'm sure he's racing in that, where overlooked by a prison. It was called, and the name has gone out of my head. It began with A. I'll come back to me in a moment. No one ever went back there. It was like a kart track in so many ways. The drivers were quite bamboozled.
First car out is the Tolman there, and it's Benetton colours towards the end of the Tolman days, before Benetton built their own cars. Yeah. Well, Benetton basically.
Rory Byrne and the gang carried on from Tolman as it fused, and McLaren M26 as well. Good to see that. Yeah. This is the mid-70s, this is mid to late 70s, when basically almost every car had a Ford Cosworth DFV. It was the cheapest way into Formula 1. It was a really great engine. It had made its debut back in 1967, and it just enabled. You think of some of the teams at the top, they wouldn't have got there if it hadn't been for the Cosworth DFV. No. Most namely, Williams.
Yeah, and Hewlett gearboxes. It went as a package together. You could use it as a stress member. Of course, this car has not got a Cosworth in it. It's got a Hart engine for big turbocharged four-cylinder. Here's one of the Matras. I think that Mr. Jollibee owns lots of Matras, but that is him at the wheel. This MS120C, and if we see the other one, it's got the oil tank hang out of the back, and there's a few small changes.
Yeah, when cars, they weren't the same at the end of the season as the start. Now, for a lot of fans, the Ligier was a car that made a brilliant noise, and it was particularly when it launched in Formula 1 in '76 with that giant sort of teapot-style air scoop. But then by the time they got to the Grand Prix in this country, the Spanish Grand Prix, all those high air boxes were cut down. So the McLaren lost its fine airbox, ended up this one with the sort of 2 entrances, one either side of the driver's head. And then, of course, when you got to ground effects, the cars became wider to get the Venturi tunnels underneath. Covered Ligier, very much an example of that. Starting the '79 season, they suddenly went down to the opening 2 races in South America and just Jack Lafitte ran off and hid.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the rest of the season, it didn't carry on like that.
So there's the M26, took over from the hugely successful M23, and it just wasn't quite as good. Drivers, James Hunt didn't like it as much as M23, Jochen Mass, people like that drove them, but quite a rare car. Quite a lot of these cars are owned by Mr. Jollibee. There's 4 or 5 of them, and then I think there's some cars that come from Team Bright, the Breitmeyer organisation from the German-Belgian border. I think I just saw Emil Breitmeyer in a car fleetingly.
But it's just a great opportunity. Some people here will not have been to a contemporary Grand Prix. Or if they have, they wouldn't have been to a Grand Prix back when these cars were racing. And it's great to see how Formula One has evolved through the years. And, you know, right now we've got cars that are back to being smaller and nimbler, and that has been something that's been so overdue. So that is great to see, as they certainly give you more space to overtake out on the track.
I'm cross with myself because I'm recognising that blue crash helmet. I just can't put a name to the man whose head is inside it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I've been racking my brain as well. But it's great, you know, I haven't seen this car driven in anger for a very long time, so it's lovely. But particularly when we get the Matras coming down again, just if we can hear the engine note. It's also good to see some of these cars being driven, you know, quite close to their potential. Yeah. That's always the thing when you get a sort of parade of historic cars. If they're going around at 50%, you don't get the noise, you don't see how dynamic they are, how they can turn properly and so on and so forth. But, yeah, it's good to see these are having their necks run just a little bit, which is nice.
It'd be nice to see a shot of the Matra game. I'm currently following this as Tolman.
Yeah, and this was a dip of the toe in the water for the Benetton Fashion House. Obviously made mainly jumpers.
Here's a Matra. Here's Mr. John B with the MS-120B Matra and Aerospace Company. Made little sports cars as well. That's the business.
It's a very good formula, isn't it? Great big sticky tyres.
Yeah.
However, whatever shape the designer thought might work best aerodynamically, and certainly this was a time of flux and change in that, but that V12 engine note, super, super special.
And of course, Matra built this, they built the whole car. So against, obviously, Ferrari have done that, and Alfa Romeo and others. But there were all those DFB cars, and they're the ones that tend to race in the historic Formula Ones because they're easier to maintain, and there's a lot of, you can buy a brand new DFB engine if you want.
Yeah, and don't forget, of course, the greatest glory the Matra Mark had actually when Ken Tyrrell ran an outfit with their cars, but with Ford Cosworth DFEs and a certain Jackie Stewart, who went on to take the championship in 1969 and still reckons his MS-80 was the best car he ever drove. He's unswerving, because lots of people go, surely it was the Tyrrell 006 or whatever. But no, he absolutely thought that was just the perfect balance. This is a later car. Oh, no, thank you. I like a bit of a twitch from time to time. Little radiators at the back, you can see just either side of the rear wing, but just a treat to see these cars, and also to know that they are 50 plus years old, these Matras.
Yeah, you'd never think it would. Now we've got three cars all running together. I think there's a Ligier there in the train. Yes, there it is, with the Gitana French tobacco company, because back then it was perfectly fine to advertise cigarettes on racing cars.
Yeah, and back until just before it was banned, Formula One was absolutely packed with French drivers, many of whom had been sponsored the whole way through by cigarette companies, and suddenly there weren't so many after that, after the Evan law came
and Elf as well. Of course.
And Elf, yes, but certainly a lot of the young driver scholarships were at places like the Manicourt race circuit, the Winfield School there. Started by the Knight brothers, but that was where all the young French stars. I was looking at a fantastic book in the paddock this morning, the DPPI, the photographic agency. Look at their book from '72 with all the fresh-faced young French drivers at racing school.
Here's the other Matra. Can you see the oil tank on the back of it?
Different shaped air scoop, also the livery a bit more white on the side of the cockpit, but engine note just as sensational.
And Mr. John, I think, is finding trouble getting a gear, is he?
With a sort of Jackie X replica helmet. The Tolman is coming into the pits as well, and one of the things about the Matras, and you just have to say the name Chris Amon to understand they were brilliant cars, but they weren't always as solid as they might be in terms of reliability, and Chris never won a Grand Prix, did everything but Matra, they were fast for him, and they didn't give him the gourds.
He did win non-championship races in a Matra.
Yeah, but it's the sadness of leading, not just leading a race, but leading it easily at somewhere like Clermont-Ferrand, that fabulous circuit in the Auvergne, and to come away with nothing. You just nearly had to weep.
Yeah, we're getting good sounds from our cameras now.
Yeah, the more uniform bark of a Ford Cosworth DFV, but it was the soundtrack of Formula One. But don't forget, BRM always tried to do things differently. The British Racing Motors Group that promised so much and delivered so poorly, in fairness, across the decades. had its
across
moments.
the decades. They had their little purple patches, and Graham Hill winning the World Championship, of course. But you're absolutely right. And the Owen family who funded all that, GKN, wasn't it? Oh, there's Emil Breitmeyer.
With his James Hunt look-alike helmet, which was black with the three colours of Wellington College, just to the west of London, on the flank. That's where he went to school, but lots of people take a replica helmet. I've lost count of how many drivers race with replica Senna helmets, but it doesn't say James on the side. It says Emil, so that's absolutely fine. Emil Bright.
Yeah, there's a bloke called James Hogan who races a Hesketh with in the same colour scheme.
Not your old wrestling partner, Hulk Hogan.
No, not our wrestling partner, who I once interviewed. But, I mean, in the day, quite a few different drivers had their public school colours on their helmet. Richard Atwood was another one, and Piers Courage, of course. They're looking at something there. Chris Amer's name on the side of the car there, that one bank of the V12 engine, and then nice big bulky drive shafts, and work of art is the exhaust system. And it's funny, Bruce, isn't it, because these particular earlier Matras had the bulb sides, and then they went to this very angular situation, of course, fuel cells in there. You see that sticker shows that car raced at Monaco Historic back in 2016. The M26 still circulating very nicely, but an excellent display of Grand Prix cars. We didn't say Emilio de Villota going round, did we? Here's the Tolman coming back out. I suspect this. Mr. Jollibee uses as a driver coach Sahel Ayari, and we'll see him racing later. I suspect Sahel is in one of the cars out there.
Right, Andrew, I've just got to carry on talking because I think you need to go and go to the door.
Oh,
because you've got the pass to get Nick Padmore to come and join us. So great to hear these cars starting to be wound up a little more, and it's always good to try and get some of the top drivers to come in and talk us through. Let's hope that Nick hasn't run away outside, because racing buildings are always full of security for the right sort of reasons. But what a great array of cars. There are many more than I expected to see, but a lot of these cars were the cars of my sort of early teenage years, so they held a special place in my heart. And again, whatever age you are, whatever age you got excited about Formula One, they're always the cars that say sort of dearest to you. I love the purity of the cars in the 1960s, but for a young Bruce Jones, these are the cars that were very, very special. And what great championships they had at the time. What they did, that Battle of 76, Nicky Lauda, James Hunt.
Well, I'm still trying to find Nick Padmore, because it's not where I thought he was.
He just said next time. When you scrub it out, he's gone away.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
All right, okay. Never mind.
So we gave it a shot. But we're going to be treated to these cars again tomorrow. But for the fans in the stands and the fans in the paddock, there were 6 of these Formula One cars in one garage, and they were certainly drawing a massive crowd of people first thing this morning. But their session, you can see the red flashing lights, that mean that session is coming to an end, because we've got to go qualifying all over again. These Le Mans Classic Series days are absolutely jam-packed for 3 days of track action, and we're testing on the Thursday as well. But the season is underway, and we've still got qualifying to come. We've still got one more race today, 2 hours for the 60s endurance runners. Will Breitmeyer, he's all disappointed by looks there, gesticulating. I want to go out on the track, but I fear the 15 minutes has run its course.
Well, he can go tomorrow.
He can indeed.
Yeah. Various drivers out of their cars. Yeah, there's McLaren M26 just winding its way back onto the pit apron there. The Matra being pushed back into the garage. They are garage just under there, most of them.
Yes, and then that little trio of cars for the Emilio de Villota tribute just behind the garage that has all these 6 Formula One cars in. So great to see the sort of array of cars, to hear the different engine notes in particular. and also the fact that those engines were being worked quite hard. So that's really gets a tick in my book, I must say.
Yeah, they certainly were. So I look at, there is Brightmire just climbing out of the car, which is raced by Jolly Jack Lafitte, great French racing driver. Now 82 years old, because it's more or less the same age as me. So I think we can get down and find out a bit more about these Formula cars. I think the interview is almost ready. Let's go down to see Vincent, see what he's found for us. So I'm sure it's going to be very interesting indeed.
Back in the pits with one of the drivers of those Formula One, it was exceptional, maybe a little bit short, but exceptional. On va le faire en français pour Émile Breitmeyer. Alors Émile, il y avait un intérêt bien sûr, puisque normalement on vous voit au volant de la McLaren ex-James Hunt. Cette fois-ci c'était une Ligieux ex-Jacques Lafitte. Différence entre les deux voitures?
Oui, c'est pour comparer un peu, parce que la McLaren c'est aileron avant, aileron arrière, ça c'est des fonds plats, donc ça permet d'avoir une voiture plus efficace, donc je voulais quand même voir la différence. Donc voilà, c'est assez intéressant, mais ça marche super bien. J'avais pas de siège, donc compliqué, je me balade un peu dedans, mais sinon c'est vraiment super cool à conduire.
Et puis c'est pas tout à fait par hasard que vous essayez d'avoir un peu de roulage. Il y a un certain Grand Prix de Monaco historique qui se profile à l'horizon.
Ouais, c'est ça, on va à Monaco, donc ça permet aussi de choisir la voiture qu'on va prendre, parce que j'ai la Williams ou la McLaren, donc c'est quand même beaucoup plus efficace avec les fonds plats. Donc on y réfléchit, mais ici ça permet d'avoir un peu de roulage pour fiabiliser les voitures avant Monaco et pouvoir profiter pleinement de l'événement là-bas.
He will be in the Grand Prix of Monaco historic, maybe with this Ligier, maybe with the McLaren. He has to decide. Émile Breitmeyer.
Yeah, very good racer, Emil Breitmeyer. We'll see him later in a Lola T70, and I think he is actually on the pole in that. There's lots of very good Lola T70s, but he's a quick lad, is Emil. So coming up now, of course, a bit of practice. Yeah, aero event coming up in the future here in Spain. But I think people that are also helping promote this race meeting. But in the paddock is an aeroplane, and we've seen lots of aeroplanes at Goodwood, but on the airfield, but never actually in the paddock.
I know it's truly extraordinary. We both looked at each other as we walked in. So let's also, while the cars are going out on the track for the Heritage Touring, let's go down, because Vincent is working incredibly hard getting us interviews, and the latest and greatest is coming up just now. Away you go, Vincent.
Another Formula One driver today here in Barcelona, Sohail Ayari, with this former Chris Amon Matra. On va la faire en français une fois de plus. Sohail, alors c'était une expérience comment?
J'aurais pu la faire en anglais aussi. Mais non.
On peut reposer la question en anglais.
C'est une expérience extraordinaire. De toute façon, c'est une voiture extraordinaire, un moteur extraordinaire, une mélodie incroyable. Et c'est une voiture qui a fini 3e l'année dernière dans la catégorie à Monaco, au Manjan of B, bien sûr. Et c'est une voiture très plaisante à conduire.
On imagine le plaisir d'essence avec ce genre de voiture.
Oui, et moi par rapport à mes Ligier, c'est un petit retour en arrière. C'est une voiture de 1972. Et avec pas encore d'aérodynamique, enfin très peu d'aérodynamique et principalement du grip mécanique, c'est une grosse formule Ford, mais avec quand même des pneus de course et un plaisir inouï au volant.
So Sohail, a little bit in English now. How is it with this car from 1972?
It's fantastic. The sound is incredible. The V12 Matra is for me is the best sound ever. And even if it's not so high in the RPM, we take 11,000, not more. But the sound is incredible. And it pulls very well, and the handling of the chassis of the Matra is really good, it's very fantastic. It's an old car, so there is no aerodynamic yet, or really a little bit. But it's very pleasant to drive and very fun to drive.
You could understand it was a nice experience for Sohail Ayari.
And he said it was a melody, the engine in French, didn't
he? A beautiful melody.
Yes.
And it sounded like a big Formula Ford car.
And did he say at the beginning, I prefer to talk in English? He said
a little of each, yes. I think he was set it in his mind he was about to talk in English. But so was a really promising young French racer. Didn't get all the way to the top, but he's made quite a career for himself.
Won the Macau Grand Prix Formula 3 race,
I think he probably did.
Yeah, I remember
he said, told me at the time, he felt like the outsider in the French race.
Really, yeah.
Series, but he's now very much under the wing of Mr. John of B. So an array of phenomenal cars to
they run
coach him in, and
I think they run sort of very old Formula 1 cars like AGSs or something as a driving experience. His brother has been, we've seen running racing teams in the Creventic series, so the IRE family very much in that. I suppose there must be some IRE, some Northern African roots in there, perhaps.
Yeah, that's correct. But right now, my attention is turned to cars that I absolutely adore: the BMW CSLs and the RS 3100 Capris, the Batmobiles and the Cologne Capris. They are nose to tail. The presentation of these cars is phenomenal. Some period liveries on those, most notably the Hermite car. The background of the shop white with the gold, red and black stripes on that Capri. But these were the cars of the early 70s, 73, 74 in particular. For these cars, 75, when the sport was changing a lot, and suddenly a lot of performance from these cars.
Yeah, so last year was a little bit of contention amongst some of the drivers, because with the BMWs there's 24-valve engines and 12-valve engines, and the 24-valve engine had about 50 more horsepower, otherwise the car's pretty similar. And likewise with the Capri, there was two different engines, the Cosworth engine, and then I think there was another engine they ran. It's the 2600,
which is the German-based engine.
Yeah, and yet they were all in the same class. And I believe they've got a subclass now for the lesser powered ones, which makes it great for the people with the lesser powered engines. Have got something to fight for. Like the Hayats, for instance, they've got a 12-valve. BMW rather than a 24, so they've got something to really go for. So I think that's great. We got the Vorsteiner livery there, which we saw in a lot of Formula 1 cars, beer company, the great gold colours. What you always see on the toy, your Dodges as well.
The Arrows.
Arrows were sponsored by them.
For a long time. But these cars are quick. Though.
Yeah, they're quick. Yes.
So car number 74, that's Leo G. We don't know who the full surname he has on board, but we will find that out through the course of the season, perhaps.
Yeah, he's a new one on me, Leo G.
And Nigrin, remember we worked out this sponsor? There's a man with a chimney sweep badge on the side.
And that's because that's the way that company started. It went into car cleaning products and so on, I believe. And this is the championship car from last year.
Yeah.
Now this is Maxime Guénard, who we'll see a lot of for the rest of this weekend. Maxime Guénard is the son of one of the founders of the Richard Mille Watch Company. So Richard Mille and Dominique Guénard, who also still races very competitively, they founded the Richard Mille Watch Company, and both their sons race, and the two founders still race. And of course, Richard Mille, that watch company, sponsoring two Formula 1 teams, Ferrari and was it McLaren? They certainly sponsored two Formula 1.
And also, the presence last year in the World Endurance Championship.
Absolutely, yes.
One of their cars and so on and so forth. But they've made a huge impact on the racing scene.
Richard's been very important in the sport because he's also been the chairman, I think, of the FIA Historic Racing Commission and stuff like that. But it's nice to see the sons going so well. Now, last year, Maxime won 3 different championships in this group of racing, and he's on the board of them. He's not just a racer; he's also involved. He's a marketing director of Richard Mille Watches. So here he is. He drives superbly well,
and he's surprise, fastest at the moment by quite a lot. In fact, after the first flying lap, he's 4 seconds clear. This one's not going as fast as it should. No. The UFO striped car, the BMW, it's fantastic. That's the Greenhalgh family car. That's ex-Jean Honseval and Pierre Dieudonné car, but not going quite as well as they want just yet, unless there was a little something that just backed it off to bring it back to the pits.
And as well as the Capris from the Blue Oval, we've also got some Ford Escorts. There's a couple of pretty quick ones, actually. And there's an Alfa Romeo or two, and I noticed there was a Rover that appeared this season.
Indeed, Stephen Keating's brought a bright yellow Rover, pretty much unmarked, that car in terms of sponsors' liveries, but that's in an invitation class car. It doesn't quite fit with the mix of everything else. So as in the previous race where we had that Ferrari 458 Italia running out, it's also out of class.
Except that it's 10 years older than the rest of the people it's racing against. Big lock up there by the golden car.
No, when you said 10 years older, you actually meant sort of 10 years younger. That's 1983, the Rover Vitesse, whereas these Capri's and...
sorry, I got it the wrong way around. Yes, of course it is. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Right, Armand Mille now getting a little bit closer. Still the Capri of Maxime Guénard top. Second fastest, another Capri, Armand Mille. Difference between them 9/10 of a second.
Armand Mille and Maxime Guénard sometimes race together.
Yeah, I know they certainly have over the years.
Yeah. But here they're big rivals.
Yves Samama, just looking at his car, another Ford Capri. He's 5th fastest at the moment, so it goes 2 Ford Capris, 2 BMW CSLs, and then 2 more Ford Capris. Yves Samama and Michael Kammerman in 5th.
Yeah, Michael
Kammerman's
been the champion in this category in the past, a few years ago. Yves Samama's an interesting guy. He's Swiss by birth, and he's back living there now, but for much of his life he lived in Chicago, where they ran an engineering business, him and his brother, which they subsequently sold. So now he's having fun racing. He was racing back then. I saw him racing at Daytona in the Classic 15 years ago, I suppose.
Yeah, right.
Yves Samama.
Now with BMW in particular, a lot of the windscreen strips tell you who ran the cars in period. Schnitzer and Luigi Luigi was the more predominant back in the early 1970s, or in terms of the number of cars we have out on the track, but Schnitzer was the mark that went on forever and ever until we lost poor Charlie Lamb about quite a long time ago now, just after the Macau Grand Prix, fell ill and didn't make it. He was just, during the Spa 24 hours, he'd never leave the pits. He was just such a man with attention to detail, Charlie Lamb at Schnitzer.
On the way in, we were talking about how many racetracks we've been to, and you're up to 100, I'm a bit above that, but there's quite a few of us, discussed it. Oh, I know when you got the escort off. Charlie Lamb was way ahead of any of us. Been more racing circuits.
Yeah, you certainly feel so. That's Raphael de Boerman, who always goes very well. His escort off, that's the Dave Matthews car. Nelson Racing, Broadspeed run it for them. Good to see the Luigi car. We thought that was going slowly, but clearly it was a momentary thing, and that's being picked up. The pace is being picked up for them. David
Matthews, who was a top runner in his day, his son, of course, went on, was very successful in Formula 3. We thought he was going, maybe all the way to the top, and then he changed, got into management, and now he was part of the Lewis Hamilton's management team. But he was managing a couple of other drivers as well. I think it's just set up. I think I read somewhere just set up some new operation, but.
Right, just double checking.
I think James Matthews also was involved when. The Williams takeover, wasn't he? Dorrit.
Yeah, very much part of that. Right, full course yellow. I was just waiting to break in there. Suddenly our track map goes yellow the whole way around, probably because that escort stuck in the gravel, so hopefully that can be cleared. So Maxime Guénard sitting on top of the qualifying session by 1.3 seconds from another Capri racer, Armand Mille. Frans Wunderlich is the best of the BMW CSLs. 635 CSI, don't see so many of those anymore. Those are rather younger in years, and one of those just weaving its way into the pit lane there, Philippe Truffier in a Group 2 car from 1980. So, it's giving away 7 years or so. Still a lovely, lovely body shape on that 635 CSI.
Yeah. So, at the front, mostly people we're used to seeing doing well in this series. But the big surprise is Leo G, whoever he may be.
Indeed. And he's 5 and a bit seconds down. The worst thing there was the timing of that full course yellow, because a lot of people were cautious for a couple of laps, just starting to pick up their pace. Then there was the escort sitting in the gravel, and then you think, oh, what am I doing? However, the mark set by the fastest car of all, Maxime Guénard, 1 minute 52.391 seconds, a second and a third faster than the best of the rest. Those times will come down, but I think Maxime Guénard is so relaxed in that car. He took a third place here last year, but has been a champion, and he's the one in the Nigrin sponsored car we saw at the start of the session. The Hermitite car, that's a colour scheme that Tom Walkinshaw ran back in period. That's white, red and gold. Armand Mille is in that one. Car 16, haven't seen too much of that yet in the session. That's Jean-François Besson, rare French driver in a Capri, the Pepsi Cola sponsorship. And the blue flashes. And that is the one that we were talking about being in the RS 2600.
Yes.
Which is, I don't know what the LW stands for. And the nomenclature for that particular car.
Lightweight, could it?
Yeah, I guess it would be. Why didn't I think of that? But because the RS 2600 was part of the Ford road-going range, whereas the RS 3100 sort of slightly less so.
Yes.
But it was a German engine car, but had a lot of grunt, the 2600 engine. Right, some cars coming back out, even though it's full course yellow, and a chance to see a few more liveries. And as the Hermitite Capri comes in, drivers waiting to try and gauge how long the full course yellow period run. We've got still 28 and a few minutes left in qualifying, so they've got plenty of time to atone for things they haven't done right and get right things that they haven't got right as yet. Only one Alfa Romeo in the face in the race, and it's the Ritchie family car, entry number 84. Jean-Frank Ritchie and Mauro Ritchie. There's a traffic jam behind.
In this Le Mans Classic Series, there are two different categories of touring cars on 8, and the only race that we don't have this weekend is the other touring car event, where it's the one where the older cars we see Lotus Cortinas and Alfa Romeos
and Minis and little BMW 2002 TIIs, etc. Here's Leo G. Come on, has he given it away? Has he got his name on the side of his helmet? No. Not even winding his window down for us to look. Is his name Leo Gatsonides or something? Is it because Leo could be Leonidas, could be a Greek name there? Right. Now, moving to the word of escorts, car number 10 is Peter Fergelet, and of course the Swiss family has been running cars in racing series for 60 plus years.
Mainly Porsches. I think it's been 3 generations. I think his father was very friendly with Joe Siffert, the great Swiss Formula 1 and Le Mans racer. I think he might have even been in business with Joe. Joe was a bit of a wheeler dealer, actually, buy a lot of cars. Well, that's a sort of unusual green. I mean, Farrow and Ball would give that a very strange name, like Sparrow's Breath or something, wouldn't they?
Farrow and Ball, for those who don't know, is a British paint company. They've got extraordinary ranges of colours that I often get put in front of me by my wife and go, which do you prefer?
Well, if you go down to B&Q and you tell them which Farrow and Ball colour you want, because the paint is extremely expensive, just that's not seeing much. You can get it mixed, the same colour, and they've got it all in a computer. 3 drips of that, 3 drips of gold and 2 drips of red. And
you're giving away trade secrets there.
Yeah.
Right, look on board. This is a cockpit of a mid-1970s touring car. Think of the circuits they raced on, the Nürburgring Nordschleife, Spa-Francorchamps when it went into the neighbouring valley and back again, Silverstone, and some of the shots. A lot of these cars would be cocking the front wheels around the tighter corners at the back at Silverstone. And in among the mix, great to see, a big fan of Alfa Romeos, and the 1750 is just such a great little car. The GT AM, that's from slightly older, it's 1971, but largely, as you look in the background of this shot, it's Ford Capris and BMWs about to go out and do their business all over again.
Somebody was telling me yesterday, actually, Trevor Foster of Pegasus Racing run the car for the only British team in this. Well, actually, there's another British car now, but the Hyatts have been the only British team that have supported this. Supported it over the years. That an engine for a BMW, the 24 valve, you can buy them. They're close to 140,000 euros.
Well,
just for the engine.
It's a staggering figure, but so we should very much appreciate the fact we've got so many cars coming out to play. But great, I like the fact that it's multi-class. There's the invitation class Rover in the background.
Yeah,
which took years off its waistline.
Took years off. And I had a. Did you ever drive one of those Rover Vitesses?
I did.
I had one.
Did you?
Yeah. It was a bit of a beast, actually. It was fine.
It sounded great. Obviously, I have an appreciation of that engine because
that looks
derived from being a Buick. It looks like it's been driven out of the car park.
I was just going to say the same, Not a sticker on it, except the roundels.
Well, let's see how it stacks up pace-wise. And before the session came to a slight hiatus, it was you're looking 2 minutes 15. Yeah, well, a lot of cars hadn't really got a flying lap on board, so to say it was 21 seconds down probably isn't quite accurate, but clearly not any near the pace. It hasn't got the giant wings that, of course, for BMW with the CSL, wasn't really the standard wing, was it? But it came in the boot of the car, so you could assemble it. So it was sold as a kit.
But in the UK in historic racing, we see lots of Rover Vitesses. Because they're obviously that category that in the UK is coming for a different direction to this.
Okay, drivers starting to get a bit of heat back in their tyres. No one's going to go for a quick lap until probably next time around. But the car that sits on top of the pile is this one, number 1, Maxime Guénard. 1.3 seconds the good before the full course yellow. Now needs to really plot a bit of space around it on the track so he can put in one more really quick lap. 23 and a bit minutes remain in the session. So he's just got to pick his way past those two other cars or back it off and make space. Looking comfortable. And the 635. Mara livery at the front end of that one.
Yeah, well, Mara was also a single-seater racing car manufacturer. I presume it's the same Mara. And just looking at, you can't miss that red and white stripe one. Tell you that was a jeans company, I think. UFO jeans. Indeed. That's it, yeah.
And they largely were on BMWs and a lot of historic racing. Sometimes you forget, and the livery comes out, you find 3 cars in it because some people could just choose to put it on. But when you've got the real original cars, it's fantastic. Wow. Look, this final sweep, touring car racing. At this time would have been at Jarama because this circuit didn't exist. That's a helping hand. But also, for a long time, Jarama, the circuit out just to the outside of Madrid, was where racing came. But racing in Spain, as we talked about earlier, has moved around an awful lot.
Yeah,
well, a bit like you look at lots of countries, like moving the United States Grand Prix from left to right and back again across the years.
There was the famous Pedralbes circuit where Fangio and Hawthorne did battle.
And amazing pictures of those big broad streets and the Penny-Ring Grand Prix beforehand and so on and so forth. But Barcelona, this is Barcelona's 3rd Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah.
Or is it 4th? No, because before the Formula 1 World Championship they were racing at Pedralbes and of course Montjuic Park, which came to a conclusion in 1975 after a car unfortunately lost its rear wing and went through the barriers or over the barriers into the crowd, and some people were killed. And that was
Maxime.
It's not a race, but that's a driver confidence in his car, because when you go through turn 7, you're turning uphill, and it's to the left, and you got to kink to the right, and he kinked to the right, and he just was happy to swing the tail around, pivot the car, and not lift.
There's not a great deal of elevation change here, but there's enough, isn't it, to make it interesting.
Yeah, and anything you see on the screens is far less than there is in real life.
Well,
whenever you go out on a track walk, you go, oh, actually, it gets flattened. And the most famous one is if you have a shot looking up the hill from Saint-Devote at Monaco. It doesn't look that steep. You walk it, your calf muscles will tell you very shortly. You'd only got to sort of Rosie's bar halfway up when you were hurting a little bit on the back of the calf muscle.
Although the corkscrew at Laguna Seca, he does, even on TV, it's pretty sticky.
Right, so the Alfa clearly short on horsepower there, driven nicely by Ricci, but you've got to expect it to be the Capris, and the CSL's now settling down. Remember that it was 2 Ford Capris, 2 BMW CSLs, 2 more Ford Capris. It's now 2 Ford Capris, then 4 BMW CSLs, and one of them, car number 34, the one we're looking at here, Olivier Breitmeyer.
So we've just been told that in 74, Sebastian Glazer.
So is that his name? The Leo G is Sebastian Glazer.
Oh, thank you. Right, so, well, that's because he's been a big name in this series in the past and been a winner.
Well, that's really good news.
Sorry, we hadn't quite clocked that. Leo G is Sebastian Glazer. Now, why is he now Leo G?
Maybe he's nipped out to the shops and hasn't told his family where he's gone for the weekend. Could be that, but anyhow, so how is Leo G going? Well, he's the best of the BMWs. Look at his car, the black one with the Works BMW stripes, the Castrol sponsorship on the tail, going down into turn 10. There he is. BMW Luigi on the top. Sorry, when I said Works colours, I didn't mean that. I meant
kind of dull, that colour scheme, isn't it? With a dark green. And
I agree. Doesn't jump out at you, and certainly some of the circuits that are raced on, running through the trees at places like Nürburgring Nordschleife, that definitely wouldn't have jumped out. On a brighter day, on a track with more line of sight of the cars, it might, but certainly some of the others, most notably the livery on Maxime Guénard's Capri, much crisper, and also in terms of lap times, Maxime Guénard still 1.3 seconds the good, and Leo G brackets Sebastian Glazer is back 2.5 seconds down. Those Capris are absolutely flying. Well, they weren't that dominant last year. In fact, when we came here
they weren't.
last year, listen to the order in the race. BMW, Sebastian Glazer. Now he's only third fastest, 2.5 seconds down. David Hart, Olivier Hart, also in a CSL BMW, was second, and Maxime Guénard, fastest now, but he was third. So things have chopped and changed.
2020, a couple of years ago, 2025, we mentioned Michael Kammerman was the champion, but he's the champion with Sebastian Glazer. So, you know, so the mysterious Leo G, who hasn't stayed mysterious for very long. I mean, it took us quite a while to find out who Mr. B was. We found out straight away, so it's good.
Yeah, Mr. John of B has been racing, what, 25, 30 years as Mr. John of B, but okay, fallen at the first hurdle, Leo.
Yeah.
Or maybe his real name is Leo and Sebastian Glazer.
Yeah, it could be.
Is a pseudonym.
Or a bit of a lock up there for the 73 car.
That's Matthew Saunders, British driver, BMW. That's one of the worst liveries. You often had them in white or black and sometimes silver with those BMW racing colours. But he's pressing on very nicely indeed. But at the moment, his CSL is 16 seconds off the ultimate pace. I think he was rather looking at the Yakko liveried car, the similar car tucked in behind. That is a long old run on the brakes.
Yeah. He'll be diving in the pits for another expensive piece of rubber, won't he?
Yeah, he certainly feels so.
So the two sons of the watch company founder, first and second, and then Dominic Guénard, I noticed. No, that's going for the exhaust. That's smoke. It's expensive, that.
Either way, but he's certainly backed it off. Matthew Saunders bringing that back in. The Yakko liveried BMW CSL went past him. That's a bit better placed in the field. That's Jose Oliveira. Oh yeah, no, that's a bit more expensive than the new set of tyres, isn't it? Doing his best to keep out of the way and keep the oil that is no doubt billowing out the back. He's off the racing line. Well done at least for doing that. But when you get down to the bottom, you've got to turn black and orange warning flag, the meatball flag, as it's called in certain quarters. That means mechanical warning, report to the pits immediately.
Talking of meatballs, of course, Klaus Hamelin didn't start that race today in the Hamelin Texaco car, but he was sort of a meatball king, wasn't he?
Absolutely.
That was his main business.
Well, the team was called Frikadelli Racing, and Frikadella are the meatballs, the Danish meatballs that are so popular. Right, take a look at Ford Escort.
That's a beefy looking machine, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. Look at the width of those tyres, and this one just seeing how it's placed in its group. We've heard from the France family before, Erwin and father Pierre Alain, and this is their car, white with the dark blue stripe, car number 100. And in terms of the smaller engine, the Escort class, best place of the Escorts is not theirs. It's Jean-Luc Blanchemin, who's in their 10th overall. And the France family car with the father Pierre Alain is down 16th. But it's still got 1.3 seconds between Maxime Guénard and the best of the rest.
Yeah, that's Maurizio Bianco. He's raced all kinds of things, E-Type, Chevron B19, raced a Formula 3 route in the past.
I just fell silent there to listen to a bit of period engine note. Now here's the RS 2600 Capri coming out, the one with the Pepsi livery on board. Jean-François Besson, and at the moment he is a little bit down the order. It's still Maxime Guénard, 1 minute 52.3 seconds, and that's looking. Well, we've got 15 minutes left, so it's not invincible, but the fact that nobody's even started chipping away at that is quite interesting to me, I must say. But obviously in this qualifying session, people thinking we've got plenty of time to come in the pits and work things out. No need to rush. Certainly in terms of Spanish touring car race this period, the main fellow would have been Alex Leroy, who raced with a lot of success in sports cars, but particularly in touring cars, as well as obviously coming into Formula 1 as well.
Yeah, he was in a British Formula 2 team, British Run Formula 2 team, and the mechanics decided it was Alex 12-volt solenoid.
There's nothing like the humour of mechanics at times. But also bear in mind the teams were much smaller, and they've probably been driving the trucks, working a mere 36 hours a day, and all for not so much money, doing it for the love. But it got you around the continent as well. There was a lot to be said. It was quite alive.
There's Maxime Bernard. The Swiss, not French, of course. They're right there where the watch company is, where their base is, right on the French border.
So not a lot of rushing going on right now. That's the car that's fastest. Slight crimp on one of the exhaust points there. But cars coming in and out. The Hyatt family car is the acid yellow one in the background with the blue stripes. Yes. We talked to that earlier. That was one, as you pointed out, didn't have a 24-valve engine. It's got a 12-valve engine, and therefore giving away, what do you reckon?
It was 50. No, I asked Trevor Foster, 50 horsepower probably. Leo G, as he's wanting to be called this year. Sebastian Glazer. Emil Breitmeyer, who we saw enthusing about driving that Formula 1 car. Wundrich. Dad Dominic Guenard, the Swiss. Yves Shamama. And Maurizio Bianco. So we can go down to the pits at excellent time to talk to one of the competitors here. So let's see who Vincent has got with him and hear from him right now.
Okay, Andrew, I'm with a BMW driver, but this weekend he drives a Ford Capri, something quite unexpected. Michael Kammerman. Michael, why are you driving a Capri this weekend?
Yeah, the owner of the car is a good friend of mine, and he asked me to help him to improve the car a little bit, to make it faster. I had a few laps yesterday, but we had a lot of problems. In the first free practice, I did only 2 laps, and then the clutch breakdown, so we fixed it. I don't know the car very well, but it's completely different to the BMWs I built for my customer, for myself. The handling is, we have a lot of work in front of us, but we go step by step. But I think the Ford needs a wilder drive style to be fast than the BMW. Actually, I prefer a proper drive style, not slide too much, but to be fast with a Capri, you have really to go hard with the car. You have to slide a lot, but I improved my driving style with Formula Ford and light cars, not so powerful. There you have to learn a proper drive style. We have a long way for us. We are now at position 8, I think. 5 seconds behind the pole position. I mean, that's quite a lot. Yeah, it's quite a lot. Yeah, but I give my best, and we go step by step, slowly. Yeah.
Thank you, Michael. It was an interesting comparison between those Ford Capris and BMW 3.0 CSL.
Absolutely, it was some great insight there. I hadn't realised that he also built some of those BMWs up. A former champion, Michael Kammerman. But comparing the Capri and the BMW, and I'm surprised that the driving style is so different in the 2 cars. But that's what he says. He knows.
Well, exactly, he knows. But actually, it's not as bad as he thinks. It's not 5 seconds. It's only 4.5 seconds the deficit. Right. And Maurizio Bianco going around now. He knows the car better. It's his car, the white and gold Capri. But for him at the moment, he's just got to chip away. His next target is half a second faster. Yves Samama. That's also in a Capri. And then you've got those 4 CSLs running from 3rd, which is Leo G, via Emil Breitmeyer, Franz Wunderlich, and Guillaume Maillet. They are 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, and they are clear of him by 1 second to 2 seconds. So a very, very steep mountain to climb. But someone who clearly can hurl a Capri around. If Cameraman, everyone agrees with his point of view, is the fact you've got to put them sideways, and that's what we've seen already from Maxime Guenard. Remember, we had that rear shot going up through turn 7, the tail kicked out. He didn't care. He just kept the foot planted and let the tyres do the work as he went up the slope. I think looking at the cars, possibly the CSL has a slightly longer wheelbase, which might sort of explain that, but we're not talking huge margins. I think these cars just look fantastic, though, however. I don't mind BMW or Ford. They had such epic battles through the mid-70s, and it's certainly one of the most exciting times for touring car racing. And also, the works teams, when they, Ford would sort of knock on the door and say, Jackie Stewart, please report to the Nürburgring and so on. It was phenomenal. Francois Sever raced for them, and BMW calling in similar big guns as well.
Absolutely right, and of course, and Jochen Mass, and also they did run the cars at Le Mans, of course. The great late Jerry Birrell, another guy who was really making his name in Capri's, but was also together with running in Formula 2. There's Cameron then just discussing the situation.
It's quite hard to look in the cockpit and say, well, have you dropped those 4 seconds we need? No, it's got to come from within. But anyhow, through the course of the season, I'm sure we'll see people adapting. But these cars look quick. They are quick. But at the moment, nobody is close to Maxime Guénard. 1.3 seconds are good. The best of the rest is Armand Mille, the number 60, also a Ford Capri, a Cologne Capri. But who is going to change? Haven't seen any quicker times coming up the board for a while. Of course, a lot of the cars came into the pits. They've got time to pick up the pace all over again. And 49, sixth fastest, Guillaume Maillet. There he is again. That's a nice shot there. Top of the hill from stop and go as he went around the corner. It's a right-hander over the crest at turn 9, tail twitching over the curbing on the exit.
Yeah, he's very much involved also with Guénard Mille, because he's close friend of Maxime Guénard, and his father runs this team in Keep Europe, which runs, I think they're doing 10 cars or 14 cars here. A huge preparation business just south of Paris, very successful.
Yeah, I think you're probably closer this meeting to 14 cars.
It could be that.
I think it's
did
north of
you
10.
have a count? Yeah.
No, I didn't, but I'm thinking, I'm fairly sure I saw at least 10, and I must have missed a few.
Yeah.
Again, fantastic walking around the paddock here at the Mont Classic Series events. Plenty of space around the cars. They're lined up largely in groups under awnings or little cafes or shops, and there's a really good buzz and lots of period music.
Indeed, and lots of great graphics that tell you, the car that is in that garage, a bit like Goodwood actually, because they do that very well. But you can tell what the car is just by looking above, and so most of them are the same. So if a team's got cars in 2 different categories, they tend to put them together just to make it easier for the team, because otherwise they'd have to go chasing.
Yeah, particularly if you're competing in almost consecutive races here. So the historic and race cars preparing this Ricci family Alfa Romeo, but at the moment that's it. Now look, there's not that much taken out of these cars from road cars to get them out on the circuit, which is the point. It was touring car racing, but obviously they remove the passenger seat, remove any carpeting, and keep the weight down, put a roll cage.
Still the door linings are there, look.
Good chance to see a run around. You don't get so many cars in sort of mustard colour anymore, but it's
even the cam cover's gold.
Ford Escort, but not just normal Escort, an RS 1600, and of course Ford very much a sporting brand in the 60s into the 70s. Ford, of course, was DFE doing its magic. They were doing rallying, they were trying to win in endurance racing, but touring car racing as well as the Formula 1 was their real staple, wasn't it?
I saw the RS badge there. It almost became a brand, didn't it, at one stage? Rally Sport, I think it was.
It was Rally Sport,
Nice job there by our cameraman. Giving us a complete 360 around the car. 5 minutes left. With Maxime Guénard. 1.3 seconds. It's a big gap, isn't it? Because Maxime and Armand Mille, they often race wheel to wheel in these cars.
Yeah, I know. I mean, maybe Armand thinks I've got the pace, I don't need to stress anything to get close, but at the moment 1.3 seconds is not what we expect to see, but it's the gap back to third place is what we don't expect to see, because from provisional pole at the moment with 4.5 minutes remaining, Maxime Guénard is Capri, the best of the BMWs in third place, is 2.4 seconds back.
Yeah.
Well. The Rover, by the way, I haven't mentioned that too much.
No.
It's down in the pits at the moment, 21st, so it's penultimate position, just a BMW CSL is slightly behind that. That's the tail end of the field.
But the road were really built to a different, milder set of regulations.
Yeah, way milder, because you thought, hey, it's got a 3.5 litre engine. You know, that should be everything, and it's a younger chassis, etc., etc. But you have to understand the rule book kept on changing across the decades, and there's more clemency for sort of technical advantage back in the 70s, and that is principally why Ford and BMW went at it hammer and tongs, because it became a real battle. And from the Ford point of view, they'd say our Capri, which costs X on the road in terms of the road-going version, versus the BMW 3-litre, which costs probably 3 times X on the road. They were delighted they could be chipping away and taking BMW head-on out on the circuit.
Raise their profile. Glenard, Neil, Breitmeyer, it's the top 3. Stefan Glazer, Leo G.
Yeah, the main change in recent moments has been Emil Breitmeyer going up into 3rd place overall in that number 34 BMW black one. But let's head back down to the pit lane, because Vincent has caught up with Maxime Gaynard. He's on pole by 1.3 seconds and is not going out again. Let's find out.
Back in the pits with the champion, and the champion is in first position of this qualifying session of the Heritage Touring Car. On va faire une interview en français également pour Maxime Gaynard. Maxime, c'est une saison qui s'était bien terminée l'année dernière, et celle-ci commence pas mal aussi.
Alors exactement, c'est vrai que l'année passée on a eu beaucoup de jours, on a fait une très belle saison, on s'est beaucoup bagarré, mais finalement l'année s'est très bien déroulée, on a gagné le titre. Puis là c'est vrai que on commence de la meilleure des manières, avec il reste 2 minutes 30, on espère garder la pole position, et puis on verra demain pendant la course, quoi.
Alors ce circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, c'est comment? C'est plaisant avec ce type de voiture, c'est Ford Capri RS 3100?
C'est très plaisant, il y a beaucoup de zones rapides, c'est vraiment, je ne veux pas dire qu'on prend du risque, des risques, bien au contraire, mais on s'amuse bien, il faut quand même aller garder du gros rythme, donc non, vraiment très amusant comme circuit.
60 minutes de course au niveau de l'Heritage Touring Cup. Ça veut dire qu'il y a quand même une certaine partie d'endurance, ou est-ce que c'est un sprint de 60 minutes?
Alors si tu te bases sur l'année passée où c'était beaucoup de bagarres, on était tous très proches, c'est vraiment un sprint de 60 minutes. Après, inévitablement, dans un sprint de 60 minutes, il faut quand même un peu gérer parce que la voiture s'use, les freins s'usent, etc. Donc, je pense que ça va être de l'endurance plutôt demain, mais c'est franchement de temps à moi, ça va se finir en sprint.
This guy, Maxime Gaynard, is definitely the number 1 of the HTC.
Thank you very much, Vincent. And seriously, as we go into the final minute and a half of this session, 1.3 seconds clear. And in turn, fellow Capri racer Amand Miel is another big margin, a second and a bit more ahead of the best of the BMWs. Car number 17 still with Jose Oliveira, Portuguese driver, trying to get a time onto the board that is representative. He is bringing up the rear of the field, possibly experiencing the car for the first time. We do get this, Andrew, from season to season. People step up, and what you don't want to do right now is try and chip a bit off your time and put your car off into the gravel. But the Heritage Touring Cup, 22 cars have gone out to play, and 22 cars. We've got a couple that stopped out on the track. Got that Rafael de Bourman Escort that had been very well placed in class. That stopped out on track, and Matt Saunders in that BMW CSL. Remember, we saw it smoking away. At first I thought it was a lock up into turn 1, but you then pointed out it was rather more serious, and it was coming out the exhaust pipe as he went around the lap, and you could almost sense the oil coming out, so he pulled to the side of the circuit, which is a sensible thing to do.
Unusual colour scheme, this car, in a way, isn't it? It's got the reflection in the heat haze that comes towards our camera, and see if the Portuguese guy can clip a few seconds off here. Back with the Leo G car.
Yeah, well, he has actually chipped 2 seconds off on that last lap. Okay, so
there seemed a bit of a last-minute plan to come into the pits there.
Yeah, I'll do one more lap. I can fit it in before the flag falls, which is in 3 seconds' time. But maybe he decided he just couldn't actually. He probably wouldn't. He'd have come round and the flag would have greeted him before he got there. But the Yakko livery, Cole, locking up there from Jose Oliveira, but he's 2 to 3 seconds off, but he's got this last chance. Won't have helped him with that helps himself with that little switch. And number 52, Ford Capri, that's Yves Simama. He's 3rd of the Capris, 7th place overall, but nobody really setting quicker times towards the end, I'm afraid. Basically, when they saw the time that Maxime Gaynard put up, they must have almost put their hands up, saying that is an astonishingly good lap. 1 minute 52. We just heard from Maxime down with Vincent Franssen in the pits, and he's clearly very happy with life at the moment.
I think some of the Capri engines were done by Westlake.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And then so we had the engines with Cosmos developed and the Westlake ones. I'm not quite sure which were which. We did check that overnight. Yeah. So looking forward to that race. Bruce say at some meetings we do get 2 touring car events, older touring cars than this. Frankly, not quite so exciting, but there's some great racing for the Lotus Cortinas and Alphas and so on. But the Alphas in the UK, the Lotus Cortinas, the Alphas were usually not right in the mix, but it was all about Lotus Cortinas. But in Europe, the Alphas and the Lotus Cortinas were very close together. The factory Auto Delta cars and drivers like Andrea Darmich doing really well, and plenty of others, and Twan Hazelman and some people. But and it's a really good series as well. So I look forward to seeing it.
It's another roll of the dice. It's another shaking of the mix. But right, checker flag fell about a minute ago. Last few cars coming in off the track. I'd suggest we've only got about 2 cars left out there. So Maxime Guénard got the job done in some particularly good style there.
And nice and early in the session. Is his car with the green stripes on it. And that's, as we said, the Keep Europe prepared car. And the Marr family. Danny Marr started by racing an Austin Healey Sprite, and he built this huge preparation business up from that.
It's amazing, but there is a big pendulum in sport, and if you happen to realise a series like this is only the second year that Peter Auto has streamed it live. We enjoyed it very much last year. Now it's got the new name, the Le Mans Classic Series, and we're going to follow the entirety of the championship. And sometimes when you get TV, it adds more cars to the mix as well, because
I think so.
That will come. Yeah. I'm sure.
I mean, we've got over 200 cars racing.
Oh, I know. It takes more than a morning to walk around the paddock and take a look at the cars. But so qualifying is over, but we have plenty more coming for you. So highlights of this, and it was the mix of BMWs, the CSLs by and large, the 1635 CSI, but also the Ford Capri RS 3100s, the Ford Escort RS 1600s. A lone Alfa Romeo as well, but it's just great to see these cars in off period of 50 plus years ago still looking crisp and sharp now and sounding fantastic. And from the second fastest car to the fastest of the lot, and that was Maxime Guénard. He put in his quick lap very early on, nobody else could get close, and that looks fantastic in its Ligrin livery. So, qualifying out of the way. One more qualifying session coming our way. And then we've got the 2-hour race to end Saturday's action here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. So we've got the 2-litre Cup Porsches coming out. They have a half-hour qualifying session. Then the 60s Endurance will conclude everything for the Saturday here. So, plenty more still to come. It's been a great day so far here in Barcelona. And we will entertain you further.
So cars should be filtering out of the pit lane in a moment. All these Porsches, it's called the 2.0 L Cup. And of course, it's all 2-litre Porsches from 1965. And what a terrific series it makes. James Turner, who invented this series, has now stepped back, but he stepped back into his race car. So he'll be back racing in it again, and he has recruited to drive with him the 5 times Le Mans winner, no less than Emanuele Pirro. And Emanuele flew in last night, and is enjoying this. Of course, he's more used to racing out. He has done a lot of historic racing. He's very popular at Goodwood, isn't he, Emmanuel? You see him in Ferraris, all sorts of
things.
because
he absolutely loves it. But because
loves it.
It's also he appreciates the cars that were racing when he was a child. He's one of the. We were talking about this off air. Not every driver is a scholar of the history of the sport, but he's always been one of those, and that's why he just loves getting stuck in. Of course, he's had a role for a long time as a steward with the FIA, going to Grand Prix. Yep. But he is very much a fixture at historic racing, and a more enthusiastic driver. I challenge you to find.
Yeah. Interestingly, his son didn't go into race driving; he went into race engineering, and I think he works for the Prema, the famous Prema organisation that run all those Formula 3 cars. Just changed management recently, actually, or ownership. I must ask you if his son is still at Prema. So here are these in various different colour schemes.
With a few national flags on the nose. You can see the German flag on the...
Here's James Turner coming out now in the car that Pirro will drive. That's called Stripey. That's its nickname. And the colour scheme, it's an interesting story. The colour scheme was designed by the famous clothes designer Paul Smith. And he did it as a favour. James, at the time, was the commercial manager at Aston Martin Racing. And he was trying to do a clothing deal, and there was Hackett and there was Paul Smith. In the end, the deal went to Hackett, but Paul Smith, was sorry to miss the deal. They obviously probably didn't put up so much money, but anyway. And James stayed friendly with Paul Smith, and if you look at his car on the gear knob, Paul Smith has signed the top of the gear knob.
Saying change up now.
Change up now. Change clothes now, even. Yeah. But, it's a fabulous colour scheme designed by, I suppose, it's a sort of suit football as well, isn't it? I couldn't afford it.
I don't know any footballers, I'm afraid, but no, they're expensive, really nice to make.
They're nice ties.
They've always had very nice ties.
There, you've got a better view of it there, that colour scheme.
Yeah, multicoloured, but then again, we've got a lot of the Porsche just one going out of shot with that traditional two colours running up the nose of the car, like Brumos racing cars in the States, but the one that went through shot was,
that's one, but sometimes it's got green stripes. I mean, there is one car, I think, that is in the Brumos colour scheme, but then people have different variations of it.
And again, as I said,
said that's got a green stripe in the middle of it, that one.
Yeah, this one is Guido De Perfetti. He always runs his cars with the three, the red, blue and green stripes over white. It's quite good if you've got your own personal livery. It's one thing if you've got a helmet that people recognise, but if you've got a race livery as well, that's a helping hand to those of us in commentary box and people in the grandstands. But Egidio will be one of the quicker drivers. You can see there picking off another car going down into turn 10. Car number 35 pressing on. These cars very nimble indeed. And the success of the Porsche 911 has just been one of the most extraordinary points in history of motorsport and motoring in the last 60 years or so.
This series has been running for almost a decade. It first started in 2018, and it must be fun to drive because the champions that year was Andrew Smith and Ollie Bryant, and they're both racing again this year. And Ollie, of course, has won the championship on a number of occasions since in 2022 and 2024, along with Carl Tilley, and then again in 25, Ollie won it again. So he's been the dominant driver. Now he's with a German competitor this time, because Carl Tilley has briefly. You got over too many clashes with other things that Carl Tilley and the Era Motorsport was doing, so they're not racing in the series. So Kyle and Ollie made up an excellent pairing. So Ollie has found a drive with a German who has only had a year's experience, so Ollie will probably have quite a bit. I think Tommy's guy is probably 4 or 5 seconds slower, but Ollie is the fastest thing in one of these Porsches, basically.
Yeah, the driver you're talking about is Frank Laudenklos.
Yes.
This is where Ollie's ability to drive fast, but also to explain how other people might drive fast is going to be key. And he was the winner of this race last year. James Thorpe, who we've already seen today, sharing Phil Quaife for second, and Xavier Dayro, who also prepares a lot of these cars.
Yes, he does.
Was third in the race at Barcelona last year. So the order trying to settle down. At the moment, we've got 33 on the board. Just waiting for the cars to complete that flying lap. And Pierre Ferrer, top of the pile. All white car, number 3.
But watch out for 71. That's Johannes Stengel. That's the car that Andrew Smith is co-driving. Now, Andrew Smith is really, so he's twice won the championship with Ollie Bryant, back in 18 and then again in 22. And so he's a man to watch for. I mean, he drives a lot of cars fast.
Right, I was about to say the one we need to talk about has just gone top of the charts. Matthias Puschkal.
Wow, yeah.
And he's quite a story because a lot of these drivers, you know, they've had a few decades on their clock. But he's showing with Jürgen Westphal. But Matthias is a young driver stepping up to race LMP3 class this year. It's the Michelin Le Mans Cup.
Yeah.
He's showing with Jürgen Westphal. Pale blue car, number 68. He's top of the charts by 0.8 of a second. Who's second fastest? Ollie Bryant. We thought Ollie would be the gold standard, but there's Matthias Puschkal.
He's Lorena, isn't he, that's been brought in and been racing in the. He finished second last year in the German Cup German Prototype Cup, which for LMP3 cars, I think. Yeah, now he's moving up for the Muka team. And it's sponsored by the BWT, well-known Formula 1 sponsor, the water company, and they're famous for their pink, and this guy is in his pink race suit, but just 21 years old, and it was immediately fast in the car. I don't know how much testing you've done prior. The interesting thing is there will be longer pit stops in these for the silver drivers, and both Puschkal and Ollie are silvers, but they're also, for the first time ever I've seen this, there's different penalties depending on 3 age brackets as well. And Ollie is over 50, just over 50. But obviously this guy's 21, so he will have to be in the pits longer.
Not just over 40.
No, I think over 50. Oh, is it just over 40? Sorry, yeah.
Sorry,
Ollie, I've made you older. It's just over 40. And so I think he'll get 10 seconds on Puschkal. We got that chart that we found buried away.
Yes, because I just looked at the length of tomorrow's race, and that's another factor that is a sliding scale. And tomorrow's race is an hour and a half, so it's our bottom thing, above 60 minutes. If you're silver over 40,
you get 30
seconds. If you're less than 30 years, which Puschkal
you get 60 seconds. That's a big gap to make up.
30-second buffer. Here is the fastest car, pale blue. That is Puschkal at the wheel at the moment. He'll be handing that over to his teammate Jürgen Westphal at some point in this qualifying session. But bear in mind, he's good, isn't he? Yeah. That's looking super balanced.
Yeah.
You do have to hang the tails out a little bit. Short wheelbase Porsches, the 911s were early on. These all have to be before 1966. That's the fact, the 1965 cars. But at the moment, he's 0.8, nearly 0.9 of a second clear of Ollie Bryant, and it's Matthias Puschkal making really quite a splash here.
Yeah, the Stengel car is shown in third. That must be. I would think that would be Andrew Smith in there.
You would think so.
Yeah. Well, Matt Neal's in this. Matt Neal's up in 6th place.
Yeah, and in Matt's case, he's running car number 27, so if you're watching, look out for a grey car. We do have a wonderful array. It's like someone's used all the crayons in the colouring in box for this field, which is fantastic. You know, if you watch a championship and you've got 20 cars and 12 of them are silver, it's a little bit dull, so we move on. And also bear in mind, back in the period, in the mid-60s, going through to the mid-70s, cars were of every colour known to man, weren't they?
Yeah.
Which is great.
Another Brit that's joined this series is Ted Tuppin. Ted used to run a chain of hotels, inns. I think it was Enterprise Inns, yes. Yeah. And Ted has just switched to this Porsche series, absolutely loving it. So he feels a bit safer as well, with the metal around him. He's had raced chevrons and quite a lot of different cars in Ted.
Yeah, know the name. I must say the cameras might as well just stay on Matthias Puschkal, because he's pushing on beautifully. And the car behind I think that must be Andrew Smith. That's the Johannes Stengel car, which is third fastest. And look, when you're confident enough to set the car up in a slide and keep it there, just balancing it on the throttle, and again, those final couple of corners, the first one drops away, second one flattens out on the exits, they come onto the start finish straight. And I'd say that Andrew Smith is looking actually even slightly more dynamic.
Yes.
Oh dear, someone's a little too dynamic. 757 off into the dirt. Let's see how that happened.
That's Jürgen Rudolph.
Gosh, he got it wrong. Out of turn 6, into 7 he went, and when he turned left at turn 7, the tail, I think, came around, and then that is bogged in. It's still green flags and green lights inside the track, but I'm fairly sure we will have a safety car or a full course yellow. Hasn't been triggered yet, but it's, I think, only a matter of time.
So series founder James Turner is up to 8th. That's assuming that Pirro's not in the car now. Might be.
Well, earlier this morning we saw James actually hopping into, I think it was the number 19, which is the car that was entered for the 2 Argentinian races. He was just, I think, appraising the car for them this morning.
Oh, no, I spoke to him. He told me he's going to drive both.
Oh, he's going to drive both?
Yes.
You told me that, and I forgot that. Sorry.
Yeah, so he's going to... I don't know which car he's starting in. And then they've got a time on the 2 different teams. Or maybe the cars are both run by the same team. Anyway, they've got to stop simultaneously, and he's got to swap over.
Okay, Philip Koenig pushing on. The cars look so standard, don't they?
Yeah, they do. But some of them have got number plates, of course.
Yeah, some... Okay, there's one of the rescue vehicles. It's full course yellow. The flashing lights around the circuit on the warning boards because I'm afraid 757 is a beached down there. Jürgen Rudolph. That was on dark. Well, he's German. That's why he's got the German flag across the nose of the car. Otherwise, in that lovely deep green.
The other factor in this, Puskal being so fast but having to take that penalty, is the speed of his co-driver, of course. And sometimes amongst the gentleman drivers can be quite a spread. So Ollie's guy is new. We know he's 4 or 5 seconds a lap slower than Ollie Bryant, but we don't know. I'm not sure about Pruskel's. I think he's more experienced, isn't he? But he's driving with Jürgen Westphal, who we've seen in this series before.
Certainly his name rings a bell. So few people looking for driver changes because quite a few of these cars being driven. About half the field are going to have a driver change at some point in the race.
Yeah.
Race an hour and a half long tomorrow, towards the end of the day. So right now, under full course yellow, it's the obvious time to take a driver out and put another one in. 18.5 minutes remain in the session, so let's say the full course yellow gets cleared in 3 or 4 minutes. That gives time enough for the second driver to get a feel in qualifying.
Guy finished second in the championship last year, David Dangland. The guy runs a load of different indoor karting centres around the world, really. I noticed he's just down in 9th place. I would have thought he might have been a bit quicker.
Yeah, certainly last year he was higher up the order. He was
I'll say over. It was on the edge of a podium on a few occasions on Dangle, and he just got quicker all season.
Yeah, he's a driver in one of the many white cars, but it's got the blue and red stripes up the bonnet. Not the one in the background of the shot. He's got them differently. This one is the Frank Lodencross Ollie Bryant car coming, car number 45. That's second fastest, coming in behind the red entry of Patrick Pougin. But okay, so as I said, driver changes. You might as well do them now because you're partway through the session, and also you might as well do them because it's full course yellow. You're not gaining any advantage by being out on the track running at a bated pace right now.
I do notice on a timing screen that they have the same classes as last year, which I thought, James Turner, who used to run the series, was under the impression that they had done away with that. So one class is when there's 2 gentlemen, other class is a gentleman and an elite driver, and the third class is 2 elites together, of which, of course, Bryant and Carl Tilley were. There used to be a couple of those. But I see we've got 4 gentleman elite combinations, and everybody else is just listed as a gentleman. And then
you've got the penalty.
You've got a 20-second penalty. And if you had two elite drivers in, which was only the one or the 2 cars, it was a 40-second. But maybe I asked quite a few teams, and nobody's quite sure actually whether they're going to run this new point system. And of course, with the extra time for the guys that have won for the next race, so it will all work itself out. We'll find out in due course how it's happening. But it's good to ring the changes sometimes.
And absolutely, as 77 comes out, once this here it is.
James Turner. Yeah,
just wanted to check who was on board. You reckon it was James? Didn't see the red and white helmet.
No, it was
E. Pirro.
That'd probably be E. Pirro in it now. Well, he had a phenomenal career, Emanuele. Originally, he was very successful in Formula 3000. He was a McLaren tester, wasn't he? And then he had the gig with Benetton, and presumably fell out of Briatore at some stage. And then he was with the BMS team, wasn't he? I think he had 3 seasons in Formula 1.
Yeah, and he never got what he. But the thing with McLaren, he did a huge amount of testing when they had Honda engines out in Japan.
Yes.
Based himself out there, and it sort of became the hidden world. There were a lot of pro drivers out there. Not a lot of people really knew what they were up to, particularly if they weren't racing and they were only testing. But you know, he put in the mileage, and that Honda engine became fantastic.
Yeah.
And right here and now, I think they'll be hoping the same can happen all over again for Honda, won't they? Just. Right, so Argentinian flag on the helmet there, so that'd be Zanchetta.
Then, of course, you know, he had this great sports car career. I mean, he won. I think he won the Sebring 12 Hours 3 times. He won the American Le Mans Series. But the big headline was, you know, winning Le Mans on 5 occasions.
Yeah,
in both petrol and diesel.
Yeah, broke a lot of records, but it seemed like their run would never end, would it? With Dindo Capello as well, and just having great times. Right, talking of, we haven't seen too many mustard-coloured cars. We saw the Alfa Romeo, and this is a sort of slightly more orangey, but you know, very much a colour of the period. That entry, number 911. Well, you would fight for that number. That's the driver we talked of earlier. Must be Italian. His name is Giancarlo Romano, but he races under a British flag, and you said he comes from Scotland. Yeah. So a bit like the Franchittis and other Italian clans north of the border in the racing world.
Maybe there's another chap that's into ice cream, because the Franchitti family, of course, were.
Yeah, and which other Scottish Italian families? The Di Restas, of course.
Di Restas also, yes.
Son of Louis. They were more nightclubs, weren't they, I think?
No. Later they were nightclubs. There still are nightclubs. I think they have a nightclub in Bathurst. Is it Bathurst? There's a town between Glasgow and not Bathurst, something like that.
No, I think it is something like that. Right, so target time in this session that's rejoined. The full course yellow period has come to an end. We've got 13 minutes and a half or so on the clock still to run, and it's Matis Prushkyle who's exited the pits, or his car has exited the pits. 2 minutes 11.7 seconds, and that puts him just under 9/10 of a second ahead of the Frank Loudon-Kloss car number 45. And we think that one probably... that's the one that Ollie Bryant set out in, but now Frank's on board, of course.
Yeah.
So nothing stands still in motor racing, nothing stands still notably in historic motor racing, where lots of drivers move between different cars, between the various seasons, and often they come here and race in multiple different races in each of the championship meetings. But almost none of these meetings have the entirely same championship lineup, because we've got the 10 categories you can race, 10 race combinations you can race in, and they're rotated, and some meetings only have 6 of them, some have 7, some have 8, and then at the end of the season, the very end of the season, only the 60s endurance racers who are doing the 2-hour race after this qualifying session go to Daytona for that. And a few weeks before that, in the tail end of October, the rejigged World Endurance Championship round has a support race at Qatar at the Lusail International Circuit, and that is for our classic endurance racing 1 and 2 field. So that's their chance to go play with the contemporary boys on a fast track. Might be about another minute or 2 probably until people start to improve their times, because obviously when you've had the full course yellow, everyone has to either come into the pits or run around at hugely abated pace, and if you're doing so, of course, you want your tyres to get a bit of heat in them before you press on. We've seen these cars are very nimble, but if you go really hard on your tyres, you'll find that short wheelbase quite an issue, and the tail could come around and wag the dog being the car, of course.
It very much rear-ended cars. These are air-cooled, of course. And there's that Pirro now. Just trying to see peering at the helmet.
Still listed as James Turner, but I thought I saw a flash of red. But again, looking from one side of the car to the other, maybe now. It's annoying. The reflection of the side window. I think it's James. Looks like it's James Turner on board at the moment. That car's sitting 7th on the charts, and at the moment 3.3 seconds down the pace set very early on by young German racer Matis Prushkyle.
Well, this series has been so successful over the years, and finding a great place within this French run series.
Yeah, and of course, some of the celebrations of the Porsche 911, anniversaries at Goodwood, and that, sometimes when you get a race that's assembled for somewhere like that, and events like this, it's very prestigious, and that draws other ones to come out and play. And James Turner very much noticed there was a large number at their 50th anniversary celebration and thought, or beforehand noticed it was potential, and then created the series, and still enormously popular. And they get this long race, an hour and a half, driver change somewhere in the middle, and it really does, as you pointed out, these are not easy cars to drive, and if you're in an elite driver with a gentleman driver, the difference in time is going to be quite a lot. So even taking into account the longer pit stops, the more experienced drivers, it drops them back a really long way. They take over the second part of the race, and then you get the whole thing chopping and changing. And will we get to the checkered flag falling before the driver who's chasing has caught all the way up to the front or not? So there's always that. Yeah,
last season we had some great trouble. At the very first round, Carl Tilley couldn't do it, so that meant that Ollie always had more points, but then he drove in all the rest of the races. And often with that 40-second gap, Ollie had to row it really hard to make that up. And he won actually every race except the last one, where he finished second. He didn't quite do it because
it was phenomenal. But the thing about it, you think, oh well, he's not going to manage it this time. And yet, it wasn't just he was catching; he almost accelerated. The other drivers maybe got a little tired or whatever, or he managed to keep a bit more life in his tyres. The intervals that he was gaining seemed to increase as the race went on. You'd think it would be counterculture, it'd be the other way around, but anyhow, it certainly kept the sting in the tail.
So we told you James Turner driving two cars. On the timing screen now it appears he's driving them both at the same time, because he obviously isn't. Pirot, possibly Pirot is in one, or the guy that Turner has joined at the last minute is on the wheel.
Jose Ruben Zanchetta in 19, and then 77 is sharing with Emmanuel.
77, so they're striping.
Yeah. Stripey, it's just such an imaginative nickname, isn't it? Here's Stripe. I call it Bandy. They're in bands on the stripes, aren't they? Going across rather than along. But let's not be pernickety. Fastest time still remains 2 minutes 11.7 seconds. Still Matis Pushkal. But has he got out to make way for his team?
Well, let's have a look at the splits, and then he must have done, because look at his splits are not equal.
Yeah. So teammate Jürgen Westphal therefore on board. Car number 71, Johannes Stengel, but I think that is Stengel, because I think Andrew Smith, because the car was third fastest, now second fastest, would have done that that first session. Likewise, perhaps we should look to see where number 27 is, which is the car that Matt Neal shares with Stephen Edwards, because if Matt's getting on board, that should move it up the order. Yes, it's down in 11th overall, so I certainly suggest that maybe Matt's just getting up to speed right now.
Yes, because Matt's still known as an elite.
Clock counts down, under 7.5 minutes remain. Car number 411, looking at that one now, and that is third fastest. And the driver of 411 is Lucius Bucher, going very well indeed. But I tell you what, we're going to head back down to the pits, because we're going to go down and hear from Matis Pushkal with Vincent in the pits.
Andrew and Bruce, let me introduce you the quickest guide of this qualifying session, Matis Pushkal. We don't know you, Matis, in the historic racing. How old are you and who are you?
I'm Matis Pushkal. I'm 21 years old, coming from Germany. Normally I'm racing modern cars, for example this year LMP3 cars in the Michelin Le Mans Cup. So this is a completely new story for me, racing in historic cars, but I'm enjoying it very much.
What's the story of your arrival here? Why are you here?
It came about some connections with my team. I race for BWT Mücke Motorsport, and we are also doing with Mücke Motorsport Classic a lot of historic racing. And my Stefan Mücke came. There is Jürgen, and Jürgen wants to
Well,
okay.
Unfortunately, it was breaking up there, but I think we got the gist of it, didn't we? So the Mucke team have got it's a famous German racing team running all sorts of different categories of DTM and singles, all sorts of stuff. Peter Mucke is
father of Stefan,
who was a great DTM racer. So they have got a historic division now, and presumably that's how the connection came about. But it's great to have youngsters in this, and it keeps the other chaps a bit on. It keeps Ollie Bryant honest, at least. But we'll be interested to see if they run the old rules from last year. Ollie and Pluskel will be in the pits for the same amount of time, the extra 20 seconds, both of them. But if they run the new rules that they're certainly running for the rest of the races, Pluskel will have to be in the pits longer. Yeah, so we'll have to monitor that.
30 seconds longer, so we thought. Now, another thing we need to feature, we talked about how the rounds of the Le Mans Classic Series have different components.
Yes.
One that hasn't started yet, the GT3 Revival Series, and this is why teams like Muka Motorsport have got a historic division, because these more modern cars are now taking to the tracks as historics, and we're going to be having the ones from 2006 to 2013 in the GT3. That's Audi R8 LMSs, BMW Z4, Aston Martin V12, Vantages, Ferrari 458. Italia's a bit like the one we saw running in invitation class, etc., etc. The Ford GT, the Maytech engine car. It's going to be fantastic, and a lot of people are really exciting. But it seems strange to me, cars I was commentating on as
not so. It seemed like yesterday. But I think one of those races definitely be at Le Mans, won't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that'll be the Blue Ribbon event. Does that show it in the chart? You're just
no, not the chart I'm looking at. But they will be out and about, and
they will be
great to see. And for a lot of the drivers, actually, Ollie Bryant, I remember talking to him end of last year. He goes, "I find it very hard to imagine that a car I raced in period is already in historic racing."
Yes.
But he made sure he's got a good one for this year. Right, car 77. That's the one that James Turner and theoretically Emanuele Pirro sharing. They're being chased around by 71, which is. That is Johannes Stengel, and he is sharing, what did we say, with Andrew Smith. And it looks like maybe Andrew's on board now, or certainly looking very, very rapid, or it could just be their location. But still, that target time set really early on from the young German driver we just heard from, Mathis Pluskel. 2 minutes 11.7. Nobody is challenging that.
So just the last couple of laps, they can get a couple more laps in, and then embark them up for the night. And go into their debriefs or whatever.
Yeah, and
I know after there was a previous practice session, because this is their second, this is their qualified, they had a practice session. Emanuele Pirro was very deep in a debrief with the engineers on how to make the car suit him a bit more, I suggest.
You know, again, that just emphasises the nature of drivers. They don't, just because they're in historic, suddenly just become less competitive. They're still looking for every little element they can help, out of kindness to the co-driver, or just because they don't want to not achieve to a standard that they set themselves. Doesn't matter what sport you are. As you go into a later point in that thing, why should you be less competitive? Your body may be sort of less competitive than it was before, but your brain's still working, so of course you get a push on. Right, looking ahead to tomorrow, we've got the 2-hour race tonight for 60s endurance cars. That starts at 5:30, so actually we get straight out of this session and we're straight into the next race. Takes us through to 7:30 tonight. We come in tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock start, first race, the Gentleman Challenge. They also set the day rolling today in terms of racing.
Yeah, that's the longer race for them, isn't it?
Yeah, 45. No, it's 45 minutes.
Oh, there's another 45 minutes, yes.
And then the race for these Porsches, the 2 Litre Cup, it's a long one, but it's the penultimate race of the whole meeting.
Yes.
It's an hour and a half tomorrow afternoon. And weather conditions, as far as we understand, are set there. We can't really see from our commentary box because we're looking at the screens, but it's still bright outside, so we'll take that dry and bright. And track conditions, drivers said, were a little bit greasy today, which I found a little surprising.
Unusual. So where I'm sitting, I can actually see I can see the grandstand, but just a bit of it.
Yeah, looking through somebody's office through various panes of glass. I'm tucked in the corner. I can only see the timing screens. Keeps me contained.
Yes, I did the commentary of the 1976 Japanese Grand Prix just like that, looking through a pane of glass at a monitor that was the other side of it.
I'd like to think
I was not in Japan, I might add. I was in ITN News' building in the middle of London.
Oh gosh, madness, isn't it? We've all done things like that.
People won't understand these days, but look, race was on both the BBC and ITV.
Yeah, it's rather special, that one.
Yeah,
76.
a
little bit of a battle to be sorted out, and what a dramatic way to do it.
It was.
The Fuji Speedway. Wow. With rain, and then some more rain on top of that.
And we see people with James Hunt helmets today, or there's certainly one with Brightmeyer. But I hosted the press conference for James when he came back from winning his championship at Heathrow in the VIP press lounge. And we'd certainly been celebrating, and he arrived with a monkey, a mechanical monkey that some fan had gave him. It's held symbols, and every time somebody said, "Oh, well done, James," he pressed a button, this thing clacked symbols together. I mean, it was hilarious. But,
right, while you just mentioned that, great story. You suddenly got to move up to second place. Goes the Colombian racer Juan Pablo Oruela. He's in that yellow number 10. No wonder the director was sitting on that car as it went around. Federico Dioguillo still pushing on, but suddenly the checkered flag is down, so people finishing their last flying lap. Are there going to be any further changes going towards the top? 92 isn't near the sharp end at the moment, so that's Roland Berville, long-time Porsche racer in GTs, but at the moment it's very much the case that early lap from Johannes Stengel surely will well, not by him, by his teammate Matis Puschkel, will not be toppled, but it got to 1 second down for Oruela.
Bruce, we'll have to watch those two Chilean drivers, aren't they? Juan Pablo Oruela and his teammate Nelson Calle, because they're both equally quick. They're both quick, and they're both AMs or gentlemen, whatever you want to call them. And they won't, obviously, they'll be in the pits less time than the two fastest cars, so they can be a factor because they got faster and faster last year. And they're flying in, from Santiago to Chile, and they're really enjoying their racing. Terrific effort.
But one of the things, you look at the fastest time set in qualifying, but if the co-driver in that car is 3 seconds a lap slower, it is about getting the ultimate pairing.
Are they Colombian? Sorry, yes, they're Colombian, not Chile. They're flying in from Bogota then.
Yeah, a slightly shorter flight.
Or Medellin even. And...
Well, anyhow, it was a masterclass from young Matis Puschkel. Great to have the interview already in the bag with him, but he was 1.3 seconds clear. At the end, it is still 1.3 seconds back to second place, and it's that Juan Pablo Oruela car. Background of the shot, there it is, yellow, bright yellow, coming through. Don't know if it's going to improve on this lap, but the thing is, it's done several really quick laps and gone ahead of some more fancied runners, I'd say.
Yeah. So, David Dangler moved up in the end to 5th place. That was a good effort.
So that's sort of where we thought he ought to be.
Yes.
We haven't talked too much about driver number 411 because that went very well late on. That's Lucas Bucher, young Swiss racer.
I'm not really aware of him. I think he's new in the series, isn't he?
Yeah, quite possibly. But
he's up in 4th place. So lots of new blood in this series this year.
Yeah, and also 2 of the top 4 crews are just gentleman drivers, so there's going to be no time differential for them during the pit stops. We're going to keep on top of the rules because they're still sort of not quite defining them. We're defining them in our own minds as to how it's going to work. Last year's rules or this year's rules in terms of the time extra added on at the pit stop.
A bit later. I asked some of the teams and they weren't really sure, but I believe that we can go down to the pits with Vincent now, and he's there with the driver of number 77 and see what he has to say for himself. So let's go down then to Vincent and get the latest interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Emanuele Pirro with us here in Barcelona. That's really good news, Emanuele. You are here for the 2 Liter Cup this time.
Yeah, I decided to start from the very beginning. No, it's a beautiful series. These cars, this is the Porsche 911 from 1965, so the very early days, very light car, not so much power, very accurate driving. It's really nice, and it's a single make category. So really beautiful. I'm very, very happy.
And it seems to be very fun to drive.
Very much. For me, I just started to learn it, but it's like a Formula Ford with the touring car, in the form of touring car. So you have to be so precise, a little bit too much, and you get it sliding. It's just a very, very nice car.
Your teammate is James Turner. So what's the aim for you two during the race tomorrow?
It's a difficult question because if all the 6 cylinders of the engine would decide to agree and work together, then the aim could be not so bad. But right now there is a little bit of an anarchy, and so they are fighting each other. So the engine is not running clean. But I mean, this is. For me, the spirit of historic racing has always been to do the best you can within your limits, within the limits of the car. So the aim is to have a clean race, enjoy the car, and finish it.
And we are so proud to have this guy with us this weekend in Barcelona.
So there he is, always eloquent, Bruce, 5 times Le Mans winner. Wonderful to have him here. He's been a great personality from the early days. It's always been effusive like that. And as you say, it's worked quite a bit with the FIA as a driver steward and so on. But yes, obviously loving it, isn't he?
But the beauty, Andrew, is the fact he encapsulates everything. Someone could be enthusiastic, but he gets all the right words to actually explain the technicalities in a not too technical way, but imbue it with passion as well.
Yeah, yeah.
And he understands these aren't the fastest cars in the world, but they're fun to race. And I just love that phrase, the front and the back of the car, they have a little bit of anarchy between them. Perfect.
Yeah, I know, perfect, isn't it? Yeah, it's the best line so far this weekend, I think.
So that's good. Right, 2 qualifying sessions done, and now we're going to go to not just a race. So let's go through, and we've just been toying with the qualifying positions, and they are sorted on aggregate between the 2 drivers, we believe. So instead of this car, we know is 3rd position overall. We thought it got up into 2nd, but across the 2 drivers of the 2 Colombian drivers, Juan Pablo Oruela and Nelson Calais, 3rd on the grid for tomorrow's 90-minute race, using the curbs very nicely there. A little, not too much. 2nd place, car number 68, the pale blue one that really set the pace early on, Jürgen Westphal, but he was building on the work of young Mattis Plushkel, but on aggregate, they're only going to be 2nd on the grid. That was something we hadn't thought of through the course of the session. We knew that Andrew Smith was going very well in number 71 in the early stages of the session. Then Johannes Stengel got on board, and their average in this car, the dark grey one, is the best of lot. Little identification on the front wing there, that little yellow flash. Look out for that in the race. They have taken the pole position as their best times were combined, and on aggregate they came out just on top.
But Ollie Bryant, with his new driver, obviously still on a learning curve, he will only start in 14th place, and that's certainly not something he's used to.
No, and also certainly he'll have to add his extra time in the pit stops. So we've got 1 race to go here on the Saturday in Barcelona, but we've got a lot to look forward to as well later in the year.
I think it's going to be an absolutely cracking race. Well, lots of fun coming up in the air, but all our fun now is going to be right down here on the track with this final race of Saturday, the first of 2 days here at the Espíritu de Montjuïc, the first round of the 2026 Le Mans Classic Series. And I should think we should have some terrific action. We've got a big field coming up.
Well, really do, and it's such a great field of cars for the 60s. It really sort of is so evocative, and what a chance. You know, a lot of drivers in their early racing careers end up doing very short races, but to get a 2-hour race to get your teeth stuck into, this is going to be a combination. This is pre-63 sports cars, pre-1963 sports cars, and GTs from pre-66. They go a little bit later. When I say GTs, I'm talking about cars like Shelby Cobras, and alongside the Jaguar E-types, we've got Lotus Elan 26Rs, that's the racing version, and Porsche 946 Carrera GTSs. We saw some of those out earlier today. Morgan SLRs, and look out for Callum Lockie and Simon Arabi-Gann. Special feature on their car, and 3 other cars. There is a gold band that gets put around the racing rondelle on the 4 cars adjudged to be the most original over the course of the series. And the one that is considered the most original of the lot is the Morgan SLR. It's the bright red one of Simon Arabigan and Callum Lockie. So around the outside their racing number is a gold rim, and I think that's rather special.
And that car is unusual because it's got this special SLR body, Sprinkle Lawrence Racing, and that body is also effectively the same body used on a Triumph TR4 as well. So it was slightly longer on one of them, I can't remember, it's a Morgan. So there's two of these Morgans racing here, but they're in different events. Oh, I wish they were in the same event.
I know, I have exactly the same thought. But what have we got when we come to the grid?
Well, we're going to have lots of Cobras and lots of E-types. That's going to be at the sharp end.
Yeah, so car number 180 on pole position. That's Lee Mole and Phil Keane. They are really strong in the Jaguar E-type. They're clear by just over half a second, 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, that's a stunning drive to put that on pole by Phil Keane. Lee is the owner. He's raced a lot of cars, raced quite a lot of single-seaters. See him at Le Mans, see him at Monaco and so on. And been involved in touring car racing in the past, all kinds of stuff. So we've got the Daytona coupes, and we've got the more bulbous regular Cobras there as well. All the coupes are continuity cars. So they'd only built 7 originally. To take on Ferrari, really, wasn't it?
What it was, because in a straight line they just couldn't keep with it because they were getting too much turbulence. So Peter Brock, not that Peter Brock, another Peter Brock, designed the longer bodywork. Yeah. I think they are beautiful cars. I fully understand why people are clamouring to have the continuation ones if there aren't enough of the originals, but what they do have is always just so much grunt.
Yeah, the originals are worth so much. They're pretty well all in museums and so on. I did see on the Tour de France, which is also part of this Peter Auto organisation, Rob Walton, famously owner of Walmart, one of the family-owned Walmart, actually competing in a really genuine one, but that was quite a while ago now. So you can see the cam tail, just the green and the white. They also had half of the tail was white and it had the number painted on that.
Or red and white as another one comes through in the background. And camtail, if you've never heard the term before, it's effectively a vertical cut of the tail of the car, and they suddenly found it actually provided quite a lot of stability.
And such a different shape to the E-types. Yeah, you know, you've got V8 versus straight 6. I suppose you've got American grunt versus European or British sophistication, and totally different body shapes. Yet they make similar lap times, and that's terrific. Quite a lot of these E-types are, replicas are not the right word, they're tribute cars. They're cars that have been built recently, and most of them built by an outfit called Valley Motorsport, who are very good at this. But we can get down to Vincent now, who's down on the grid, and there we see the pole position car with Phil Keane. So let's see who's Vincent has found for us and get the latest update from the pits.
Okay, Andrew and Bruce on the start grid of this race 60s endurance. And once again, a battle between the Jag E-Type and the Shelby Combray. One of these guys, Phil Keane, on pole position with Lee Moyle. Phil, it was a good thing. First battle, qualifying, and the Jaguar E-Type was very good.
Yes, VMS done a great job with the car, and Lee's been driving fabulously this weekend. He's made such a good improvement over last year, so yeah, I'm pleased for him.
Of course, you are one of the drivers who drives in modern cars, and then you come back in historic. And first of all, is it complicated to do that, modern historic, or not?
It's a very different discipline, historic cars. You have to look after the car and obviously manual gearbox and everything else. You can't drive them flat out and just concentrate on your driving. So there's a lot more management involved, but ultimately they're both as exciting to drive.
No electronics and nothing like this is present?
No ABS, no traction control, no nothing. So you have to keep your wits about you.
Of course. What's the end for this race? It will be once again the battle between the Cobras and the Jag. You think the Jag can win here in Barcelona?
I don't know. I think we've got a good chance. I mean, the aim is just to have fun, enjoy ourselves, and see where we are at the end.
A great GT driver, but also a great historic driver, Mr. Phil Keane.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vincent. So covered a lot of bases there, but again, Lee's been racing for a long time. He raced contemporary GT3s about 10 years ago, Blancpain series. Moved to do historics, but still being coached, still being trained, and that's what it's about. You might be there or thereabout, but we know motor racing. It's down to the tenths of a second sometimes, isn't it?
So these competition versions of the E-Type got quite a bit more power than the road cars, of course, and lightweight panels and so on. I mean, Jaguar built cars called lightweights, and then we got things called semi-lightweights. But there are a number of factory official lightweights. I'm not sure the heritage of Lee Moore's car, but I think it's probably, I think it's one of the newer Valley Motorsport ones. But,
yeah, well, we just heard Phil giving
he
tribute
gave them
to
today,
VMS,
check, did he? So, yes.
So, right, outside of the front row, we move across to the best of the Cobras. Shelby Cobra 289, that's a 4.7 litre engine. 289 is the cubic inch size of that, and of course later Cobras went on to have the 427, which is 7 and a bit litre, 7.4 is it? But anyhow,
I thought it was 7.0, but
it might be 7.0, but a lot larger. These were 4.7. Yeah, actually doing the maths, you're probably right.
Yeah,
and still some quite rudimentary features. That little slide to open the door, but that's starting alongside with Vincent Kolb on board.
This front row of the grid is a bit of a surprise, really, because Kolb is not usually the quickest of these Cobras, so he's found something, and often, we've got Olivier Gallant, who we've seen winning already. In there, we've got Bontrop, who goes very well in one of these. We've got Andrew Smith, is the best of the non-Jaguar Cobra battle in the class leading Porsche 9046. And there we are, with a wave.
That's Javier Dero, who's third fastest, the second of the Cobras. That's car number 139, and of course he's just hopped out of a 2-litre Cup Porsche, so he probably curtailed his qualifying session to give himself time to move across. These cars parked side by side in the paddock, his two cars, but right now one's probably being pushed back to the tent in the paddock, and the other one here, the Cobra, is starting third on the grid. Fourth on the grid is Olivier Gallant, who actually I just noticed he's on the entry list of the Goodwood members meeting, so he'll be taking this car, the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe, across to the south of England for the middle of April. But again, drivers, it's a diversity of cars they can race in these Le Mans Classic Series events. They can, if they're lucky enough to have a good collection of cars, they can drive things that are entirely different. So from a Jaguar XJR12 Group C car, next time he's on the track, here he is, in a car that was racing a mere quarter of a century earlier, pretty much, at the same event at Le Mans.
And in this race, his dad's in it as well, but he's near the back in an E-Type. So there's Olivier.
There's Olivier. So his father, I'm just having a look. Xavier is down in 26th position in the E-Type, in one of the E-Types, as you say.
Oh, look at a lovely copper hammer for the knockoff fly nuts.
Yeah, just looking a bit further back down the grid, but we've got a car or two missing down there. Just, I think we're missing. It might be.
I think are we missing?
I think we're missing
James Thorpe. Are we?
No, I think we're missing.
I
think it's the John Spears, Nigel Greensall.
Oh yes, what's happened to that?
Lightweight E-Type. It was quite hard to just gauge, but I think it was should have been alongside the second Lotus Elan on the grid, which would make it alongside the Stephen Jobson, Will Nuttall.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe we'll have to look. There might be one starting from pit out. We'll see. But it's a 2-hour race, so there is time to make stuff back up, pick your way up the position. But it's this wonderful combination of Jaguar E-Types knitted together with the Shelby Cobras and James Thorpe and Jonathan Mitchell. They're only starting fifth on the grid in this car. That's the second of the E-Types, but that is a really strong driver pairing.
Yeah, and Will Nuttall is one of those top historic racing drivers, so we see winning a lot. Seen him winning a lot in a Cooper, sort of 1958-ish Cooper at Goodwood, and actually all around the country. Yeah. He's very successful. His father, Ian, of course, runs IN Racing with Will. Will's a guy that sometimes he comes to a meeting and I say, "Are you driving?" "Oh, no, it's just mechanicking this weekend." They've got lots of good customers.
Right, a few cars. A little bit of attention to the Cobra that's in about fifth place? No, they've decided it's fired up, so they're out of the way. So we've got 2 hours of racing ahead of us. This is the final event of the Saturday here on the opening day of the opening meeting of the Le Mans Classic Series for 2026. 60s endurance. It's this mixture at the front end of the field, in particular between Jaguar E-Type and Shelby Cobras, and the Daytona Coupes as well. Little Lotus 26Rs around the middle part of the grid. And it's a heady mix of cars going out to play. 2 hours of racing right at the back of Ford Mustang, penultimate position on the grid, just to provide something a little bit different. That's the Huber car.
Some of the Cobras have got the bulge in the roof to accommodate the taller driver's crash helmet. That's a lovely Porsche 904. That's an unusual colour scheme, the white with the orange stripes on that Cobra.
Yeah, it is. It rather stood out in the paddock when I went up to have a look. So great array of cars. Just looking down the very back, car number 74, the Cobra bringing out the rear. That's Baz Janssen and Chris Charles Jr. And another car didn't set a time, but it's been allowed in. And also Michel Grosfillier, he had a problem with that Chevrolet Corvette C1, remember?
Yeah, that very old Chevy. It's a beautiful machine.
That doesn't appear to be in there, but I wanted to have a shot of the exit of the pit lane to find out if the car that was missing from the middle order, which we thought was the number 26 John Spears Nigel Greensall car, because is there or not.
That is a potential winner. This.
So I certainly expect it to be a lot further up the grid. I'm just trying to see how many laps. Well, it did its lap. Only did 3 laps in qualifying, so that's a non.
Do I see somebody pulling off to the left?
Yes, you do. Yeah. It looks like I can't see enough of the car on the screen.
Got tiny little edge of it.
It's got a headlight.
It's got a headlight, that's for sure. So long shadows here. Racing, I suppose, almost into the dusk.
Yeah, 7:30 is the end of this race. In fact, it clouded over a little bit, but it's brightened up all of a sudden. But there are patches of shade.
It's a 76 car, and that's a Hart Bontrop car. That's a potential winner now.
Right, asking for help, but may not be able to start the car. But he doesn't want it to be sitting there ahead of the rolling start for this race. So there might be a message from race control. Maybe they can get a message to the driver of the pace car that he might need to do a further lap. I'm guessing at that, though, so let's not do that. But they've got to be aware they've got a car in a dangerous position because it's straight ahead at turn 7. It's a corner you have to brake very hard for, having come down the hill after the first sequence of corners. But right now, we are further around the lap with the safety car, the pace car, if you will, leading. Pole starter Lee Mole, and on the outside of the front row, Vincent Kolb. It's Jaguar against Shelby Cobra.
So Phil saying how well Lee is driving this weekend, but I suspect there might be a couple of people all over him at the start, and it could be very exciting these opening laps. I'm just looking at the list, assuming they are the starting drivers. I can see Gallant having a challenge for the lead on the early laps.
Yeah, one that won't be, though, would be Bram Bontrop. He was the driver who pulled off there halfway around the opening lap, looking as the field is in, as it should be, 2x2 formation with a couple of cars missing. And the safety car pulls in, and this is the rolling start. Lights are red, and it's Lee Mole in the Jaguar in pole position. The two Cobras are in behind him. He's got Vincent Kolb and Xavier Desroux. And the lights go green, and that's where the power of the Cobras is going to come in. And look out for the number 6 of Olivier Gallon, the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. That's coming down the inside of that battle, and a massive blast from way further back. Guillaume Meyer has gone from about 7th on the grid into his nose is first into the corner, but he's on the tight line. And I think Lee Mole maybe, no, he can't. I thought he'd pin it back, and now he's being challenged very hard indeed by Xavier Desroux as well. But that was phenomenal from Guillaume Meyer, from way back down the order into the lead by the first corner. Astonishing.
Sensational start there by Mahar. And Vimol still low in, just dropping back to 3rd now. Desroux who went past him.
What I need to keep an eye out on is whether Bram Bontrop was able to get going from that stationary position, but that's going to be a long burner if it does. But what a rocket start from Guillaume. Right, Cobras to the fore, but that was a blast from the the metallic blue one that's taken the lead. Meyer in the lead.
On our tracking map, I don't see anybody stationary.
I'm just looking at the timing screen to see if anybody is popping up. We should have 32 cars in this field. A couple were missing, we know, early on. Right, Guillaume Mahé down the slope he goes towards turn 10 on the opening lap of the race. Shelby Cobra, Daytona Coupe. Xavier Dayro from third on the grid. He's into second place. Vincent Kolb has dropped back a little bit. Remember, he was on the outside the front row. He's down in fourth. And the pole starter, Lee Mole, is back in third.
Place, yeah.
Number 10 had the big twitch, the car with what you called an unusual livery, cream and orange. And Max Huber really had to hang on down at turn number 10.
Yeah, Max raced quite a lot in the German GT4 Championship. Well, I don't think I've seen that car before, certainly not in that colour scheme. And he's got the little bulge in the roof, and it's painted orange as well, which is kind of quirky.
Lights ablaze from our pace setter, the driver who blasted up from about 7th on the grid and was first into the opening corner, and that's Guillaume Mahé.
Yeah.
It was 7th at the start of the race, but that was an astonishing, a lot of belief to go down the inside. Everyone had actually funneled over to the left-hand side of the circuit to get the wider sweep, and he was hugely committed, as is Max Huber with the cream and orange car, but he's lost another position because number 3 has come past. That's Yves Skimama in the green. Tucked in behind one of the French E-types is pressing on car number 36. It's Thierry, who is gaining positions. Pierre Thierry. Still looking to see where Bram Bontrup is. Remember, he should have been starting at the sharp end of the field.
I wonder if he did start. I rather doubt it, actually.
I don't think he did.
Oh, we got Formula 1 winner Eric Ellery in this race in a Lotus Elan.
He's in the top 25. In fact, he's the third Elan in the race. The one that's leading is Ivanov, the Bulgarian racer. He's sharing with Ed Morris. He's in 17th position overall. Let's have a look at... I think it could be the number... dear.
That was a bit desperate, wasn't it?
Call up the inside. It's a 2-hour race, and we don't like to see bodily contact there, but hopefully no damage done. 3 abreast, so that's quite exciting. You've got to say that. And Max Huber on the inside. He's taken the B-type of Pierre Thierry, sweeps around the outside. And again, committed but nice and clean. Lovely sunshine here in this late March evening at the Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya. And 64, this is the one that was given a clatter. And for Tony Sinclair, who's sharing that with Greg Caton, quite clear to see he's limping in slowly with a puncture from that side-on-side contact.
Well, I think he should be pretty peeved about that, actually. That was a bit of an audacious move.
Yeah, unfortunately, in the days of television, these things are not kept secret, are they?
No,
right, the lead of the race, though, is really coming down to nothing. At the start of the lap, it was a 0.2 of a second, and now it's even less than that, slightly lower. Xavier Dayro tucked in behind. So you've got the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe leading and having a little look. I don't think you're going to get it this time. Xavier Dayro, there he is, tucked in behind, number 139. So it's 2 Cobras at the front, followed by Lee Mole, still in third position. He started on poles, the best of the E-types, hanging in there. So he's doing a very good job. Vincent Kolb, second on the grid, is down in 4th place. And 5th now, Olivier Gallon. So we saw the charge from Gallon in that Cobra Daytona Coupe. I thought he was going to get up into about 2nd position. Didn't happen. But then again, nobody could have thought that Guillaume Mahé would come through to the lead by turn 1 from about 7th on the grid.
I think possibly Bon Trabisco. He wasn't shown as a... It wasn't... Well, that chart hasn't got all the cars on it.
No, but it's only a few off the bottom, and I don't think we've got Tony Sinclair in the pits.
Yes.
Because he had the puncture.
I think maybe he didn't start with it.
Yeah. But I'm beginning to wonder, hold on, one car we talked about before the start of the race that had was the middle order after doing almost no laps. I don't think it started at all. It's the one that Nigel Greensaw was going to be sharing with
no, that definitely
Spears,
didn't start.
Because that, if it had started, would be halfway up the order by now.
Absolutely, yeah.
Regardless of which driver was on board. Yeah, Car 26 was an E-type that did very few laps in qualifying, but was still mid-grid. Now a challenge down to turn 10, but the inside was not being offered by Guillaume Mahé. He keeps that metallic blue Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe in lead of the race. Now Xavier Dayro is really pushing quite hard. Now who's starting to really monster their tyres? It's been a warmish day for late spring, but in comparison to when these cars race in the summer, the track is not ripping the life out of these
That could
tyres.
be a big factor, couldn't it, tyres here?
Yeah, it can.
Certainly the old style, non-Daytona Coupe. Oh, then we got a replay here. It's a lock-up.
Yeah, simple lockout down the middle order. One of the hardest corners on the circuit is the one he was approaching, turn number 7, where you've got to get it right, otherwise you're in that giant gravel trap where Bram Bontrup ended up before the start of the race. at the bottom of the hill at turn 7. First two clear. Now we're having a change of position behind because suddenly Olivier Gallon has passed not one but two runners. But where's the E-Type? Hold on a second. Lee Mole has suddenly fallen to 6th place. He was third the blink of an eye ago. Vincent Colby did not pass him, but Olivier Gallon, the metallic blue Cobra Daytona Coupe with a red band across its nose, is up into 3rd position. In terms of likely pace, that's where I thought he would have been by the opening corner. However, he has now made that stick. Just want to see the background. The E-Type is still there in 6th place, so Nemo's not falling away. I think he made a slight slip up, maybe when Gallon was making a challenge. And with these cars so close, he lost not 1, but 2, but 3 positions.
No, I think you're right. I think you've read that perfectly. So Lee Mole slipping down the field. But let's see if he stabilises. Just looking on the next lap, his set time's good. So.
Okay, the one we need to look for is 3rd in that little group. It's the sort of gunmetal, it's the alley body car with the black graffiti on the tail. Philippe Guillaume is going better and better. It's the 3rd of these Cobras. It's the 2nd of the regular Cobras behind the Cobra Daytona Coupe, and they are now dropping Lee Mole. But certainly the car that came up from 9th on the grid is the one to watch. It's in the middle of that pack. It's the silver one with the black graffiti over its rear haunches. Do you have front haunches? Anyhow, you know what I mean.
Yes, I know what you mean. Well, that car we saw last year, but it wasn't as competitive as this, so they've obviously developed the car, and there it is, saving quite a lot of weight, of course, by not having any paint on it. They add up all the weight of paint.
He's showing with Benjamin Monet, both Swiss drivers, but Philippe, I expect to be the quicker of the two, and he's certainly proving very good in these opening laps of the race. As he gets going, the lead battle, I think, I think this is... I want to see what the interval is. This first two go off. They were 0.2 of a second apart last time. They're 1/3 of a second. No, 0.2 of a second again now. Then you've got a gap, quite a big gap, back to the best of the rest. It was 5 and a bit seconds. It still looks like that. But hold on. Didn't look like the best of entry to the straight. No, it was okay for Olivier Gallon. He's holding on to 3rd place. Cobra Daytona Coupe in number 6. This is the lead battle. Sun low in their faces as they come out of turn 2. Still be in their faces as they go up the rise to turn 3. So they've got to be able to find other ways of positioning their cars exactly as the light will be very difficult indeed.
Timing scheme's got a little mark on it against Day1, but I think that means it's just done the fastest lap.
It does. Well spotted.
Yeah. So Day1 really on a charge here. Terrific battle at the front of this field. 2 French drivers.
Yeah, it's just what they want. Now, in another lap or so, when the rest of the field from 3rd place backwards comes onto the short straight out of turn 4, they won't see the first 2. They will have disappeared, dropping below the horizon like the sun will be in an hour or so.
And I tell you who is going really well, and we mentioned him earlier on in the previous practice session, Andrew Smith, the former 2.0 champion. He's just moved up to 6th place, and he is in a Porsche Carrera 904.
Yeah,
a lot less horsepower.
Absolutely.
But a beautifully handling car, those 904s.
Yeah, he's really come up the order, showing with Johannes Stengel. And as the first two go down to turn 10, further back down the straight. Okay, what do we got? 3rd place is the 2nd Cobra Daytona Coupe, Olivier Gallon. All over his tail is Vincent Kolb. Then a little bit of a gap, so I think maybe a bit of a mistake made by Philippe Diog. He caught up with that group and he's fallen back, but now he's got the 904 Carrera, as you point out, right on his tail. So Andrew Smith is coming. The twistier the track, the better for the little Porsche Carrera.
And a wonderful shot showing the 2 different body styles and how much smoother that Daytona Coupe is.
Yeah, because when the original Shelby Cobras were racing against the Ferraris, it was a big embarrassment for Enzo Ferrari. His sort of... Now, let's have a look what went wrong. Okay, little Lotus Elan on the outside of the circuit trying to go up. The inside is the number 8 E-Type that got very close, but there was no contact that I noticed there. That's Father Gallon.
I think they were just showing us how close they went without hitting, yes.
Okay, Vincent. Right, here's the lead battle, and it's getting more. The fastest lap of the race, set by the car, 2nd in that grouping. He's starting. When I say he, I mean Xavier Dayro in the silver car in the background is starting to become a little bit frustrated. But I tell you, it's phenomenal out on the track. But let's go down to the pit lane because we're going to hear from the crew of number 93, Lotus Elan Racer.
the pits with another legend of historic racing, Eric Hellary, legend of Le Mans also. We'll do the interview in French, of course. Eric, alors vous étiez au départ avec cette Lotus Elan que vous partagez avec Joachim von Finkelstein, et puis vous êtes très vite rentré. Pourquoi?
Tout simplement parce que cette petite Lotus va faire le tour auto dans un peu plus de 3 semaines, et on ne peut pas se permettre de faire 2 heures de roulage ici. Donc on a fait les essais, on l'a peaufiné, tout est parfait. J'ai fait un tour pour prendre le départ, montrer qu'on est là. Joachim va faire quelques tours et on va s'arrêter. On va la mettre sous une belle housse et on arrivera au Grand Palais bientôt.
Alors une expérience supplémentaire avec cette Lotus Elan sur Barcelone, c'est comment?
Formidable, j'adore cette ambiance. Les voitures anciennes, elles sont de plus en plus belles tous les ans, de mieux en mieux préparées, de mieux en mieux pilotées. Et ce championnat ne fait que commencer, donc on est ravis de venir. En plus, il fait beau, on mange bien, enfin tout est parfait ici.
Merci, Eric Hellary. Thank you, Eric. The car will be at the start of the Tour Auto, of course, in a few weeks. And just wanted to make a test here, so the car should retire, this Lotus Elan, in a few laps, of course, but they are happy.
Yeah, he's always had that chiseled look, hasn't he, Eric Hellary? And won Le Mans. I'm trying to remember when it was with Peugeot.
93?
I think that's what in my mind, yes, 93, yeah.
Right, when that was happening, we had a change of the lead, just as Vincent started the interview, and Xavier Dayro got in front, but no, Guillaume Maillet doesn't fancy that, so he's gone back. Has he outbraked himself very, very deep? He has, into the first corner. Now he's got a real tank slapper, and Xavier Dayro, I think, now he's in front, maybe he'll get away, but that was the fact that there's so much grunt for these Cobras. You'd think the sleeker one would gain down the straight, he did, but then I think just trying to position the car, and again, I mentioned the light is low in the drivers' faces, and I think a little bit of hesitation there from Guillaume Maillet, and that made him just past his breaking point.
I'm surprised they're not holding each other up, and in fact that Gallant and Colbert will close up on them, but they're not. Look, Andrew Smith right there in a phenomenal 5th place.
Yeah, very much so.
How much horsepower is he giving away?
A month. Right, let's take a look. This is coming down to the opening corner. Andrew Smith, car number 47, and he's challenging Philippe Gilles, and he gets through, and then Lee Mole tries to swing back into the action as well. So we've talked about this, Andrew. When you have an overtaking manoeuvre, if someone else is close by, they may benefit. You get slightly wide. And we saw the moment where Guillaume Maillet, he's now down in 2nd place in his co-retainer. So if anybody had been just behind him, they would have gained a position on both of them, as they were both off their racing line, trying to sort themselves out. And for Xavier Dayro, who's now in the lead of the race, he had to be very accommodating because he didn't want to get that car, the car that had been leading, the number 1 Cobra Daytona Coupe, coming back and giving him a clatter. And in fact, the way that Guillaume Maillet kept it out of the gravel trap at turn 1 was quite remarkable.
And Lee Mole challenging there, tried down the inside. No, that locked up. And again, because that car on the pole position.
Yeah, and what's happened was they're having their little battle with Philippe Gilles sort of going forwards and backwards again, down into Lee Mole's grasp, just out of shot, but coming now into shot is another E-Type, and that's got James Thorpe, who's just having a mighty Saturday here at Barcelona, kicking up the dust a little bit there from Lee Mole. That's when you come at the top of the hill to turn 12, and yeah, look, the second of the E-Types is getting closer and closer and closer, and should get a tow down the start-finish straight as much as you can. These are very sleek cars. They don't give a big amount of tow to ones in front, but the important thing in this race is the fact the car with the least power, other than the Lotus Elans, is the little Porsche 904 Carrera, and Andrew Smith's got it up to 5th place, and he's holding off these cars that don't, they give away, he gives away so much horsepower to them, but by using his experience as a racer, his experience of being smooth, that's why Andrew Smith's not in court and he's past them.
I think it's a marvellously well-handling car. I also think it's a lower profile, I think it's a slipperier car as well. But having said that, giving away so much horsepower, this is a magnificent drive by the Scotsman, Andrew Smith. I've seen him in all sorts of cars, see him racing a lot in the UK as well.
Oh dear, little spinner. We saw him in the walls earlier, and not that many little lands in the race, but this one, number 93, shared by Joachim von Finkelstein. We know it's him. This is the car they were about to pull in after a few laps. He's showing it with Eric Hellary, and they want to keep it sweet for the launch of the Tour Auto, which is starting very soon indeed. But it looks like it's only a puncture, so let's hope. But look, we've got flashing yellow boards at the side of the track. Means let's slow down, just pay attention.
I presume that is because of the Elan which is pulled off.
You'd have to think so. So Guillaume Maillet, not only did he almost throw it away when he was regaining the lead of the race, but he's now dropped not just a second and a half or so down on Xavier Deyro's regular Shelby Cobra, but there was a car between them. That's now moved out of the way. So that is first and second. The Cobra ahead of the Cobra Daytona Coupe. The little Elan they've just passed, but a lap on that. Best the rest, car number 6, the second of the Cobra Daytona Coupes, coming into the background of the shot with the red band on its nose, Olivier Galland. And then tucked in behind Vincent Kolb, qualified second. Lost positions at the start, but he's staying very honest. He's having a good run, Vincent Kolb. And then 5th place, the red nose on the silver Porsche in the background, the little 904 Carrera GTS, Andrew Smith, hanging on in there.
And there's another those Porsches going well. We saw it earlier in the day, actually. Dr. Afshin Fatemi, he's in 9th place. Yves Shamama in 11th.
Don't they sound great, those Corvette, the Cobras? They've just got that wonderful V8 rumble.
Yeah. Ford V8 grunt.
Yeah, so hopefully no damage on that little Elan that pulled to the side. You can see the front right tyre was flat, and hopefully nothing more than that, because as we heard from the co-driver Eric Ellery, planning just to put the car back in the paddock and be ready for the Tour Auto, which is a phenomenal event, Andrew. It's basically a series of races at circuits around France.
Yes, and there's hill climbs as well.
Climbs.
Yeah. I did it in a support role a few years ago with Lord Beaverbrook, who was in a Porsche. Unfortunately, car caught fire. That was not a good thing. But we went to Clermont-Ferrand, actually. It was one of the places we went to. We went to some great circuits.
Yeah, the Clermont-Ferrand circuit, also known as the Charade circuit, is a phenomenal place. We saw the Matra MS-120s out earlier. We talked to Chris Amon. Of course, he coulda, shoulda, but didn't finally score a World Championship win there.
And that's the race, the circuit where Helmut Marko, of course, went on and do all that stuff with Red Bull. Now just retired, lost an eye. It was a good single seater in BRM.
Yeah, he was. Unfortunately, there's just off the racing line there. It's in a volcanic crater, effectively, isn't it? Up there in the
and it's a city where Michelin tyres are based as well. That lovely old Corvette didn't start, of course, did it?
No, sadly not. But hopefully it'll be out at the next meeting. Right, here we go again.
Yep.
Very good in the straight line, as we expect that this one should be. Well, this is a bigger fail down into the first corner. It's like the other one on steroids. He had about 3 laps ago when he moved from second back into first and then brake late. And I was looking on the screen check, are we looking at a replay? But this was far more lurid, and therefore suddenly Olivier Galland is getting much closer in the second, and that would not have helped Guillaume Maillet's tyres.
This is over-ambitious. Indeed, carrying far too much speed. Fortunately, there's tarmac out there, kept out of the gravel, on the sort of bypass road almost.
Yeah, very much. But you have to say that Xavier Deyro did really well to sort of snatch his wheel to the left to avoid being clattered big time as the one in front twitched, I meant. Right, now we have our race leader who's pulling clear, Xavier Deyro. Guillaume Maillet is right back with Olivier Galland and Vincent Kolb. And Kolb has stayed really honest in all of this, but there he is in the background of the shot. But Galland, I fancy, once he gets onto the tail of the Cobra Daytona Coupe in front of him, the metallic green with the white halved rear end on that, he'll get the toe down the start-finish straight. And I honestly think that Guillaume Maillet's not one, but 2 really hard breaks into the first corner won't have helped his brakes. It certainly won't have helped his tyres, and this could be an opportunity if Olivier Galland, with that red band round the nose of the number 6.
Talking about red bands, so we talked about the gold circle. Didn't start, did it, Morgan?
Oh, after all that, we blew. Okay. Oh dear me. No.
So I wonder what happened. We'll find Callum. I'm sure he'll be hugely disappointed, because that car has been super reliable and had some great results here, in this series.
Yeah, it really has, and also something different in this field as well.
There's such a big field, it's difficult to notice the old people that didn't actually start that we expected to see, and Simon, Arabigan, and Callum, unfortunately not. I think the Jacks, Roderick and Rory, were their Cobra on the Exodus. I'm not sure if they were here. Oh, they did start. They are running, actually. No, my apologies. They're 18th place.
The Jacks, not the
Yeah, the Jacks, yes.
Yeah. Right, the Sun is definitely
another British pair, Nick Hyatt, who's Charlie Hyatt. We'll see Charlie tomorrow, going very quick, I'm sure, in his Chevrolet, isn't it? So Dad Ross is driving with his other son Nick in this one.
Yeah, they're driving one of the 1965 regular E-Types, the 3.8 E-Type, in 20th position overall, just a little bit ahead of the Xavier Gallon E-Type as well. Yeah. So they're both actually chipping their way up the order a little bit. Yeah. But what we have at the moment is Xavier Desro, after all the twitches and the overtaking attempts from Guillaume Maillet, trying to get back in the lead race. Yeah. 1.7 seconds now between first and second, and that's the gap. Visual there. Yeah. Out of shot goes our race leader. And in behind, yes, it is happening that now Xavier Gallon is getting just slightly closer with each lap, and the tail being swung around a bit by the car that took the lead, lost the lead, took the lead, lost the lead. That's Guillaume Maillet. Now, Xavier Gallon swinging to the right-hand side to try and maybe unsettle, take a wider line into turn 10, but he's going to be finishing his tyres off if he keeps going into the far outside. So just, okay, you've got to keep trying, but that was a move that was not a working one, was it, there for Olivier Gallon? So it might take another couple of laps to come back up. It allows Vincent Kolb in fourth place overall, that dark Cobra behind, to get back on the tail and try and stay in the hunt behind these two sleeker cars.
But now Olivier is right behind the other Cobra. He can see maybe where he's a bit quicker and the place might get past, so they might be able to challenge Maher.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's a game of chess at the moment, but what you don't want is a moment that puts you off the racing line, a moment that forces you to take more out of your tyres. Look how large they seem next to that little pea green Lotus Elan.
Pea green, that's what it is, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Andrew Smith still doing a great job in the Porsche in 5th place. Lee Mole and James Thorpe running closer together in the two best E-Types.
And in fact, they've sort of gained a lot over Pierre Thirier, who number 36 E-Type. He rose as high as 5th place, but then he suddenly went back. He had some really good progress. I don't know if he's had a problem. Don't think he's lost enough time to have had a spin. Maybe just about possibly could have done that, but he sort of really rose up the order and has fallen back down.
And the car that's come up through the field very well is a 74, the Bas Janssen, who's driving with a British driver, Chris Charles Jr. has a lot of success in historic racing, as well as his father, who's Chris Senior, of course, but Chris Charles has got a lot of trophies in his cabinet, and maybe it's him at the wheel at the moment. That car has climbed up into the top 10. Yeah. So looking at its...
Yeah, it's very close to Pierre Thirier. We've just been talking about Thirier's E-Types falling back down the order.
Just looking at the splits at the moment, he's definitely gaining.
Well, car's looking fantastic. Nemo just looking at his E-Type going down the hill between 11 and turns 9 and 10, and that was the car that started on pole position. But he's got a secret weapon. It's not secret. We all know he's got Phil Keane as his teammate, who will be doing the second part of this race. It's a 2-hour race. We've still got an hour and 35 remaining, so the drivers have got to think about their tyres and not push around too hard. And certainly we've seen some very late braking from some of them, most notably Guillaume Maillet. Not only did he brake late on the opening lap to come from 7th on the grid to lead into the first corner on the opening lap, but we've seen two massive moments where he's been too deep, left his braking too late, and dived into turn 1, had to take the escape road on 1, and half the way off the track on the previous one. So he's got to consider what he's doing, but right now he's got company, because in behind he's got not 1 but 2. Cobra's behind. He's got the Cobra Daytona Coupe number 6. That's Olivier Gallon in 3rd place overall, and behind him Vincent Kolb, who's looking stronger and stronger as the race unfurls. There he is in the black. Sit up and beg. Shelby Cobra 289, 4th place overall for the number 65.
But I think that when Lee Mole hands over to the obviously quick Phil Keane, that car has to be in the pits longer, because I think Phil is going to be one of those with a bigger penalty.
Yeah,
I think he must be a silver.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Silver, bigger status that the FIA gives to drivers based on how good they think they are. And what they've won, really, a lot. So
it's what they've won, what the equipment was they were driving. It should be a precise science. It doesn't always seem to be. In some years, you get an anomaly and someone who's absolutely gutted to be ranked as a silver. They wanted to be bronze, and therefore it makes it very hard for them to get into a driver pairing with someone another driver who wants a lower rank.
Everybody wants, yes, in a lot of series, they have to have a bronze. And what they want is a fast bronze.
Yes, of all the driver categories, bronze can have the largest array of timings between the fastest and the slowest in terms of lap speed. Right, the sole Mustang in the race is going to suddenly have an explosion of cars coming up through, because this is the E-Type battle, and car number 22 running around. That's Jean-Luc Blanchemin, and he's got the little Lotus Elan not too far behind him as well. So what we're getting now is cars being mixed together as the fast runners come through and put another lap on those that weren't so quick in the early stages of the race. So this is where a little bit of caution sometimes is required.
Two different body styles of E-Type there. A more standard one in the middle without the special scoop to allow the air to come out of the brakes, I suppose. You'll see that. So the first of the two cars, you see the back of it completely different.
Yeah, it's the coupe versus the regular, the hardtop. Mustang do well to keep out of the way. And in fact, it's really weird when you look at the number 4, the silver entry there, because that looks quite odd from the front. That's because he's got a matching silver screen strip, because they've set it low down the windscreen. It's suddenly made it look like a much more bulbous route for Hervé Audioni and Armand Mill, who was sharing that car. That's a clever ploy, because going with the setting sun, a face full of light in the wrong place might not be your friend. Is Hervé on board at the moment? Right, first to second. It's a second. Having got clear, Xavier Desraux is not rocketing clear. No. You have to say he ought to be able to rocket clear as they pick off put a lap on one of the other. It's number 64 regular Cobra. That's the Tony Sinclair Greg Caton car. Wasn't that the one that came in with a puncture? Yes, okay, that's dropped it down the order, but you really think, as those behind fight like mad, no, it's come right down, and suddenly the car that was second and falling away is right on the tail of Xavier Desraux. I know where he can try and get past that. How about into turn 1? I'll tell you what, who else is thinking that as well? Olivier Gallon. So down to turn 10 they go. That's the bottom of the infield straight, and right behind we've got Vincent Kolb, and the lead has been taken back by Guillaume Mahé, and again running very, very deep into turn 10, but this time making it work. Olivier Gallon goes up to second. There is a problem clearly for Xavier Desraux. Has he got a slow puncture or something? Ordinarily you wouldn't suddenly let 3 chasing cars gain a second and a half, get onto your tail and go straight past, and he certainly was very, very uncompetitive turning into turn 10 there, lost a lot of position. So I fear it's a puncture, waiting to see if Desraux is about to dive into the pit lane.
I think he is.
He is. Vincent Kolb comes through, so I fear that's not an early pit stop for the sake of it. I fear it could be a slow puncture. Got a feel for him. He was the one that was neat and tidy, while it was Guillaume Mahé making all those flamboyant and failed overtaking manoeuvres down into the first corner.
Did you see just open his door? In the E-Type was about to be lapped, suddenly opened his door and shut it again.
As you would, the 3 cars are coming straight past. Oh, that's an interesting one. Okay. And the number 8 E-Type trying to keep out of the way as well. That's Father Gallon. That's Xavier. Kept out of the way. Yeah, it's a strange one. Be interesting to see if we can get a replay of that. But suddenly we've had this change of order, and you have to feel for Xavier Desraux. He did all the hard work to get in the lead the race. Defended a couple of attacking manoeuvres, or more to the point, stayed out of the way.
I reckon Vincent will be there on the case, won't he? Find out what's happening.
I'm sure he will.
A bit early to make a pit stop. I mean, we've got. I'm not sure of the window here when it opens.
Yeah, but in a 2-hour race, I don't suppose it would be open before, with half an hour into the race.
No, I don't think it would. No.
So we'll wait to see what happens with Xavier Desraux. I'm fairly sure it must be a puncture. So suddenly lose pace, then lose all those positions without even fighting to sort of hold on to them. So what's the story of Guillaume Mahé's race? He was 7th on the grid. He led into the first corner of the opening lap. He fell back down the order. Xavier Desraux got past. He overtook him again, made a mess of it. Desraux back into the lead of the race. Fought his way back, made a mess of it again. And then, when it looks as though Xavier Desraux was building a cushion, suddenly it came down, and suddenly we've got 2 Cobra Daytona coupes in first and second in this race, with the one in second place, number 6. Olivier Gallon getting closer, pushing, probing and having a look. And I really think his car might be in better nick at this point, because those flamboyant, out-braking manoeuvres down into the first corner, they must have taken something out of the tyres, something out of the race-leading Guillaume Mahe car. Yeah. And all along, Vincent Kolb is sitting in behind, waiting.
And Andrew Smith up there in 4th place. And then in 5th is the 31 car of the Swiss driver, Philippe Gieck, I suppose, and he's driving with Benjamin Monet. I think it's pretty quick, isn't he, Monet? And look at this, I mean, side by side there, terrific action here at Barcelona. Circuit de Catalunya.
It's great, the sun is getting lower. Look at those shadows coming at an angle across the track. The drivers will be hating it as they go up the rise of turn 3. Can't see. I think they have to turn right here.
There's a little Lotus Elite's going to be gobbled up in a moment.
This is tip-top historic racing. This is just what the fans and me and you, that's what we love.
I'd like to see an E-Type, and maybe later in the race we will have an E-Type in the middle of it.
It does sort of happen, doesn't it? They're lighter on their tyres. These ones, and the way they're being driven at the moment is not leaving anything out there. That little Lotus Elan, hopefully they can get through the next corner before they come piling in. It's got to almost hit the brakes to stop them overtaking him into turn 7, where the track really tightens up. One of them goes through Guillaume Mahe. Well, one who lost out was Vincent Kolb, because law of physics dictated the Cobra wanted to go one way, but sadly the little Lotus Elan was there. That's pulled him off the tail a tiny bit. Yeah, he's lost about half a second.
Maybe yellow flags there.
Okay, no overtaking. That's
the white and orange one there.
That's the Max Huber car, isn't it? Yeah, so that's pulled off. Can't see any telltale spin marks, so you wonder why it's ended up precisely there. Because if you've got a car that sort of you feel as though it's going to retire, not make it back to the pits, you look for a place where you can pull it off and park it safely. But I guess something must have happened, and he simply had no choice in the matter. Still that basso profundo rumble of those Ford V8s getting pushed very, very hard indeed. Poor Vincent Kolb, he's fought so hard to stay on their tail, and that little mover behind the Lotus Elan, where he had nowhere else to go, lost in momentum.
Watch out for that Jansen Charles car, because his sector times were very good. He's gone from 10th up to 8th now. Where did he start? Way down the field. And Chris Charles, a lot of success in Cobras. I wonder if it is Charles at the wheel as we got another challenge for the lead. But he's defending pretty well, is Mar.
He is, and what Olivier Gallon must not do is become too leery in trying to get past. He should be knowing. He would have been close enough, I think, to have seen as he gave chase. Look out the inside into turn 3. Who's going to emerge on the inside? Who's on the outside? Or more to the point, who's in front? It's still Guillaume Mahe, but Olivier Gallon may try to unseat him into turn 4. It can happen, not happening this time around. But as they do that, in 3rd place, closing in all over again, is Vincent Kolb. So it's Shelby Daytona Coupe, one in front of the other. No, side by side they go, but in the right position to turn left down the slope into turn 5 is Guillaume Mahe. Great stuff.
If the Hart Bontrop car hadn't stopped on the warm-up lap, I think it might have been in with this lot as well.
Yeah, well, it's still mighty as it is, but I think you've got a very good point there, Andrew.
Yeah.
But these cars pushing on. We've done 35 minutes pretty much out of the 2 hours. The light is falling all the time. And
the TV camera lightens it up a fair degree, doesn't it?
Okay, this is the moment I think we might see a replay of a door opening on the E-Type in the front. I thought you spotted that when it was, okay, we knew there was a group coming in behind.
Oh, no, but I definitely did see it.
Okay, it might have been earlier.
Obviously, it wasn't quite closed properly. And
horrible moment for a driver, and those drivers, remember, drivers with gull-wing doors. The SLS Mercedes about 15 years ago was a problem that would occur if it wasn't closed properly during a pit stop. One thing reaching just sideways to get a door, but when you have to reach up above you to yank it down, that was a nightmare for some drivers. I remember it happened quite a lot with a couple of cars at Zandvoort one year. So frustrating.
So the chaser and the chased here, these 2 Daytona Cobras looking absolutely great, sounding marvellous as they complete another lap.
Right, there's a proper bit of a toe being gained now by Olivier Gallon. But what is the race leader doing? Guillaume Mahe is going, when are you going to come around the outside? I'm not going to show you the inside. Now, of course, he's adjusting his line to try and get a slightly wider entry into the first corner. Who's going to brake? Looks at, well, they're both going to brake, but who's going to brake too late? This time, Guillaume Mahe a little bit more circumspect. And the important thing is a better exit from turn 2. Well, I thought it was going to be for Olivier Gallon. I thought that was his opportunity, but Mahe covered it off very well.
And what about Xavier Day1 now in 16th place.
Yeah,
so he made his pit stop, but he's just done fastest, gone purple in sector 1 in those most recent lap, so he's really flying. He's going to be back in the top 10 very soon, is Day1.
I can only presume that was a puncture. He was leading, and it just got a little comfortable cushion ahead of this rabble, if you call that, not rabble at all. But another twitch and another from both of them there, but particularly from Guillaume leading the race, because this is let's hope decorum can be kept. But these cars famously on the ragged edge. I mean, the Cobra is a vicious car. These are slightly sleeker, therefore better in a straight line, but they can still absolutely fight through turn 7, over the curves at turn 8, and I think we're going to see not a passing manoeuvre into the next corner, that's turn 9, but down the infield straight. Yeah, better exit there from Gallon, but, you know, Mahay's wise to it. He's not going to say go down the inside. But that's where Gallon's going.
Yeah.
Mustang, but no, the Mustang might, well, it might fall into their hands later as they go down the start-finish straight. Mahay very, very deep into turn 1. He's running wide. That lets Gallon get alongside. Tiny in comparison, but fabulous to race. This is the battle for Lotus Elan honours, and it's even off. Car number 124 has been leading the class for really quite a while, but he's got serious company. Stefan Jubstel all over his tail in the dark. Elan 26R behind.
Yeah, Stefan Race has got some nice classic single-seater cars or Foreman Juniors, that sort of thing. Richard Mines have a nice little race down in 13th place. And Rob Huff, I think, will be getting in that car later. The 74 still doing some good lap times. What's the latest on him? Jansen 4.9.
Yeah, that's the best lap rather than the last lap as well.
Yeah, we don't have the last lap on our timing screen.
It would be nice.
We only have the best lap, but we have the sector time, so it gives you an idea.
Now, of course, this is the last race of the first 2 racing days here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, and the races up till now have been 45 and 40-minute races. This is 2 hours, so settle in, and the drivers are going to have to use their tyres accordingly, and certainly the AC Cobras, with all that grunt, will be taking a lot out of their rubber. That's the history of the cars. Xavier Day1 just in shot. He was the driver leading the race, came in for a pit stop, fighting his way back up the order. He is about to gain another position. He's got the Moivison, the red Cobra Daytona Coupe just up in front. Pick that off, and then we've just seen the little battle between these two Lotus Elan 26Rs. They will be the next one that the previous race leader is going to be setting off after. He should be coming in the background of the shot in a few seconds' time. But they're having a great little scrap, tiny in comparison. If you're over about 1.70 m, it's not very comfortable sitting in a Lotus Elan. Try as you might, but they are brilliant cars to drive, so nimble. Day1 has picked off the Moivison car. Previous race leader, when I say previous, he was leading the early stages. He now sees these 2 little Lotus Elans having their own battle. He might think it could work to my advantage as I catch them, but they'll be having their battle when I'm trying to pass them.
They're still in the same class as the Porsche, of course. So obviously Andrew Smith is leading that category, right up there in 4th place now. Haven't seen much of that car on track.
No, so the light falling all the time. But Guillaume Olivier Gallon gap between them is next to nothing. And it could easily, Andrew, come down to what we find or what they find when they come up to lap some of the other cars in this field.
So the Jansen car is closing up on the 2 E-types in front of them, but not at a great rate of knots. So Meyer in the lead. It's still so close there, the Mustang just being lapped.
Well, that was our pole starter, Lee Mole.
Yeah.
And he'll be handing over to Phil Keane at some point in this 2-hour race. And,
running the old-fashioned yellow lights that we used to have for France, if you remember.
I do indeed. Exciting camping holidays when I thought I got it fast sporty over the yellow headlights.
And then for a while at Le Mans, one of the slower classes had to have yellow lights as well, didn't they? It's a long time since I've seen a yellow lit car like that.
Just looking to work out in terms of class, of course, the top 3 cars running in the top class. 4th place is the top class car from GT2, which is Andrew Smith in the Porsche 904.
And actually, you know, because it's on cubic capacity, the Cobra's in a different class to the E-Types.
Yeah, and the best of the E-Types is still Lee Mole. He's got James Thorpe about 8-9 seconds behind him, so Lee's having a nice clean run, but we knew he was going to lack out in terms of horsepower down the start straight.
Obviously he's not as fast as a mental bank. Not as fast as Phil Keane is what I'm trying to say, and he's keeping it in the picture. So when Phil gets in that car, you know, he still can have a chance at certainly a podium, I would have thought.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked all along about, you know, it's about the aggregate, you know, the average of the two drivers. You know, so if you've got a really, really fast pro driver, elite driver, if you will, but your AM is not as fast, your gentleman driver is not just not as fast, but proportionally a lot slower than a rival combination will be, then you will suffer. However, there is a thing about if you can get yourself out front and keep yourself in the lead of the race, that definitely is a helping hand for the second driver. But the first three cars are now covered by 1.3 seconds. It's next to nothing. It's still the two Cobra Daytona coupes. Guillaume Mahé, Vincent Kolb actually was listed on that lap as being ahead of Olivier Gallon. He was getting closer. I was about to comment, but I just looked at the timing screen, and now that order has been swapped around. So did Gallon outbrake himself trying to get one past Guillaume Mahé, and we didn't have sight of the cars? Andrew Smith, car number 47, leading his class in 4th overall. He's some distance back, but he just has to keep plugging away. Who knows what might come his way? It could be a top 3 finish at the end of this race.
Yeah, and as you say, it'll probably much kinder to its tyres. So that's what happened.
Well, fantastic. Well done for the crew for picking it up. So the access road is access to third place rather than the lead of the race. But again,
that was the first time.
Exactly, that's the first time he has outbraked himself, whereas the driver he'd been fighting against, Guillaume Mahé, has got it wrong there twice and paid the price accordingly. Vincent Kolb, though, is in the middle of the mix there. Going past another, I thought Vincent Kolb was in the Cobra on the left, but he's the one in the middle of the grouping. That was a car there lapping, but it's the top 3 cars covered by 1.5 seconds. Quite outstanding.
These Cobras often give us a terrific battle, don't they? But again, sometimes with the E-Types mixed in with them. But this is a terrific motor race we've got here. They can't keep this up for 2 hours, can they? Or maybe they can. So they're the car with the red stripe across its bonnet. I mean, had that little error, but it really has lost a place, but it's right there on the pace. This trio at the front, Cobra, and quite a way back then, some 12 seconds to Andrew Smith.
I was just looking at the background of the shot, the Shelby Cobra they just put a lap on. I was thinking, why are you still racing without your headlights on? And you just suddenly flicked them on.
The light must be listening to the commentary in his car.
I think he needs to press on a bit more, but you know, you can see when we started this race it was lovely light, but that's fallen behind the hill. It is rolling hillside country, countryside north of Barcelona we're in, and it's behind the trees on top of the hill. And suddenly it gives the race a bit of a different feel, and it's going to fall quite fast. You know, it is only the end of March, so it's still sun still sets pretty quickly.
That early leader, Day1, now just moved up his spot. He's up to 14th. I'll be up in the top 10 fairly soon, I think. Here's.
Yeah, of the drivers who qualified at the front end of the grid, we know our pole starting car will have a secondary driver in it when Phil Keane gets in. The next car, I haven't seen too much of the James Thorpe car, but that will have Jonathan Mitchell going in there. At the moment, it's the second of the E-Types in 7th place overall. Jonathan Mitchell is super quick.
He knows that car, and it is his car.
So look for a run. Still a few cars, including Xavier Desros' Cobra in the middle of the shot, their car number 139. That has not got its headlights on, but when it comes into a pit, might just keep them off until they get into the pit lane. I'd put them on if I'm overtaking people when you're making up ground. So a replay, and this time it's number 3 going wide, and that is Armand Miel showing with Yves Scamama. And it's Yves at the wheel at the moment, managing to get back onto the black stuff without tumbling into the gravel traps at the edge of the track. Xavier Desros just dived into the pits, by the way. So I just was looking at his position. He just moved to 13th, and we say, well, he's now falling down the order, but making the mandatory pit stop.
Yes.
So I think the pit window was just open.
Oh, that was close.
Well, we nearly had 3 Lotus Sedans going off because suddenly one just backed off, and the pea green one in the background of the shot nearly had nowhere to go. I don't know how those 2 cars missed, frankly.
I don't. There could have been a lot of Lotus Elite fiberglass. Here, the fuel going in from a standard sort of petrol pump type nozzle.
So this is Day1 car, and as I pointed out, not too many of the front-running drivers are having a driver change, so he's going to go on. Think about it. 2 hours of racing these cars. These are brutes around a circuit like this. It doesn't give you a lot of time for relaxation. You've got the infield straight, you've got the main straight. That's physical. You're going to feel that when you get out. But that when you get out is when the adrenaline stops, and that's when you realise just how much you've taken out of yourself. But right now, they're all being fueled by adrenaline, loving this circuit, as we heard from Eric Ellery, loving the ambience in the paddock, and the fact there are a lot of really good friends they've made in the paddock up and down. And, you know, there's not a driver here who doesn't appreciate these cars, and the whole mix up and down the paddock with the Le Mans Classic Series as we kick off our 2026 season. So the fastest car in the race, Xavier Day1, picked up a puncture, came in for a pit stop after about half an hour. He's been fighting his way back. He's the first of the really quick cars that's making the regular mandatory pit stop. So he'll carry on tumbling down the order. He'll be probably down below 20th position shortly, but expect him in the second half of the race to rise, and we don't know how high he's going to get.
So still, when there's just fractions between the top 3, although actually Gallant's just dropped off the pace a little bit now. Andrew Smith, another 13 seconds down the road. And there's so much to play for still with the pit stops, and some of the pit stops will be more efficient. We could see quite a few positions changing in the pit stops, I think.
Few more cars coming in, but the top 3 runners not coming in yet. It's Guillaume Maillet, it's Vincent Kolb, it's Olivier Gallon. Remember, Gallon made that mistake. He'd been challenging for the lead, got it wrong down into turn 1, which has been the bogey corner for the drivers of the fastest of the Cobras. They've had several moments running too deep, running off the circuit, getting on an access road, rejoining, but importantly, staying out of the gravel down there, because that would be over now.
Isn't an access road? It's almost a road for people that run wide, isn't it?
It's access to rejoin the circuit.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Yeah.
Well, it also guides them away to not come on the track before turn 2. It makes when you're on that, you've got to follow it to the exit of turn 2.
Yeah, that's a very valid comment. I think that's exactly why it's like that and what it's for.
Because otherwise, if you just said rejoin where you fancy, there would be many moments leading to further accidents.
And that's how it is at most corners, isn't it? But that's a clever little idea, that.
As long as they remember to tell the drivers you haven't raced here before.
Yes.
Right, Vincent Kolb started second, fell to 4th. He's now running second all over again. Of course, we've lost Xavier Day1 from that group, but you know, he hasn't been the one that's been pushing deep into turn 1. No. He hasn't been the one taking the life out of his tyres. And I remember in some races last year, he came good in the latter stages of the race. But latter stages, we still haven't even got to the halfway stage.
No. But I mean, there's so far to go. You don't really need to push and wear the car out, do you? You might just, just stay in station like that. I mean, no point in making some desperate lunge down the inside. There's a lovely E-Type. Look in the go back and Silver making the pit stop.
Yeah, that's number 4 that's coming in. That's Hervé Odioni from 12th place overall in his fixed head coupe. And
oh dear,
not what you want.
Up
that's the Benjamin Chiron Roma Auvert E-Type. Looks fabulous, but I prefer it with all 4 wheels on the deck.
Yes, and so do they.
Absolutely they do. And drivers for other teams waiting in the background. A Swiss driver, that's an all-French crew in the red E-Type, with a Swiss driver waiting for his car to come in and make a change. You can see some drivers already suited. And also, is there a push start going on for number 64?
That's the Tony Sinclair car.
That was the one that had the puncture early in the race. Yeah. Came in, worked his way a little bit back up the order. But again, you might look there and go, is there a problem? Remember, they've got a minimum pit stop time, so it does enable people to get in and check these cars over.
Yeah.
So sensible. Oh, Vincent Kolb having to be cautious around the outside of one of the little, that's Simon Nobely's Lotus Elan. So you just have to hope that it averages out. Every time you get having to take a wider line and lose a bit of momentum when you're in the battle, when you're doing lapping, you have to hope that someone you're competing with will have the same.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, swings and roundabouts there. So Maher, Cole, Gallant, and Smith still in fourth place. There's not many changes in the leading top 10. Just see anybody else making progress. The Jack brothers, Jack,
father and son.
Yeah, father and son. They're 15 now, and the Hyatt family car, that's 17. Just checking out our father and sons, and Xavier Gallant is 18. His son up there in third position. And I wonder when Lee Moore is going to come in and hand over. That will be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he's been sitting on this sort of 9.5 second buffer in the E-Type battle. That's over 6th place overall.
It's hardly changed that, have they?
No.
So obviously they're joined by a piece of rope. Dr. Fatemi has come in his Porsche.
It's funny just looking at that little bright green Elan 26R. It's the racing version. It's the Molitor family car. Racing all on its own and just running a little bit wide back down there.
Day1 seems to be in the pit quite a long time, actually. Just wonder if they now got a problem, or has it gone out again?
No, it's still in the pits. Yeah, he's lost a further lap. You lose a lap in a regular pit stop.
Yes,
that's fine.
But
it all equals out.
I think it's been there longer than that, but it'll all come out in the wash.
And in fact, having just seen Christian Molitor getting it a bit wrong, braking too late down into turn 10, I just realised because he is coming under pressure, because not too far behind him is Seaman Nobly, just a third of a second down. So that was probably looking in his mirrors to check how close he was. Are you gaining? Are you not? Oh, a bit deep into the corner, but anyhow, there was space for him to go on through in that bright green Elan 26R without just the embarrassment of sliding off. Right, first, second and third, super close all over again. Guillaume Mahe, his Cobra Daytona Coupe tucked in behind, number 22 E-Type in the pits. That's one of the coupes. Jean-Luc Blanchemin, that's his car, gunmetal with an orange nose on that. But really, that lead battle covered by 1.3, 1.4 seconds, top three cars. Fantastic.
What's going on in that?
I think it's what's not coming off. I think they want to put
it might be. Well, I don't see there's no hammer in that chap's. And now they're having a discussion. The number 74 Janssen car, you know, is the one that Chris Charles is, we think, going to take over. It's all the time moving up the field. Look, he's about to challenge the two E-Types now.
Yeah.
And that'll put him into fifth place. He is really flying.
Yeah, just refer back to our previous comments. It's about the balance of your driving pair. If both are fairly close in terms of performance, it doesn't matter if someone else is a bit faster as long as their teammate is rather slower.
Yeah.
Anyhow, and that's why in these races in particular, you see it goes out the gap and it comes in. And the idea is towards the end of the race, we have the faster drivers making good the second drivers in these cars and moving up the order, and it does tend to happen. All right, number 4, Silver Fixed Head Coupe. Hervé Audieni, hand out, Armand Mill taking over. With the jaunty angle down towards pit exit, but there's plenty of space, don't worry. So we'll have the run through the pitch. We've still got an hour and 5 minutes remaining in this field. The Moivesen family car, Johannes and Thies. There it is, red with the white stripe, back out onto the circuit. So for one of them, it's a chance to sit down, and the other one to sit down rather more firmly strapped in and get on with the remaining hour of this 2-hour race. This is the 60s endurance grouping of cars. These are the ones that get the treat at the end of the year to go over to the Daytona International Speedway and perform out on that amazing oval and infield circuit over there in Florida.
And Jonathan Mitchell just climbing into the car he's sharing with James Thorpe. So climbing into the car that he actually owns. Which moves the Janssen car, which has come way from the back So I mentioned several times, now up into 6th place.
Looking at Andrew Smith there, he's still 4th overall, leading his class comfortably. Next car in that class is the Lotus Elan 26R of Petov Ivanov, that's down in 10th place. But it's not really 10th place because some of the quicker cars ahead of it or between them have come in to serve their pit stops. But the first 4 runners before the pit stops were being served. First 5 runners are still out there running in the first 5 position. Guillaume Kobe, Vincent Kolb, Olivier Gallon, Andrew Smith and Lee Mole.
Yeah, Ivanov doing a good job. A nice chat with him yesterday in the paddock.
Yeah, a driver who started his racing career competing in Caterhams when he was presumably working out in the Far East, but with plenty of driver coaching from Ed Morris, he's firmly finding progress and enjoying his racing very much indeed.
Singing Ed's praises. Now we got the star filter on there, look.
So that's Armand Mill taking over from Hervé Odioni, that silver E-Type car from 1963.
The one with the silver blended in windscreen strip, and that might go a bit faster with its new driver, I suspect. I'd like to go back to the front really, because they're 2 leaders are virtually nose to tail yet again.
Well, there's been a change.
Oh, yeah.
I just noticed that Mahe had fallen behind Gallon, but Vincent Kolb from 2nd got up into the lead of the race. Now we've got, as they turn into turn 5, number 1, don't forget that was the lead of the race just a lap ago. It's back into 3rd place now. So was that in traffic? I'm not entirely sure it was. They're in traffic right now, but Vincent Kolb, as I said, he's the one that hasn't been making mistakes. He's kept it clean and smooth, and he's now suddenly in the lead of the race.
Absolutely right. Lee Mole there now in 4th place. So he's definitely still in the mix with that car. With Phil Keane presumably getting in it fairly soon. We're just about going up to half distance now.
Yeah, almost on the nose. A 2-hour race, and it is physical. These cars are not light on their wheels. Only the Lotus Elans are, but they're having to tackle every corner really hard because they don't have the horsepower of their rivals. They've got to maximise the bits that they can do really well. But when you're driving a Cobra or a Cobra Daytona Coupe, they are physical cars.
I'm not sure I really like that graffiti on that Cobra.
You'd have been sent to bed without any supper if you'd done that to the family car.
Yeah. I wonder if it means anything. It can't mean anything to me apart from number 89, which is not its number. Is it 18 now?
I thought it almost said Bugatti just under the rear windscreen, but it's a combination of
probably
letters.
done by somebody very famous. Yes. Some graffiti artist, not quite French equivalent of Banksy probably did it. These Cobras still sliding around, aren't they? Making a spectacular show here. Now the lights will see the front disc glowing red pretty soon. With a spectacular end to this race, I'm sure. The Kolb, Gallant, Moore, Shamama, Thierry, Richard Mines up there in 7th place now. Not sure if our timing screen is going to be able to cope. But Andrew Smith just come into the pits, by the way. And the Jansen Childs car is also in the pits. The Jack Marlon Son car in the pits. Lots of cars there. James Thorpe was E-Type also in the pit. So we need 2 or 3 laps for this to work itself out, and then all these guys get back. And the people who haven't, our leading 3 haven't been in yet.
No, and
probably a leading 5 or 6
of the front running drivers. Vincent Kolb, he's driving solo. He'll come in, serve his pit stop, go back out. Car in 2nd place, Olivier Gallon driving solo. Bit of a theme going on here. Car number 1 that went from 7th to the lead race, Guillaume Mahe, sharing with Maxime Guénard, so he will be changing over.
Yeah, and we wait to see whether the Lee Mole Phil Keane car has to spend longer in the pits as well. It might be another 20 seconds or so. That will all come out, won't it?
Yeah. So the car that was leading the 2nd class, the GT2 class in this race, Andrew Smith, has brought in that glorious little number 47 Porsche 9046 Carrera GTS, car from 1965. Johannes Stengel should be installed on board, but we'll wait for confirmation that's happened. But right now the light is getting lower and lower, and this is where the colour starts to drain away, but the race in some ways becomes all the more exciting in this sort of half-light, I always think, as you go into night. But there are still points on the circuit where there's still a little bit of a face full of sunshine. It's Kolb leading the race, Olivier Gallon chasing in the number 6, Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe, looking for a moment, or thinking perhaps I'm coming in at the end of this lap. But it's amazing how many drivers finally get an overtaking manoeuvre, get it done, and then put it to the pits. Yeah. But they wanted to prove the point, particularly if they're not out of the second half of the race.
So Dayro's early fast time at 2:01.1 is still the fastest lap of the race. It just moves up a spot to 21st.
But at least he's back in the race. We worried he was going to retire with that extra long pit stop. He's listed as being 4 laps in arrears. You lose a lap and a bit when you serve your pit stop. Car number 74, this was the car that started right at the tail of the field. That was the Baz Janssen Chris Charles Jr. car. We saw it, it didn't set a time in qualifying, so it started at the very tail of the grid, so down in about 30th position, 31st position. There were a few cars missing. A good run.
Hopefully Vincent will have somebody for us in a minute. It'd be nice to hear from him, wouldn't it?
Cobras look so mean, don't they?
Mean is the right word for them, isn't it? They really do, and they always have been, haven't they? And lots of Cobras on the road, and lots of Cobra replicas aren't there about, but...
I love the AC Ace. I think the AC Ace Bristol, I would love one of those, but of course that didn't have it. It was like that, but without the steroids. It was without the flared wheel arches. Right, still waiting for the front runners to serve their pit stop.
Because they did the same thing when Sunbeam Alpine, didn't they?
Yeah.
And of course, we saw that Allard earlier on in the day with the car with the cycle wings. That was one of the first sort of British cars to have a big American V8 put in front of it.
Yeah, absolutely was. I suppose the thing with the Sunbeam Alpine, when it's a Tiger, they didn't really change the body that much. It wasn't bulbous, but it had a much more powerful engine than what it had originally had before. American muscle instead of a lighter weight English British engine.
Yeah, but they had the 4.2 rather than the 4.7, I think. They did race those at the moment.
Yeah.
Sunbeam Tigers, as they were called. Great name for a car. And the Mustang, usually just retiring, turn right and into the paddock for him. He was running at the back of the field the whole way through. Another Elan comes in.
Right, that's the Ed Morris going out to get into the white number 124 with the Lotus Land 26R with the blue stripe, but that was a good run for that, leading its own 26R battle. But had to stay light on its feet to keep at the front of that one.
Well, our leaders still not made their pit stop yet. 30 laps in the book.
Okay, Chris Charles Jr. You've mentioned you've been talking up this car. Baz Janssen doing the first part of the race, we think, unless it was Chris Charles, but we think it was Baz Janssen.
I think it's Baz, yeah.
And now Chris Charles, see what he can do. So they started effectively stone last. They worked their way up to about 7th place, wasn't it? Which was remarkable, but with patience. Yeah. And we mentioned that it's easy to get it wrong in cars this big, this powerful, and take a great chunk out of your tyres and knacker your brakes. But he hadn't been doing that. So for Chris Charles, he's possibly taking over a car in better nick for the remaining hour of this race.
I'm sure you're right.
In some of the rivals.
Also, I note at the front now that Mar has dropped off the pace, so he's 4 seconds now behind the 2 leaders who are still going at it, hammer and tongs, for this lead of this race. And so, still, several of our leading group have not made their pit stop. So, we haven't really got. I think Phil Keane must be just going out now. So that'll be interesting to see. Got a Cobra going slowly there.
There was only one that was just leaving the pits. He was waiting. He couldn't cross the blend line. Could see 2 cars coming together down the start-finish straight, and just wanted to clear out of the way.
Yeah, I think that's why Kolb did that.
It wasn't just 2 cars, it was the race leaders. The leading battle, Olivier Gallon ahead of Vincent Kolb, and you just don't want to be the one that takes them out of the race. Just as you rejoin, worth hanging back a little bit, just staying hard to the driver's right until you get down to turn 1.
So Gallon into the lead of this for the first time. He's been there and thereabouts the whole way, hasn't he? But he hasn't actually led it. And now he is. Kolb with the more traditional style Cobra in second place. And they must be heading for the pits fairly soon.
Well, they're having a good time, and they're the quicker driver in their driver pairing, so you'd expect them to stay out as long as they possibly could. That's what they appear to be doing. Feels like a different meeting now, doesn't it? The light has really flattened out enormously, but pressing on. But for a lot of their teammates, you can see the people enjoying the view from that bar up above the infield straight there.
But there's lots happening in the paddock, free access to the paddock. The Dodgems are going there. There's been a bit of Dodgems here in this race as well. And there's lots of lovely classic cars to see. There's the Plane, still not sure why it's there. And there's a wonderful display of Seance competition history as well.
Yeah, from rallying to World Touring Car Championship, etc., etc. Paris-Dakar.
Yeah.
Of course, Seat, the national car company.
Now, they used to basically use the Fiat platform, didn't they? But now they're part of the VAG Audi group, so a lot of Seats have a common platform with Audis and BMW and Skodas.
Yeah, in the days of the Fiat 124 in the 70s, that was the sort of model I always remember as a child. That you, in my observer book of cars, you could also get one called a Seat. So I realised it was the Spanish arm of General Motors. Sorry, the Fiat group.
The Fiat group,
It's been a long day. I do know my cars.
Yeah, you absolutely do. Will Nuttall has climbed into the 55. We know that Will's really quick. I mean, they're four laps down, but interesting to see what he can do.
Another lap or two, and then we will probably get the true picture after all the pit stops have been done. But for Olivier Gallon, Vincent Kolb, Guillaume Marhet, and Yves Simard, they're staying out as long as they can. And look, chopping and changing and trying to change back again. But Olivier Gallon with the headlights now bright on his tail of Vincent Kolb. Oh, good, the Mustang isn't retired to the paddock. It obviously just panicked. It did.
Went to the paddock. It's come back again now.
Well, he might as well. Brought it all the way here. Nice to have something different.
And with the typical American racing colours and the stripes on the back, that's to stop the headlights flashing into the mirror from the faster cars that are coming by him. So Jonathan Mitchell now definitely at the wheel of that E-Type. As I say, we've still got the leading group to come. Oh, and we got one in the wall there, that E-Type.
That's on the start-finish straight, but it's being pushed back through a gap in the wall. You can see.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, I thought he'd gone into the wall, but from that angle.
Well, something's rotated. Or has it? Okay, it might have just been tyre debris at the side of the circuit, but it might have been, I don't know, but I couldn't see any spin marks. But then again, the track rises up towards you there, so it's very hard to see. But I think that is number 22, Jean-Luc Blanchemin. Gunmetal with an orange nose in my notes, so yes, it is.
Shamama is in the pits, so there's not many left to make the pit stop yet, but two of them are battling for the lead, of course. Gallant and Kolb.
Yeah, and that gap has stretched and stretched back to Mahe. It's 7.5 seconds pretty much back to third place now.
Yeah, I just wonder if his tyres are completely shot.
Well, I can only presume that was the case because we saw him outbraking himself several times down into the first corner. And you know what? Tyres don't like that too much. Right, no, number 3, Yves Samama from 4th place. His Shelby Daytona Coupe is sitting there, and Pierre Thierry's number 36,
that's a 36 car. The French stripes, the British car with French stripes down the middle of it. Seems a bit strange, really.
Right, this has been a battle that was going on very nicely, but around the outside goes number 43 E-Type. That was very nicely driven there. Jonathan Mitchell, he's just recently taken that over and starting to make progress and gone ahead of Xavier Gallon, but then Xavier hasn't made his pit stop yet, so and in fact, since this replay, he has pulled into the pits. But this is the change of lead where finally Olivier Gallon gets
so close.
I must say, Vincent Kolb has been very, very accommodating at various points in this race to attacks, firstly from Guillaume Mahe and now from Olivier Gallon. And we've had a few players that have just been frustrated by by dint of punctures, and certainly that was the case of Xavier Desraux. Down in 16th place, he still holds the fastest lap of the race, which he set when he was challenging for the lead.
Now, Phil Keane, I think, is on his first flying lap, so we'll have a look at his lap time. I would say whether the pit stop has dropped to 13th.
Right, in from second place comes number 65, Vincent Kolb. He's kept those two Shelby Cobra Daytona coupes very, very honest indeed. Same performance as them. And again, we're seeing cars, it kids us that they go back into the paddock.
Fueling?
Fueling, of course it is. The fueling bay, right. So they've got to go through a tiny little gap in the wall. It's bigger than it looks. Yeah, good guess. Wasn't thinking about that. Yeah, the thought of a Cobra being raced for 2 hours without any fuel, that doesn't really equate too well, does it?
Yeah, and that will lose them some time. Now, see, some people maybe won't have to fuel. I don't think. Probably the Lands won't.
Well, possibly not, but I don't know what the typical size of an Land tank is versus the fuel tank on a Cobra.
Well, there's some fuel consumption, obviously.
Yeah, the fuel consumption is hugely different, but. The whole feel has changed now as the light gets lower and lower. And don't forget, whenever you see footage through TV cameras, it makes it much brighter through the lens than it is in real light, in fading light. So for the drivers now, it's becoming darker. For some of them, they've already done the first half of the race. They know how the track goes. But for the others, coming out into a sort of lowering light, it's quite tricky for the first few laps. Number 80 type in the pits.
Yeah,
that's Father Gallon.
Yeah. See his name on the side of the car. So, Olivier Gallon still about the last one to come in. And Stengel, of course, is the man that's sharing with Andrew Smith. Obviously, it's probably his car, Stengel's car.
And Ashton for Jamie there, just running a little bit wide and then being a bit generous, in fact, as someone came to lap his Porsche. And then that's the moment you brake a bit late into the first corner, and suddenly there isn't much of an option.
Mar has just done the fastest section time. Section 2 time of the race. So he's obviously on it.
Well, he's in the pits at the moment, so...
Yeah, or did.
And so also diving into the pits is race leader Olivier Gallon. He did a lap further than some of his rivals. Vincent Kolb a while ago.
Yeah, he is turning into it. So I wonder where they come out.
I think...
So, because prevented races, we're used to them going off into the side. We didn't see any bumps, did we?
No, we didn't. I think it was the executive parking bay.
Yeah.
Right, so Vincent Kolb's car just sitting there, getting some chat. He is one of the drivers running solo. He'll feel quite tired after that. Californian number plates on the back.
Yeah,
nice touch.
Time scoring. Showing Galan in the pit. It's got the P, but it's just lap 35. Of course, that's how many laps are in the book. It'll take about, I think, next 5 minutes or so, and then we'll see how it all works itself out, Bruce. Then we'll get a general idea of what the second half of the race is going to be about. So, the number 4 car having a big moment. He's having a bit of trouble getting out of there.
That's Armand Meal down at turn 10. And again, this is just after the changeover. I was talking about drivers coming in, just getting used to the level of light out on the circuit. Just getting in the groove, in the feel of the car, the tyres. He's in the cockpit. And at that point, you've missed your point on the corner. But luckily, into the gravel and out again.
I got a sneaking suspicion that the Jonathan Mitchell E-Type is going to get in amongst those Cobras right towards the end.
Yeah, I don't think they're wrong there. Car number 43 is up into 5th position at the moment. But just remember, they had these very long pit stops, and the front 3 runners are all serving theirs now.
They lose over 2 laps.
Yeah, so you get quite concerned when you see a driver who's lost a bit of time with the puncture or something is 4 laps down, but that's because they've already served their mid-race pit stops as well. So again, 2 laps, as you point out, while everything is happening. They'll still have the deficit from before, but it won't look as serious.
And the guy who's really flying is Phil Keane, because he's just done the fastest lap of the race. He's just done a 2:02.728, and Phil is on the charge. And so it's been Cobras all the way so far, but I think as this race goes through its second half, it's going to become a Cobra E-type battle, and that's what I'm hoping anyway.
Yeah, well, I think you're right, and also that margin, that's 0.4 of a second faster than the lap that Xavier Dayro set very early on in his Cobra. So Phil will be smooth, but he's also quick to go with it. So yes, this is what we want, the changing landscape within this race. 3/4 an hour remain. It's a 2-hour race to bring the Saturday programme to a conclusion. There is a driver who's far from finished, Olivier Gallon. He's having his belts checked. He thinks all is fine. No, he's trying to track the marshal in front. But again, you don't have to hurry too much. What do you want, a bit of cold air? No, a bit of a chat, really.
Chat in the blue jeans, having a walk around the car. Not sure what his role is.
Chief encourager. Every team needs one of those, I reckon. I tell you what, he was the one earlier I thought was David Hart. I couldn't work out why he's wearing a sheepskin jacket, but I've just noticed he's got a sheepskin collar on his. So.
Somebody else who's going quick, in 15th place, is Rob Huff.
Of course. He's 15th place.
Just gone purple in Sector 1 on the previous lap.
Yeah, he's sharing with Richard Mines, lightweight E-type from 1963, black with a white stripe, looks very, very pretty in the
paddock. Richard's got a great collection of cars. That's a really nice E-type. So, didn't Huppy drive that very well at Goodwood?
I think Huppy has driven many things incredibly well.
Yeah, I think he did. Last year, I thought he had a very good result. See so many of these, and difficult to keep up with it. But I know Huppy's just moved up a spot actually, and so second half of the race could be a bit more Coventry ahead of getting mixed up with Detroit.
Yeah, when he's just picked off Patrick Jack. I was chatting to Patrick, yesterday? Yes, it was yesterday. And he said they've only just picked up this Cobra. I think they got it this weekend,
really?
during this week. Yes. So they're still feeling their way. But, a 2-hour race is a good chance to do that. Or more to the point, if you're stuck in a 2-hour race going, that bit's not working so well. But anyhow, you'll gain a lot of experience. Scottish Racer said, I think this is the last race he's having before the birth of his first child. I said, He said, I won't be back for about 6 months. I said, check it's not 20 years.
Yes. So the Galant car, though it's in the pits, remains in the lead, but the Stengel Andrew Smith car, which has definitely pitted, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Because it's changed the driver, is shown in second place overall. And then the Olivier Gaynard car. Now there's a little alongside on the timing screen, you see the little P. It's obvious that that's P for pits, but what are the O's?
Out
of the pitch. Yes,
so that's Vincent Colcard.
So he's out. So Great Eyes.
So Olivier Gallon, by dint of his driving ranking, is having a much longer pit stop.
Here's some speculation that the Porsche, the Stengel Smith Porsche, did not have to refuel. I don't know the size of the fuel tanks, but I think that's possible. Much smaller engine. That's possibly what.
What I expected in this race, even if you were disregarding having to refuel, I expected the Porsche, by pitting earlier, possibly to come up higher, but then the Cobras, they have to refuel.
With its speed, it'll be about 5th.
Yeah.
It's done a great job. Let's see.
Olivier Gallon car.
He's returning. Let's see where he drops in.
Take another lap for it all to sort of unravel on the scoreboard, but by dint of getting back on the track sooner, Maxime Guéna is well placed. He took over the number 1 Cobra Daytona Coupe from he did the first part of the race, didn't he? Of course he did. No, Guillaume Maille did the first part. Sorry,
because who's part that say that the Keep Europe outfit? He's the son of. But I would say in the next 4 or 5 minutes we've got a very clear picture of what's got positions, because now the Porsche is shown in the lead, of course. But one assumes that the Cobras and maybe these E-types will come by. As Jonathan Mitchell now in 5th place, Phil Keane in 9th. But just I'm looking at sector times. I'm suggesting to you, because we explained we only have the fastest lap, not the previous lap. I suggest that Phil Keane is currently fastest guy out there. Just by adding the sector times together, or approximating
every sector.
Every sector is faster than everybody else.
Right, Olivier Gallon back on the track, the number 6 Shelby Daytona Coupe. Now, hold on, he's got Xavier Dayro right behind him, but of course Xavier lost so much time when he had that earlier pit stop for a tyre change, and he's finding his way back up the order, but he should be a lap. I think there's a lap between them.
And there, look at his disc glowing red.
It's actually great. Look, that shot when you're looking across and through the Cobra, and also at the wheels, but also into the cockpit. You can see the lights coming from the gauges in front of them. A little bit of sort of non-period glow from there.
I can't understand why those are staying red so long, actually. I just wonder if could there be brakes binding a bit? It's usually, they brake, you see that glow, and then as they accelerate away, then the airflow, the colour drops away. It didn't seem to be doing that. Anyway, all will be revealed. There's a little bit of a glow there now on the Gallant front disc.
Going through the classes, no surprise that Johannes Stengel, Andrew Smith car is the Porsche is leading its class, but it's well clear of the rest.
It's now in the pits, but it changed the driver, I assume. Has it got a problem?
Well, I can't tell you because it hasn't got a last lap element, but in all honesty, it shouldn't. After the pit stops, it shouldn't have been in the lead of the race. It should have been better placed. But
maybe something switched on the driver ID, and it hadn't made a pit stop.
Yeah, because we don't have a pit stop column on the timing screen.
I wonder if Vincent could get down there and try.
Well, one of the beauties of a packed field of cars with 30-plus cars starting, you don't get to see all the pit stops. We haven't got a chart where we can tick them off.
Well, that car's plummeted down to 9th place now. 10th. I think it's more likely Bruce that's got a problem.
Well, let's hope not, because as I was saying earlier in the race, it was a car that didn't seem to be under the stress of some of the front runners. It wasn't trying to outbrake people. It was about keeping it smooth and keeping the momentum going in that 904 Carrera, because you don't have the power. You can't afford to get it offline, and he wasn't in the cut and thrust of battle. So he got himself into a clear spot behind the first 4 runners, and that's the beauty. If you can run at your own pace without people trying to take your door handles off.
Now all the top people have made their pit stops, and we're seeing a pattern at last. And apparently, at the front, still the 3 were battling away. They're Gallant leading them. But now we got the Jonathan Mitchell E-Type up in 4th place. So we got Gallant, Maxime Guenard, of course, now in the Cobra. We know he's quick. And Vincent Kolb. And then we got Mitchell. And then, of course, we've got to watch for Phil Keane, who is closing up on Chris Charles Jr.'s Cobra.
Yeah, should catch up with the next lap or so. That will be the battle for 7th place. And again, as early part of the race, it's where is the traffic going to be in front of you when you're trying to make a passing manoeuvre.
That Smith-Stengel car is still dropping down the order.
Yeah, it's fallen further back than you'd expect. Because Afshin Fatami's car, an equivalent 904 Carrera, who's running further down the order, is in 9th place. So yeah, I fear it's a secondary pit stop.
Yeah.
Will it emerge back in the race? Was it a puncture? That could be.
Oh, could well be, couldn't it? Yes.
Now take a look at the replay. It's the flame out looking more and more dramatic.
Yeah,
this is,
both sides, of course.
Well, absolutely fantastic. That's Armand Meal at the wheel of that one.
You can see where the calipers are, can't you?
So that's running in 6th place overall, ever more dramatic. And this light is beloved of photographers, and if they've got enough experience, they work out where those brake discs are glowing and where the cars are licks of flames out of their exhaust when they back it off. So the tighter corners like this one, turn 10, pretty good place to be. challenge for position down there. Olivier Galland and fighting with Xavier Dayro's car, but just remember
side by side,
these were
wonderful
cars that were
stuff, wonderful stuff.
Fighting for the effective lead, but Dayro's car had an extra pit stop to have a puncture change, and it's way down the order. It's outside the top 10 in 11th, so it's only a good recovery. But
if I hadn't had that puncture, I'd be really giving you a hard time. That's what he's saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Don't forget about me.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was a song lyric once. So that means, with the Andrew Smith, the Johannes Stengel car seemingly back for a second visit to the pits, that means Aisling Fatemi is now in the lead of the GT2 class from Ed Morris, and the gap between them is about 20 seconds, but Morris is lapping a little bit faster in the Elan, but it's a 904 Carrera 6 GTS back into the lead of the GT2 class. This time, not the Andrew Smith Stengel car, but now Aisling Fatemi.
I'm just wondering what Phil Keane can do. It's 55 seconds behind the leader, and he's a couple of seconds behind Meal.
It's effectively 2 seconds a lap he's got to gain. It's very simple maths and rudimentary maths at that, I'm afraid. There's Aisling Fatemi driving solo, number 110. The Doctor leading the GT2 class, and they're in 9th place overall.
There's a plastic surgeon.
Yes.
Yeah. I think in Cologne. Yeah, I remember his Teixeira had all the paint missing in places, so it looked a real warhorse. I think when it comes back, it's probably going to reappear in the old Kyrgios colours, with the blue with the white stripes on it. And that'll be the next race, I believe.
Yes, I think as it gradually got more exposed paintwork through the season, I think there was something with mechanics.
Oh, there was a great story. The mechanics refused to repair it. So, it's interesting to scrutinise these sector times here.
Well, we're just going to go down and get an interview in the pit lane, because 47, the Porsche has just come in. Johannes Stengel brought it in. We'll find out with Vincent what is the problem.
Yes, Bruce, there are some problems with this Porsche 904, car number 47. Andrew Smith, what's happening?
Johannes was out doing a fantastic job. We were leading the race, but he came in and he just lost all the gears, which is a great shame, because the car was going so well. You know, we were right up there battling with the Cobras and the E-Types.
We know that this kind of race is a race, Jag and Cobras and so on. And you are here with the Porsche. How is it in this field?
I mean, it's difficult down the straights, because you know the Cobras and in particular and the E-Types have so much power. But you know it's quite a twisty circuit here. So you know, as soon as you get into the slower parts of the track, then you know we can give them a good run for their money.
Is this Porsche pleasant here in Barcelona?
I'm sorry?
Is this Porsche pleasant here in Barcelona to drive?
It's absolutely fabulous. Yeah, I mean it's such a great little car. You know we've driven it quite a lot, but first time racing it here in Barcelona. It's a fantastic car.
So technical problem for this Porsche. It's not the way they wanted it to end in this race.
Thank you, Vincent. So Andrew Smith explaining absolutely clear, and again talk about the way cars deliver their performance. We knew it didn't have the horsepower. It was all about keeping it clean, keeping your tyres sweet, and then being nimble through the infield.
But also very interesting, he said, about the power, and particularly the E-Type. So
I reviewed that. I think he went the Cobras in particular, and then the E-Type, because I read it. I thought, no, in a straight line, it's got to be the Cobra, surely.
Well, that's what I thought. But I didn't read it that way.
No, but I had to stand back and think about it.
There's probably very little difference, actually.
No, I think so too. The grunt coming onto the straight, brilliant from the Cobra. And then the sleeker body shape of the E-Type, I guess maybe down the end of the straight they could be faster.
Phil Keane is now 6th. He's gone past Meal, and Chris Charles is 8th. And again, looking at just like to see the next sector time come up for Phil Keane. The second sector's the longest one, so it gives you the best feel for who is quickest.
Yeah, any sector time there, you get under 50 seconds, you're going well. The first 4 cars have been 50 seconds. Draw it down in that second sector. The next car through will be Benjamin Monet, and then we'll see what Phil Keane can do. Benjamin goes under 49.6, then 49.4.
Oh, yeah, he's staying up. Phil Keane's the fastest guy out there at the moment. But has he got enough time? You know, we've got we're into the final quarter of this race, so he's got the job on his hands, hasn't he?
Interesting mix. So
Seems to have gone quickly this 2 hours, actually.
Well, it has. The first half hour, I thought it was going to not feel long, but you know, I thought that's half an hour. But it's really, this next hour has flown incredibly. But to me, you've got the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupes. I really fancy them because they are sleeker than the regular Cobra. But then the best of the E-Types is in 3rd place. That's Jonathan Mitchell. Then another 2 Shelby Cobras, but not the Daytona Coupes. And then another E-Type. So a real mix up there. And then the best of the non-8 Porsches or Cobras is that Porsche 904, Dr. Fatemi in 9th place overall.
But now we do have an E-Type in the top 3 for the first time in the race, yes.
Apart from the drag to the first corner.
Apart from the drag,
we still had Lee Mole in the car that has been taken over now by Phil Keane. That's making its comeback. But you sort of, also, when you have these battles, 2 hours, we've got a spinner. That's at turn 4. Round didn't quite catch the number as it went, but
it was a standard shape Cobra, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it could be Vincent Kolb. You know, he's the best place in the standard shape Cobras. I don't know, car number 65, have to wait and see. Can't see on the tracker map if anybody's sitting sideways in the track. Might have been number 63 car, the Jack family car. I fancied, I sort of saw 6 as the first digit, but it was a fleeting shot in the falling light. Enough excuses, I think so. Again, as the light falls, a pink light. It's great to see it. Last year, there was almost no sunlight at all at this race meeting. You were commentating on it. It was driving rain.
You couldn't see what was happening, and there was all sorts going on.
Great to see people up in that dining room, bar, whatever you call it, over the infield straight. What a place to be as the sun's going down. You're having something to eat. It's a 2-hour race, a chance to watch, talk to people, keep an eye on the race. Great place. What a fabulous. I'd love to go up there later on. So 43 E-Type, Jonathan Mitchell, is he gaining on those in front? He's 36 seconds down.
Phil Keane lost 2 seconds in the middle sector on that lap, although he'd been, so maybe he was balked or something.
Yeah, that's
because he was fast in sector 1. So.
Yeah, last time around it was only his car and Benjamin Monet, who was in the AC Cobra ahead of him up the track, that went under 50 seconds to the middle sector. Now the top 3 runners have all managed to do that.
Yeah,
so it is chopping and changing. There is traffic, and I don't know exactly where Phil was in comparison to the rotating Cobra that went around into turn 4, because that's the sort of thing you might lift off, and that could easily cost you a couple of seconds.
And we didn't see what had happened, did we?
No, it was the corner at the bottom of the picture. Effectively almost crashed into the graphics, so to speak, on our screen.
And Day1 almost dragged his Cobra back into the top 10, which is a great effort, actually. And he's got to then close up on Ed Morris in the best Elan. And the battle for that class, the Porsche, Fatemi and Ed Morris, is 7 seconds. So that's still a battle.
But whenever you have a Cobra versus E-Type battle, I expect E-Types to get better and better relatively through the race. So more to the point, for the Cobras to deteriorate a bit more. They take more out of their tyres, and you know, it's great to have the ebb and flow.
Yeah, but indeed that's exactly what's happened. And so now, if you look, we've got in the top 6, we've got 2 Cobras, 2 E-Types, I would say. So.
Yeah, and then 2 of each of the different sorts of the Cobra, the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe, the one with the sort of body with the cam tail, the coupe rear, and then the regular round tops, if you will. Cobra
standard Cobra shape, Well, still the shape based on the AC Ace.
Yeah. And Phil Keane, number 180. Getting close to Benjamin Monet. Monet's in the number 31, the graffiti car, as we've decided, I think we might call it. AC Cobra upper in front. Yeah, look, the attack from Phil Keane going down through turn 13 into the final corner 14.
Don't worry about it. We haven't done anything about track limits this weekend, have we?
No, how refreshing. How refreshing. Right, coming onto the straight, better entry to the through the final corner from Phil Keane. He's pulled out very early on. He's not relying on the toe. He just simply got the move done early. But the Cobra's got plenty of horsepower. He's about half a car length back. This overtaking manoeuvre has been not completed yet. They've got to get the braking done, but he got the hard work done. Better exit from turn 13, better run through 14, and that was his opportunity. But that is down to driving talent rather than grunt.
Absolutely, just showing terrific talent there, Phil Keane.
There's Afshin Fatemi leading the GT2 class. And of course, that was a class that had been led by the Johannes Stengel, Andrew Smith car until a lack of gears. And to my technical understanding, that's not good.
Rob Huff in his E-Type, well, not his, but the E-Type he's driving, moved up to 12th.
Oh dear, Olivier Galland not on the circuit anymore, and he was the race leader by 3.7 seconds. He may still emerge about level with the lead, but that was a run wide. But was any damage done?
I don't think so, but drama here. The tyres will have picked up a lot of gravel. Carrying. That's a call. A lot of people do that there.
Yeah, well, he's already done that
he's
before.
done that before.
And then getting back onto the track, he then shot across the other side, then having to keep the car in as straight a line as possible to try and get back to the track before they reached the top of the hill at turn 3, or more to the point, before he got the E-Type bogged down. So turn 1 is still the bogey corner on this track.
So Maxime Guenard is now in the lead of the race in the car, that number 1 car that he took over.
Yeah, shared it with Guillaume Mahe, who made that incredible start from 7th into 1st. 7th on the grid to 1st by the opening corner of the race. Had a few moments out braking itself, but that moment for Olivier Galland has suddenly swapped the lead over, and it was 3.5 seconds deficit, and now best part of 9.5 seconds in front for Maxime Guenard. And I think for Olivier Galland, who's driving solo, so he'll have done all 2 hours, that's going to be surely. I know we've got 23 minutes remaining in this 2-hour race, but surely that's too much of an ask. Weirdly, I need another headlight shot. I thought I fancied seeing a few spots of rain.
No, really?
I don't expect to see that. I have to see another shot where just in front, we're looking at Maxime Guenard's car. No, there's nothing. Look at that sky. I don't know what I was seeing. Something maybe being flicked up in front. Bit of debris off the track. I'm not trying to just throw drama in for the sake of it, but I honestly did think there was something, but not that I expected. That's why I was surprised.
Great battle going on there for 3rd place. Keane moving up against the other team, E-Type and Kolb. They could truncate nicely before the end. Almost 10 seconds though between Guenard and Galland. Old sparring partners.
Yeah, so lovely evening sky here. We're getting to the conclusion of the first day of racing. It's the 4th day of the meeting, if you will, because there was testing on the Thursday, official testing and qualifying for some of the series here yesterday, and some did their qualifying this afternoon. But the first day of racing, as the light falls, 20-odd minutes remaining. This is the 60s Endurance Challenge, and we knew it was going to be a battle of the E-Types versus the AC Cobras in the 2 different body shapes. The Lotus Elans, a couple of those in the shot, they would have their own battles, but they wouldn't have the grunt to be right at the front of this field, and it has not disappointed. A few mechanical failures, though, Andrew, just a little bit disappointing for those concerned.
Well, this is this battle for 3rd place, and Mitchell with the yellow lights on the E-Type, but that's a good old scrap, isn't it, between those 2?
Yeah, it really is, and Jonathan Mitchell took that car over. James Thorpe did the first half of this 2-hour race, but for the driver giving chase, Vincent Colby, started the outside of the front row in his AC Cobra. He will do the full 2 hours, so he'll be feeling the pressure a little bit more. Maybe it was one of these head-on shots I fancied with the glistening of the lights that I spotted. There's some rain. It doesn't appear to be the case, so apologies for that.
Pretty certain that Phil Keane is going to close right up on the 3rd and 4th place battle. He is again the fastest man out there.
Yeah, but the clock is not his friend. Just over 20 minutes
remaining. Is definitely not his friend.
He's got to gain a dozen seconds.
Yes, he has. 11 seconds. 11, 12 seconds on them. Now, what's going on here?
Oh, car 31, the graffiti car. That's Benjamin Monet on board, and he's got lots of pressure from behind because Armand Miel is starting to close in the green Cobra Daytona Coupe.
And Ed Morris is going really well. He's got that elan up into the top 10 and ahead of Fatemi. That's the key. So he is now leading the GT2 class, I think they call it.
Quite nice with that little green elan stuck some headlights on to get going, but you know, he's not the one who's going to be catching other cars, they'll be catching him. He doesn't have the grunt, but that's been a massive turnaround by Ed Morris, because Fatemi's car, when I last looked, was about 10 seconds clear, and now it's 8 seconds behind him. So that's been a real swing. Maybe there was a moment somewhere in there. Right, car 180, the Jaguar E-Type, through turn 9 down the slope it goes, putting a little Elan 26R further behind him.
That's a great shot, isn't it, with everybody up there?
Oh, it's wonderful. So Phil Keane, 5th place. He's got to gain another 12 seconds to go, 11 seconds to get on the tail of Vincent Kolb. Challenging, but Kolb and Mitchell are relatively close together. They're about half a second between them. So as they fight over 3rd place, that does give Phil Keane a little bit of help in his battle. But this battle we're looking at now, that is for 6th place overall. Armand Meal, the number 3 Cobra Daytona Coupe, and the sort of unpainted and graffitified number 31. It's a new word. It is now.
Graffiti is a verb now, is it?
To graffiti.
Yeah. Guénard and Galland. French 1st and 2nd. English. What's Phil doing now? Just
his car was handed over to Armand Meal. Shelby Cope, Daytona Coupe, Benjamin Monet tucked in behind. That could go either way, that battle. Anyone chasing them, most notably Chris Childs Jr. is taking time out of them in his Cobra. That's the AC Cobra rather than the Shelby Cobra. He's now 8 seconds behind them. So as they fight, as Monet and Meal fight, certainly there's a bit of a chance for Chris Charles to come through. That was the car that started dead last on the grid, sharing with Baz Janssen. So they've had a really solid race.
But we were able to flag up that it was on the move. So that's Phil Keane. Yeah, I think Phil Keane's got a battle on his hands to get on terms with that 3rd place third place fight.
So evocative in this day into evening race, these replays. Again, what makes a great circuit for me, it has to include gradient change. And that drop from turn 5 is really quite steep down to turn 6. And you don't want to get the wrong line at 6. You've got to get the right line for really tricky turn 7. So it's great to see the action as the field, just tail end of the top 10, plunging down there. At this late stage in the race, you know their tyres are not as sweet as they'd like them to be. They've worked them hard. And they're not as sweet as they'd like to be. They're feeling a bit hot under the collar, I think. But this is the beauty. There's something special about racing in the transition from day to night or night to day. And that is the opportunity this time for the 60s endurance group to have their fun.
Yeah, so Rob Huff in that E-Type is not making any further progress, I don't think. Still a good sector times, good lap times from Rob.
Well, he's right on the tail of Xavier Dayra, who we know was for a long time the fastest driver in this race. So it's going to be a hard nut to crack, but that's the sort of challenge the likes of Rob Huff would absolutely grab with both hands. And for camera crews, it's getting harder and harder to pick out, particularly with the head-on shot down the start-finish straight. You get a whole bunch of headlights.
That's why you maybe thought it was raining, because it does look in that shot as if it's raining.
Well, it was also just because about half a lap before one of the front runners, Olivier Gallon, had gone off, and I suddenly thought, is it...
I think it's the picture just pixelating.
Yeah, it is just pixelating a bit, but I just thought, hold on, have I added 2 + 2? And that is why Olivier went off. But
so Keane's now 9 seconds behind the 3rd place battle.
Okay, but the clock counts down. That's been a gain of 2 seconds in about 7 minutes of real time. So don't think he's going to go any higher than the 5th place overall, unless the two in front really sort themselves out and trip over each other and delay themselves. But it's really, that mountain is getting steeper and steeper for Phil Keane to climb. There's a car at the end of the circuit. It's a car on an access road on the drop from turn 5 to turn 6, so I needn't get too excited there. But in the front of the race, Maxime Guénard, having had the lead gifted to him by Olivier Gallon, he is pulled away, and I don't know if there's a problem for Gallon. Maybe simply not enough life left in his tyres because he pushed so hard.
The story, yes.
That's why he slid off. That's what did further damage to it, and that was that long run up the slope in the gravel track between turn 2 and 3. Must have felt like an odyssey of time as he was losing that time to his rivals, as they not only caught him in the case of Maxime Guénard, but passed him and then pulled off into the lead.
We're not seeing on screen at the moment. Still a great battle going on for third place with Kolb, just 3 or 4 lengths behind Mitchell.
Yeah, and the battle we're looking at now is a little bit further back. That's Armand Miel and Benjamin Monet, 3 ahead of 31.
Yeah, that's a good tussle as well.
And this is the one, if they slow each other down, but they might just provide a bit of a chance for Chris Charles Jr. to maybe rise a position higher than 8th. Yeah. But I think for him, the clock is running out into the final quarter of an hour of this 2-hour race.
I think they'll be happy to come from the pack, or the back of the pack, all the way to the sharp end.
So Maxime Guénard, his lead 21 seconds. Yeah, Gallon is definitely a problem. Got to see actually how much Jonathan Mitchell is taking out of him. But he's got company, hasn't he? He's got Vincent Kolb tucked in behind him. They're covered by about 1/10 of a second. So that's his business at the moment for Jonathan Mitchell to hang on to third place.
Phil Keen's taking about half a second a lap off the third place battle. But now with 13 minutes left, which is 7 laps, isn't it, really? So
yeah,
he's not going to get much closer.
You know, I still think it's raining slightly.
Do you?
When you looked, I thought
it looks like
pixelation.
It looks like it, and then I looked to see if anybody put their wipers on, but they hadn't. So I don't know. Do you know, it might be?
Well, I'm trying to look at lap times because we don't have the lap times at the moment because we got
the sector times.
We've got the sector times.
We know what the sector times are.
Well, just remember sector 2, we had people dropping below 50 seconds. Yeah, and the top lot is now 53, 54. That's Bonnet having a massive wobble.
Yeah.
Up at the highest point at the circuit.
Do you know, I think you might be right. I think maybe if it is raining, it's not raining on the whole of the circuit, is it?
No, it doesn't appear to be in the pit lane. But
Rob Huff's just got that E-Type up in the top 10. Well done.
Okay, yeah, he's moved ahead of Dr. Fatemi. He's got Ed Morris up ahead, but that's about 23 seconds further up then. He ain't going to gain that. But Maxime Guénard sitting on this very comfortable lead. Car number 1. Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe, light blue metallic, and it was the one that Mahe started the race in.
And built by Mahe's business as well, which is a nice story.
Yeah. So the clock's counting down, and when it looks like this is going to be an absolutely close race the whole way through, that moment for Olivier Gallon not just cost him the lead, but I think it cost him a whole lot more. And I think at this point, when you've done the best part of an hour, well, you've done over nearly an hour and 50 of driving.
That shot, it really looks as if it's raining.
Yeah.
It really does. I thought maybe it was something happening with the picture, but...
Yeah, trying to see what's on the camera lens, but
no, nothing on the camera lens.
Again, it's quite hard because the track will be shiny after a day of racing on it and just can't see. It might just be very, very light rain. I do fancy that the lap pace has fallen away by about 2 seconds a lap from the ultimate pace. The Mustang's rejoining us. That's the Hoover car. Don't know what he was doing off there. That's at turn 4. Unusual place to lose it because at that point you need to be turning right, and he was off on the left-hand side of the track. So maybe that was in his braking area. He found he didn't have enough grip because it was raining.
Mitchell dropped to 4th.
Okay.
Phil Keen is now 5th, look. So, and it's only 5 seconds. So I wonder if Jonathan Mitchell's just had a moment, just lost him a couple of seconds.
Yeah, quite possibly. Maybe he got confused by the Mustang rejoining. We can't see, but at the moment the field is suddenly stringing out at the front. Already we had Maxime Guénard suddenly ending up with a big lead over Olivier Gallon after Olivier shed the lead by sliding off the circuit. Took a long time for him to rejoin, and once he came out, he's actually been losing time hand over fist with every lap. And for the camera crews now, they're trying to pick out cars that aren't really where they should be, and someone else has got it very wrong at turn 1. and that is only our race-leading car that rejoined. It wasn't a case of rejoining by turn 2. It was halfway up the hill to turn 3, so very nearly got stuck in the gravel trap. It is most certainly raining on the circuit. We thought we picked it up a few laps ago. We thought it was only at the top of the circuit, but there, when the race leader, under no pressure, he was 25 seconds clear, nearly dropped it in the gravel with just 10 minutes remaining.
And this rain was not forecast, so that is a big surprise.
Well, let's take a look.
Look at this shot.
That's the run from turn 1 to turn 2. You're supposed to do it on the track. On the left-hand side, you suddenly get the tyre wall coming up on him at the back of the barriers, and then squeaking his way past on that, and the grass verge, tail end coming out of the race-leading car. That will enable Olivier Gallon to close back in, so one handed the lead to the other, and now the gap is going to come down to very little.
He gained 5 seconds, but that's all. Remember, these are running on treaded tyres, of course, so it's not quite so bad as being on slicks, but pretty worn ones at that. And look at Phil Keane is close right up on Jonathan Mitchell. Phil Keane is going to net by Jonathan Mitchell for 4th place.
Well, we can't even be sure it will be 4th place because suddenly it's all happening out on the track. But the E-types coming together, not by hitting each other, but getting closer together on the track. But it's still Phil Keane, Jonathan Mitchell, and I just want to see the next timing interval. It does seem as though only about 5 or 6 seconds was lost. I can't believe it was that little by race leader Maxime Guénard.
But he kept the momentum, didn't he? And he took a bit of a shortcut as well.
Hold on, is that him off again? That's our race leader. Maxime Guénard, he's beached it somewhere on the Normandy coast by the looks of things. Is there a wheel missing on that?
Yes, the left front wheel is gone.
Okay, red flag, end of the race. So in fact, when you go on countback, he'll still be the victor of the race ahead of Olivier Gallon. But in the space of, 2 minutes, the rain is definitely coming down now. I've just had to check the weather forecast. It's going to be light rain through the night. It wasn't heavy, but it was enough for the lap pace to fall away by 3 or 4 seconds a lap and for incidents to occur.
So very well spotted. It was such a surprise, I think, that...
Okay, so for the field coming in now, the 60s endurance race, well, we only had 8 minutes, 9 minutes left on the clock when the red flag was thrown, but with the car sitting in the gravel, the race leader, no less, missing a wheel, we thought. We're trying to pick that out in the gloaming, in the falling lights here at the circuit. It does seem as though Olivier Gallon has moved to the top of the charts, but traditionally you go back a lot.
Absolutely. And, well, they are showing Maxime Guénard in 6th place.
Yeah, with
I think when
yeah, but they're waiting. The screens take a while to adjust.
It's doing things that need it to sort all this out.
So for a meeting that has been run in fantastic weather conditions, a little light rain comes in at about 7 o'clock in the evening here. The race is due to finish at 7:30, and it's 7:35 now, in fact, as the last of about half the field has to report back to the pits. But that sudden flurry, and I think it was light rain, and became just that little bit heavier. But with that advantage of 25 seconds, you could be sure that Maxime Guénard wasn't having to push too hard. And therefore, even within that, finding the track so slippery he went off not once, but twice. Must be much, much harder than we realise here in the commentary box.
And I just in like that 2-litre class. Well, let's hear what they're saying if we can.
Well, speaking to Olivier Gallon.
That was a lucky red light.
Yeah, it's not. No.
Oh, they go back one lap.
They go back one lap and he won.
Why do they red flag it? The suckers in the gravel.
Yeah, because they're friends and he's...
That's David Hart getting stuck in there.
That's the camera.
Yeah, he's saying they'll go back one lap.
That was Bram Bontrop joining in, having a bit of a laugh with David Hunt. There's the camera, but actually it was good for us to hear that.
Yeah, that's Bontrop, yes. That was...
Yeah, he thought he'd won the race. When was the red flag flown? That was the critical question from his point of view. Drove a great race. He had his moment when he went off. And then Maxime Guénard as well. So we'll wait for the official results.
Phil Keane, well, I think we're seeing them on the screen now. And showing Phil Keane third ahead of Jonathan Mitchell.
I had no brakes.
Okay, interesting. I had no brakes, 0. Well, drivers like to say it's raining, but we've got the most stunning sunset here over the hills north of Barcelona. The first day of racing at the opening Le Mans Classic Series races of 2026 is over with a red flag late in this 2-hour race for the 60s endurance. Plenty of spectacle, brilliant racing, and a few mishaps right at the end with Maxime Guénard ending up deep in the gravel. But let's go down and join Vincent with Olivier Galland, who maybe by now, with the benefit of a few seconds, has found out exactly what was happening. But let's go down and join Vincent, the last race of the day, with Olivier Galland.
Yes, after the end of the race, it seems that he is the winner of the race. On va le faire en français. Olivier, expliquez-nous, depuis l'intérieur de l'auto, c'était comment?
C'était super, vraiment. La bagarre au début était exceptionnelle. Il y avait, je crois, 4-5 voitures devant. Le niveau était vraiment élevé, vraiment très respectueux entre les pilotes, il n'y a rien eu de sale. C'était vraiment top. J'ai réussi à me mettre en deuxième position derrière, je crois que c'était Maxime Guéna. Franchement, chapeau, parce que, je dois dire, je crois que j'avais un peu plus de rythme que lui, mais impossible de le passer. Donc je dois vraiment le féliciter, parce que je sais pas comment il m'a gardé derrière, mais vraiment je pouvais pas le passer. Donc félicitations. Et à la fin, il s'est mis à pleuvoir, et sous la nuit, c'était très très chaud, donc ça m'étonne pas que quelqu'un se soit mis dans les graviers.
Maxime Guéna, en l'occurrence, qui apparemment a perdu une roue, qui termine dans un bac à gravier, ce serait la raison pour laquelle vous gagnez en fait.
Ah, je savais pas que c'était parce qu'il avait perdu une roue. Bah alors pas de chance alors. Bon,
c'était une bonne journée, Olivier.
Ouais, c'est une bonne journée, ouais, ça va.
Félicitations. It was a very, very good day for this guy, Olivier Galland, 2 times winner of the day.
Certainly was. Let's just see the provisional top 10, and this could change, I think, Bruce. But anyway, Olivier Galland shown as the winner by actually 8.5 seconds ahead of Vincent Kolb, Phil Keane in third place, then Jonathan Mitchell, so the two E-types third and fourth. Armand Meal then in fifth spot, Monet in sixth. Then good drive by Chris Giles coming up with his Swedish partner up to seventh place. Ed Morris comes home a terrific eighth and wins the little class against the Porsches. Rob Huff was ninth, and in 10th place, a man who had lots of adventures, Xavier Day1. And after that, Maxime Guénard, who had the lead, thrown in 11th place. Dr. Fatemi is 12th. Will Nuttall, that lands second in that category, third in that category, sorry, is 12th. Then it's the rest of the field going right through down to the rest of the 30-odd cars. But now Vincent is down there, picked up another interview, so we can just hear what he's got to say right from the horse's mouth.
Yes, second place at the finish for Vincent Kolb with the Cobra, the 65. Vincent, the last moment of the race with the rain, how was it?
Amazing. I really loved it. Every bit of it. I think it was now a little bit shorter than 2 hours due to the red flag, but it was just a fantastic race. I loved the competition throughout, 1.5 hours, 1 hour 45. Just amazing. Perfect job by Rea to prepare the car, and a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yes, there was a great battle. During the first part of the race, we saw 4 or 5 Cobras at the same time at the same place.
Yeah, it was really tough because every Cobra has their own advantages. Some are quicker in the straights. I was quite good on the braking, but in the end, yeah, it paid off, and we had a very good package. And congrats to Olivier finishing first.
Vincent Kolb is another happy man tonight here in Barcelona.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Yeah, good smile. And it's interesting, he says the performance came in different ways, because he looks super smooth. So if your car's good on braking, you're not going to have those lurid moments, and it really, really does help. The others were taking quite a lot of the life out of their tyres as they were right on the limit into turn one in particular.
But it turned out to be, well, one of the best 60s endurance races I've seen in this series. Last year I saw most of them, but this was a terrific battle.
Yeah, and in fact there was plenty to keep the TV director busy, up and down the order. In fact, there would be some great battles we didn't get to see because the racing at the front was so intense, and it really chopped and changed. And we had, a cast of, I think, effectively 4 drivers who took a turn in the lead of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to say that. But there, that interesting timing tower, lots of colours. So be interested to see the highlights, because there's lots of different action. So let's just watch that, all the best bits of the race we've just seen.
Well, quite a lot of highlights to put in the package there for the 60s Endurance. 2 hours of racing, and with that flurry of rain towards the end, that is why the cars started to go off. But I'll always remember the fantastic battle. 4 or 5 Cobras at the front. The E-Type's not quite the same performance, but it's trying to stay in the mix as well. And it was all closing up nicely, but that flurry of rain at the end really changed things.
Yeah, a lot of jeopardy there. Wasn't a lot of Cobras going on. I mean, even the winner had a couple of off-course excursions. Well, what happened there, that Cobra that was in the gravel?
I don't know if he outbraked himself again but got stuck in the gravel. Couldn't quite tell. We were looking at the replay even then to just check, was there a missing front left wheel? Can't tell. It's too dark to be definitive. I don't know that there was. I'd be really surprised. I think quite simply it was just a little bit wetter than it had been the time before, the lap before. But anyhow, so much to enjoy in that race. There was some absolutely brilliant scrapping. And for the 60s Endurance gang, I think that's got their season very much onto a very good start to the season, so that's fantastic.
So we're going to go to the podium now. I haven't seen the podiums during this event because it's so quick fire that the podium's still going on when the next race starts, and we don't want to miss the action. But I think we're going to catch up with the podium in just a few seconds. I think Vincent will probably be up there as well, but let's just wait, see what happens.
Yeah, Vincent's worked very hard. Got some great interviews through the course of today, so it's really good to be going out around the world on the live stream in the first season of what we now call the Le Mans Classic Series. We're going to have these amazing array of cars. Tomorrow we start racing at 9 o'clock in the morning with the Gentleman Challenge. They opened the bidding with the first of the races today. And again, every race is a different mix. And, what a great place to come and start
But we haven't the fastest cars at the meeting. We're having them tomorrow. We haven't seen them today. The sports prototypes, the Tosches and the Lolas, and Maxine Guenas, terrific Lola that usually wins that, but could have come in for a lot of competition from Jan Magnussen. Well, we've had lovely interviews with Emanuele Pirro, of course, and Jan Magnussen, two of the biggest names here.
And don't forget, we've got the Group C cars coming back out. We've also got something we really enjoyed. It's like an extra, a bonus, which was the Formula One demo. Great to see, and more to the point, when the matches were out on the circuit, great to hear. And as the description, a beautiful melody, wasn't it? That was
melody. That was what Sohail Ayari said. It was a melody. Well, I thought we were going to go to the podium, but now we got 5, 6 chaps walking down the circuit. So.
Look, Andrew, you've worked in the sport long enough to know that podiums take a long time to get sorted.
Well, they do.
But they've got to get the drivers up there. A lot of the drivers will still be going, God, how did that race come to a conclusion? We were nearly there, or thank goodness they brought the red flag out. But anyhow, 2 hours of racing, it's a lot of driving on the track, and a huge amount of fun, because this is a track that does enable overtaking. Never did so much in Formula One where the performance was so high, but with cars of slightly lesser performance, that long run down the start-finish straight into the first corner, invites you. You don't always get the move done, as we saw, but it certainly is an opportunity. And then, again, down the end of the infield straight, down into turn 10, another place where passing can and does happen.
We could have had, of course, a great giant killing act in this race with the Andrew Smith Stengel Porsche, which then had that gear change problem, which we found out about. And so, Vincent getting all the good stories, wasn't he? And just makes it so cohesive. So we understand that we won't be going to the podium. Maybe we'll have a podium ceremony tomorrow. So I think from me, Andrew Marriott, from Bruce Jones here in Barcelona, it's good night. We hope we've enjoyed our coverage, and we hope to see you again tomorrow. Great racing again.
It really is. Just before 9 o'clock, we'll open tomorrow. So that's it for tonight, and enjoy the outshot at the end of Saturday in Barcelona.
Thank you. Hope it was all right.